Chapter 70. Dead fish in the enveloping darkness. Apart from the three of us, no other figures could be discerned. The night wind howled, resembling the mournful wails of spirits, while the trees in the forest rustled ominously. We hastened our steps, fully prepared for what lay ahead, yet we were taken aback to find ourselves utterly alone. As I lowered my gaze to the ground, I indeed spotted numerous footprints. The earth in this mountainous region, for reasons unknown, was remarkably damp, rendering the prints quite distinct. Following the trail, a conspicuous pattern emerged. In this particular area, the footprints were chaotic, yet after a brief moment of panic, they appeared to have settled into a more orderly formation, leading methodically toward the foot of the mountain. We exchanged glances in the darkness, our faces illuminated by the orange glow of the flashlight. Finally, Tofu, abandoning any pleasantries towards my ancestors, remarked, "Old Chun, it seems they encountered some trouble and headed down the mountain. What could they possibly be doing at this hour?" Before I could respond, Feng Guishou's expression shifted uneasily, as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "The shadowy figures we were pursuing also fled down the mountain. Do you think they may have become possessed by those shadows?" Tofu was understandably alarmed, falling silent and casting a worried glance in my direction, clearly seeking my guidance. At this juncture, we could not afford to abandon Wei Guangtou. After all, our access to the Princess Gija's tomb relied heavily upon him. However, I stole a glance at Tofu, contemplating. Had I known this journey would prove so perilous, I should not have brought him along. Should anything befall me, it would be one thing, but Tofu is my sworn brother. The thought of his demise due to my recklessness weighed heavily upon me. While I hesitated, Tofu, sensing my silence, urged, "If Wei Nanjing were to perish, old Zhao would certainly withhold the treasures from you. And as for the curse, you are already in a precarious state. Should we fail to uncover its clues, who is to say it won't evolve into a murderous obsession? For the sake of your future outside of prison and the safety of the populace, I believe we ought to pursue them." Feng Guishou wasted no time. Upon hearing this, he immediately followed the footprints. The three of us proceeded toward the mountain's base, the prints winding through the terrain. After an indeterminate period, we crested a small hill and discovered a shimmering expanse of water below, glistening under the moonlight. The lake matched Feng Guishou's description, a modest crescent shape, surrounded by reeds that rustled in the night breeze. Just as the tales surrounding the phoenix suggested, there must be living water at the juncture. I had previously dismissed such notions, yet now it seemed the principles of geomancy held some merit. The woman surnamed Ren had mentioned a golden divine spring before the princess's tomb. Could this lake be the very one she spoke of? Yet, the disparity between the two was rather pronounced. As if reading my thoughts, Feng Guishou interjected, "Yesterday, during the day, we conducted extensive explorations in this vicinity, but did not locate any ancient tombs." Tofu, uninterested in this revelation, scrutinized the footprints and remarked, "How odd. They seem to have vanished upon reaching this point." At this moment, we find ourselves on a small ridge, with a drop of 7 or 8 meters beneath us leading to a shimmering lake. The footprints abruptly cease here, as if Wei Guangtou and his companions had suddenly leapt into the water. This possibility weighed heavily on our minds. It is inconceivable that ordinary people would jump into a lake. Could it be that they were truly possessed by spirits? If that were the case, why would the spirits compel them to leap into the lake? Tofu, with his imaginative mind, immediately ventured a hypothesis. Didn't Wei Nanjing mention that those shadow puppets emerged from an ancient tomb? If we assume that these shadows truly possessed them and they jumped into the lake, could it be that the tomb lies beneath the water? Impossible. Both Feng Guishou and I responded simultaneously. Feng Guishou was evidently displeased with Tofu's far-fetched conjecture, asserting, "It is a grave taboo to place a tomb near water. No one would construct a burial site at the bottom of a lake or even too close to its shores." I nodded in agreement and added, "To the left lies the Azure Dragon, to the right the White Tiger, in front the Vermilion Bird, and behind the Black Tortoise. In Feng Shui, a site embraced by 3 mountains and interspersed with water is ideal. The topography and moisture of this area are flawless. This lake is, in fact, of significant Feng Shui importance. With this lake, the place is a treasure. Without it, it becomes a cursed land. If a tomb were situated too close to water, the moisture would cause decay, rendering preservation impossible, both from burial customs and Feng Shui perspectives. Hence, it is inconceivable for a tomb to be located within or even near the water. At this point, I couldn't help but ponder, given the Feng Shui layout here. The spot where Wei Guangtou and his companions excavated during the day should have been the most logical location for a tomb. How could there be none? If, as Tofu speculated, they were indeed possessed by shadows and jumped into the water, could the tomb truly be submerged? If that were the case, it would be exceedingly bizarre. The footprints disappear here, indicating with certainty that Wei Guangtou and his group have plunged into the lake. After weighing my options, I turned to the two companions beside me and said, "I am a proficient swimmer. I will dive down to investigate. If I discover anything, I shall call for you." As I prepared to remove my clothing, Tofu, squinting through his glasses, exclaimed, "Old Chun, look, there seems to be something in the center of the lake, resembling a whale." I was irked by his remark and retorted, "This is a lake, not the sea. Where would a whale come from?" Following Tofu's pointing finger, I quickly grasped his implication. The center of the lake, which had appeared calm moments ago, now erupted like a fountain, water surging upwards with increasing vigor, reminiscent of a spring or a whale spouting. The spectacle was breathtaking. Under the moonlight, the water shot up to a height of nearly 4 meters, droplets sparkling in the air. This extraordinary scene momentarily left the three of us entranced, causing me to forget about undressing. The water gushed for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Once the surface of the lake returned to tranquility, we regained our senses, and Tofu remarked, "It seems like a spring is bubbling." I realized then that the divine spring mentioned by Ren must refer to this very place. Beside me, Feng Guishou frowned and inquired, "Who is this Ren?" At this moment, Wei Guangtou was absent, and I had no desire to elaborate on the matter at hand. Nevertheless, Tofu's thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. The divine spring he referred to undoubtedly pointed to this very location, and the ancient tomb was surely nestled within this area. However, the tomb was concealed so deeply that even a seasoned expert like Wei Guangtou struggled to ascertain its whereabouts. I resolved to plunge into the water and familiarize myself with the surroundings. If Wei Guangtou and the others had indeed been possessed by the shadow puppets and had jumped into the lake, it was likely that they had met with misfortune, remaining submerged thus far. Regardless, I needed clarity. Alive or dead, I sought answers. As I stripped down to my undergarments, preparing to dive in, suddenly, Feng Guishou halted me with a hand, exclaiming, "Wait, there is something on the water's surface." Tofu and I followed his gaze and indeed observed a large object floating on the surface, roughly human-sized, though the dimness of night obscured our view. Tofu gasped, "This is bad. Could it be a corpse?" I swiftly directed my flashlight towards it, but due to the object's distance, the beam proved insufficient. In the faint light, we discerned that it was, astonishingly, a sizable fish, over a meter long, belly up on the water's surface. Feng Guishou remarked in astonishment, "I have never seen a fish of such magnitude." I was not particularly surprised by the fish's size. Having previously dealt in fish trade and witnessed local fishermen capture specimens as long as 4 meters, some of which I had even tasted, though they were rather bland. What puzzled me was how this creature had suddenly appeared on the surface, for it had not been there moments prior. How could such a large fish die so quickly? As we pondered the dead fish, more and more began to surface, flipping onto their white bellies, varying in size. Within minutes, the entire lake was littered with lifeless fish, transforming the once picturesque waters into a scene of repulsive stench that made my stomach churn. At that moment, the thought of entering the water was utterly unappealing. The mass death of these fish suggested some lurking danger beneath the surface, or perhaps an issue with the water quality. Diving in now would be recklessly perilous. Chapter 71. Recovering bodies. As the number of dead fish increased, the foul odor intensified. Water birds that had been resting along the shore flapped their wings in a panic, darting from the reeds with frenzied cries, soon vanishing from sight. This series of unexpected events caught the three of us off guard, leaving us hesitant to plunge into the water. The silvery moonlight illuminated the lake, casting a stark glow on the white bellies of the dead fish, and for a moment, silence enveloped us as an ominous feeling settled in our hearts. Something dreadful was about to unfold. What had caused the demise of these fish? Could it be connected to the shadowy figures? Or perhaps related to Wei Guangtou and the others who had jumped into the water? Just as I was lost in thought, the once tranquil lake began to stir, the dead fish bobbing and rolling as if something colossal beneath the depths was preparing to rise. Startled, I quickly retrieved the handgun I had discovered near Lin Pengzi's corpse, aiming it towards the lake, bracing for whatever might transpire. As time passed, the movements of the water's surface grew increasingly tumultuous, yet I could not discern the cause. At that moment, Feng Ghost Hand seemed to suddenly perceive something, pointing to the shoreline beneath our feet, exclaiming, "Look, the water level is rising." Upon hearing this, both Tofu and I glanced down and indeed observed the lake's waters slowly ascending. What was most peculiar was that the water bubbled and churned as if it were boiling, agitating the lifeless fish within. Tofu speculated in astonishment. Could it be that there are underground lava flows beneath the lake? I shook my head, as the situation before us was too bizarre for hasty conjecture. Feng Ghost Hand believed that, given the uncertainty of the circumstances, it would be prudent to observe a while longer. Standing atop the ridge, we noted that the water level inexplicably continued to rise. Clearly, there must be some subterranean spring or similar source beneath the lake, and the volume of water being released was substantial. Otherwise, the water level would not have risen so swiftly. After approximately 20 minutes, the entire lake surface had elevated by 6 or 7 meters, with the water now merely 2 meters from our feet. Crouching down, I could distinctly see the thrashing dead fish upon the surface. As I fixated on the lifeless fish, I pondered, was their sudden and mysterious demise connected to Wei Guangtou and his companions, or was it a consequence of the lake's water? Why had the water level risen so abruptly? This lake, seemingly tranquil, had birthed such upheaval in a short span. Had Wei Guangtou and his companions, upon entering the water, encountered some misfortune? Just as these thoughts flickered through my mind, I suddenly perceived something lurking among the dead fish, an object that vanished in an instant. Yet I was certain it was a human hand. I couldn't help but gasp, exclaiming, "Is there someone in the lake?" Feng Ghost Hand and Tofu, unable to see what I had witnessed, immediately speculated, given my altered demeanor, whether it might be Wei Guangtou and his companions. If it were indeed them, they would surely have surfaced by now, and no living person could remain submerged for such an extended duration. Thus, the hand I had glimpsed was likely that of a corpse. Tofu's complexion paled, his voice becoming hoarse as he conjectured. Could it be that Wei Guangtou and his companions perished in the water? Although we had anticipated such a possibility, a weightiness settled in our hearts at that moment. While not particularly close to Wei Guangtou, we were nonetheless part of the same group, and it was disheartening that, despite meticulous planning for this expedition before even entering the ancient tomb, they had encountered unforeseen calamity. I couldn't shake the feeling of sorrow for the unfortunate. Tofu, known for his tender heart, sighed repeatedly as he gazed at the roiling lake surface. The hand had merely flashed through the water moments ago, and now, amidst the turbulent waves, it was lost to the depths. As the saying goes, the living must see the living, and the dead must be identified. Weighing my options, I resolved to enter the water. Whatever the case, I would first retrieve the body to ascertain the truth. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the lake's waters were growing increasingly dark and murky with the passage of time, leaving me to wonder whether this plunge might expose me to some skin affliction or ailment. Upon reflection, I could not help but glance at the side where Feng Guishou was seated. At that moment, he deliberately feigned ignorance of my gaze, his countenance heavy as he fixated on the lake, lost in thought, yet showing no inclination to enter the water. Although he appeared to be an honest man on the surface, this Feng was, in truth, filled with cunning. He professed a determination to retrieve the body, only to pivot in his discourse, lamenting his aging limbs and failing eyesight, claiming it was ill-advised for him to plunge into the water. I understood his reluctance to take risks. My temperament, rather blunt, betrayed my irritation at Feng's nonsensical excuses. Tofu cast a sidelong glance at me and then mischievously blinked. Before I could grasp the situation, he suddenly toppled backward, shoving Feng Guishou with a swift motion. Taken by surprise, Feng had not anticipated such shamelessness from Tofu and was thrust into the lake. Tofu plopped down onto the ground, feigning innocence as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, had I known. I should have frequented the gym more often. My feet are too weary from all this walking." He continued with a mock apology, "Feng, it was an accident. I assure you. Now that you're in the water, why not retrieve the body?" I nearly burst into laughter, thinking how audacious Tofu's ploy was, and his acting left much to be desired. It was evident to anyone that his actions were deliberate. Though Feng Guishou had been pushed into the water, our alliance necessitated restraint on his part, and he could hardly express his anger. He forced a laugh, his smile devoid of warmth, and turned towards the center of the lake, occasionally submerging himself as if searching for the body. Once Feng had swum a fair distance away, Tofu sprang to his feet, grinning widely, and remarked, "Quite the tactic, wouldn't you say? That old codger was merely looking to take advantage of us. expecting us to do all the legwork. How did I perform? I chuckled. Indeed, quite well, but you ought to be cautious. I see that Feng has set his sights on you. Those involved in this underworld of treasure hunting are not to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from him. As we spoke, Feng Guishou seemed to have made a discovery, suddenly erupting from the water, his face ashen, and he swam back to shore with urgency. His expression was peculiar, and without uttering a word, he turned aside to vomit, leaving the body behind. Tofu and I exchanged bewildered glances. Once Feng had finished retching, I could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" Soaked through, he was dripping with dark water, which upon closer inspection, I realized was indeed black. Not a mere figment of my imagination. The murky water appeared suspect. Feng seemed to be experiencing discomfort, and after purging, he began to scratch at his skin, muttering curses. What bad luck. There is not just one corpse in the lake, but many dismembered remains. Dismembered remains? Tofu exclaimed, astonished. Were Wei Guangtou and the others disposed of in the lake? Feng, stripping off his soaked garments and casting them aside, wiped away the dripping black water and spoke gravely. No, these are all desiccated corpses. Beneath this lake lies a spring that perpetually ejects water, and it is all tainted with blackness. Intermingled with the black water are these dried bodies. I suspect that these corpses may belong to individuals who were buried alive as part of a burial ritual. The structure of the tomb has likely been compromised by the lake's waters, causing these remains to surface when the spring erupted. Feng Guishou, possessing considerable expertise, ventured into the water and formed a hypothesis. The multitude of lifeless fish in the lake was likely a consequence of contamination by foul water, leading to their demise. Tofu, incredulous, frequently cast his gaze upon the lake. As the water churned more violently, numerous dismembered limbs and heads began to intermingle with the dead fish, swirling amidst the grotesque spectacle. The stench in the water was overpowering. Under the dim moonlight, countless severed limbs bobbed in the boiling water, presenting an eerie sight. Tofu remarked, "Although I am an artist and not particularly well-versed in history, I seem to recall that during the Ming Dynasty, the practice of human sacrifice and burial was no longer in existence." I countered, "Who asserts such a claim?" In the Ming Dynasty, upon the emperor's passing, his concubines were still required to accompany him in death. Tofu expressed firm skepticism, believing my words to be a challenge to his memory, and retorted, "Do not belittle those of us engaged in the arts. You assume my historical knowledge is lacking, do you? The practice of human sacrifice can be traced back to the Shang Dynasty and ceased during the Qin. After the Qin, there were no more live burials." I could not resist interjecting, "You are only partially informed. After the Qin, the Han and Tang dynasties abolished the practice of live burial in favor of accompanying burials, allowing royal relatives and high officials to be interred near the emperor's tomb. However, following the Song dynasty, the border tribes such as the Khitan, Jurchen, Mongols, and Manchus, who successively ruled the Central Plains, maintained the tradition of human sacrifice, thus reviving the practice among the Han people. Consequently, during the Ming and Qing dynasties, although large-scale human sacrifices were absent, there were instances of palace burials, wherein concubines or attendants accompanied the deceased. Chapter 72. The Water Cave. Regardless of the dynasty, none willingly sought to accompany the deceased in burial. During the Ming Dynasty, there were generally two methods of death for palace attendants who were to be sacrificed, the first being hanging. Some, however, resisted the notion of death, unwilling to comply and struggling against their fate. The specifics of sacrifice varied across dynasties. For instance, women chosen for sacrifice were forbidden from coming into contact with blood. If a woman was reluctant to die, one could not simply slay her with a knife. What then could be done? There existed a method. A person would be placed upon a bed, with a wooden box at the head, featuring a hole designed to fit snugly around the neck. Once the head was secured within the box, the bed beneath would be withdrawn, causing the cervical vertebrae to shatter. The mere thought is chilling. However, this Gidger, being a princess, would ordinarily have a limited number of sacrifices, if any, associated with her burial. But the dismembered bodies in the lake exceeded all expectations. What could be the reason? This Gidger princess, upon hearing her name, was clearly not of Han descent. Could she be a princess of one of the border tribes? Thus, it would explain the multitude of sacrifices following her death. At this moment, the corpses and dead fish continued to swirl in the lake, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. While the trio of Wei Guangtou had vanished without a trace, the lake, teeming with bodies, resembled a hellish realm. We were at a loss, uncertain of our next course of action. Despite my wealth of theoretical knowledge, my practical experience was dismally lacking. In this moment, even the most astute among us felt ensnared in a quandary. With the disappearance of Wei Guangtou and his companions, their fates remained uncertain. Should we continue our search or cease our endeavors? As time passes, the moon's radiance wanes, and the darkness before dawn deepens. Among us three, Feng Guishou possesses the most experience. He paces back and forth along the lakeshore before finally settling down with a thud, proposing, "Let us wait." This place has existed for centuries. Such occurrences are certainly not unprecedented. We should observe the situation before taking any action. In the oppressive darkness, we sit by the fetid lake, watching as dead fish and skeletal remains bob uneasily upon the surface. Occasionally, a human head emerges from the water, partially exposed with bones and dried flesh, as if it might leap forth at any moment. Despite it being summer, the lakeside is suffused with an eerie chill. Tofu gathers some firewood, and we ignite it by the water's edge, striving to dispel the cold, taking turns to rest. In such an unsettling environment, sleep is elusive. I find myself plagued by nightmares, each brief and unsettling. The last dream, however, is particularly bizarre. I dream of Princess Gidge air rising from the lake, her body ravaged and decayed. She lifts her face to gaze at me, and I cannot help but gasp in horror, for it is unmistakably the visage of Gu Wanmin. I awaken with a start. Tofu is on watch while Feng Guishou lies on his side. The images from my dream linger in my mind, compelling me to cast my gaze toward the lake. Thankfully, there is no sign of the princess. A sense of unease creeps in. I cannot fathom how I conjured such a peculiar dream or why I would associate Gidge air with Gu Wanmin. I ponder her fate. Has she relinquished hope? Surely, she has returned to Fengtu village by now. Perhaps due to the haunting nature of the dream, I cannot shake the feeling that it bodes ill for Gu Wanmin. Could my plans have gone awry? Is it possible that she has encountered some peril alone? A torrent of emotions overwhelms me, rendering sleep impossible. I fumble through my backpack for a cigarette and smoke it slowly. Upon seeing me awake, Tofu instructs me to tend to the fire while he steals a bit more sleep. The dawn is nearing, yet the atmosphere here remains suffocatingly stagnant. The waterfowl have long since fled, leaving only the sounds of the wind and the lake's turbulent waters. As if we three are the only living souls in this desolate expanse. This is an unsettling predicament. As if to affirm my apprehensions, after finishing my fifth cigarette, I sense a subtle shift in the surroundings. Initially imperceptible, it becomes evident when a cool breeze sweeps by, and I realize that the foul odor has begun to dissipate. For the duration of our stay, we have been shrouded by the stench of dead fish and corpses, yet now, unbeknownst to us, it has lessened significantly. Noticing this change, I rise abruptly, pondering whether something has transpired. I then raise my torch to peer into the lake, though the dawn has yet to break. Everything remains cloaked in the darkness preceding the first light. As I direct the torchlight toward the water, I am immediately struck by the revelation that the lake's water level is receding rapidly. Within moments, it has dropped by 2 or 3 meters. In the lake, the spot where spring water once gushed forth now began to draw in water, forming a colossal whirlpool. The lifeless bodies and dead fish within the lake were swiftly engulfed by this vortex, vanishing in substantial numbers. Within the span of a single night, the lake had exhibited such extraordinary phenomena that it left one utterly astonished. At this moment, the enormous whirlpool resembled a sea eye, with the water level of the lake descending at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, it had receded to a level even lower than when we first beheld it, and the whirlpool showed no signs of abating. It continued to draw on the water. A sense of dread washed over me as I pondered whether it might drain the entire lake. With this thought, I promptly roused Tofu and Feng Guishou, and the three of us stood upon the ridge, gazing in astonishment at the bizarre spectacle below. After a long pause, Tofu exclaimed, "What sort of lake is this? It is exceedingly strange." Feng Guishou, appearing deep in thought, observed the ever-shrinking surface of the lake and remarked, "There must be a vast underground water source connected beneath this lake." However, before he could finish, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the lake's surface. At this point, the lake had diminished to a mere 10 meters in breadth, hardly deserving the title of lake. It was more akin to a spring, and the whirlpool gradually faded from sight. Upon looking down, what was once the lake revealed the muddy bottom and stones beneath, while a clear spring emerged at the center. The half-risen sun cast its golden rays through the clouds, illuminating the spring with a dazzling brilliance that was utterly mesmerizing. In that fleeting moment, I comprehended the meaning behind Ren's reference to the so-called golden divine spring. Standing on the ridge, under the rising sun, that pool of golden spring water appeared like a resplendent jewel nestled among the mountains, captivating the attention of all three of us. It was only at this juncture that I grasped why Wei Guangtou and his companions had initially miscalculated the location of the tomb. They had evidently referenced the wrong landmarks. The lake, as it turned out, was a mere illusion, a temporary phenomenon created by the divine spring, which likely experienced such occurrences frequently, thus forming a lake that misled seekers of the tomb. If my conjecture was accurate, the true burial site lay beneath the mud at the bottom of the lake. It seemed that those who originally constructed Princess Giger's tomb could not have anticipated that, with the passage of time, the spring would undergo such drastic changes, ultimately submerging the ancient tomb. Feng Guishou evidently grasped this implication as well. His expression shifted, and he said, "Let us hope it is not a water pit." Tofu, unable to decipher the cryptic language, quietly inquired about the meaning of water pit. A water pit refers to an ancient tomb that has been poorly sealed, allowing water to infiltrate or become damp. Some grave robbers, after plundering a tomb, neglect to refill the earth, resulting in rainwater flooding the burial site. Consequently, encountering a water pit signifies that the valuable artifacts within the tomb may have been damaged or already claimed by others. Of course, where there are water pits, there are also fire pits. A fire pit denotes an ancient tomb that is well sealed and has not been robbed. Such tombs, upon the removal of the burial bricks, cannot be approached with an open flame, as the long-sealed air within can generate a flammable gas that ignites at the mere spark of fire. In the past, tomb raiders lacked flashlights. Before excavating a grave, they would insert a hollow bamboo pole or an iron rod into the tomb, lighting a fire at the external end of the rod. If the flame ignited, akin to a pneumatic gun, it indicated a sealed tomb, untouched by thieves. When encountering such a tomb, it was necessary to pry open the bricks for ventilation. Otherwise, entering with an open flame could lead to fatal consequences. Conversely, if the flame did not ignite, it suggested that the tomb had likely been inundated, lost its air, or had already been plundered. With a keen eye, I noticed a subtle crack amid the silt and remarked, "I fear your hopes may be dashed. I would stake my head that this is indeed a waterlogged cave." Feng Guishou, following my gaze, discovered the crack and smiled wryly, stating, "It appears this expedition is doomed, since those ghostly figures could emerge from the tomb. There must be a passage, likely through this very fissure. It is probable that the interior has been submerged. Even the finest treasures, after several centuries in water, would be rendered nearly worthless." Chapter 73. Incense burning. My companion, Tofu, and I had come for two reasons: to assist old Zhao in acquiring the 8 carp fighting the floodstone to uncover the source of a curse, and also in pursuit of monetary gain. Upon discovering the waterlogged cave, disappointment was inevitable. However, I was far more concerned with the whereabouts of Wei Guangtou and the clues related to the princess's tomb. Years prior, Bai Laosi had trespassed into the tomb of the queen of all demons and fell victim to a curse. After several years of investigation, he found that a solution to the curse resided within the tomb of the giant-eared king. Upon entering the giant-eared king's tomb, he somehow transferred the curse to his disciple, my grandfather, Chen Xiyuan. Subsequently, my grandfather and Chen Xi ventured into the giant-eared king's tomb to seek answers. Yet they struggled to access its depths, inadvertently revealing the so-called tomb of the ghost king Yulong. It was evident that a connection existed among these 3 tombs. Perhaps the princess's tomb held clues regarding the ghostly face or the queen of all demons. Regardless of whether Wei Guangtou and his companions were present, the situation had reached a critical juncture. The subterranean chamber, eroded by time and the divine spring, had revealed a prominent fissure, a stroke of fortune, indeed. To refrain from entering would be an affront to oneself. Although Feng Guishou expressed disappointment over the waterlogged cave, the adage "a thief does not return empty-handed" rang true. Since we were there, regardless of the outcome, be it good or bad, we ought to procure at least 1 or 2 items to ensure our efforts were not in vain. I was uncertain of his relationship with Wei Guangtou's group. In my mind, partnerships often entailed temporary alliances, with the potential for betrayal. He remarked, "Wei Nanjing and the others leapt into the lake last night and vanished without a trace. They likely followed the crack into the tomb. We cannot leave empty-handed. We three were summoned by old Zhao to carry out this task. Whether they are alive or dead, we must ascertain the truth, if only to provide old Zhao with an explanation. Gentlemen, what are we waiting for? Let us commence our work. Although our journey had been fraught with difficulties, we had not lost our equipment. Each of us carried a backpack, and due to limited manpower, we discarded some less essential tools along the way. Due to the unwieldy length of the shotgun, I opted to carry only a pistol. The three of us descended the ridge and arrived at the lake bed. The air here was permeated with a pungent, fishy odor, as the ground was littered with numerous dead fish. With each step, the mud clung to our legs, nearly sinking to our knees, rendering our progress laborious. Upon reaching the fissure, we observed that its surface was obscured by mud, revealing merely a thin line. Shining a flashlight into the crevice, we saw that it plunged vertically downward, the beam failing to illuminate its depths. The sides of the fissure were composed of rugged stones, sharp as daggers, indicating that descent would need to be executed one by one. Peering into the abyss, a chilling draft emanating from the darkness brushed against us, sending shivers down our spines. Having grown accustomed to grave robbing, Feng Guishou refrained from descending immediately and instead took preliminary measures. His first action was to select a stone the size of a human head and cast it into the fissure. The stone did not reach the bottom instantaneously. Rather, it struck something on the way down, creating a cacophony of thuds before finally falling silent. After listening intently, Feng Guishou confidently remarked, approximately 20 meters deep. However, his brow furrowed, suggesting dissatisfaction with the depth of the tomb. Tofu, lacking any knowledge of the subject, innocently inquired, "So what if it's 20 meters? What is so strange about that?" Feng Guishou ignored Tofu, and I too was disinclined to respond. The depth of tombs is indeed significant. During the Qin and Han dynasties, when the state was prosperous, it was customary to bury the dead deeply, often at depths around 30 meters. In contrast, tombs from the Ming and Qing dynasties typically range from 10 to 15 meters. For instance, the civil official's tomb by the Huiyong River, which I had previously surveyed, was measured at 10 meters deep. Given that we were to excavate a Ming dynasty tomb, a depth of 20 meters seemed inconsistent with historical burial practices. Such deviations are ominous harbingers. I refrained from explaining this to Tofu, though my heart raced with apprehension. Feng Guishou then proceeded with his second task. He retrieved a cloth pouch the size of a matchbox from his backpack, and upon shaking it out, revealed 2 pairs of gloves. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of those gloves, for my grandfather had mentioned them in his work notes. They were known as Konggang gloves. They were as thin as gossamer, their dark hue giving them an almost ethereal appearance, folding down to a mere size smaller than a matchbox. When Feng Guishou donned them, it was as if he wore nothing at all. Tofu observed intently and devised a rather apt comparison, exclaiming, "These gloves are so thin. They resemble ultra-thin condoms." I interjected, "Old Feng, what purpose do you have for these?" I distinctly noted Feng Guishou stumble slightly, his eyes blazing with indignation. It was clear that the comparison of his ancestral treasure to a mere commodity had rattled him. Being seasoned in the field, Feng Guishou was our guide in this endeavor, so I smacked Tofu on the back of the head, admonishing him, "Ignorance is truly frightening. What nonsense about condoms? This is a Konggang glove, reputedly invented by a tomb-raiding ancestor named Lu during the Song dynasty. These gloves are specifically designed for the traps encountered in our profession. As thin as a cicada's wing, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to all poisons. It is said that the method of production has long been lost, rendering it a rare treasure." Upon hearing the origin of the Vajra set, Feng Guishou's expression softened somewhat. He had already developed a deep understanding of Tofu's unreliability and chose to disregard him entirely, addressing me instead. "Indeed, you are a descendant of the Ghost King, possessing remarkable insight. This treasure of mine is truly unique. You will find no other pair like it in the industry. Alas, the craftsmanship has regrettably been forgotten." Having said that, he proceeded to his third task, retrieving a wooden box approximately 1 foot long and half a finger wide from his bag. Upon opening the box, to my astonishment, it contained 9 incense sticks. Tofu, bewildered by Feng Guishou's actions, quietly inquired, "Old Chun, what on earth does this old fellow intend to do?" I too was at a loss until Feng Guishou withdrew an incense stick, placing it at the crack's mouth, and began to mutter incantations. I couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. I had not expected Feng Guishou to be such a superstitious individual. I then explained to Tofu, According to tradition, when foraging for mushrooms, one must burn 3 sticks of incense. The first stick is offered to the local earth deity, requesting leniency to avoid any hindrance during our search. The second stick is dedicated to the ancestral masters. The third stick is burned as a soul offering to the owner of the grave, hoping they will not take offense. In essence, it serves as a form of psychological comfort. Upon hearing this, Tofu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "No wonder we encountered a corpse the first time we dug for mushrooms. It seems you neglected to bribe the earth deity. Since you are aware of this custom, why did you not adhere to it?" I indeed knew the custom, but at that time, I was rather skeptical of spirits. However, now, in light of Feng Guishou's seemingly absurd actions, Tofu and I found ourselves unable to scoff at him. There are many ancestral figures in the realm of tomb raiding, including those who pay homage to Cao Cao, Wu Zixu, and Xiangyu, each with considerable significance. To elaborate on the intricacies would require an entire night, so I shall refrain from delving deeper here. Feng Guishou, as I listened to him recite his incantations, was paying homage specifically to Qin Shi Huang. Tofu, puzzled, remarked, "How did Qin Shi Huang become an ancestral figure? Could it be that he too was once a tomb raider?" There is indeed a rationale behind venerating Qin Shi Huang. Tomb raiding is divided into northern and southern factions, each employing various methods, with numerous smaller sections. Only those skilled in mechanisms pay tribute to Qin Shi Huang, as he is considered the progenitor of traps and theft prevention. According to the records of the Grand Historian, his tomb was constructed with great complexity, involving immense manpower and intricate mechanisms designed to deter intruders. Thus, when it comes to anti-theft techniques and the application of mechanisms within tombs, Qin Shi Huang is regarded as a venerable ancestor for those skilled in mechanisms. Honoring him is a plea for protection and the ability to evade or disarm traps within tombs. After finishing the incense ritual, Feng Guishou did not hasten to descend into the crack, instead signaling us to pause, indicating that he needed to observe the burning incense. The act of watching the incense involves predicting fortune based on the duration of the incense's burn. For those engaged in tomb raiding, encountering certain conditions would render it utterly inadvisable to proceed. For instance, when a stick of incense is simultaneously ignited, and it burns into an uneven form of 3 long and 2 short pieces, it is regarded as a dire omen. Neither Tofu nor I anticipated that Feng Ghost Hand would exercise such caution in this regard. Tofu remarked, "Experts perceive the subtleties, while novices merely revel in the spectacle." Now, that is what one calls professional spirit. Truly, he is a specialist in this field. However, the notion that a single stick of incense could produce 2 distinct shapes seemed rather absurd to me. I remained silent. Although I had encountered zongzi, malevolent spirits, and weasels, I still found it challenging to fully embrace the predictions and divinations. Chapter 74. The Corpse Cave. In a moment, Feng Ghost Hand observed the incense for a while. Once he confirmed its normal burning, he nodded in satisfaction, his demeanor softening as he led the way down into the crevice. The entrance of the crevice was muddy, and as we descended, the muck clung to our bodies. Feng Ghost Hand forged ahead, with Tofu closely following, while I brought up the rear. When both of them had reached the bottom of the crevice, I looked down and could only see the top of Tofu's head, now smeared with mud, resembling a moving figure made of clay. As I was about to follow suit down the crevice, I inadvertently glanced at the incense and found myself momentarily stunned. There were 5 sticks in total, which had been burning steadily moments ago, but for some inexplicable reason, 3 of them had extinguished, leaving only 2 still alight. In an instant, the incense had transformed into the peculiar shape of 3 long and 2 short pieces. Initially, I dismissed this as mere superstition, yet it seemed that the incense genuinely had burned into this formation. A sense of unease gripped me. Misfortune seemed to be my constant companion, as if I were fated to encounter calamity at every turn. Could it be that the curse was at play once more? In truth, I harbored little fear of the curse itself. I have always believed that if one person is well fed, the whole family can survive. Even if the curse were indeed insurmountable, it could only claim my life. My true concern lay in the potential harm it could inflict upon those around me, much like what befell my grandfather. He remained unharmed while his relatives, friends, and loved ones met with misfortune in succession. As I pondered this, a heaviness settled in my heart. Among those nearest to me was Tofu. I resolved that I could not allow him to come to harm. At that moment, I heard Tofu calling from below, "Old Shun, why are you dawdling?" Caught in a dilemma, I recognized that despite the eerie nature of the incense, I could not abandon our descent due to a mere stick of incense. Thus, I proceeded down the crevice without mentioning my concerns to either of them. Discussing such matters now would only serve to sow discord. The crevice, worn smooth by years of spring water erosion, was treacherously slippery. If not for the protruding rocks within, one could easily lose their footing. We descended in silence, not uttering a word, until we had gone down approximately 20 meters. At that point, when I looked up, the twisted and sloped walls of the crevice obscured the sky, leaving only jagged stones above us. Soon, Feng Ghost Hand called out that we had arrived, instructing Tofu and me to pause. The space was quite confined, and aside from Tofu's head, I could see little else. Suddenly, there was a sound akin to something plunging into water, followed by Feng Ghost Hand's voice. Jump down. Jump down? Tofu leapt down, creating a gap that allowed me to discern the surroundings below. At the bottom of the fissure, an impressive height of approximately 7 or 8 meters revealed itself, with the depths completely shrouded in darkness and filled with water. Feng Guishou and Tofu floated in the water, illuminating the space with their flashlights. I followed suit and jumped down, immediately feeling the icy grip of the 30-meter deep subterranean water, which starkly contradicted the summer heat above. I retrieved my headlamp from my bag and affixed it to my head. The robust beam of light pierced through the surrounding gloom. It was then that I realized we were submerged in an underground river, with damp, dark stone walls encasing us, devoid of any place to ascend to the surface. This stark reality diverged significantly from our earlier assumptions that the fissure led to a burial chamber, likely compromised by subterranean water, which had washed away the sacrificial corpses. However, the current surroundings evidently indicated a cavern sculpted by the relentless flow of underground water, rather than a tomb. Feng Guishou muttered under his breath. It appears the subterranean water is quite substantial. The burial chamber should be nearby. Let us swim forward and investigate. Prompted by his words, I began to notice some anomalies. The underground water exhibited no current, resembling a stagnant pool. At that moment, Tofu spoke up. Do you hear that sound? His timid nature made him particularly attuned to the ambient noises. Following his remark, Feng Guishou and I leaned in to listen. In the vast, dark cavern, a bubbling sound reminiscent of someone drinking water could be faintly heard, though its exact location remained indiscernible. Having keen hearing from my days hunting rabbits and pheasants in the mountains, I focused intently and pinpointed the direction of the sound. It was emanating from the stone wall to our right, though it seemed to rise from the depths of the water, rendering it elusive. I shared my discovery with my companions and gestured towards the approximate location. Feng Guishou, ever cautious, flexed his hands tightly around the grip of his weapon and plunged into the water. Less than a minute later, he resurfaced, exclaiming, "There is a water hole in the stone wall. The water is flowing into it and will likely drain soon." With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Feng Guishou elaborated, "I understand now. Behind that water hole lies the true underground river. When the river swells, water flows into this location from the hole. When it recedes, the water is drawn back. If I am correct, we have already entered the tomb." Tofu, lacking insight into such matters, seemed perplexed, while I, not entirely unversed, found his assertion preposterous. Though I had never encountered a grand tomb, I was familiar with their specifications. The environment we found ourselves in was evidently a naturally occurring water cave. How could it possibly be a burial chamber? Feng Guishou offered no further explanation, merely instructing us to await in silence. After languishing in the water for over half an hour, our bones stiffening from the chill, the water finally receded, revealing the water hole. It was a cavernous opening, spacious enough for 2 individuals to enter. The entrance and the interior had been smoothed by the relentless flow of water. As I crawled inside, I discovered a subterranean river with a dramatic drop of approximately 10 meters at the rear of the cave. Peering from the entrance, illuminated by the overhead spotlight, I observed the underground waters churning with white froth, surging forth from the darkness. The sound of the rushing water was deafening, reminiscent of a stampede of thousands of horses, exuding an extraordinary vigor. It seemed our earlier conjectures were indeed accurate. This side led to an underground river, while the place from which we had descended must surely be the location of the ancient tomb. It appeared that the tomb of Princess Gidger had been constructed in accordance with the subterranean formations, which accounted for the vast void that had formed. Stepping back from the entrance, I noted that the area where we stood was merely a shallow layer of water, not reaching our ankles. flanked by rugged stones on either side, leaving us no retreat. The only passage lay ahead. Should Wei, the bald man, and his companions arrive here, they would find themselves facing the sole route forward. We exchanged few words, with Feng Guishou leading the way, Tofu in the middle, and I bringing up the rear. Each of us bore headlamps, vigilant of our surroundings to guard against unforeseen dangers. Exploring ancient tombs is a perilous pursuit, fraught with three primary sources of danger. The first arises from insects and serpents. The arid and comfortable conditions within the tombs make them a potential haven for various pests, and a moment's inattention could result in our demise. The second source of danger stems from the myriad traps left behind, as China's burial customs are steeped in antiquity, with countless anti-theft mechanisms in existence. A tomb raider lacking skill could easily fall victim to these lethal contraptions. The third source is human treachery. Once, Bai Laozi betrayed his own companions, later shifting the curse onto his apprentice, Qin Siyuan. Such unscrupulous tomb robbers, driven by greed, reveal their true natures. Feng appeared to be a seasoned veteran, cunning and shrewd. I found it difficult to harbor any feelings of disdain or fondness for him. One thing was certain: trust was not an option. My safety depended solely on my own vigilance. As we proceeded, the terrain of the cavern gradually ascended, and I discerned dark shapes ahead. As we drew closer, an unbearable stench wafted towards us. From the scent alone, we could surmise what lay ahead. Unsurprisingly, it was a mass of sacrificial corpses, unearthed by the underground currents. Indeed, upon advancing further, the grim sight of the dark pile of remains came into view. The scene we had witnessed in the lake was one thing. Now, the collection of sacrificial bodies presented an entirely different tableau. The path before us was strewn with these corpses. Perhaps due to the local geomantic and climatic conditions, the bodies had not fully decomposed, resembling desiccated remains. The tumult of the waters had rendered many of the corpses disfigured, missing limbs or broken, with dried flesh clinging wetly to the bones. A glance revealed a ghastly assembly of severed limbs, the black waters coursing through, the stench overwhelming, completely obstructing our path. To proceed, we would have no choice but to traverse through this ghastly mass. Chapter 75. The unforeseen turn of events. I am typically audacious, yet upon witnessing such a scene, the mere thought of stepping into a heap of corpses sent a chill coursing through my veins. It seemed that Feng Guishou was encountering such a gruesome sight for the first time as well. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How could this be? What manner of individual is this tomb's master, to require so many living beings for burial?" I found myself perplexed, pondering the process of mushroom hunting, which involves 5 steps. First, planning manpower and equipment. Second, locating the tomb. Third, gathering information. Fourth, performing the task. And fifth, disposing of the loot. If old Zhao sought the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone from within this tomb, he should have thoroughly understood its details. Could it be that they were unaware of who lay buried within? With this thought in mind, I voiced my curiosity. Feng Guishou replied, "Information is purely a matter of luck. Most of the time, one can only discern details once they descend. Wei Nanjing merely mentioned this is a golden coffin. Beyond that, he knows nothing." At this juncture, I had little to conceal and relayed my encounter with the 2 individuals, including Lin the Fat. Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou's expression shifted profoundly. "Princess Gidger? That name is unfamiliar to me. However, the woman surnamed Ren you mentioned possesses significant lineage." It turned out that the enchanting woman of the Ren family descended from the Jin dynasty and was well versed in Feng Shui, thus belonging to a prestigious lineage. Throughout the ebb and flow of history, particularly after the establishment of the New China, the Ren family experienced a period of decline but had risen again in recent decades, primarily through their expertise in uncovering golden veins and excavating ancient tombs. The ancestors of the Ren family had consistently provided Feng Shui consultations, which endowed them with extensive knowledge of various burial sites, frequently engaging in tomb raiding as a collective endeavor, their influence rivaling that of Zhao Eryi. As Feng Guishou elaborated, he sighed, "I never anticipated that her ancestors had once participated in the restoration of this princess's tomb. It appears she has come prepared. We must proceed with caution." The cave was rife with a chilling wind and the overpowering stench of decay. After exchanging these few words, the 3 of us felt increasingly suffocated by the foul odor and fell silent. Feng Guishou, seasoned in the ways of tomb raiding, though somewhat daunted by the sight of the corpses, did not hesitate. He covered his mouth and nose and led the way into the throng of bodies. Tofu's complexion turned ashen, and although fear gripped him, there was little use in succumbing to it at this moment. He trembled, his legs quaking as he stepped into the heap of corpses. The remains sprawled across the cavern, seemingly endless, densely packed, and overlapping, with limbs and heads scattered about, leaving no place to set foot. The sheer number of corpses vastly exceeded what one would expect for a princess's burial. Who, indeed, was this Gidger? Just then, Tofu, in front of me, suddenly stumbled as his foot slipped upon a piece of waterlogged flesh, causing him to lurch backward, on the verge of collapsing. Quick to react, I managed to steady him. The stench of the corpses was unbearable, and we refrained from speaking. Tofu merely nodded at me, visibly shaken, before continuing forward. At that moment, I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye. The rotting flesh, nearly trodden upon by Tofu, twitched ever so slightly. I questioned whether my vision was deceiving me. Rubbing my eyes and glancing downward once more, I confirmed that the object was indeed moving. It was not decaying flesh, but rather a dark, reddish-black worm, measuring nearly 2 fingers in length. One end had been crushed by Tofu's foot, while the other continued to writhe, provoking a sensation of nausea in those who beheld it. My scalp tingled, yet I remained silent, meticulously scanning the mass of corpses. It soon became evident that these worms, resembling putrid meat in color, were everywhere. Their hue closely matched that of the decaying bodies, and they lay motionless, causing the 3 of us to overlook them previously. I chose not to speak, for I knew Tofu all too well. Should he grasp the current situation, he would surely faint from fright, and I had no inclination to carry him. I could not discern the nature of these worms, though they belonged to the category of vermin, incapable of biting, easily squashed, and posing no threat beyond their repulsiveness. Thus, I pretended not to see them and continued onward. The sheer number of these creatures made it easy to step on them inadvertently, and before long, both Tofu and Feng Guishou had spotted them. Feng Guishou's face turned ashen, and without uttering a word, he quickened his pace. Tofu, however, could not contain himself. He shrieked, and, rising onto his toes, exclaimed, "Who will take me away from this cursed place? I would willingly offer my virtue." I was about to inform Tofu that no one was interested in his virtue when suddenly, from the darkness, a strange and indistinct voice emerged, beckoning us, "Come this way." In an instant, we were all startled, instinctively turning our faces toward the upper left where the sound seemed to originate. The voice continued, its tone peculiar and indistinct, reminiscent of the final words of a dying old man. These words echoed in the vast emptiness, amplifying into a hollow resonance. We exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Tofu, now anxious, inquired, "What is that sound?" I shook my head and replied gravely, "I cannot say for certain, but it appears to have a keen interest in your virtue, as if it is guiding us." Tofu, on the verge of tears, retorted, "At a time like this, can you refrain from mocking me? Will you perish if you do not torment me for a single day?" Feng Guishou cast a glance at us both and gestured towards the gun I had stowed in my pocket. The situation was becoming precarious. The voice did not resemble that of a human, as no person could produce such a tone, yet it was undeniably speaking. What could it be? Another specter, perhaps? The scent from the entrance of the fissure suddenly resurfaced in my mind, tightening my chest as I drew my pistol. At that moment, the voice abruptly ceased, seemingly aware of our malice, plunging the cavern into an eerie silence once more. After a brief pause, Feng Guishou cautioned, "Be wary, something may occur." As he spoke, he unexpectedly fumbled at his waist, as if preparing to unbuckle his pants. Was he truly considering relieving himself at such a time? Soon, I understood his intentions. He revealed a water buffalo horn that he had kept hidden at his waist. The more he acted in such a manner, the deeper our unease settled within us. I couldn't help but glance at the peachwood beads my grandfather had given me, which offered a modicum of reassurance. However, my thoughts quickly shifted to Tofu, who bore no talismans for warding off evil. Furthermore, the curse typically targeted those closest first. Given the bizarre circumstances at hand, and with Tofu lacking any protective charms, I felt a wave of dread wash over me. I thought to myself, this is grave. Tofu is not only my brother but also my benefactor, having supported me immensely over the years. Though he may often appear timid, his sincerity towards me is unyielding, treating me as a true brother. Were it not for this bond, he would not have ventured so far to face such risks alongside me. Even if I were to perish due to this curse, I could not allow harm to befall Tofu. With this resolve, I intended to remove the peachwood beads to give to Tofu. Yet, just as I began to move, Tofu, who had been pirouetting on his toes, suddenly dashed toward the source of the earlier sound, seemingly unperturbed by the corpses and worms beneath him, his footsteps echoing grotesquely. My heart sank. Fury ignited within me as I shouted, "Do Boisji, what madness has taken hold of you? Return at once." Rarely did I invoke his full name. But now my anger was genuine, a mix of astonishment and rage. Typically, Tofu would retreat upon witnessing my fury, but this time he paid me no heed. Consumed by his reckless sprint, a sense of foreboding gripped me. I didn't spare a thought for Tofu's ancestors and took off in pursuit. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos, and at that moment, Feng Guishou was slower to react than I. Logically, Tofu, with his usual lack of stamina, could not outrun me. Yet he now seemed invigorated, as if possessed. The closer we approached, the clearer the scene became. The bodies multiplied, leading to an octagonal cave entrance, choked with decaying corpses. Tofu, as if bewitched, sprinted straight into the cave. The corpses and worms grew increasingly abundant as we neared the cave, an unmistakable strangeness permeating the air. Just as Tofu was about to enter, a chill gripped my heart at the memory of the earlier sound. I disregarded all else and propelled myself forward, launching into the air to tackle Tofu. Together, we crashed to the ground, landing amidst the writhing worms and decaying flesh, the grotesque squelching echoing around us. The stench assaulted my senses, an overwhelming wave of revulsion. Chapter 76. The burial pit. Once I had subdued Tofu, I paid no heed to anything else. Gripping his collar, I delivered a sharp slap. At that moment, Feng Guishou caught up with us. Witnessing our repulsive state, covered in rotting flesh and swarming with insects, he wore an expression of disdain and refrained from offering assistance. Perhaps my slap had momentarily dazed Tofu. He seemed unresponsive, allowing me to hoist him upright by his collar. Initially taken aback by his erratic behavior, I now felt a sense of relief in restraining him, which led me to notice something was amiss. Tofu's eyes were vacant, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth where I had struck him. His dark, unblinking gaze fixated on the cave entrance, as if ensnared by some unseen force. I cannot help but recall the sound that emanated from the cave moments ago, causing my heart to skip a beat. I instinctively raised my hand to shield my eyes and leaned closer to him, shouting his name in his ear. There is an old belief that if one is enchanted by some mountain spirit or ghost, as long as their soul has not been completely bewitched, covering their eyes and calling their name loudly can awaken them. To my astonishment, it truly worked. Upon my cry, Tofu jolted awake, as if startled, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Observing the movement in his eyes, it was evident that he had regained his senses. It seems that many folk remedies are not without merit. I exhaled in relief and urgently inquired, "What on earth was that about just now?" Tofu's expression turned grim as he took a step back, atypically ignoring the bits of flesh clinging to him, instead fixating on the interior of the cave. "There is something inside," he said, his voice trembling with an indescribable fear. I felt utterly compelled to run in, as if I had no control. It was terrifying. "Can't you feel it?" He glanced at me and Feng Guishou with an expression of sheer terror. Feng Guishou and I exchanged glances, both shaking our heads in confusion at Tofu's words. His pallor suggested he was not fabricating his fear. I found myself perplexed. What could he be so afraid of? Before us lay the peculiar octagonal cave, its entrance littered with a high pile of corpses, all surrounded by the dripping black water. A thought struck me. Could it be that these bodies outside had floated out from this cave after the water level rose? Might this cave actually be a burial pit? In the past, the living were often interred alongside the dead, with specific placements for their remains rather than carelessly casting them into the grave. The orientation of burial pits varied based on the structure of the tomb. Typically, those interred were slaves or individuals of lower status, with the left side designated for the honored. If this cave were indeed a burial pit, then perhaps the chamber we sought lay to its left. Upon sharing my thoughts, Feng Guishou nodded slightly, stating, "True treasures are kept within coffins. We must locate the main burial chamber to retrieve the 8-carp stone that subdues the sea serpent. Those ghostly shadows likely emerged from this burial tunnel. Wei Nanjing and the others might also be inside. It seems we must venture within." Upon hearing this, Tofu shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No way. I won't go in, not even if it costs me my life." For a moment, I was taken aback. Though Tofu was timid, he was not one to misjudge a situation and would never falter in a critical moment. What could possibly be troubling him now? Before I could ask, Tofu seemed to read my thoughts and said in a hushed tone, "You don't understand this feeling. I can't move forward." Feng Guishou, growing impatient, retorted, "A man must act decisively. If you are too afraid to enter, then stay out here." I knew something was amiss with Tofu. Despite his usual timidity, he was resolute when it truly mattered. At that moment in the official's tomb, had it not been for Tofu seizing the probing shovel and striking the corpse's head with such force that it shattered, I could scarcely imagine the outcome. Why then does he now exhibit such trepidation? What precisely is the sensation he describes? Why is it that both Feng Guishou and I remain impervious to it? Contemplating this, I couldn't help but recall the notion of curses, a heavy weight settling in my heart as I pondered. Could this be some form of foreboding? Much like that incense, a harbinger of ill fate? As these thoughts swirled within me, a plan began to solidify. I promptly removed the peachwood bead from around my neck and handed it to Tofu, saying, "Wear this." Tofu, taken aback, replied, "Old Chun, this was given to you by your grandfather. You cherish it dearly. I cannot accept it." I insisted, "Take it. This talisman once saved my life in the returning river, and I hope it will safeguard you as well." An ominous feeling intensified within me, a profound intuition that Tofu might soon encounter misfortune. Could it be that the curse was at play once more? Did my grandfather sense a threat to those around him, prompting him to take my grandmother to the countryside? Having entrusted the bead to Tofu, I felt a surge of confidence and said, "If you truly fear entering, wait outside." With that, I turned to beckon Feng Guishou to join me in the cave. However, when I cast my gaze back towards the cavern, my heart was struck as if by a heavy hammer, a sudden, sharp pain radiating through me, accompanied by an indescribable dread. I am not a coward, yet this fear defies articulation. The corpses surrounding the cave, illuminated by the powerful beam of our flashlight, now appeared cloaked in a golden hue, liquid dripping ominously from them. Though I had felt a twinge of unease before, it paled in comparison to the sensation I now experienced. In an instant, those corpses transformed in my perception. They were no longer mere decaying flesh, but seemed to possess the potential to rise at any moment. Suddenly, I understood why Tofu had acted so peculiarly earlier. Within the cave, an inexplicable force seemed to have shifted from him to me upon my removal of the peachwood bead. The moment I laid eyes upon it, an overwhelming fear enveloped me, even as I struggled to identify its source. I was certain that this feeling had not existed moments prior. Could it indeed be connected to the bead? Was there something malevolent lurking within this cave? Perhaps it was Tofu's lack of protective talismans that left him vulnerable to such influences? Tofu, oblivious to my disquiet, took a deep breath and declared, "While my skills may be lacking, strength lies in numbers. I cannot let you face this peril alone." Feng Guishou glanced at us, likely deeming us a hindrance, and proceeded into the cave on his own. Tofu looked at me and remarked, "That feeling seems to have vanished. Perhaps it was merely my own cowardice. We must not give that scoundrel Feng a reason to mock us." With that, Tofu followed him into the cave. I couldn't suppress a bitter smile, thinking to myself, "You may be unafraid now, but I am gripped by terror. The profound dread surging from within is entirely beyond my control." As Tofu's figure disappeared into the cave, I found myself drenched in cold sweat. Beyond the fear that gripped my heart, there lingered an indomitable spirit, a profound unwillingness to be subjugated by that dread. I rallied myself, determined to uncover the sinister presence lurking in the shadows, lest I be mistaken for a soft target. With this resolve, I suppressed my terror and followed closely behind Tofu. As the three of us ventured into the cave, rather than walking, it felt more akin to crawling, for the entrance was choked with remains, piled nearly half a meter high. As we traversed this grotesque terrain, each step risked sinking into the softer corpses, releasing a noxious yellow-green liquid that threatened to destabilize us. The sensation of brushing against the damp cadavers was indescribably repulsive. The cave was not extensive. Soon we arrived at its terminus, where we beheld a large rectangular pit. This pit stretched approximately 20 meters in length, its depth unfathomable, filled with the decaying bodies, some sprouting a moldy green fuzz as if they had fermented. The light illuminated their hollow mouths and contorted limbs, instilling a profound sense of horror, while the stench nearly overwhelmed our senses. Indeed, that terrifying miasma emanated from this burial pit. Chapter 77. The ghost path. The scene before us did not seem to evoke an extraordinary fear in Feng Guishou, A professional in such matters, he merely pinched his nose, displaying a hint of astonishment. However, to my eyes, the corpses appeared to writhe slowly, as if yearning to escape. I recognized this as a mere figment of my imagination. Yet the fear it conjured felt alarmingly tangible and beyond my control. Unlike Tofu, who rarely indulged in fanciful thoughts, I found myself seduced by an uncontrollable tide of fears. At that moment, Tofu pointed to a straight path in the center of the burial pit, asking while covering his nose, "What purpose does this pathway serve in the midst of the corpses?" Feng Guishou shook his head, replying, "This path is indeed peculiar." While I was more preoccupied with the bodies, Feng Guishou's gaze remained fixed on the pathway that ran through the pit. It stretched straight across the center, its end shrouded in darkness, as the limited illumination above provided no clarity on what lay beyond. Everything outside our immediate view was engulfed in a profound obscurity. The central path was undeniably strange, measuring scarcely half a meter in width. If it were meant for human passage, it seemed excessively narrow. Moreover, along the path, at intervals, there were protrusions resembling stone carvings, which at first glance appeared to be some crouching creature. However, Feng Guishou's concern was not directed at these figures. He informed us that in certain burial customs, there are often paths flanking the sides of the burial pit. Typically, the left path is straight and unobstructed, wider in dimension. When the deceased is borne into the main tomb, this path must be traversed, hence it is referred to as the path of immortals, symbolizing that those who walk it may transcend to the realm of the ethereal. Conversely, the other path is relatively narrow, with a grave guardian beast standing resolutely in the center. According to ancient legends, there exists a malevolent entity known as the Wang, which preys upon the souls of the deceased. The grave guardian beast is said to be its nemesis. Thus, the presence of such a creature along this path symbolizes the consumption of spirits, leading to its designation as the Ghost Road, a thoroughfare for wandering souls. This Ghost Road is typically merely ornamental, as the living are forbidden to traverse it. Before us lies a vast sacrificial pit, yet only the Ghost Road is visible, devoid of any celestial path. Upon hearing Feng Guishou's remarks, I could not help but suppress my burgeoning fear and ventured forward a short distance. As the beam of the spotlight drew closer, I beheld the nearest grave guardian beast along the Ghost Road. To my astonishment, I exclaimed, "Xiaodou, look! Is that not the stone statue we encountered at the old residence?" Before us stood a diminutive statue of a human-faced beast, its eyes set with emeralds. As the light flickered over its forehead, those eyes appeared to glow, radiating an eerie luminescence in this unsettling environment. The path ahead was singular. Behind the sacrificial pit lay the route leading to the heart of the tomb, and our only option was to traverse this Ghost Road. Perhaps influenced by Feng Guishou's earlier words, the three of us exchanged uneasy glances in the suffocating darkness, each of our faces betraying an unnatural pallor. All three of us were indeed living beings, and it was likely none wished to tread this ghostly path. Tofu glanced at Feng Guishou before ultimately fixing his gaze upon me, seemingly seeking my counsel. To be frank, under normal circumstances, I would never allow a ghost road to intimidate me. However, the atmosphere surrounding this sacrificial pit filled me with an unsettling dread, and that inexplicable fear lingered persistently. I had an intense sensation that something lurked beneath the pit, watching us. This sense of danger and trepidation emanated from it. It was simply a feeling, and I could hardly articulate it. Noticing my prolonged silence, Tofu appeared somewhat astonished and lowered his voice, saying, "Old Shun, are we advancing or not? Please make a decision. You are not usually this hesitant. I am not an impulsive individual, nor am I one to stubbornly maintain appearances." After careful consideration, I concluded that we could not proceed blindly and expressed my peculiar feelings to the others. Upon hearing my description, Tofu immediately nodded, affirming, "Yes, yes. That is precisely the sensation I experienced. Could there truly be something unclean? Then shall we split the peachwood bead, one half for each of us?" Feng Guishou, upon hearing this, touched the water buffalo horn at his waist and surveyed the sacrificial pit ahead, appearing uncertain. Finally, he declared, "I will go first." I refused to believe that anything would dare to emerge, relying on his extensive experience and possessing an amulet against evil. He promptly bid farewell to Tofu and me before stepping onto the Ghost Road, leaving us with only his retreating figure. Feng Guishou advanced swiftly, soon reaching the center of the ghostly path. Perhaps due to years of erosion by moisture and its deep subterranean location. The entire space was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, mingling with the scent of decay, rendering everything somewhat indistinct. Feng Guishou's silhouette quickly became hazy. At that moment, he suddenly halted, then began to retreat, as if something threatening had suddenly appeared before him. Tofu and I observed Feng Guishou closely. As he stepped back, we immediately tensed up. I drew my pistol from my waist, aiming it into the darkness, ready to fire at a moment's notice. As Feng Guishou backed away, he gestured to us from behind his back. It was a sign I had never seen before, and Tofu was even more bewildered. We had no idea what Feng Guishou was trying to convey. His hand waved behind him, mimicking the motion of a fish's tail. Initially perplexed, I soon realized. Was he signaling for Tofu and me to escape? What had he encountered? Squinting, I peered into the dimness, unable to discern what lay ahead, as Feng Guishou's figure obscured my view. However, the ominous aura emanating from the burial pit grew increasingly palpable. While Tofu, shielded by his protective charm, might not sense it, I could distinctly feel that something was about to emerge. At that moment, Feng Guishou seemed to have evaded whatever it was. He abruptly turned and dashed towards us, leaping off the ghostly path. He lowered his voice to a near whisper, pressing his face close to mine and Tofu's, and said, "Ahead, there is a woman floating in the air." His voice was hoarse, like the whisper of air currents, and it sent a chill through me. Tofu shivered, instinctively lifting his gaze toward that direction. The end of the light was still engulfed in darkness. We could see nothing. Even with my boldness, a surge of fear welled up within me. How could there be a woman down here, over 30 meters underground? A floating one at that? She was certainly no human. Tofu glanced over, his expression stiffening as he swallowed hard. You must be joking, right? This joke is far from amusing." Feng Guishou's face darkened, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. I understood that he was not jesting. In the oppressive silence, broken only by our breaths, I felt compelled to ask what was happening. Feng Guishou maintained a low tone, as if fearing to disturb the woman he spoke of. According to his account, upon reaching the ghostly path, he experienced a heavy aura of negativity that raised goosebumps all over him, but he felt no other sensations. He had been vigilant, keeping his eyes peeled and ears attuned, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. As he reached the central position, at the juncture of darkness and light, a crimson figure suddenly appeared, a woman clad in a blood-red robe, her back turned to us, with long black hair flowing behind her. Yet, how could there possibly be a woman in such a desolate place? Was it still a woman clad in a crimson robe? A jolt of trepidation surged through Feng Guishou's heart, making it race like a drum. His gaze trailed down her hair, only to discover that her feet hovered above the ground, revealing a pair of pale, rigid little feet beneath the flowing robe, reminiscent of a hanged spirit. Chapter 78. The corpse-raising bureau. The woman stood with her back to Feng Guishou, appearing motionless, yet in truth, she seemed to glide towards him, as if gently stirred by a whispering breeze. Feng Guishou was greatly alarmed. He had encountered numerous corpses, yet none like this. Not daring to linger, he gestured urgently for us to flee as he observed the woman retreating. As he spoke, he glanced at the narrow, shadowy path ahead and lowered his voice, saying, however, as I stepped back, she did not pursue. "I have seen many corpses, but this is my first encounter with a soft corpse." Tofu queried, "Are there distinctions between soft and hard corpses?" This notion was rather novel, and upon noticing our bewilderment, Feng Guishou explained the intricacies involved. A hard corpse refers to the physical bodies that rise from their graves, hence their designation. If the body has not undergone decomposition and remains in a typical state of decay, it's colloquially referred to as an ancient person, a play on words for retrieving bones. Conversely, if the body is well preserved and has not risen, most people prefer to call it salted fish. Soft corpses, on the other hand, signify spirits and entities within the tomb that cannot be touched. In fact, tomb raiders would rather confront hard corpses than soft ones. Over time, they have developed numerous methods to deal with hard corpses, such as cutting throats to release air. But they find themselves at a loss when faced with intangible, formless soft corpses. After sharing this, Feng Guishou cursed his misfortune, remarking, "It appears to be a female corpse." Tofu, adept at frightening himself, exclaimed, "In my hometown, there is an old saying, female ghosts are fierce, and red-clad spirits bear grievances. This ghost dons red. Could it be she harbors a significant injustice? This is dire. What shall we do now? With a female ghost barring our way, Should we continue forward? I turned my gaze towards the sacrificial pit, where an array of peculiar, contorted corpses lay haphazardly, their black mouths agape, some sporting exceedingly strange visages. With so many living beings sacrificed, it was no wonder that resentment lingered, inevitably transforming some into vengeful spirits clad in red. What were we to do? Despite Feng Guishou's extensive experience, this was his first encounter with a soft corpse, and as for Tofu and me, we were devoid of practical experience, floundering like headless flies in this unprecedented situation. In a moment of clarity, I suddenly recalled an important detail and said, "Wait. Consider this. If a female ghost blocks the path ahead, then when Wei Nanjing and the others arrived here, they likely faced a similar predicament. Logically, they should have retreated." Tofu, quick-witted, grasped my line of reasoning and speculated, but they did not return, which leaves only one possibility. They must have forged ahead. How did they circumvent the female ghost? Could they possess some extraordinary method to deal with soft corpses? Or perhaps there exists a secret passage. As Feng Guishou listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. He clapped his hands, anxiously pacing back and forth in place. The three conclusions drawn by Tofu mirrored my own thoughts precisely. I certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Wei Nanjing and the others. Could it be that there truly exists a secret passage here? Logically, there should be a celestial path adjacent to the ghostly realm. Might it be that this celestial path has been concealed? Contemplating this, I instinctively turned my head to survey the surroundings, the beam from my forehead lamp following my gaze. The light swept around, illuminating nothing but the surrounding dark stones. At that moment, a peculiar object suddenly caught my eye. In the obscurity above the sacrificial pit, there was a significant indentation. The light was dim there, and we had overlooked it before, but upon closer inspection, something indistinct could be discerned within that hollow. I motioned for Tofu to direct the light toward it, and as our beams converged, the object within became clear in an instant. It was an odd artifact resembling a small cauldron, adorned in a verdigris hue and encircled by a chain of iron, secured above the sacrificial pit. The cauldron was not large, roughly the size of 3 basketballs, with 3 legs beneath it, stained a vivid red, as if brushed with some substance. The moment I laid eyes on this cauldron, a flash of insight flickered in my mind, a clue momentarily surfacing yet elusive to grasp. Tofu, frustrated by my grip on his head, twisted his jaw in an attempt to break free, exclaiming, "Let go. Don't treat my head like a flashlight. There's a small cauldron there. How peculiar. Is it perhaps intended for boiling human flesh?" The phrase boiling human flesh instantly triggered a recollection of that fleeting clue. I recalled my grandfather's work diary, which I had organized into 5 broad sections. The first part detailed his experiences in mushroom foraging, interspersed with various techniques. The second part introduced some extraordinary figures and events from the tomb raiding circles, akin to historical accounts. The third section documented the art of divining tombs through observation of mountains and waters. The fourth part presented an introduction to Mingqi, containing numerous unique methods for discerning the quality of these artifacts. The final section discussed the dynamics and structures within tombs. Thus, I categorized my grandfather's notes into experiences, history, geomancy, Mingqi, and dynamics. Within the dynamics section, there was a record of a particular method for nurturing corpses employed to safeguard tombs. The process involved placing a small cauldron above the sacrificial pit. This cauldron had specific requirements. It had to be made of bronze, and the underside was to be coated with red cinnabar, as cinnabar serves to subdue spirits. Consequently, the spirits of those who perished in sacrifice, constrained by the cinnabar above, were unable to escape the sacrificial pit. The restless spirits gathered in one place, their grievances mounting, ultimately coalescing in the small cauldron above. These grievances resembled flames, simmering whatever was within the cauldron. What lay within the cauldron? This could hold many significances. Some placed chickens, others dogs, and some even humans. While I was unsure of the outcome of placing a dog, I was familiar with the method involving a rooster. It entailed taking a large rooster, securing its beak, and live inserting it into the small cauldron. As time passes, one inevitably succumbs to starvation. During this process, the chickens, filled with resentment, are subjected to a ghastly fate, ultimately transforming into a sinister black-feathered specter. When it crows, anyone alive within the tomb will have their soul wrenched from their body by its haunting call. A truly terrifying predicament set for grave robbers. Upon hearing this, Tofu gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How cruel! Such a ghostly mechanism truly exists. Old Feng, it seems your ancestor has not favored you. Listening to Tofu's jest, I couldn't help but recall the incense that had burned unevenly, and for a moment, I could only lament my misfortune. Yet, in such dire circumstances, discussing trivial matters would only deepen the uncertainty among us, so I refrained from speaking further. Feng Guishou, undeterred by Tofu's mockery, immediately seized upon my mention of the trap with newfound hope, his expression brightening. Since you are aware of the origin of this trap, might you know of any means to counter it? I pondered for a moment, then shook my head. Although there had been records, they contained no solutions. It is said that to raise the dead, one must sacrifice 3,000 lives as burial offerings. The tomb's master must surely be a figure of immense power. For such a feat is beyond the reach of the common man. If one encounters this tomb without capable allies, it is wise to depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou inquired, what sort of capable individuals are required? Those who specialize in exorcising spirits, I replied. I had once doubted the existence of such practitioners. But now it seemed evident that where there are ghosts, there must also be those with the ability to combat them. However, the world is rife with deceitful individuals, making it difficult to find genuine exorcists. Even if they exist, they would be of little assistance in our immediate plight. Tofu, seemingly preoccupied with the curse, said to me, we cannot return empty-handed. If we fail to uncover the truth this time, you may one day follow in your father's footsteps. Is there truly no alternative? Are the beings in that cauldron chickens or dogs? Feng Guishou, gazing into the abyss of the ghostly path, remarked, it is likely neither. What simmers in that cauldron is humanity. In that moment, Feng Guishou, seasoned in these matters, grasped the underlying truth. If I surmise correctly, the red-clad specter he encountered must be the manifestation of the resentment that had been boiled into a humanoid form. Thus, it was evident that what was being prepared in the cauldron was indeed human. It is said that when boiling a person, only the head is used. While the individual is still alive, a hole is opened at the crown, and cinnabar is poured inside. The cinnabar ensnares the soul within the mind, and after 7 days, the head is severed and cast into the cauldron, a gruesome process. This method of creating vengeful spirits is exceedingly potent. When they encounter the living, it becomes a relentless pursuit of vengeance. Chapter 79. The horn of the bull. We had barely traversed the periphery of the tomb when we encountered such a ghastly creation. A vengeful spirit that would stop at nothing upon encountering the living. To claim one was not afraid would be a lie, no matter how bold I might be. I felt an unsettling disquiet. Tofu frequently cast glances into the darkness, as if fearing the female ghost would leap forth at any moment. The three of us stood at the threshold of the ghostly path, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Feng Guishou sighed. If this ghost is truly as formidable as the legends suggest, have Wei Nanjing and his companions already met their demise? I felt a pang of unease, but then quickly questioned the thought. If Wei Nanjing and his companions had indeed perished, surely there would be bodies to discover. As I cast my gaze across the expanse, I beheld a landscape littered with the verdant remnants of centuries-old corpses, unmistakably devoid of any fresh remains. Tofu, too, had discerned this unsettling reality and remarked, in life, one must encounter the living. In death, one must encounter the dead. Behold, there isn't even a shadow of a corpse present. Could it be that Lao Wei and his companions have employed some sorcery to slip past under the very noses of these specters? Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou regarded me with a skeptical eye and inquired, Brother Chun, do you recall clearly? Did that red-clad specter indeed pursue the living? We have lingered here for quite some time without witnessing its approach. What could possibly be the explanation? I, too, was perplexed. According to my grandfather's notes on the corpse-raising bureau, that female ghost should have been brimming with resentment, compelled to extinguish the lives of the living upon sight. Yet, here we were, 3 souls unscathed thus far. Tofu, lost in contemplation, suddenly exhibited a look of epiphany and suggested, could it be that the 3 of us, being men, have rendered the ghostly maiden too bashful to act? I have an idea. Let us shed our trousers and reveal our manhood as we advance. Surely she would flee in embarrassment. Feng Guishou appeared momentarily taken aback, as if rendered foolish by Tofu's audacious notion. I stifled the urge to chastise him, instead applauding. What a splendid idea. You are indeed clever. Given this, I entrust this honorable yet daunting task to you. Tofu, however, lacked the courage for such an endeavor and immediately grew bashful at the suggestion. In truth, I too harbored doubts as to why that female specter lingered only at the end of the ghostly path without approaching us. My curiosity urged me to probe further. Yet the grave pit continued to emanate a chilling aura. This oppressive atmosphere might have gone unnoticed by Tofu and Feng Guishou, who possessed talismans for warding off evil. But I felt it acutely. Were it not for my resolve to maintain composure in the presence of others, I might have succumbed to terror. In such circumstances, I lacked confidence in my ability to traverse the ghostly path with steadiness. With Tofu's audacity in mind, I resolved to encourage him to venture forth once more. Upon my urging, Tofu hesitated and stammered, but engaging in such reckless behavior could land one in jail. To send me forth, how embarrassing. I had no time for his hesitations, and, with a firm slap on his head, declared, "Little doe, have you not always yearned to demonstrate your valor? This opportunity is yours. Go and ascertain what that entity is up to and why it does not approach. We need this information to devise our strategy." Tofu, somewhat bewildered, recognized that such perilous endeavors typically fell to me. However, he was no fool and scrutinized me closely before whispering, "I found it strange before, with the talisman you provided." That ominous feeling dissipated. It seemed he grasped the crux of the matter. I nodded in affirmation. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Tofu ceased further objections, grasped a dagger to bolster his courage, and boldly stepped onto the narrow, ghostly path, advancing toward the other side. Under the illumination of our headlamps, the grotesque guardian beasts, with human faces and animal bodies, were unmistakably visible, their gem-encrusted eyes reflecting an eerie luminescence. All transpired in an eerie silence as Feng Guishou and I's gazes converged upon Tofu's retreating figure. He may appear timid in everyday life, yet when confronted with dire circumstances, he is not one to shy away. Tofu walked cautiously forward, his spine straight, his figure gradually shrouded in mist. Feng Ghosthand's gaze was fixed intently on Tofu, his voice low and hoarse. "We are nearing the spot, the very place." Tofu had reached the central position, evidently the location where Feng had previously encountered the female ghost. Suddenly, Tofu halted, and my heart sank in response, compelling me to call out sternly, "Return quickly if there is danger." Uncertain whether he heard me, Tofu paused momentarily before continuing his advance, startling both Feng and me. Could the situation ahead have changed? Had the ghost departed? Given Tofu's timid nature, he would never dare to proceed if a specter stood in his path. Noticing his unusual behavior, I called out loudly. Upon hearing my voice, Tofu turned back, waved at us, and exclaimed, "There's nothing here, just a mere ghost. Hurry over." No ghost. I was taken aback. How could that be? Could it be that Feng, in his anxiety, had misperceived the situation? But what of the corpse-raising cauldron at the burial pit? Pondering this, I turned to Feng and said, "Old Feng, the moment you began to speak, I felt as though my throat was being constricted by unseen hands, leaving me utterly speechless, my gaze fixated on your head." Though he sported short hair at that moment, it inexplicably appeared long and flowing. Feng, oblivious to the change, exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this be? Has that entity moved elsewhere?" As he spoke, he glanced around, and I clearly saw a figure in a red robe clinging to his back, its head pressed against his, long hair cascading down to the ground. With Feng's movement, those rigid, pale legs swayed back and forth, clearly not touching the ground. The terror was indescribable. I gasped sharply and shouted, "Old Feng, it's on your back." "On my back? What do you mean?" Feng asked, but realization dawned on him as his expression changed. He swiftly drew the water buffalo horn from his waist, perhaps hoping to remedy the situation, and thrust it behind him. The water buffalo horn and glutinous rice are two vital tools for tomb raiders, reputed to obscure the yang energy of the living and potentially harm specters. Whether this belief holds any truth, I cannot say. However, the instant Feng lunged with the horn, the figure in red seemed to recoil in fright and detached itself from Feng's back, hovering in midair. It was unclear if this entity possessed awareness, yet it appeared to comprehend that I had thwarted its intentions. It promptly turned to face me. Initially, I expected a ghastly visage, but to my surprise, its face was obscured by hair. As it turned, a chilling wind swept across the ground towards me, and the apparition, as if propelled by the breeze, advanced in my direction. Lacking any protective talisman, I was caught off guard and found myself enveloped in its embrace. In an instant, it was pressed against me, devoid of texture or substance, yet the area it touched emanated an icy chill that penetrated to my bones. When I first left my hometown, I was utterly inexperienced, laboring alongside the villagers at construction sites. Each day was arduous and perilous, earning merely 8 yuan for a day's toil. One fateful day, a worker fell from a height, pierced through by rebar, meeting a tragic end. Accompanied by another fellow villager, I ventured to the morgue to view the frozen body. The chill within the morgue was not solely from the cold. It carried an ominous aura. In that moment, I felt as if time had reversed, transporting me back to that grim space. I sensed impending doom and desperately sought to escape it, even rolling on the ground. Yet this presence was intangible. No amount of struggle could alter its course. I pondered whether this specter intended to frighten me to death. Just as that thought crossed my mind, a gust of chilling wind intensified, lifting the ghost's hair to reveal a face obscured by white mist. There was no face, only a massive, white skull. My legs turned to jelly, and I was paralyzed by terror, unable to utter a sound, confronted by this faceless entity. Its proximity mingling with the stench of decay around me, creating the illusion that the rotting odor emanated from me. Seeing my distress, Feng Guishou shouted and charged forward, brandishing a water buffalo horn, hoping to employ the same tactic once more. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed his movement and felt a flicker of hope. Assistance was at hand. However, before he could act, the entity gripped my shoulders with both hands, and from its featureless face emerged a long, blood-red tongue. What was its intention? The moment I laid eyes upon that crimson tongue, a sense of foreboding surged within me. Before I could react, the tongue began to probe towards my mouth. This was certainly no romantic encounter. A faceless ghost thrusting a blood-red tongue towards me was an experience beyond description. I had initially clenched my teeth, but the tongue exuded a foul, putrid odor, damp and chilling. As it brushed against my teeth, my gums froze, and I involuntarily opened my mouth. That repugnant appendage invaded my mouth, heading straight for my throat, provoking an overwhelming urge to vomit. This transpired in an instant. Feng Guishou, with the water buffalo horn in hand, rushed towards me, aiming to strike the specter. It appeared the horn had some efficacy, as the entity vanished immediately. I collapsed to the ground, still haunted by the lingering sensation in my mouth and throat. My heart racing at the thought of what might have transpired had Feng Guishou arrived a moment later. Tofu rushed back from the spirit realm, panting heavily, inquiring about the entity's disappearance. Feng Guishou, vigilant and alert, scanned the surroundings, clutching the water buffalo horn. The red-clad specter had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. Yet we were acutely aware that it was lurking in the darkness, watching us intently. The three of us formed a triangular formation, backs pressed together. Feng Guishou lowered his voice and said, "Fortunately, we have the water buffalo horn. It seems that this creature fears it greatly. With this in our possession, we should be able to put up a fight." His intention was clear. Surrender was not an option, and he wished to press onward. Having gained experience from our previous encounter with the red-clad soft dumpling and understanding its weaknesses, our trepidation diminished, and we cautiously advanced along the ghostly path. Tofu speculated, "It appears this entity is merely intimidating. In reality, it is not that formidable. I suspect Wei Nanjing and his companions have long since traversed this ghostly path." I remarked, "Thank goodness for the water buffalo horn brought by old Feng. Experience teaches us valuable lessons. It seems we should also carry a couple of horns with us on our return." As we conversed, we reached the center of the ghostly path, directly beneath the corpse-rearing cauldron. Ahead lay the spot where Feng Guishou had previously glimpsed the red-clad soft dumpling. Yet now, a shadowy void greeted us, devoid of any presence. Every 3 meters along the ghostly path crouched a tomb-guarding beast, with human faces and animal bodies, over which we needed to pass. Initially indifferent, I suddenly noticed something etched onto the back of the beast as I stepped over it. Could it have been left by Wei Nanjing and his group? I immediately gestured for silence, saying, "Stop, look here." The 3 of us lowered our heads, directing the light of our lanterns onto the beast's back, where we clearly saw several characters inscribed with a sharp object, written in traditional script. Tofu read aloud, "When encountering a horde of ghosts emerging from their lair, the evil dragon shall rise. Do not dare to advance, a regretful matter." After finishing, Du Shuyuan expressed his confusion, asking, "What is this about a horde of ghosts emerging and an evil dragon rising? Who is Du Shuyuan? Is he also a mushroom hunter?" I pondered these words carefully and shook my head, saying, "It appears someone has ventured here before us. That individual must have encountered some danger, leading them to abandon their quest and leave behind these words. Suddenly, the tale of the Ghost King's dragon cup surfaced in my mind, prompting me to wonder, could this Du Shuyuan be the esteemed figure from the Qing dynasty? I had long been puzzled as to why this princess's tomb was also referred to as the Dragon Encounter Tomb, and the sight of the inscription horde of ghosts emerging. Evil dragon rising added to my bewilderment. Feng Guishou clearly sensed something amiss. He glanced ahead and then down at the tomb-guarding beast, his expression one of discontent, likely cursing his ancestors in his mind. Tofu, however, remained optimistic, stating, "We have the water buffalo horn. What is there to fear?" I believe that previous individual was inadequately equipped, which led to their retreat. We must not falter now. This princess's tomb may conceal extraordinary treasures or colossal secrets. Even outside the burial chamber, such a deadly corpse-rearing trap has been set, and who knows what further challenges lie ahead. However, at this juncture, there was no reason to be frightened back, so Feng Ghost Hand wielded the water buffalo horn to forge ahead. Just after he had taken a few steps past the tomb guardian, an eerie clattering sound suddenly resonated through the deathly silent cavern, akin to iron implements clashing against one another. The sound emanated from above us. Our nerves, already taut, were jolted by this unexpected noise, prompting us to look up in unison. There, suspended above us, hung a corpse-rearing cauldron, and the clattering sound unmistakably originated from within it. Tofu exclaimed, "This is bad. Could it be that the person inside the cauldron is trying to crawl out?" Although this notion seemed somewhat far-fetched, in such an environment, it instilled a sense of dread, as we feared that a disembodied head might indeed leap forth. Feng Ghost Hand coldly remarked, "It must be that red-clad ghost causing mischief. We should not linger here. We must leave quickly." No sooner had he spoken than he let out a grunt, as if struck by an unseen force, and suddenly toppled backward, perilously close to falling into the burial pit. The sight of the slimy, green corpses was enough to turn one's stomach, and the thought of plunging into their midst was utterly repulsive. Quick as a flash, I grabbed hold of Feng Ghost Hand, pulling him upward. Yet, to my astonishment, a tremendous force emanated from his grip, as if something were yanking him down, and in that instant, I was also drawn toward the pit. Before I knew it, we were tumbling into the burial pit, and I could only see the grotesquely twisted corpses drawing ever nearer to my face and body. Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed a chilling scene. A decayed, green hand had seized Feng Ghost Hand's trousers, and he had evidently been ensnared by this ghastly appendage. Could the emergence of the horde of ghosts refer to these sacrificial bodies? I could think of nothing else. As I found myself enveloped by the fetid waters of the burial pit, the stench overwhelming. Thankfully, I had tightly shut my mouth, preventing the vile liquid and rotting flesh from entering. However, my body could not escape an intimate encounter with these corpses. The texture was somewhat elastic and slick, the odor unbearable, and the sensation chilling. As I fell, I instinctively pushed myself up, lifting my upper body to rescue my face from the putrid embrace. Without needing a mirror, I could already envision the gruesome sight of my face smeared with corpse fluid and oils. Tofu, standing on the ghostly path, grew anxious and immediately called out, "Old Shun, give me your hand. I'll pull you up." The slickness of the pit made it impossible to stand. Any exertion resulted in one's hand sinking into the belly or chest cavity of the corpses. The insides had decayed into a black, gooey mass, resembling turtle jelly. The level of disgust was beyond description. Hearing Tofu shout, I hastily extended my hand for him to pull me up, disregarding Feng Ghost Hand. Tofu stared at me, suddenly taken aback, then retreated a step, trembling as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. I cannot perceive what lies behind me, yet I behold the figure of Tofu, who stands before the sacrificial pit, where the corpses have mysteriously risen, their twisted forms and grotesque postures now upright, adorned with disturbingly strange smiles. Their greenish hands reach out, intent on grasping Tofu's feet. I suddenly shouted, "Tofu, run. No need to look back. I am acutely aware of our predicament, for I can feel the bodies beneath me beginning to stir, and I already sense hands tugging at my arms." Feng Guishou struggles to rise, but is swiftly pressed down by the very corpses that surround us. Words fail to encapsulate the horror of our environment. I finally comprehend the meaning of the horde of ghosts emerging from their lair. In an instant, the cavern transforms into a hellish realm. These bodies seem unable to escape the sacrificial pit. They merely extend their hands, relentlessly pulling at the souls traversing the ghostly path. Tofu, evidently terrified, fled. But after only a few steps, he seemed to remember his brother and rushed back, shouting as he brandished the digging spade at the outstretched hands. The spade, heavy in his grasp, could shatter skulls with a single blow, and he called out, "Old Chun, hurry. You all need to come up. I'll cover you." Chapter 81. Conscience Tofu had clearly fled, yet at this critical moment, he summoned the courage to return and save me. His eyes were slightly reddened, and a fierce determination surged within him. Seeing me immobilized, he exclaimed, "I can barely hold on. Don't just stand there." I retorted, "Which eye of yours saw me dawdling? Throw me the spade." Though I bore a backpack, I was besieged by grasping corpses from all directions. Their slick arms, coated in putrid oils, seemed intent on dragging me into the depths to be entombed alive. The struggle against them alone was exhausting, leaving no opportunity to retrieve the weapon stowed within my pack. Against these suddenly animated corpses, a handgun would prove futile. Only cold steel could suffice. I am not El Su, armed with a steel blade, so I had to make do with the digging spade. After my shout, Tofu promptly replied, "Catch." He tossed the spade towards me, and I deftly caught it in my hands. Tofu, lacking agility, wielded the spade clumsily. In my youth, I had excelled at handling large sticks, and with the spade in hand, I swung with all my might, severing the limbs of the encroaching corpses. Seizing the moment, I used the spade as a lever, pushing myself up and propelling my body upward along the ghostly path. This sequence of actions unfolded in an instant, leaving Tofu astonished as he murmured, "Buddy, impressive. After knowing you for so many years, you've kept your talents hidden." I replied, "You have no idea of what I am capable of. Without some skill, would I have dared to venture into the mountains to unearth black ginseng? I once deceived Gu Wanmin, claiming that Tofu and I went into the mountains to dig ginseng. Yet the truth is, I had indeed trafficked in ginseng before. To speak of the myriad professions I have engaged in would be an exhaustive endeavor. Construction sites, waitstaff, security, trading fresh fish, reselling mountain goods, and wild ginseng, peddling electronic products, smuggling contraband, and now I find myself excavating graves. My physical constitution is inadequate for such tasks, yet it has been honed through rigorous practice. With a tofu shovel in hand, I found myself ensnared in the realm of the dead, glancing around, only to witness all the corpses beginning to stir. Feng Guishou, in a more dire predicament, was skilled in mechanisms but ill-equipped to confront these formidable cadavers. Trapped in a burial pit, he struggled futilely, covered in the viscous oils of the dead, appearing to meld into the very corpses surrounding him. These bodies were peculiar. They did not bite or lunge, but rather preferred to grasp, seizing hold of arms and ankles, intent on dragging their victims into the depths of the burial pit, seemingly to suffocate them alive. As Feng Guishou faced imminent peril, Tofu exclaimed, "This is grave. We must rescue him." However, the urgency of our situation was palpable. Though we traversed the ghostly pathway, numerous corpses had begun to ascend, reaching for our ankles. Tofu and I were preoccupied with our own survival, brandishing our shovels in defense, leaving no room to save Feng Guishou. With the increasing horde of the undead, it became evident that both ends of the ghostly path were on the verge of being overrun by these ghastly figures. If we lingered any longer, escape would surely become impossible. In that moment, darkness enveloped my mind. I gritted my teeth and grasped Tofu's hand, declaring, "We must depart." Startled, Tofu responded, "What do you mean, old Chin? Are we not going to save him?" I replied, "Do not label me as heartless. If there were a way to save him, I would. Yet, the current circumstances leave no room for sentimentality. Each must tend to their own troubles. Why concern ourselves with another's plight?" Tofu retorted, "You were never this kind of person." I responded, "Once, I was indeed a benevolent soul, but the storms of life have since drowned that seed." I urged him, "Stop with the moralizing. Let not your conscience weigh heavy. When you reflect on this, just say I compelled you. How can we save him now? Do you possess a plan? If we remain, we shall all perish. We must go." In a certain sense, I was indeed more resolute in action than Tofu. At that moment, the ghostly path was teeming with greenish corpses, some writhing, others standing, an eerie spectacle advancing toward us. As Tofu and I fled, wielding our shovels, our features became indistinguishable, obscured by the shadows, revealing only our bloodshot eyes and faces slick with the oil of the dead. Just then, from the burial pit, Feng Guishou cried out for help. Turning my head, I saw that all his limbs had been subdued by the entities within the pit, which relentlessly pulled him downward. Only his head remained above the surface, and it was evident that in mere moments, he would be buried alive beneath the weight of the corpses. Tofu, upon hearing his call, could no longer contain himself. He saved you earlier, he shouted. I forced myself to remain calm and replied, I am aware. Tofu insisted. One must act in accordance with their conscience. We cannot forget gratitude. I cannot bear to watch him perish before our eyes. We must save him. I countered. To save him would be to join him in death. We must flee. There is no time. Ignoring my words, Tofu turned back, seemingly resolved to leap into the pit to save him. A surge of unnameable fury surged through me, igniting an overwhelming urge to dismantle him piece by piece. Unable to restrain myself, I bellowed, Do Boji, when will you ever learn to temper your emotions? Is conscience more important than life? What value does conscience hold? No sooner had my words escaped my lips than Tofu had already leapt down to save the person in peril, compelling me to rush back in pursuit. Deep down, I was aware that this time, it was I who had wronged the man surnamed Feng. Had it not been for his water buffalo horn that saved my life. I shudder to think what fate awaited me. However, if I acted upon emotions like Tofu, it was likely that both of us would meet our demise here. Feng, with his years spent digging mushrooms and dealing in underground trades, was hardly a paragon of virtue. His death would hardly be a tragedy. Tofu and I often found ourselves at odds over various matters. He embodied the quintessential young man shaped by the Chinese education system, inherently noble in character, often willing to sacrifice himself in critical moments. Regrettably, I had scarcely read a few books, rendering such lofty ideals of virtue meaningless to me. While I could harden my heart against Feng Guishou, I could not abandon Tofu to flee for my life alone. There were many things I could do in bad faith, but I could not betray my brother who had always stood by my side. After a furious shout, I had no other recourse but to charge forward and leap into the pit of corpses. Tofu took on the task of extracting Feng Guishou, while I endeavored to fend off the encroaching corpses. Throughout the ordeal, there was no opportunity for conversation. I could not discern whether these corpses possessed any awareness. Initially, they merely clutched at us, but as Tofu unearthed Feng Guishou, they seemed to react as if their food had been snatched away, becoming frenzied and aggressive. In a moment of distraction, I felt a sharp claw grip my shoulder, a pain that felt like it pierced my very soul. Meanwhile, Feng Guishou, having received assistance, managed to stand. Displaying commendable agility, he vaulted over to safety, disregarding both Tofu and me, and made a hasty escape. Tofu, incensed, cursed, that old wretch is utterly heartless. Dazed from pain, I muttered, I told you, conscience is worthless. Upon seeing my injury, Tofu was filled with regret. His eyes instantly reddened with fury, and he swung his shovel with ferocity, dismembering the surrounding corpses. It's my fault, Lao Chun. I'll hold them off. You support my shoulder and make your escape. Escape? I glanced at the bizarre array of corpses occupying the ghostly path and bitterly smiled. Where can we run? We are trapped between heaven and earth. Tofu seemed to recall something, suddenly exclaiming, Wait, these corpses seem to have emerged because of what's in the cauldron. If we can destroy what's inside, perhaps. His words sparked a revelation within me. Do, hold tight. Let me think of a plan. Tofu stood resolutely around me, undeterred by his own grievous wounds, as if he were a celestial being confronting the abyss. Seizing this brief moment of respite, I lifted my gaze to the corpse-rearing cauldron above, which trembled slightly, as if something within was on the verge of emergence. The previous faint clattering sounds were barely audible, drowned out by the cacophony of our struggle and the restless movements of the surrounding corpses. The ding is a staggering 10 meters high from my position. How might I bring it down? I swiftly assessed the tools at my disposal and then recalled an item, a 21-section collapsible shovel. Chapter 82, Subduing the Serpent. This particular model of probing shovel is typically employed when tombs are situated at a depth of over 10 meters. Thus, at such depths, it becomes necessary to utilize this adjustable shovel, which features a detachable steel handle that can extend to over 10 meters in length. In moments of necessity, it can also serve as a formidable weapon. I promptly retrieved the collapsible steel pipe from my backpack. Given its considerable weight, each of us carried 4, alongside the ones in the tofu bag, amounting to approximately a meter in total. Seizing the opportunity provided by the tofu's cover, I deftly assembled the equipment, and then, akin to striking jujubes, I swung the steel rod forcefully against the corpse-rearing ding. This task proved far more arduous than it appeared. While the shovel is typically employed in a downward motion, which conserves energy, I was now using it upward, with the weight of the steel rod and probing shovel pressing heavily upon my arms. The burden was quite substantial, and had it not been for my considerable strength, I would have struggled to wield it. Upon striking the ding, it emitted a resounding clang of metal upon metal as it rocked violently, causing the chains above to jingle in response. At that moment, both Tofu and I were left with no option but to act as if we had nothing to lose. Although the ding swayed incessantly, its exterior remained impervious, reinforced by the chains binding it. Even with tools in hand, the endeavor to dismantle it posed a significant challenge. Several thoughts flitted through my mind, leading to a strategy, rather than striking it. I would brace the probing shovel against the base of the ding and leverage one of its legs to push it upward. The ding possesses 3 legs, and as I executed this maneuver, it immediately became unbalanced, tilting to one side, causing the contents within to spill over the rim. Surprisingly, a viscous red liquid began to flow out. The liquid was somewhat sticky, reminiscent of syrup used for candied hawthorns, dripping onto the ghostly path and onto the corpses nearby. Anything that came into contact with this substance quickly emitted a plume of black smoke. The stone surface of the ghostly path was scorched, creating a large hole, while the dumplings drenched in the liquid began to smoke and dissolve into puddles, as if subjected to concentrated sulfuric acid. Startled, I noticed some of the liquid had begun to trickle down the steel pipe in my grasp, forcing me to retract the probing shovel and discard the top 3 sections. Consequently, the ding regained its stability, as if my earlier efforts had never occurred, though it seemed to have lost some vitality. The previous clattering sounds had ceased, and the surrounding corpses immediately fell still, collapsing in peculiar and grotesque postures. In an instant, everything fell silent. I turned to glance at Tofu, who bore several injuries and was panting heavily, his gaze hardened by the prolonged skirmish. I couldn't shake the feeling that, as the ding regained its calm, the overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the sacrificial pit intensified, as if something were poised to emerge from within. I have always placed great trust in my instincts, for they have saved me numerous times and guided me through perilous situations. A sense of foreboding gripped me. Although the corpses had ceased their assault, I sensed that more dire events were imminent. I immediately grasped Tofu's arm and urged, "We must not linger here. We must depart swiftly." With that, I vaulted onto the ghostly path, where the ground was strewn with bodies. Having languished in the burial pit for so long, both our nerves were dulled. We sprinted forward, occasionally crushing a skull beneath our feet or rupturing a belly. After a frenzied dash of about 10 paces, we reached the end of the ghostly avenue. Tofu exhaled in relief, yet chose silence. In our current disheveled state, speaking would only allow the viscous remnants and decaying flesh clinging to our faces to slip into our mouths. Tofu retrieved a clean shirt from his backpack, but there was no time to change. We hastily used the shirt to wipe our faces. It was only then that Tofu broke the silence, asking, "Will that woman in red follow us?" I shook my head, uncertain. "I cannot say. Having destroyed the corpse-rearing cauldron, I do not know what repercussions might arise. Regardless, we must leave this place. I have an ominous feeling." Before us stood an arched stone door, ajar, revealing a narrow opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. To the right of the door, a stone tablet rested upon a tortoise-like figure, inscribed with dense writings. At that moment, I lacked the inclination to scrutinize the inscriptions. I merely glanced and noted that it seemed to mention the name of Princess Gidger, likely a monument chronicling her life. Understanding her story could prove invaluable in uncovering the connections between her, the queen of all demons, the tomb of the great Ear King, and the realm of ghosts. Thus, I had intended to rush inside, but found myself compelled to pause and examine the tablet more closely. The weight of fear intensified with each passing moment. Even Tofu, clutching his peachwood beads, sensed it. Hesitantly, he glanced back at the burial pit and murmured, "I have an unsettling feeling that something is about to emerge from within. Do you not share this sentiment?" His complexion paled, whether from the loss of blood or sheer terror, I could not tell. I attempted to reassure him, feigning confidence, and declared, "There is nothing to fear. You are merely too timid." Consequently, I hastened to peruse the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, and indeed, I gleaned some significant insights. According to the text, Gidger was a Tatar princess, and during the Ming dynasty, Tatar referred to the northern Yuan regime retreating from the Mongolian plateau. She was a princess of marriage alliance, and the inscription chronicled her brief life. Her fate was rather tragic. Her existence was marked by an absence of noteworthy events, the most significant being her ill-fated marriage, as she passed away before receiving her title and was subsequently interred in this location. Notably, one passage within the text struck me as fantastical. It stated that Princess Gijur was exceedingly beautiful, yet bore a singular, fearsome trait, a large, concave circular cavity atop her head. In modern terms, we would describe this as craniosynostosis or abnormal skull development, but in her time, it was deemed an ominous sign. The Mongolian people have historically adhered to shamanism, believing in the animism of all things and venerating various natural deities, such as eagles and wolves. In the last century, Mongolia retained the custom of sky burial, wherein the physical body merges with nature, nourishing wolves, eagles, and other creatures, thus integrating the deceased into the natural cycle. This practice reflects an ancient reverence for nature and Tungri, the sky god. Shamans perceive the world as animated, and the circular aperture atop the Princess Gijur's head is regarded as a divine passage opened by the eternal sky. It is said that Gijur studied under a shaman, allegedly wielding some malevolent powers, reminiscent of the infamous Lady of all demons. However, ancient narratives often concocted tales, particularly displaying a lack of tolerance towards women, leaving the veracity of her alleged sorcery in question. Upon leaving Mongolia for the Ming dynasty, Gijur, due to her perceived wickedness, was not held in high regard. After her death, to prevent her malevolent spirit from haunting the living, her remains were deliberately transported far away for burial. This location, known as Qianlong Mountain, is said to harbor dragon and serpent spirits. Unexpectedly, during the construction of her tomb, workers inadvertently unearthed a dragon vein. Dragons are known for their malevolence and grudges, thus a corpse-rearing chamber was established to suppress their power. Upon reading this, I felt an icy chill run down my spine. If the inscriptions are true, the true purpose of this chamber was not merely to deter grave robbers, but to serve a suppressive function. My companion, Tofu, was equally startled, exclaiming, "Could it be that beneath the sacrificial pit lies a dragon?" He recalled the inscription left by Du Shiyuan on the back of the tomb guardian and exclaimed in alarm, "So, the spirits are unleashed, and the evil dragon is about to emerge. This is dire. We've just disturbed the corpse-rearing cauldron. Will the malevolent dragon awaken?" I too felt uncertain, glancing back at the ominous area thick with the stench of death, and remarked, "It's futile to discuss this now. We must leave. If a dragon truly exists, having been trapped for centuries, it must be ravenous and will certainly not greet us kindly." Tofu nodded promptly, saying, "I have no desire to become a snack for a dragon. Let us depart swiftly." As we spoke, we passed the inscription and swiftly entered the stone door. Chapter 83. Ascending to the immortals. Behind the stone door lay a straight passageway constructed of square bricks, the tomb's oppressive atmosphere thickening the air, causing the light from our lamps to falter. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the sight of a pale-faced woman standing to my right, momentarily mistaking her for the vengeful spirit in red. The woman stood before me, her mouth curled into a smile, her plump, pale face appearing particularly eerie within the ancient tomb, yet she remained motionless. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that her features were complete, unlike the previous red-clad specter. She was, in fact, a mural along the passageway. As we approached the center of the tomb, we discovered that both sides of the passage were adorned with murals. The white-faced, plump woman I had initially perceived was revealed to be a celestial maiden, crowned with a diadem, draped in flowing garments, and standing upon clouds, radiating a myriad of lights. Depicted in lifelike scale, the mural showcased swirling clouds, flying cranes, and a gathering of deities surrounding a woman clad in brilliant red attire. Due to the erosion of moisture, the mural's colors have become mottled. The paint on the face of the woman in red has flaked away, leaving a hollow visage that evokes a profound discomfort. Tofu inquired, "What is depicted here? A gathering of immortals? What kind of immortals meeting?" I shook my head and replied, "This is a mural of celestial beings." The murals within tombs can be generally categorized into three types, the first being decorative murals, which are commonly found, the second being narrative murals, typically adorning the main chamber and chronicling the significant events of the tomb owner's life, and the third, like the one before us, depicting celestial ascension. In ancient times, when a person passed away, we preferred to refer to it as becoming an immortal or returning to the West. To become an immortal implies achieving transcendence, while returning to the West signifies a journey to the Western paradise, essentially a self-deceptive notion. The mural of celestial beings before us illustrates the experience of the tomb owner after death, depicting the soul ascending to the heavens, stepping upon clouds, and being welcomed by a multitude of immortals. While the sentiment is noble and the symbolism uplifting, it is evidently a fanciful fabrication. Perhaps some psychological suggestion was at play. For once we entered this tomb passage, the previous aura of terror dissipated as if these depicted immortals possessed an authentic celestial power. Both Tofu and I had sustained injuries earlier, and now, as we relaxed, the pain in our wounds intensified, and our garments were stained and soiled with blood. I surmised that the ghost in red would not pursue us here, considering it was meant to suppress the dragon, and with so many divine images on either side, it was unlikely we would encounter further issues. I beckoned Tofu to rest, and together we tended to our wounds, cleaned ourselves, and donned fresh clothing, striving to regain a semblance of normalcy. Tofu's face was contorted with anger. The more he contemplated the situation, the more infuriated he became, cursing. I must have been blind this time. If I encounter that scoundrel Feng again, I shall ensure he forgets his parents' faces. After our tumultuous ordeal, we were utterly exhausted. At this moment, all I desired was to rest well, not to indulge in a war of words. Thus, I stated, this place is relatively safe. Let us take a break. As for Feng, he bears no relation to us, and it would be quite normal for him to abandon us and flee. Do not dwell on it. This sentiment may have been difficult for Tofu to accept, but I had long grown accustomed to such realities. Ever since my encounter with Feng's ghostly hand, I had never considered placing my trust in him. It is said that one must look out for oneself, lest the heavens exact retribution. Should he turn around to save us, that would indeed be surprising. As I closed my eyes to recuperate, Tofu sat across from me, visibly torn, tugging at his hair, lost in thought. I understood that we ought to seize the moment, for the dragon might present unforeseen challenges. However, both Tofu and I were in a state of exhaustion, significantly impairing my judgment. Thus, I resolved to rest for 20 minutes. After about 10 minutes of resting with my eyes shut, Tofu suddenly uttered an exclamation, as if he had made a discovery. Without opening my eyes, I replied calmly, "What is it?" I assumed it was nothing of great consequence. Had there been any danger, he would not merely exclaim, but would leap up and shout. Tofu scooted closer to me, gently tapping my shoulder, and said, "Awaken, something feels amiss. Look at the footprints on the ground." Footprints? What is so intriguing about footprints? Could it be yet another oddity? I silently cursed and abruptly opened my eyes to gaze at the ground, where I saw our two distinct rows of footprints clearly imprinted on the surface, remnants of the viscous corpse oil we had previously encountered. As we moved, the marks faded gradually. It was somewhat repulsive to contemplate, yet what was so peculiar about it? I shifted my gaze to Tofu, arching an eyebrow, silently urging him to provide a reasonable explanation. Tofu suddenly grew anxious, exclaiming, "I say, perverse Chun, aren't you usually quite astute? Haven't you always boasted of being a modern-day Zhuge Liang? How could you not notice this? Look, there are only our footprints on the ground. Where has that fellow Feng gone?" I paused, the realization striking me like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, where had Feng the ghost hand disappeared to? Before entering, we had meticulously examined this tomb passage, which was the sole route. If Feng had entered, the corpse oil on his feet should have left a trace as well, right? Was it possible he never came in at all? Tofu and I exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled. Tofu swallowed hard and suggested, "Could he still be outside?" I replied, "Impossible. Everything was clearly visible when we entered. There's no way he could be hiding, nor was there any reason for him to do so." Tofu questioned, "Is it conceivable that a living person could just vanish?" I shook my head, unable to remain seated any longer. I stood up and, using my headlamp, scrutinized the surrounding ground. Aside from our footprints, there was nothing else. Could it be that Feng the ghost hand had truly evaporated into thin air? That was certainly implausible. Even in death, there should be a body left behind. So what on earth was happening? After contemplating for a while with no clarity, Tofu finally came to a resolution. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Forget it. Whether he is alive or dead is of no concern to us. We should focus on our own business." This sentiment resonated with me. I thought, a lesson learned through adversity. It seems this young man has been taught a valuable lesson and will likely refrain from being foolishly self-sacrificial in the future. Just as I lamented the demise of a once kind seed within him, a sudden loud thud echoed from the end of the tomb passage, reminiscent of a heavy object hitting the ground. In the stillness of the surroundings, though muffled and seemingly distant, the sound was impossible to ignore. Instantly capturing Tofu's and my attention, causing us to abandon thoughts of Feng the ghost hand. Tofu listened intently, but after that singular sound, silence reigned once more. Tofu speculated, "It must be Wei the Bald and the others. Let us go check it out." We were eager to leave this place. So we shouldered our bags and advanced, with me leading the way. One of us wielded a pair of linked steel rods, akin to the golden staff, which would undoubtedly prove more effective than a handgun within the tomb. If we encountered a formidable adversary, a single strike would surely send their head flying. Having sprinted a few paces ahead, we reached the end of the tomb passage, and both Tofu and I stood there, utterly dumbfounded, for there was no path forward. Not even a door in sight. I momentarily froze, thinking, how could this be? We currently find ourselves in the celestial tomb path behind the ghostly realm. According to the layout of the tomb chambers, the area beyond the celestial tomb path should house the burial artifacts. How could the path suddenly vanish? Before us looms a wall of azure tomb bricks, sealing off our route as if it were a formidable barrier. I turned to Tofu and said, "Pinch me. I must be dreaming, for this defies all logic." Historically, the construction of tombs adheres to strict protocols, and a celestial tomb path is invariably connected to the burial chamber. Yet, what lay before me utterly upended the knowledge of tomb raiding imparted by my grandfather, leaving me in a bewildered haze. Upon finishing my statement, Tofu remained unresponsive. I presumed he too was shaken, and as I turned to discuss this with him, I was met with an unsettling sight, an emptiness behind me, shrouded in darkness. Where had he gone? Just moments ago, he was right beside me, the sound of his footsteps clearly audible. How could he have vanished so swiftly, leaving no trace? As I gazed down, a chill gripped my heart, and goosebumps prickled my skin. 2 rows of footprints had inexplicably dwindled to a single row. Tofu's footprints had disappeared. Chapter 84. The wall. At this moment, I found myself alone in the pitch-black tomb path, my companion having vanished in an instant, and the panic within me was palpable. I called out Tofu's name repeatedly, my voice echoing through the tomb, amplifying the desolation. In response, only the hollow echo returned, devoid of any other sound. How could a living person simply cease to exist? If something unfortunate had befallen him, that would be one thing. Yet how could his footprints vanish without a trace? Suddenly, I recalled Feng Guishou. Not long ago, Tofu and I had speculated about Feng's mysterious disappearance. It now seemed evident that he too had encountered some strange occurrence. Could there be a hidden mechanism at play? I stood frozen in place, hesitant to move, my heart racing. No matter how bold a person may be, they remain human, not divine. The innate fear humans possess towards the unknown sent a shiver through my limbs. As a torrent of thoughts flooded my mind, concern for Tofu's safety intertwined with confusion over the bizarre situation before me. I recalled my grandfather's work journals, which documented his own tomb raiding experiences, replete with bizarre and uncanny events. Yet, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. What could be happening? After much contemplation, I remained at a loss. My temperament is not one inclined to inaction. After a moment of weighing my options, I summoned my courage to retrace my steps. This tomb path was not particularly lengthy, and Tofu and Feng Guishou's sudden disappearance must have a reason behind it. This seemingly ordinary celestial tomb path surely concealed something I had yet to uncover. I walked back along the route, sharpening my senses to observe the surroundings. The murals on either side were vividly colored and exquisitely designed. Initially, I had regarded them as mere decorations of celestial beings, dismissing them without further inspection. However, upon closer examination, I suddenly discerned something amiss. The murals were divided into 2 panels, one on the left and one on the right. On the right side, a congregation of celestial beings gathers amidst swirling auspicious clouds, depicting the scene of the tomb owner ascending to the heavens. Among these deities, some are easily recognizable to me, such as the revered Queen Mother of the West seated above, the 8 immortals, the 4 auspicious beings of fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness, as well as the venerable elder of the southern pole, among others. Although I may not recall all their names, they evoke a sense of familiarity, embodying the true essence of Taoist immortals. However, the mural on the left presents a peculiar contrast. The celestial figures depicted there, while also riding clouds and exuding radiant light, possess bizarre forms. Both male and female figures exhibit expressions that are rather strange, imbued with an unsettling aura of malevolence. Despite the backdrop resembling a celestial abode, their shapes and postures evoke a sense of discomfort upon first glance. I found myself pondering the identities of these peculiar deities. At that moment, my attention was abruptly drawn to a figure in the left mural, a six-armed, three-eyed entity that bore a striking resemblance to a shamanistic mask. Its eyes appeared to shift slightly. Originally gazing to the right, they slowly moved towards the left, as if stealing a glance at me from the corner of its eye. This revelation startled me, and I instinctively gripped my steel rod, exclaiming, "What are you? Show yourself." My voice echoed hollowly through the tomb passage, yet no other response emerged. Were anyone else to witness this, they might suspect I had lost my wits. After a moment's wait, the figure in the mural remained unresponsive, leading me to wonder if perhaps I had been too tense in recent days, causing me to feel a bit lightheaded. Typically cautious by nature, I questioned my own perception but could not resist the urge to approach for a closer examination, drawing near to the figure in the mural. It stood at my height, arms raised at shoulder level, knees bent, as if engaged in a shamanic dance. Its gaze shifted to the left, seemingly observing someone out of sight. Following its line of sight, I noticed an expanse of blankness to its left. If that were the case, what could it possibly be watching? Contemplating this, my eyes returned to the figure, and I was struck with a chill, for its eyes had moved again, the dark orbs now centered, locking onto mine in a direct gaze. I knew I should flee, yet my feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The figure in the mural, with its arms raised, began to extend toward me. In an instant, a thought flashed through my mind. This posture was not indicative of a shamanic dance, but rather a predatory lunge. How had I failed to recognize this before? The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. The figure emerged from the wall, its upper body materializing like a shadow puppet, thin as a wisp. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. Was this what Feng Guishou had referred to as shadow puppetry? Damn it, they were not celestial beings at all, but rather shadow puppets affixed to the wall, now animated and ready to strike. In an instant, that entity latched onto my shoulder with surprising strength, attempting to drag me toward the wall. What was its intent? Did it wish to pull me into the wall as well? That was utterly inconceivable. As the thought flitted through my mind, I felt as if my brain had been struck by a heavy blow. In an instant, a dull ache enveloped my head, and darkness clouded my vision. When I finally reopened my eyes, I was confronted by a pitch-black tomb passage. Despite the absence of any light source, curiously, I could see everything with startling clarity. My body was immobile, save for the movement of my eyes. At that moment, I discerned a figure lying in the passage. It was Feng Guishou. He swiftly rose to his feet, stretching his neck, and his gaze abruptly fixed on me. As he cryptically remarked, "Brother, my apologies. If you wish to escape from this wall, you must do as I did just now and pull the next passerby in." What was he talking about? A wave of fear washed over me, and as I turned my eyes, I was horrified to discover that my body had vanished, replaced by a thin layer of skin adhered to the wall. I, too, had been affixed like a ghostly silhouette. After speaking, Feng slung his gear over his shoulder and made his way toward the end of the passage. In the darkness, I could see he lingered there for about 10 minutes, his hands incessantly probing. Moments later, he inexplicably disappeared. I surmised he must have discovered some mechanism, but alas, due to the distance, I could not ascertain what he had done. I had previously fumbled around in that area for quite some time without finding anything unusual. Yet he had uncovered a passage in a mere 10 minutes, proving that his skillful hands were not mere decoration. Recalling Feng's words ignited a fire of anger within me. It was evident that he had been ensnared by the shadowy figure, forcing me to take his place. This peculiar occurrence would have been unbelievable in the past. But after the lessons learned from Lubu village, I found myself compelled to accept it, my mind swirling with a myriad of thoughts. At this point, it seemed that Tofu was also in peril. Perhaps one of the figures depicted in the mural I had seen earlier was Tofu. He undoubtedly wished me no harm, which is why he had refrained from attacking, only to be exploited by Feng. I attempted to speak, yet it felt as if I had no throat, rendering me utterly mute, my entire body paralyzed. If Feng's assertion was indeed true, and one must replace another to escape, then both Tofu and I would be forever trapped here. Who else would come to this desolate place? Suddenly, I recalled the young beauty surnamed Run, and a glimmer of hope stirred within my heart. She, along with some of her companions, was en route here, and considering the time, they should be arriving soon. Perhaps Tofu and I could seize this opportunity to break free. Though the notion was promising, the tomb passage was engulfed in an oppressive darkness, steeped in an eerie silence. Tofu and I were unable to communicate, akin to paralyzed mutes, suffering in our isolation. As time slipped away, I could only count to estimate its passage, 60 counts equating to a minute and 60 minutes to an hour. Initially, the hours seemed bearable, but after counting for 6 hours, I could no longer endure it. A sense of dread began to rise within me. If the young beauty Ren were to abandon her pursuit midway, would Tofu and I be condemned to remain trapped here forever? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. As time passes, the prospect of the arrival of the enchanting young lady seems increasingly remote, compelling me to engage my mind in contemplation of alternative strategies. Chapter 85. Rescuing Others. This ghostly shadow is said to be a malevolent spirit formed by the contamination of shadow puppets, which were buried alongside the deceased. It has the ability to grasp one's shoulder and extract the soul for transference. However, upon calming my thoughts and reflecting deeply, our circumstances appear to diverge significantly from that of the shadow puppet. While the shadow puppet seizes the shoulder to draw out the soul and attach itself to a body, my own form is undeniably absent at this moment. If I were to claim that my soul had been extracted and affixed to the mural, it would be a plausible explanation. Yet, the whereabouts of both my body and that of Tofu remain a mystery. Surely, our bodies cannot have adhered to the wall as well. If that were the case, we would have recognized something amiss long ago. I quickly discerned that uncovering the fate of our bodies is the crux of the matter, and thus I immersed myself in contemplation, oblivious to the passage of time. Before long, I found myself enveloped in silence, restraint, darkness, and solitude, nearly driven to madness. I am a person of considerable self-discipline, capable of enduring loneliness. In the past, I had spent over 10 days alone in the deep mountains for the sake of survival. However, in the mountains, I could at least run and leap, accompanied by birds, beasts, fish, and insects, rendering my current predicament incomparable. Even I felt a semblance of madness creeping in, so one can only imagine Tofu's plight. During this period, I formulated around 10 hypotheses, each more absurd than the last, and ultimately distilled them down to 3 that held some merit. First, we have genuinely encountered a ghost. If we are indeed faced with a supernatural being, then all irrational occurrences could be rendered logical. Second, our bodies may still reside within the tomb's passage, perhaps obscured by something akin to the phenomenon known as ghosts covering the eyes, rendering them invisible to us. Folklore suggests that such entities can shroud a person's vision, leading them to perceive illusions or rendering tangible objects unseen. For instance, a person might stand at the edge of a precipice, yet those whose eyes are covered would not perceive the chasm before them, walking straight ahead and meeting a tragic end. Onlookers might mistakenly believe the individual had succumbed to despair and jumped to their demise. Third, it is possible that I am still dreaming. Perhaps during the brief moment I closed my eyes in the tomb, I fell into slumber, and all that unfolds before me is merely a figment of my imagination. Regrettably, I cannot pinch myself to ascertain the nature of my reality. Just as I pondered these possibilities, a powerful beam of light suddenly illuminated the entrance of the tomb. Someone was approaching. My heart quickened, and I instinctively turned my gaze to the left, only to behold a formidable column of light, advancing toward me as its source moved closer. Realizing that the opportunity was fleeting, I prepared to leap forward. Yet, for reasons unknown, my body remained immobile. A thought crossed my mind. Could it be that Feng's spectral hand had deceived me? At that moment, the footsteps grew increasingly nearer, and a familiar figure emerged before my eyes. I was taken aback to see that it was none other than Gu Wanmin. How had she arrived here? Before me stood Gu Wanmin, burdened with a heavy equipment pack on her back, wielding a flashlight in her hand, her appearance disheveled yet devoid of visible wounds. Though she was smeared with decaying flesh and the remnants of corpse oil, clearly vigilant, she swept the beam of her flashlight in all directions, scrutinizing her surroundings, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Her slender figure gradually approached me, her delicate oval face etched with seriousness, lips pressed tightly together, and her mountaineering boots emitted soft clicks with each step. I was momentarily taken aback as she reached my side, and a wave of warmth washed over me, reminiscent of the vitality often spoken of. As she passed by, this subtle warmth awakened my senses, yet words eluded me. Was I to leap upon Gu Wanmin? Such a notion was utterly impossible. I couldn't suppress a bitter smile, my expression rigid. In the brief moment it took for her to brush past me, I felt the familiar stiffness reclaim my body as the distance between us widened. At that instant, regret seeped into my thoughts. Gu Wanmin, alone in this place, unaware of the eerie circumstances of the tomb passage, would surely fall prey to other lurking shadows, even if I did not pounce. As the adage goes, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. I lamented that I should have acted sooner, escaping first before devising a means to rescue her in Tofu. In my moment of frustration, Gu Wanmin seemed to sense something amiss. She suddenly turned around, fixating intently on something behind her, as if she had a premonition. I contemplated whether I should divert her attention, akin to how Feng Guishou had drawn me in, but before I could resolve myself, I noticed a pair of slender, ghostly hands emerging silently from the wall beside her. My heart sank, and I could not help but widen my eyes. Alas, Gu Wanmin, why did you come here when I told you to return? What can I say to you now? Even if I wished to save you, it would be futile. I sighed inwardly, prepared to witness Gu Wanmin repeat the fate that befell Tofu and me, when, to my astonishment, she swiftly turned, brandishing the boxy gun she had reportedly found, and fired 2 shots at the outstretched ghostly hands. With her decisive action, the phantom appendages recoiled instantly, leaving me dumbfounded, mentally chastising myself for not having brought her along from the start, realizing now how formidable she truly was. Yet, a curious thought struck me. How could an ordinary person possess such remarkable skill and reflexes? Most would tremble in fear upon seeing hands emerge from a wall. Yet she had spun around and fired with such precision. As I pondered this, I observed Gu Wanmin had grown wise. She no longer approached the wall but instead positioned herself in the center of the tomb passage, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of panic yet maintaining composure, refraining from fleeing. At that moment, she suddenly reached for her chest, extracting an object, and I realized she had concealed a small mirror in her pocket. It dawned on me that her awareness of the disturbance behind her was likely due to the reflection of those ghostly hands in the mirror. Only then did Gu Wanmin remove the mirror, lost in thought as she gazed into its reflection before surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, she executed an unexpected maneuver, raising the mirror to her shoulder and directing it towards the left wall, her body beginning to move. From my vantage point, I could distinctly see the bizarre wall paintings reflected in the mirror she held. At that moment, Gu Wanmin abruptly halted, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Xiaodou!" Through the mirror, I beheld Tofu standing against the wall in an exceedingly strange posture, as if under a spell of immobilization. Without hesitation, Gu Wanmin extended her hand forward. In the mirror, her hand grasped Tofu's arm, and with a sudden tug, he let out a yelp and rolled into the center of the tomb passage. Upon landing, Tofu immediately pointed in my direction, declaring, "The pervert Chun is over there." Gu Wanmin swiftly approached me, using the mirror to illuminate my figure. Through that small mirror, I discovered that I was maintaining an odd stance with my hands raised at shoulder height, similarly pressed against the wall. Yet, peculiarly, when I diverted my gaze from the mirror to look down, I could not see my own body at all. Before I could comprehend this strange phenomenon, Gu Wanmin's hand reached out to me, seemingly seizing some part of me. In an instant, I was yanked to the ground, all sensations returning to normal. I sat on the floor, Tofu panting beside me, sweat streaming down his face, while Gu Wanmin, holding the small mirror, appeared a mix of anger, astonishment, and frustration as she spoke. "You two actually left me here alone. How outrageous." I was taken aback by her words, but who was I? I could lie without batting an eye. As soon as she finished, I had already concocted a response, sighing, "You saw it yourself. This place is fraught with peril. Xiaodou, and I thought that a grave is no place for a girl like you, dirty and dangerous. My ex-girlfriend once taught me that dirty work and laborious tasks should fall to men, so we were merely considering your safety." Tofu, quick-witted as ever, immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "Gu, our beautiful lady, we didn't want you to face danger alone. But now that you're here, it's fortuitous. Without you, we would have met our demise today." Enough said. Friendship knows no gender, age, or race. From now on, the 3 of us shall be good friends, sharing both fortune and misfortune. We promise never to leave you behind again. Chapter 86. The purple gold garment. Gu Wanmin was momentarily bewildered by our barrage of words. Seemingly less furious than before, pressing her lips together, she inquired, "You two jest, but what transpired earlier?" Tofu, seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, promptly replied, "You ask us? We were just about to ask you. How did you manage to rescue us? Is that mirror some kind of treasure?" I too found it perplexing and pondered why we could not see our own bodies yet could perceive them through the mirror. Could it be that the mirror held some hidden mystery? Upon the mention of Tofu, Gu Wanmin displayed a hint of confusion on her face and shook her head, saying, "What treasure is this?" "It is merely the makeup mirror I carry with me." The mirror was round, no larger than a child's palm, with a handle at the bottom. I took the object from Gu Wanmin's hands and gazed into it several times. There was nothing peculiar about it, clearly an utterly ordinary mirror. Gu Wanmin, equally puzzled, looked at us and remarked, "You two grown men are so intrigued by this mirror. Xiaodou, what is the matter?" I remained silent, continuing to study it intently, shifting angles to uncover its mysteries, as Tofu began to explain to Gu Wanmin. He was not foolish, where he felt words might be inappropriate. He laughed it off and simply stated that we had inadvertently stumbled upon Rin Main committing murder and harming Lin Pengzi, followed by our accidental discovery of a crack near the divine spring, which led us here, encountering the corpse pit outside, and subsequently becoming trapped within the mural. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanmin, her long brows slightly furrowed, displayed a hint of skepticism in her voice, questioning, "Is this mural truly so formidable?" She fixed her gaze intently on the mural to the left, seemingly deep in thought, before suddenly appearing enlightened, exclaiming, "Ah, I understand. There are no ghosts within this mural. It is merely a psychological suggestion. Have you heard of the legend of the purple gold robe?" I felt somewhat bewildered and shook my head. Tofu, however, nodded and replied, "I have heard of it. The purple gold robe has quite the remarkable origin." I was taken aback, thinking to myself that Tofu, usually preoccupied with gaming or doodling, had become quite knowledgeable. I inquired, "Then tell me, what is the purple gold robe?" Tofu, with a sense of pride, began to recite. The poem states, "Before chaos divided heaven and earth, in the vast emptiness, no one was seen. Since Pangu shattered the primordial chaos, from henceforth, clarity and murkiness were distinguished. Covering all beings with benevolence, it brought forth all things for the good. To know the essence of creation, one must look to the journey to the west." As he recited half of it, I felt an urge to chastise him, unsure whether to laugh or cry, finally sighing, "Xiaodou, if I am not mistaken, the poem you recited is the opening verse of Journey to the West, right?" Tofu replied, "Yes, indeed, it is Journey to the West. You have a keen eye." He continued, "In Journey to the West, there is a queen from some kingdom who was taken by a lion spirit as a wife. A celestial being gifted her a purple gold robe, which prevented the monster from approaching her, thus preserving her virtue until she was rescued by Sun Wukong." I was momentarily speechless and could only shake my head. Reassuring myself that this was not the first time such a situation had occurred, I resolved not to hold any further expectations regarding Tofu's intelligence. Little did I know that my internal musings had not yet concluded. As Gu Wanmin praised, what Xiaodou said is correct. What I am about to speak of pertains precisely to this purple gold robe. I was taken aback, noticing Gu Wanmin's earnest demeanor, and refrained from speaking, as she had never struck me as an unreliable person. Since she had said so, there must be some rationale behind it. Gu Wanmin then continued, "This purple gold robe is not merely a fabrication of Journey to the West. It indeed exists. Legend has it that the purple gold robe was a treasure crafted by an ancient shaman. Donning this robe would cause excruciating pain and certain death to anyone who dared to approach or touch the shaman. However, while it offered protection against close contact, it proved ineffective against long-range attacks. It is said that the shaman was ultimately slain by a poisoned arrow, and the whereabouts of the purple gold robe became a mystery." I inquired, "What, then, is the connection between this shaman's robe and the murals?" Gu Wanmin nodded, gesturing towards the peculiar figures depicted on the wall. "The figures illustrated in these murals represent the image of the shaman. As you mentioned earlier, the princess interred in this tomb was originally a Tatar princess, a region where shamanism flourished. In truth, the purple gold robe does not possess inherent powers. Rather, it is adorned with numerous strange patterns and distinctive colors. These colors and designs intertwine to influence the subconscious, inducing hallucinations or other phenomena. If I am not mistaken, the sensation you experienced of being drawn into the wall by the apparitions in the murals, feeling immobilized and unable to see your own bodies, was merely a psychological suggestion. In ancient times, this was revered as a form of sorcery, likely employed within this tomb to deter grave robbers. As I spoke of grave robbers, I noticed a knowing look on Gu Wanmin's face, prompting me to wonder if she had discerned our true identities. Upon hearing my words, Tofu appeared to have an epiphany, but then shook his head. No, that can't be right. According to your reasoning, anyone who has viewed the murals would be affected, yet you seem unaffected. Gu Wanmin shook her head in response. I, too, was affected. Otherwise, I would not have seen ghostly hands reaching out from behind me. I am certain I was influenced, but perhaps it was the mirror that provided me some assistance. The three of us found ourselves momentarily at a loss for words. Throughout history, mirrors have taken various forms: water mirrors, stone mirrors, bronze mirrors, brass mirrors, and, more recently, glass mirrors. Each serves a different purpose. It is said that mirrors can not only reflect people and objects, but also ward off malevolent spirits. Many tombs include ancient artifacts such as bronze mirrors, sometimes placed atop coffins to intimidate the spirits of the deceased, preventing them from causing mischief. Legends claim that the Yellow Emperor crafted mirrors, imbuing them with divine power capable of revealing all worldly illusions. Perhaps it was indeed this mirror that saved us. Having unraveled the mystery of this tomb passage, we felt a sense of resolve. I thought it prudent to leave this place, beckoning my companions to the position previously occupied by Feng Guishou. Upon entering, we discovered that after Feng Guishou had activated the mechanism, it had not automatically closed. Before us lay a narrow staircase descending into darkness. From our vantage point above, the staircase appeared exceedingly constricted, an inky void extending into the unknown, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. We directed our spotlight into its depths and, after just a few meters, encountered a bend, revealing that the staircase twisted further into obscurity, leading who knows where. However, according to previous conjectures, the path behind the flying immortal tomb should lead directly to the burial chamber. I surmised that the general direction would be accurate. Thus, I took the lead and descended first, followed closely by Gu Wanmin and Tofu. After a brief separation, it was evident that Gu Wanmin had many uncertainties. Fixating initially on the matter of the beautiful young woman, she remarked as we walked, "You mentioned that she killed her companion and vanished without a trace. Could it be that after all this time, she has not entered the burial chamber?" Recalling Feng Gui's words, I explained, "She indeed has not entered. However, from her tone, it seems she is awaiting her backup. With Fatty Lin deceased, she cannot accomplish her aims alone. Surely, she is biding her time for her reinforcements. We must not allow this national treasure to fall into her hands. Taking advantage of her backup's absence, and before she descends into the tomb, we must act swiftly." My thoughts were that since Gu Wanmin had already come, it would be futile to try to send her away. It would be wiser to secure the 8 carp fighting the Floodstone first, and once we reach a safe haven, I could devise a way to rid myself of her. The world is vast. I refuse to believe she could truly pursue both Tofu and me indefinitely. As I spoke, the winding staircase had taken us who knows how far, when suddenly a dim, yellowish glow appeared ahead, reminiscent of candlelight. Who would light a candle here? Could it be Feng Gui? A smile crept upon my lips as I thought, when enemies cross paths, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. I then turned to Gu Wanmin and requested, "May I borrow the firearm you possess?" Those 2 hunting rifles had been left outside by Tofu and me. After all, in close quarters, cold weapons are often more effective, but against a person, a gun is undeniably advantageous. Feng Gui had no firearms on him, with just 1 gun. I was confident I could compel him to plead for mercy. Damn it, daring to conspire against me, Tofu may be a cat. But does he truly believe I am as well? Chapter 87. Enemies cross paths. Although Gu Wanmin was unaware of my intentions, she said nothing and reached for her waist, handing me the black box. I grasped the gun and hastened towards the flickering candlelight. As I approached, I chuckled and called out to the figure ahead, "Brother Feng. What a pleasure to meet you." Feng Gui sat on the stone steps, a jade beauty candle flickering before him, casting his face in a dance of light and shadow. Upon hearing my voice, he lifted his head, his expression shifting dramatically, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Ah, it is you." Presumably upon noticing the gun in my hand, his pupils dilated momentarily before he quickly diverted his gaze to Tofu, saying, "Brother Do. I was startled earlier and may have been remiss. I hope you can forgive me." A surge of anger ignited within me. This old rascal, aware of my temperament, dared to shift his attention to Tofu. Just as I was about to reprimand him, Tofu erupted, "To hell with you. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. If I do not leave you grinning ear to ear, you will not understand why the flowers bloom so red." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. In that moment, I felt a swell of emotion. My good brother was finally coming into his own. Gu Wenmin, likely bewildered by Feng Guishou, asked in astonishment. Who is he? At this juncture, I was uncertain how to explain, pondering whether to reveal everything to Gu Wenmin, but she swiftly changed the subject, exclaiming, Little doe. As I turned my head, I felt an overwhelming urge to spew blood. My entire being felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. There stood Tofu, who had previously been a formidable adversary, now seemingly at play, as in the brief span of 10 seconds during my conversation with Gu Wenmin. He had been subdued by Feng Guishou, with one hand gripping Tofu's wrists and waist, and the other constricting his throat. Feng's fingers rested on either side of Tofu's windpipe, ready to inflict fatal harm with the slightest exertion, leaving Tofu paralyzed with fear. Tofu cast a sorrowful and indignant glance in my direction, exclaiming with righteous fervor, Do not concern yourselves with me. It is my own negligence that led me into this predicament. Focus instead on vanquishing this scoundrel. After 18 years, old Do will still be a hero. My heart sank with despair, and I thought to myself, What do you mean by negligence? Given your skills, it would be miraculous if you weren't captured by Feng. Alas, it was my own complacency, armed as I was, that led me to underestimate the situation. I replied, Little doe, well said. Since you have expressed it thus, rest assured that I shall avenge you. Feng Guishou let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on Tofu's throat, causing Tofu's body to stiffen, his eyes wide with evident agony. He then cried out, Help! I no longer wish to be a hero. Gu Wenmin, both anxious and startled, could not help but chuckle bitterly, saying, Let us speak calmly. Should you harm Little doe, you too will find no escape. Why not discuss matters with a level head? Feng Guishou, evidently wary of the gun I held, relaxed his grip slightly, stating, I have no desire to be your enemy. I acknowledge my prior missteps. However, Brother Chun, you are a sensible man. Had you been in my position, would you not have abandoned me as well? It is said that each sweeps the snow from their own doorstep. We are not kin, and I have no reason to risk my life for you. Tofu erupted in a torrent of curses. You heartless old scoundrel. How can you utter such shameless words at a time like this? I remained composed, recognizing the truth in Feng's words. Had Tofu not leaped into the fray to rescue another, I too would not have risked my safety for him. After all, Feng and I were not related, and it would be unreasonable for me to jeopardize myself for him. It was also within reason for Feng to abandon us to save himself. Thus, I said, let us not dwell on past grievances. Indeed, we are not kin, nor can we be considered friends, at most, mere collaborators. And what are collaborators for, if not to betray one another? You cannot be blamed for this. However, now that you have captured my brother, do you not think that is somewhat excessive? Feng Guishou offered a sardonic smile. Had you not approached me with such aggression, I would not have been compelled to act thus. Let us do this. You will holster your weapon and place it at the very bottom of your pack, and we can discuss matters further. His intent was clear. Should I choose to turn against him, with my gun secured, I would be unable to draw it swiftly, giving him ample time to seize another hostage. I was uncertain of Gu Wenmin's combat abilities. She was swift and agile, yet being a woman, she likely lacked fighting prowess. In Feng's presence, both she and Tofu were akin to mice confronted by a cat, unable to withstand the slightest confrontation. I surmised that Feng Guishou would not dare to truly harm Tofu. Thus I complied with his request and stowed my firearm at the very bottom of my gear bag. Only then did Feng Guishou breathe a sigh of relief, releasing Tofu and beckoning us to approach. The four of us huddled together as Feng, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Brother Chun is a person of integrity. His word is his bond. Let us not dwell on past matters. I, Feng Qi, do not claim to be a virtuous individual, and I readily admit this. If perilous circumstances were to arise, I would certainly lack the magnanimity to rescue you. However, since we are collaborating, I can assure you of one thing. While I will not sacrifice myself for others, I shall never take the initiative to harm you. This statement carried a semblance of truth. Aside from the incident involving the sacrificial pit, Feng had not engaged in any other treacherous actions during our journey. I found myself reflecting on a past experience. Once, I had a business partner with whom I shared jovial times and camaraderie. However, when he found himself unable to fulfill an order for a client and sought my assistance, I was faced with a dilemma. Lending him goods would jeopardize my own company's finances. After careful consideration, I declined, and our partnership dissolved, leading to his subsequent downfall. It is often the case in life that individuals become allies in times of mutual need, sharing laughter and libations, yet in times of desperation, they are quick to sever ties for fear of being burdened. I am no different in this regard. Why should I expect Feng Guishou to uphold a moral standard? Thus, I waved my hand dismissively and said, let us not revisit the past. But tell me, why are you sitting here with a candle, as if preparing for monastic meditation? Feng Guishou, displaying a rather shameless demeanor, seamlessly resumed the conversation, stating, I intended to discuss this matter with you both, though I am uncertain about this individual. He cast a glance at Gu Wenmin, but trailed off. Gu Wenmin, lost in her thoughts, pressed her lips together, her expression composed yet cold. Her dark gaze swept across my face, and I immediately felt the chill emanating from her. It seemed she had already deduced the underlying reason for our gathering and harbored little warmth towards me. Tofu, feeling somewhat awkward and lacking my fortitude, scratched the back of his head in distress and attempted to explain to Gu Wenmin. Miss Gu, we did not intend to conceal anything from you. This peculiar Chun, you ought to speak up. With a frosty demeanor, Gu Wenmin, her beautiful countenance betraying a hint of aloofness, softly replied, I understand, no need for explanations. After a brief pause, she managed a strained smile and added, it appears you have already devised a plan. I shall not involve myself further. You may continue. I will take my leave. She closed her eyes briefly, her expression one of disappointment, which stirred a sense of unease within me. I impulsively interjected, you cannot leave. You want to inform the authorities, will you? Tofu was taken aback, staring at me, and lowered his voice. At such a moment, why are you still saying this? I too was momentarily taken aback by my own words. What I truly wished to convey was not this. Realizing my misstep, I felt a pang of discomfort and slowly said, since you intend to depart, we shall not hold you back. Take care on your journey. Upon hearing my earlier remark, Gu Wenmin's expression shifted dramatically. Her typically gentle demeanor was overshadowed by a palpable fury. Her dark eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. And just as she appeared poised to speak, my subsequent words rendered her silent, her lips pressed tightly together as she shouldered her backpack, preparing to depart. At that moment, Feng Guishou suddenly interjected, declaring, she cannot leave. This unexpected interruption caused Gu Wenmin to halt, her brow furrowing as she questioned, what do you mean? With a smile that lacked sincerity, Feng Guishou glanced between us, slowly articulating, there is a saying that a thief does not reveal their face. Brother Chun, are you truly allowing her to depart, disregarding our lives and fortunes? Upon hearing this, Tofu remarked, the phrase about the thief is indeed accurate, but it applies to someone of your ilk. I have complete trust in the esteemed Miss Gu. It was evident that Feng Guishou was attempting to sow discord. In truth, I could surmise his intentions. This man, driven by self-interest, was undoubtedly concerned that Gu Wenmin's departure might attract unwanted attention or lead to the exposure of our tomb-raiding endeavors. In our line of work, there exists a rule. Any items unearthed must remain undisclosed. Should authorities catch wind of our activities, the repercussions could be dire. Even if Gu Wenmin did not provoke the authorities, mere mention of our exploits could spell disaster. The world we inhabit is neither insignificant nor vast. Information travels swiftly. Noticing our silence, Feng Guishou sneered. The firearm you brandished earlier was evidently provided by this Miss Gu. How could an ordinary woman possess a gun? Moreover, how did she arrive in this den alone? Do not tell me it was merely by chance. This individual is highly suspect. She cannot be permitted to leave. Gu Wenmin's complexion paled, and she instinctively stepped back, seemingly unaware that she had positioned herself directly behind me. Both Tofu and I were acutely aware that Gu Wenmin undoubtedly harbored secrets. An ordinary woman would scarcely survive in the wilderness. Her presence here suggested she possessed certain skills. Furthermore, her claim of having found the gun was dubious. Setting aside the question of its authenticity, it is exceedingly rare for an ordinary person, especially a woman, to stumble upon a firearm, let alone know how to wield it. Proficiency with a gun transcends merely pulling the trigger. Understanding the specific model, the appropriate ammunition, how to load it, and techniques to mitigate recoil are all essential knowledge. While many men cultivate an interest in weaponry, women typically do not. In contrast, Gu Wenmin handled the gun with remarkable ease. Previously, when she caught sight of Feng Guishou behind her in the mirror, she remained composed, turning to fire without hesitation, a reflex not common among the average populace. Tofu and I exchanged glances. our expressions betraying a sense of resignation. In truth, Gu Wenmin must have realized that her pretense of being a mere photographer had been unmasked by us. Given her sharp intellect, she likely disowned our true intentions as well. Yet, out of respect for our past rapport, we had all chosen to maintain silence, including her prior act of rescuing us in the tomb, which bore numerous questionable aspects that she refrained from addressing. Now, however, with Feng Guishou having shattered that delicate facade, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Although I am aware of Gu Wenmin's shortcomings, she has assisted us on more than one occasion. While I, Chen Xian, may possess a certain ruthlessness, I am also a person who believes in repaying kindness. Thus, I harbor no intention of exposing her faults and plan to part ways amicably, both to repay her favor and because I have come to trust that Gu Wenmin is not the type to undermine us from behind. At this moment, when Feng Guishou spoke, the atmosphere among the four of us, perched on the narrow stone steps, became palpably tense. Tofu attempted to ease the situation, saying, "Hey, Feng, why do you have so much to say? This esteemed beauty, Gu, is our friend. If anyone knows her, it's us. She would never provoke trouble. You can rest assured. What? Do you wish to confront us?" With that, he rolled up his sleeves, prepared for a confrontation. I have never been one to shy away from trouble. In the comparison between Gu Wenmin and Feng Guishou, the distinction was clear. Thus, I calmly replied, "This matter does not concern you. I will protect her. If it comes to blows, I shall oblige." Gu Wenmin, noticing the tension between Tofu and me, seemed somewhat taken aback, her eyes glistening with emotion as she grasped my arm. I offered her a reassuring glance, and the three of us fell silent. Feng Guishou, visibly furious, plopped down on the stone steps, lost in thought. After a moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he remarked, "If you wish for her to leave, that is possible. But do you truly believe she can make it out? Let alone her, I doubt we ourselves can escape." Tofu, skeptical, retorted, "What riddle is this? What do you mean we can't get out? My legs are just fine. Even if they weren't, I could still crawl out." Sensing something amiss in Feng Guishou's demeanor, I began to scrutinize our surroundings more closely. This was a narrow passage, with stone steps extending downward, twisting and rising intermittently, rendering the exact direction elusive. Due to the numerous bends, visibility was limited both ahead and behind us. On either side of the stone steps were towering walls crafted from green tomb bricks, enclosing a mere 2-meter-wide staircase, making us feel as though we had become mere filling within a meat pie. The walls were quite high, glancing upward. I estimated their height to exceed 6 meters. Tofu, puzzled, inquired, "What is the purpose of constructing these walls so high? Is it simply a case of surplus bricks being repurposed?" I replied, "Surplus? Surely not. Do you think tomb bricks compare to the ordinary earth bricks we use in construction? They are exceedingly precious. Tomb bricks come in various types: square, green, black, patterned, and door bricks, each with distinct specifications. Among them, patterned bricks are the most intricate, with different designs denoting the status of the deceased. Before us lay black bricks, known for their unparalleled hardness, with their manufacturing methods long lost to time. It is said that their durability rivals that of gold and iron, hence their moniker iron bricks. Their production is immensely challenging, so how could there possibly be any surplus? Yet, why were the tomb walls constructed to such a height? Was there some special purpose? Above us, the ceiling was also comprised of black bricks, devoid of any ornamentation. The narrowness, darkness, and confinement evoked a strange thought in me. It felt as though we had inadvertently stepped inside a coffin. Tofu was not as perplexed as I anticipated. He declared directly, "How could we possibly not find a way out? We can simply retrace our steps. Come, we shall escort you." After addressing Gu Wenmin, he turned to lead the way. However, upon rounding a corner, he suddenly retreated, glancing back at us with a countenance akin to that of one who has encountered a specter. Without delay, Tofu turned back around the corner, only to return moments later. His face pale as a sheet. He rushed towards me, his voice trembling as he urged, "Old Chun, you need to see this immediately. What on earth is happening?" A sense of foreboding gripped me, and I patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "There's no need to panic." "What is going on?" Tofu gradually regained his composure, but insisted, "I can't explain it. You must see for yourselves." Feng Guishou remained seated, a cold smirk playing on his lips, as if he understood the situation all too well. Aware that something was amiss, I began retracing my steps, with Gu Wenmin following closely. Upon turning another corner, we were taken aback, for behind that corner sat Feng Guishou and Tofu. A jade-like beauty was ablaze on the ground, Feng Guishou seated cross-legged, while Tofu anxiously regarded me. How could this be? Weren't they behind us? Exchanging a glance with Gu Wanmin, we instinctively retreated, only to turn around and find Tofu and Feng Guishou ominously reappearing behind us. In that instant, the peculiar behavior of Tofu earlier became clear. Having turned that corner, our original path had vanished, replaced by a reflection akin to that of a mirror. The scene before me exceeded all expectations, and I finally comprehended why Feng Guishou remained seated. I promptly returned with Gu Wanmin and inquired, "What is happening?" Feng Guishou lounged leisurely, stating, "This is an inverted world." "An inverted world?" Tofu interjected, "What are you speaking in riddles for?" Feng Guishou gestured ahead, instructing, "Proceed a bit further and look up. Then you will understand what I mean." Tofu, ever the bold one, dashed ahead, and upon rounding a bend, I heard him emit a bizarre cry, "Perverted Chun, come quickly. There's a coffin." A coffin? At this revelation, even Gu Wanmin was startled. Without hesitation, we both sprinted forward, turning the corner to find Tofu craning his neck upwards. Was the coffin above us? I followed suit, and was struck dumb. Indeed, there was a coffin suspended above us. Approximately 7 or 8 meters high, it dangled upside down, seemingly secured by some unseen force. There were not merely one but 3 coffins, crafted from Han materials rather than the Manchu style we commonly use today. The distinguishing feature of Han coffins is their rectangular shape, while Manchu coffins, introduced during the Qing dynasty, exhibit a more rounded form, often with an arched top. Even in modern burial practices, Manchu coffins are still prevalent. Chapter 89. The suspended coffins. The 3 inverted coffins above us appeared to be of Black Han construction, looming ominously as if their lids might fall at any moment, bringing the corpses within tumbling down alongside them. Moreover, the walls of the tomb on both sides have widened. They were once flush against the stone steps, but now there is a gap of about 10 meters between them, with the space in between paved with black tiles. We find ourselves seemingly entering a stone chamber, yet there are no other doors within this chamber. Perhaps there exists a single arched passage, yet it is inverted, located above the stone walls. To traverse it, one must leap into the air to push the door open. Tofu exclaimed, "Could it be that this place has truly been turned upside down? Are we not walking on the ground, but rather on the ceiling?" I shook my head and responded, "Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Tofu replied, "It seems rather improbable. This is not Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." I remarked, "The inverted coffins and the upside-down door must have been deliberately designed to create an optical illusion." Gu Wanmin inquired, "But why constructed in such a manner?" I could only shake my head. Even in my grandfather's work notes, there was no mention of such occurrences. Could this be yet another trap? But what purpose would it serve? Why place the coffins above our heads? Are there corpses inside? At that moment, Feng Guishou entered the tomb chamber, candle in hand, and said, "You must be wondering why the builders arranged this place to appear inverted, correct?" Tofu nodded and said, "You seem to know something. Come on, Lao Feng. Spare us the riddles. Time is precious, and moments are invaluable. Is there any merit in lingering here?" Feng Guishou shook his head and sighed. "Initially, my thoughts mirrored yours." He then turned to me and asked, "Brother Chun, what would you do?" I replied, "The coffin above appears suspicious. I would not disturb it, and upon examination, it is evident that this is not the princess's golden coffin we seek. Thus I would leave this place and proceed forward." Feng Guishou nodded, saying, "But look, is there a path here?" Retracing our steps leads to that bizarre scene we just encountered, and moving forward reveals no route at all. I suggested, "Could there be a mechanism?" Feng Guishou responded, "I have searched every corner of this place. There is no mechanism." For a moment, the 3 of us exchanged silent glances. If what Feng Guishou said is true, that there are no mechanisms, then the only passage lies in the inverted door at the end of the tomb wall. Are we truly meant to traverse that upside-down door? As if reading our thoughts, Feng Guishou said, "I have been through that door." He gestured to the stone steps behind him, stating, "And thus I returned to that place." Tofu gasped, "Buddy, are you telling a ghost story?" Feng Guishou's expression remained serious, devoid of jest. I tossed my gear bag into Tofu's arms and said, "You all wait here. I will climb in and take a look." Suddenly, Tofu pulled my arm, returned the bag to me, and with a knowing glance, said, "I'll go." Our bond spans over a decade, and we share an unspoken understanding. I instantly grasped the implications of Tofu's words. He and Gu Wanmin, combined, would likely not stand a chance against Feng Guishou, and if left alone, it was uncertain whether Feng might harbor ulterior motives. Without hesitation, I refrained from intervening as our group approached the base of the wall. Gazing up at the inverted passageway above, I launched a specially crafted probing claw upwards. This device, unavailable in stores, had been prepared by Wei Guangtou and his companions. The rope was approximately 10 meters long, with a triangular hook at the top, useful for snagging wall crevices or even bodies, serving multiple purposes. The remaining rope was stored in a wooden box, and when needed, one merely pressed a mechanism within the box to send the probe soaring. Tofu ascended along the probe, climbing straight up the tomb wall until he reached the stone door, signaling us before vanishing into the darkness. Though typically timid, Tofu was now compelled to take risks for our safety, akin to a duck forced to fly. After his figure disappeared, we waited at the base of the wall for about 10 minutes without a sound, and unease began to creep in. I wondered if something had gone awry. Gu Wenmin whispered, "Could he be deceiving us?" Referring to Feng Guishou, I shook my head and replied softly, "Let us observe the situation. I have my own methods. If Feng dares to play tricks, I would stake my life to eliminate him." As I pondered this, a voice suddenly called out from behind us, "Lao Chun." Gu Mei knew. Both Gu Wenmin and I were startled. Was that not Tofu's voice? Turning, we saw Tofu emerging from the stone steps we had traversed, his expression grave. We exchanged glances, huddling together to hear Tofu recount the circumstances inside. The situation was not overly complicated. After climbing a distance, he encountered a downward staircase, winding around until he returned to our current location. Feng Guishou, upon hearing this, remarked, "That's why I said it's futile. Since being trapped here, I have exhausted all possible methods. I have more experience than you. This place exudes an ominous aura." He gestured towards the ceiling, stating, "Perhaps it was not intentionally designed this way. Rather, we might truly be walking in the heavens." I envisioned our group traversing the ceiling of the tomb, suspended upside down without awareness, a chill creeping up my spine. Could such bizarre occurrences truly exist in this world? Tofu inquired of Gu Wenmin. Could it be that we are under some sort of subliminal influence? Gu Wenmin simply shook her head, replying, "I do not know. I have never encountered anything like this." With a sigh, the four of us fell into a contemplative silence. Noticing the despondency among us, I suggested, "Though we are trapped here, fortunately, there are no immediate dangers. Let us rest and devise a plan." Considering the journey from the pit to this moment, though brief in time, it felt akin to a grand escape, leaving us utterly exhausted. I proposed a rest, and everyone agreed, settling against the wall to share some water and food while discussing our predicament. However, after a lengthy deliberation, we found ourselves no closer to a solution. We deliberated on taking turns to rest for an hour before making further plans. Tofu and Gu Wenmin would rest first, while Feng Guishou and I would keep watch. To conserve our light source, we extinguished the overhead illumination and lit a solitary white candle before us. In a short while, Tofu began to snore. Feng Guishou suddenly spoke, expressing concern for Wei Nanjing and his companions. At that moment, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow on our faces, shrouding them in obscurity. I lowered my head, contemplating the mysteries of the tomb in hopes of discovering a means of liberation. Yet, upon hearing Feng Guishou mention Wei Nanjing, I could not help but utter, "I fear the worst for them." If the three of them had indeed plunged into the water, it was likely due to the influence of those shadowy figures, and I could only assume their situation had grown dire. I glanced at my wristwatch, only to find it had ceased ticking due to water damage. At that moment, the candlelight on the ground flickered abruptly, transforming into a ghostly green hue, as the illumination dimmed to the size of pinpricks. Feng Guishou's expression shifted drastically, and he remarked, "This is troubling." My heart raced in response, prompting me to activate the overhead spotlight, rousing Tofu and the others, signaling them to observe the candlelight. Gu Wenmin, perplexed by the unfolding events, received an explanation from Tofu, who voiced her suspicion. Could there be something amiss with the air here? Feng Guishou, his demeanor stern, seemed uninclined to engage with someone as naive as Gu Wenmin. He withdrew a box of incense from his bag, evidently preparing to examine it. At that moment, I found myself less concerned. Compared to being ensnared in a web of confusion, a spirit capable of revealing its nature seemed less terrifying. Perhaps it was the culprit behind our predicament, and I was eager to uncover its hiding place. Feng Guishou lit a stick of incense, the red embers flickering as the smoke rose straight and gracefully, seemingly without issue. Under normal circumstances, the incense would have performed flawlessly, yet directly above us lay 3 coffins. The smoke inexplicably seeped into the seams of the coffins, as if something within were drawing it in. Gu Wenmin, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, immediately grasped my arm tightly, her smooth forehead glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, her breathing quickening. Chapter 90. The Cursed Tomb. Our gazes were instantly drawn to the 3 coffins above us, as the smoke was absorbed through their seams, creating an eerie spectacle reminiscent of a horror film, sending chills down our spines. Tofu, wielding a steel rod, swallowed hard and remarked, "It seems there is something within each of these coffins. Do we stand a chance against them 3 to 3? Gu Wenmin questioned, "Could there really be ghosts inside?" No sooner had she spoken than the lid of the coffin above us emitted a resounding thud and slightly lifted, as if something within were pushing against it. At that moment, I noticed a peculiar occurrence that sent icy tendrils of fear coursing through my veins and left my mind in disarray. Initially, I had presumed that the coffins hung overhead due to some external force holding them in place. Yet now, the coffin lid was fully raised, and under the influence of gravity, it should have fallen back down. Strangely, after being lifted, it settled once more, firmly covering the coffin once again. This phenomenon utterly contravenes the principles of physics, sending a tremor through my heart as I pondered. Could it truly be that the 4 of us are suspended upside down in midair? Yet, how could such bizarre occurrences exist in this world? Before I could regain my composure from this perplexing thought, Tofu suddenly gasped, pointing towards a coffin on our right, urging us to take a look. To our astonishment, a pale, skeletal hand, still bearing remnants of flesh, emerged from within. The hand reached out, pushing against the coffin lid as if it were attempting to climb out. Gu Wenmin was completely paralyzed with fear, clutching my arm, her lips turning pale. Feng Guishou, an experienced veteran, took a deep breath and whispered, "Prepare your weapons. It is about to emerge." No sooner had he spoken than the coffin lid was violently thrust open, not falling to the ground, but rather spinning in midair before affixing itself back to the top. At that moment, Gu Wenmin, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "Look at those black objects on the coffin lid." Distracted by her interruption, I momentarily forgot to inspect what lay inside the coffin. However, upon glancing at the lid, I suddenly realized, at each corner of the coffin lid, there were several round, dark objects. If I were to hazard a guess, they must undoubtedly be magnets. Could it be that the interior of this tomb was embedded with magnets? If that were the case, perhaps we were not actually inverted? This revelation brought me a sense of relief. That which could be understood is preferable to that which cannot. In the next moment, my gaze shifted to the interior of the coffin, where I beheld a corpse clad in white, its body remarkably intact, the flesh pallid as though dusted with white powder. Its elongated fingers, adorned with long nails, waved as if striving to escape, yet for some unknown reason, it remained trapped within the confines of the coffin. Tofu, upon seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "I understand now. Perhaps there are magnets within the corpse, thereby keeping it pinned to the top." Gu Wenmin's expression softened somewhat as she hesitantly remarked, "So, they cannot descend?" Tofu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. He then raised his hand towards the corpse above, saying, "Hello, Zongzi. Goodbye, Zongzi." The corpse within the coffin bore an exceptionally ghastly visage, its pallor strikingly eerie. Although it seemed ensnared by some force, unable to emerge from the coffin, my intuition suggested that the matter was far more complex. Who had constructed this inverted tomb? And why had magnets been employed to create such a configuration? Surely, the corpse within was not merely a decorative piece. This white-clad corpse was evidently meant for burial alongside the deceased, undoubtedly of a status higher than those interred in the burial pit. In truth, the phenomenon of corpses rising is not commonplace. As the adage goes, life and death are cyclical. The ancients held a profound reverence for death, ensuring that the deceased's peace was paramount when constructing tombs. If the deceased were restless in the afterlife, it could result in a transformation of the corpse. Such unrest may stem from various causes. Perhaps the final breath was not taken, or the presence of the living disturbed the balance of yang energy, leading to the corpse's transformation. Alternatively, the burial site's feng shui could be flawed, causing discontent among the deceased. Ultimately, the explanation lies in the aberrations of the burial site. At this moment, we were witnessing a rare phenomenon akin to a phoenix turning its neck. Logically, the feng shui should be excellent, conducive to a peaceful passage for the deceased. Why then was there an outbreak of unrest? Could it be that the Feng Shui of this place has encountered some issue? Reflecting on this, I could not help but recall the lake water from before, and a thought emerged in my mind. A spring in front of a tomb signifies the flourishing of life. However, as time passes and the landscape transforms, the sacred spring has evolved into a vast lake, with its waters now inundating the tomb and colliding with the burial pit. From a Feng Shui perspective, this is akin to a bucket of cold water dousing the fiery phoenix, extinguishing the vitality of the phoenix's head. Might this be the reason why what was once a favorable site has turned into a malevolent grave? As I pondered this, the lids of the other two coffins were also pried open, revealing two more corpses clad in white robes, their faces as pale as chalk, flailing their withered arms in an attempt to escape their confines and approach us. This sight was indeed quite terrifying. Fortunately, it seemed that these three mummies were unable to descend and pose a threat to us. After observing for a while, we collectively felt a slight sense of relief, though we remained puzzled by the peculiar structure of the tomb. Gu Wenmin, with her keen eyesight, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, is there something inside the coffin?" The three of us leaned closer to the coffin. Aside from the areas obscured by the corpses, the rest was shrouded in darkness, indistinct and unclear. I adjusted the angle of the spotlight above my head, and in an instant, the beam shone directly into the coffin, illuminating the corpse's ghastly face, making it appear even more grotesque. Despite my courage, I could not help but shiver internally and forced my gaze away from the corpse's terrifying visage, only to discover, to my astonishment, that above the corpse's head lay a brass mirror. Ancient mirrors are known to ward off evil, and it is not uncommon for a mirror to be placed atop a corpse as a burial companion. However, it seemed that this mirror had no effect, as the corpse still stirred. Upon seeing this, Gu Wenmin appeared somewhat disappointed and remarked, "So it's just a mirror." Tofu smacked his lips and said, "What else could it be? These three corpses are clearly interred as companions for that princess. Though their bodies are emaciated, I would wager they are certainly male corpses." Gu Wenmin, intrigued, asked, "How can you tell? The corpse is dressed in a white robe, so thin and devoid of flesh. Yet you can still discern their gender at a glance." Tofu, with a look of incredulity, gazed at Gu Wenmin and replied, "Dear Gu, you are usually quite astute. How can you not grasp such a simple matter? The ancients said that serving the dead is akin to serving the living. Even though that princess has passed, she must have had two lovers, right? Without two kindred spirits, how lonely she would be." I was already befuddled by this bizarre tomb when Tofu's remarks left me both amused and exasperated. I was about to correct him, explaining that a princess's lover should not be referred to as a concubine, a term reserved for rustic villagers, but rather as a paramour or young lord. Just as I was about to speak, Feng Guishou exclaimed in alarm, "I understand now. Quickly, extinguish all light sources." As soon as he finished speaking, he extinguished his own headlamp. I felt a twinge of concern for the old man and did not immediately comply. Instead, I asked, "Why should we turn off the lights?" Feng Guishou, his voice laced with urgency, urged, "There's no time to explain. If you don't want to die here, hurry and turn off the lights." In the midst of his words, he also snuffed out the candle on the ground that flickered with a greenish flame. The situation at this moment was peculiar. I surmised he would not dare to engage in any trickery. Perhaps there was indeed some unforeseen circumstance. With a subtle glance exchanged among Gu Wenmin, Tofu, and myself, we shared an unspoken understanding and promptly extinguished our headlamps. In an instant, the entire tomb chamber was enveloped in profound darkness. As the lights went out, the surrounding gloom rendered us unable to see even our outstretched hands. The chilling presence of three gnarled, ghostly corpses looming above only exacerbated my unease, sending shivers down my spine as an oppressive coldness permeated the air. Tofu, overwhelmed by the atmosphere, gripped my left sleeve with Gu Wenmin's warm fingers anxiously tugging at it. In a fit of trepidation, he clutched my right arm and stammered, "Why do I feel that with the lights extinguished, the atmosphere has turned sinister? Lao Feng, what kind of riddle are you playing at? What has transpired?" With one person on either side, I felt akin to being ensnared by a koala, which momentarily alleviated my anxiety with a touch of humor. In the darkness, apart from Tofu's murmurs, the only sound was the relentless thumping of the corpses against their coffin. Bang, bang, bang. The noise reverberated ominously within the chamber. Lao Feng's breathing grew more hurried, and he slowly began to explain, "I believe I have discerned what this is. It is a ghost mirror." Chapter 91. The Ghost Mirror, Ghost Mirror? Tofu echoed, lowering his voice, That name is somewhat ominous. What does it signify? In the darkness, Lao Feng elucidated the origin of this phenomenon. Initially, he failed to ascertain the reason for the tomb's peculiar structure until he discovered the copper mirror within the coffin, which evoked the legend of the ghost mirror. Folklore suggests that one should not gaze into a mirror after nightfall, for it is believed that what is reflected is the realm of the underworld. Gazing into a mirror at night may reveal malevolent spirits. The ghost mirror is a contrived mechanism, traditionally existing only in tales. It is said to require 3 men, suspended upside down, with a mirror placed above them. Their spirits are ensnared by the ancient mirror, forcibly drawn into it over time, thus becoming the ghost mirror itself. Anything that is reflected in the ghost mirror is drawn into the world behind it. So, how can one determine whether they have encountered a ghost mirror? It is quite simple. When you perceive that the world around you has inverted, it signifies that you have entered the realm of the ghost mirror. As Lao Feng's words settled, the breaths of the group grew noticeably labored. I felt as though my heart were suspended in midair. With Lao Feng's words echoing in my mind, when you discover that the world around you has inverted, it signifies that you have entered the realm of the ghost mirror. Could it be that we had already been drawn into the world of the ghost mirror? The mere thought sent chills racing down my spine, rendering my throat as constricted as if it were stuffed with cotton, leaving me utterly speechless. Lao Feng, perhaps anticipating our reaction, swallowed hard and said, "Thus, I instructed you to extinguish the lights. Without a source of illumination, the mirror cannot reflect anything." "And then what?" I inquired. "What shall we do next?" To be honest, my grandfather's notes do not address such matters. Lao Feng replied, "I can only speculate. I believe that only by extinguishing the light source can we hope to escape this place." Gu Wenmin, possessing remarkable intelligence, forcibly composed herself and remarked, "It is no wonder that we encountered the same scene when retracing our steps at the corner. It appears that prior to entering this tomb chamber, while still in the passageway, we had already fallen victim to the ghostly mirror." Feng Guishou responded in a hushed tone, "Indeed, that was my conclusion as well. At that moment, while I was exploring the mechanism, I encountered a double dragon lock." Tofu inquired, "What is a double dragon lock?" "I have seen it mentioned in my grandfather's notes. The so-called double dragon lock is a type of mechanism that embodies both life and death. Only a true master can discern which is perilous and which is safe." After explaining to Tofu, I added, "Old Feng, do not tell me you made an error regarding the double dragon lock?" In the darkness, Feng Guishou let out a bitter laugh and said, "It seems I most likely chose the wrong path. The double dragon lock was tampered with, misguiding me. I have only myself to blame for being blind." Upon hearing this, Tofu erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! I was wondering why the mechanism you activated did not close automatically. It was merely waiting for those behind to crawl in." Gu Wenmin sighed and remarked, "There's no point in discussing this now. The lights have gone out, and we have lost our source of illumination. Even if we wish to exit, we must choose a direction. How shall we proceed?" Feng Guishou pondered for a moment, seemingly uncertain, and replied, "I suspect the entrance has long been sealed." "What do you mean by sealed?" I felt a surge of impatience as his speech was staggered, igniting within me an urge to lash out. I wondered if the curse truly affected my temperament. Upon reflection, my current disposition was indeed quite irritable, compelling me to suppress this agitation with detachment. Had it not been for Tofu's earlier reminder and my conscious effort to control myself, I might have already kicked him and sent a few choice words his way. Feng Guishou continued, "It is regrettable that we lack explosives. If we had them, we might blast our way through." Gu Wenmin interjected, "But are we not still within the ghostly mirror?" Feng Guishou countered, "That is merely a legend." In truth, I remain skeptical. Perhaps such tales arise from the ancients deliberately altering our environment to influence us. Nevertheless, caution is always prudent. After he finished speaking, he fell silent, seemingly at a loss for further ideas. I am not one to be passive. I refuse to sit idly by in the face of adversity. Listening to the noises above, I steeled my resolve and declared, "Turn on the light." Feng Guishou was taken aback, asking, "What do you intend to do?" I replied, "Since it is the mirror causing the disturbance, we shall shatter it. If there are ghosts residing within, we shall eliminate these 3 specters." With that, I switched on the light and retrieved my handgun from my gear, aiming at the central copper mirror above. Upon raising my gaze, I was met with a ghastly pale visage staring back at me, its dark mouth agape, as if something were about to emerge. The clarity of the copper mirror was rather poor, and given its height of 7 or 8 meters, I could only discern the vague reflections of our figures upon its surface. Without further ado, I fired the first shot. The brass was relatively soft, and with a loud bang, the gunshot shattered the silence of the tomb chamber, causing a significant dent to form in the center of the mirror, with the bullet embedded within. Gu Wenmin's voice carried a note of surprise, and her gaze towards me was tinged with delight as she exclaimed, "Impressive marksmanship." Tofu, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "Of course, my brother is exceptional. His prowess lies in hunting wild chickens, honed through practice in the mountains. I, too, possess my own talents, merely unable to showcase them at this moment." I chose to ignore Tofu, as he was the type who felt uneasy if he didn't boast for a day. He promptly moved to the second coffin, aimed at the mirror, and fired another shot. Having previously used a shotgun, my aim was precise. Within 2 shots, I shattered 2 mirrors effortlessly. Just as I was about to target a third, Feng Guishou suddenly remarked, "If we truly shatter the ghost mirror, will this place cease to exist?" I was taken aback, pondering the implications. What fate would befall the 4 of us? Would we vanish alongside it? Such a notion seemed far-fetched. Deep down, I struggled to accept that we could be unknowingly drawn into an ancient mirror. This was not a horror film. Such absurdity felt inconceivable. Without waiting for Feng Guishou to elaborate, I fired, shattering the third copper mirror with a resounding bang. Almost instantaneously, the 3 ancient corpses above us froze mid-struggle, becoming utterly still. The cacophony faded into an eerie silence, enveloping us in a disquieting stillness. This atmosphere was unsettling, yet I understood that inaction equated to a slow demise. In such a place, rescue was implausible. Rather than succumb to despair, I resolved to take decisive action. The ghost mirror is destroyed. Now we must confront these 3 formidable corpses. We need to dispel their corpse energy, but mere bullets will not suffice. Old Feng, do you possess any other strategies? Feng Guishou appeared momentarily dazed, but upon regaining his composure, his expression shifted through various phases. First a wry smile, then a shake of his head, ultimately giving me a thumbs up. Brother Chun, your decisiveness and courage are commendable. At this juncture, overthinking serves no purpose. If Lu Su were here, he could sever their heads with a steel blade. Lacking suitable cold weapons and unable to leap so high, we should resort to arson. Feng Guishou and Gu Wenmin were inherently cautious, while Tofu tended to be indecisive. If left to him, we might wait until the end of days for a decision. My destructive actions had effectively severed our retreat, forcing us to forge ahead. The group resolved to employ fire as our weapon. Fortunately, our backpacks contained some solid fuel. Extracting it, we affixed it to the extendable steel rod of our probing shovel, resulting in a 7-meter-long torch. With the solid fuel ignited, I ignited it piece by piece. The corpses were saturated with corpse oil, igniting instantly, engulfing the area in fierce flames. Thick smoke, mingled with a foul stench, quickly spread throughout the tomb, causing tears to stream down our faces as we had no means of escape. Tofu, covering his mouth, exclaimed tearfully, "I understand now. The true intention of those who constructed this place was to suffocate us. Good heavens, it's unbearable. Miss Gu, do you have any perfume? Please, spray some immediately." Gu Wenmin covered her mouth and nose, her pair of jet-black eyes now veiled in a misty haze. Hearing the words spoken, she managed a bitter smile, poised to respond when suddenly, a corpse above, likely severed at the limbs and engulfed in flames, plummeted towards her. Alarmed, I shouted, "Be careful." Instinctively, I lunged forward, narrowly evading the falling body. We both tumbled to the ground, rolling several times in a frantic embrace. Chapter 92, Golden Mountain. As I clutched Gu Wenmin and rolled away, we eventually came to a halt, enveloped in a dim ambience. The fire had nearly consumed itself, and in the obscurity, her face flickered between shadow and light, making it difficult to discern her features. I felt her body soft in my arms, trembling, likely still in shock. Noticing her stillness, I remarked, "Isn't it rather comfortable to collapse upon me? Let us rise. Once we escape this place, you may rest as long as you wish." Gu Wenmin regained her composure, her expression shifting to one of irritation as she pinched my shoulder sharply, retorting, "You are utterly insensible." She rose, choosing to ignore me henceforth. Tofu, with a hint of sarcasm, chimed in, "At a time like this, you two still have the leisure for romantic banter? Quite the ordeal for us single youths. I say, Old Chun, stop dawdling. You ignited this fire. What is the plan moving forward?" As the flames dwindled, Numerous burning coffin boards and fragments of corpses cascaded from above, igniting briefly before extinguishing entirely. We activated our headlamps and surveyed the ground, which was strewn with charred remnants of the deceased, remnants that had not been fully consumed by the flames. The thick smoke generated during the blaze lingered, enveloping us within the tomb's confines, even with our headlamps. The illumination was limited, casting a gloomy pall over everything. Employing improvised methods, I was uncertain if I had resolved the spectral mirror issue. According to Feng's previous assertions, the mechanism at the entrance should have been sealed, thus retracing our steps was not an option. After a deliberation among the four of us, we concluded that retracing our path through the inverted tomb door might yield results. If the spectral mirror had vanished, we ought to be able to exit this time. Should we fail to do so, we would devise a new strategy. As our gazes shifted towards the passageway, unexpectedly, a shadowy figure burst forth from the smoke, darting momentarily before vanishing into the corridor. Tofu, startled, exclaimed, "There's someone." Without further discussion, we raced towards the passage, looking up to find the inverted entrance eerily empty and shrouded in smoke, devoid of any visible presence. Whether it was human or ghostly remained uncertain. Gu Wenmin queried, "Where did that figure emerge from?" Tofu replied, "It may not have been human. I merely saw a dark silhouette, akin to a monkey, vanishing in an instant." "Do you think our entrapment here is the work of that entity?" Feng, with a pragmatic tone, interjected, "Excessive chatter serves no purpose. Let us investigate." We promptly released the probing claws and ascended the rope to the upper passageway. This corridor was arched, and due to its inverted nature, the ceiling was flat while the floor curved, making it impossible for us to walk side by side. We could only proceed in a single file, and slipping was a constant hazard. The passage was enveloped in smoke, rendering it exceedingly dim and heavy-hearted, leaving everyone in a dismal silence, overwhelmed by an uncomfortable sense of foreboding, yearning to escape. I was leading the way, preoccupied with the situation that Tofu had mentioned earlier concerning a staircase at the end. Thus, I focused solely on locating the stairs, oblivious to the gradual descent of the passageway beneath me. When I finally realized it, my foot unexpectedly slipped. The floor was slick with wax, and I found myself tumbling in a chaotic manner, akin to a slide, swiftly gliding down the arched corridor with alarming speed. Unaware of what awaited at the end, the thrill was indescribable. Even on a roller coaster, one possesses a semblance of reassurance, knowing that safety measures are in place. However, this slide bore no such guarantees, and the uncertainty of the conclusion sent my heart racing. I was not alone in my misfortune. Feng Guishou and Gu Wenmin, who followed closely behind, also fell victim to the slick surface, their screams echoing as they plunged downward. Within mere seconds, I was launched into the air, only to crash heavily onto the cold ground, feeling as though my insides were shattering with pain. Fortunately, I had survived the ordeal. There were no traps waiting below, and I had narrowly escaped with my life. Moments later, Gu Wenmin and Feng Guishou landed as well, their cries of distress filling the air. I managed to move my body, relieved to find no serious injuries, but Gu Wenmin, being a woman, was more vulnerable to the fall. I quickly assisted her to her feet and inquired about her condition. She was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, and after a moment, she shook her head, assuring me, "I'm fine." It appeared that her bones were intact, and I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of Tofu, who had somehow avoided the mishap, still lingering above. I wondered how terrified he must be alone. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a scream echoed from the depths of the passage. It was Tofu's voice, calling for help. I was taken aback, pondering how he could be so foolish as to slip after witnessing 3 others fall. What level of stupidity could lead him to such a fate? In the next instant, Tofu was propelled into the air by inertia, and I swiftly reached out to catch him. As he landed, his face lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We are reunited." I was perplexed and asked, "How did you fall too?" Tofu chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Could I be as foolish as you all? I saw you sliding down, and there I stood, trapped with no way forward or backward. Rather than remain there, I thought it better to join you. As the saying goes, though not born on the same day, let us die together. Strength lies in numbers. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving you alone." I retorted, "How absurd indeed." I was left astounded. Only he could commit such an act of folly. Upon reflection, I could not help but feel a sense of relief. In this ancient tomb, fraught with peril and bizarre occurrences, it would be impossible for Tofu to navigate alone. Should we become separated in this desolate place, it would spell disaster. Therefore, it was far wiser to remain united, as this would ensure our safety. With this thought in mind, I refrained from admonishing him. The four of us then began to survey our surroundings. As the light illuminated the area and our gazes shifted, we were all rendered speechless. Tofu swallowed hard, exclaiming, "By heavens, we've struck gold." At that moment, we found ourselves in a tomb chamber, modest in size, measuring no more than 20 square meters. The room was cluttered with an assortment of jars, paintings, and antiques. Yet, what captured our attention most was a towering mound of gold in the center of the chamber, forming a cone nearly 2 meters high. Upon closer inspection, the treasures within dazzled the eye: golden cups, chains, hairpins, bracelets, gold bars, and jade inlaid with gold, all shimmering under the light with a resplendent glow. Feng Guishou gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens, the burial goods of this princess are indeed lavish." Having likely encountered grand tombs before, he maintained his composure, while Tofu and I, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were left speechless. Gu Wenmin sighed. No wonder the allure of tomb raiding endures through the ages. The temptation for an ordinary person is simply too great. Tofu added, "It's no surprise that they say, if one wishes to prosper in the mountains, one must first build roads, and if one lacks funds to pave the way, one should excavate ancient tombs." I remarked, since the Qin and Han dynasties promoted lavish burials, the trend of tomb raiding has flourished. Ultimately, the tomb owners have brought this upon themselves. These classic artifacts and treasures ought to be passed down through generations rather than left to decay in the earth. Gu Wenmin seemed to disagree with my perspective, wearing a half-smile as she said, "So, are you implying that tomb raiding is a good thing?" I chose not to respond, for it is often said that only women and villains are difficult to reason with. Continuing a debate with her could lead to unforeseen complications. Tofu, eager for action, suggested, "A thief does not leave empty-handed. Since we've come this far, how can we not seize something?" I nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we are here to uncover treasures, not merely to sightsee. We must take what is rightfully ours, but given the abundance of items in this place, we cannot carry everything. We must select the most valuable and portable." Gu Wenmin, overhearing our discussion about pilfered goods, was rendered speechless with indignation. Feng Guishou chuckled. "Since this is a burial chamber, the main tomb cannot be far off. The true treasures are likely contained within the coffin itself. We need not concern ourselves overly with the items here, though I do see a few golden artifacts that are quite appealing." As he spoke, he moved forward to sift through the treasures. Chapter 93. An unexpected visitor. Tofu whispered, "Let us hurry. That old fellow has a keen eye. We must not let him choose all the good items. In truth, the gold itself may not be worth much. The heaviest gold bar is valued at around 200,000 yuan. What truly holds value is not the material itself, but its craftsmanship and the identity of the antique. In the hierarchy of antiquities, bronze is regarded as the most precious, with the value of antiques increasing with age and scarcity. Of course, this is from an archaeological perspective. From a market collection perspective, one must also consider the allure of the items, reflecting the preferences of potential buyers. There is a saying that in times of chaos, gold flourishes, while in prosperous eras, antiques and collectibles become the playthings of the affluent. Certainly, among these, there are genuine connoisseurs of antiquities. However, if such individuals lack financial means, they can only gaze longingly. My companion Tofu and I, aware of our limited discerning abilities, hurriedly approached to prevent the crafty Feng from seizing all the valuable treasures. The elegant beauty Gu stood aloof, embodying a dignified spirit, seemingly refusing to associate with us, whom she regarded as thieves. As Tofu and I cautiously approached the golden artifacts, we remained vigilant. For the shadowy figure we had encountered earlier, uncertain whether it was human or ghost, could be lurking nearby, perhaps plotting against us. I instructed Tofu to select items while I stood guard. At that moment, an unexpected murmur of voices echoed through the silent tomb. This sound, abrupt and unfamiliar, belonged to a man we did not recognize. We both instinctively halted our activities and turned our heads towards the source of the voices, discovering a stone door standing against the wall of the tomb, from which the voices emanated. Accompanying the man's speech was a cacophony of footsteps, suggesting a considerable number of individuals. Initially, I presumed the voices belonged to Lu Su and his companions, but upon hearing the footsteps, I realized the number far exceeded 3. Soon after, a faint woman's voice emerged, and I recognized it unmistakably as that of the enchanting wren. Gu Wenmin's expression shifted, and she ceased her sulking, whispering, "Is it them? This woman is ruthless and her group is numerous. We cannot confront them directly. What should we do now?" Tofu inquired. Gu Wenmin, quick to respond, pointed towards the passage we had descended, suggesting, "Let us hide in there." Although Feng had never encountered Ren, he was well aware of her family's influence and dared not act carelessly. Thus, we all swiftly crawled into the passageway. This entrance was situated above the tomb, sloping downwards. Once concealed, anyone below would be unable to see us, while we could easily observe their movements. Gu Wenmin's hasty decision to seek refuge here proved fortuitous. Yet the passage was treacherously slippery, making it difficult to maintain our balance, indicating that this hiding place could not serve as a long-term solution. Not long after we concealed ourselves, the creaking sound of the stone door being pushed open resonated within the tomb. I cautiously peered through a narrow slit in the passage and witnessed the door being swung open. Emerging from behind it were 2 women and 5 men, a total of 7 individuals. Among them was Ruan, accompanied by another woman of greater age, whose demeanor was cold and indifferent, brandishing a handgun, clearly formidable. Observing the 5 men, I noted their muscular physiques and alert expressions. 2 were armed with firearms, while 3 wielded long knives, their backs burdened with well-stocked equipment bags, indicating they were prepared for any eventuality. As they entered the tomb, their eyes were drawn to the lavish burial goods, mirroring our earlier fascination. One man, with a prominent hooked nose, exclaimed with excitement, "Miss Rin truly possesses remarkable skill. This oil drum could sustain us for a lifetime." With a disdainful laugh, the enchanting lady remarked, "What a lack of ambition. Is this meager treasure your lifelong pursuit?" The man chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Brothers who tread upon the edge of danger possess not the courage of someone like Miss Rin." Unfazed by his words, the lady replied, "Take what you need, but do not be greedy. We have further matters to attend to." In an instant, the 5 men began to rummage through the burial chamber. The jade belt I had coveted was snatched away by a man with an eagle-like nose. Had circumstances permitted, I would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the enchanting lady and an older woman remained undisturbed, whispering to one another as their voices gradually lowered. I could not discern their conversation, yet I caught fragments regarding mechanisms, vulnerabilities, and what to do next. Clearly, the route taken by the lady and her companions diverged from ours. They had not fallen into the trap of the ghostly mirror. Perhaps it was indeed my misfortune at play, as every perilous event seemed to befall our group. There exists a belief in folk tradition that one's fate can be altered through external means, such as performing good deeds to enhance one's fortune. However, it is often said that good people do not live long, and calamities linger for a millennium. In my case, I found myself uncertain of the truth of such claims. Perhaps, by accumulating too many good deeds, one might hasten their demise. After a moment, their voices rose, suggesting a disagreement. The enchanting lady stated, "We have successfully navigated numerous perilous locations without incident. Yet, the information passed down through generations is prone to errors. According to previous accounts, opening this door should lead to a jade bridge spanning a waterfall, beyond which lies the main burial chamber. How then did we arrive in this burial chamber?" I understood then that while we had endured countless hardships, this lady had indeed inherited clues from her ancestors, allowing her to avoid dangers and reach this place. I could not help but lament, realizing that it was not others to blame, but rather my own unfortunate lineage. However, it appeared that the clues had also led us astray. Upon finishing her statement, the older woman interjected, "It must be that the information has been corrupted, but that is of little consequence. Since this is a burial chamber, it cannot be far from the main tomb." The enchanting lady surveyed her surroundings, clearly perplexed, and inquired, "Aside from the path we took, there are no hidden doors here. Could there be some mechanism at play?" As she spoke, she gestured to one of the men. The man, slender and unremarkable in appearance, possessed notably long fingers, reminiscent of mechanical appendages. Observing this, I instinctively glanced at Feng Guishou, who shook his head and leaned closer, whispering, "A second-rate character. Pay him no mind." Following the command, the man ceased his rummaging and turned to investigate the surrounding tomb walls for hidden passages, returning shortly with no findings. The enchanting lady exclaimed in frustration, "Useless." The older woman frowned and admonished, "Xiaoling, you should temper your temper." With a huff, the enchanting lady retorted, "Feng Jiang on the path is indeed skilled, but unfortunately, he serves as a lackey for old Zhao. Beside me, Feng Guishou's breath quickened, and he muttered under his breath, "Impudent wretch." Upon observing his expression, I immediately comprehended the situation. It was evident that Feng Jiangyi was the one being referenced. I lowered my voice and inquired, "Are there any mechanisms within this tomb? If it were you, could you uncover them?" Feng Guishou's breath steadied as he whispered, "Previously, I was too preoccupied with collecting items to pay attention. However, if there truly exists a secret passage, it would be a trivial matter. That young lad's skills are merely rudimentary." The mechanism operator, chastised, wore a look of indignation. Yet being subordinate, he refrained from further comment and turned back to his tasks. I then heard the elder woman frowning as she admonished Renmain, saying, "Renling, your temper is becoming increasingly intolerable. While these individuals work under our command, do not forget that without them, the Ren family would be but a hollow shell. If you continue to alienate those in the community, the Ren family will not be able to accommodate you." Only then did Renling temper her demeanor, although still displeased. Her tone softened considerably as she responded, "I have received word that we are not the only ones in this tomb. It is said that old Zhao's subordinate, Zhang Yan, brought a group of people down a couple of days before us, yet they have not emerged." The elder woman inquired, "Have you ascertained which individuals Wei Nanjing has brought along?" She pronounced the name of Zhang Yan's superior with familiarity, indicating her knowledge of the individuals involved. Renling replied, "Guishou Feng Jiangyi, the smiling fox Luo Duran, and Lu Su." Lu Su? The elder woman expressed surprise. Old Zhao has even invited him. I had heard Feng Guishou mention Lu Su. He was renowned for his extraordinary skills with a steel knife and possessed a refined demeanor, seemingly unoffensive. Why then did this woman react with such alarm upon mentioning him? Could there be more to his background? Pondering this, I cast a glance at Feng Guishou, silently urging him to provide clarity. Chapter 94. Poisonous Gu Doufu lowered his voice, a hint of curiosity in his demeanor, and remarked, "Why does this old woman react to Lu Su's name as if she has encountered a cat? Is this gentleman truly formidable?" Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou lowered his voice and began to elucidate the matter. Lu Su, strictly speaking, was not a professional grave robber. He operated discreetly, seldom seen, and his activities remained shrouded in mystery. He only occasionally undertook a job, and those that emerged from his hands were invariably of lethal consequence. With a steel knife for subduing demons and spirits, he was exceptionally skilled, astute, and notably adept at navigating social interactions. Regardless of age or gender, those who interacted with him felt as if they were basking in spring's warmth. Thus, while Lu Su's abilities were impressive, what truly rendered him formidable was the extensive web of relationships he maintained. No matter how proficient his steel knife might be, it could not rival a firearm. One could easily dispatch Lu Su with a gunshot, yet upon his demise, the intricate network of connections behind him would ensnare you like a net, leaving you with grievous wounds, an unimaginable horror. Hence, within the industry, when Lu Su's name is mentioned, three impressions arise. First, he is fearsome. Second, he is enigmatic. And finally, his skills are acknowledged. At that moment, Renling remarked, "Indeed, the others may be manageable, but the key issue lies in dealing with Lu Su." The elder woman pondered briefly before frowning and stating, "Our operation is clandestine. Should Lu Su perish in the fray, unnoticed, and without a trace, we need not fear him. However, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble." Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou lowered his voice and remarked, "This woman is exceedingly malicious. They are numerous and armed. We must avoid a direct confrontation. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of his eyes. To prevent being detected, we ceased our conversation. We then heard the woman inquire, "Who else is there besides these three?" Renling replied, "It is said that there are two more individuals, although I have yet to ascertain their names. However, I have heard that one of them is a descendant of the Ghost King, Chen Xiyuan." The mention of the Ghost King caused the woman to furrow her brow. What Ghost King? Merely a cowardly traitor. I couldn't help but perk up at the mention of my grandfather, realizing that his reputation was indeed significant. Did this woman possess some knowledge? Just as I was intent on listening further, a sudden shout from one of the men disrupted our focus. "Old Four, what happened to you?" This unexpected outcry drew all our attention. In the corner of the tomb chamber, a man appeared to be fumbling with something before he suddenly collapsed, convulsing violently, which startled another man into a scream. Soon, Renling and her group rushed over, creating a clamorous circle around the scene. Due to our position, we could not see what transpired within the circle, but we heard someone exclaim, "This is bad. It seems he has been poisoned. Kill me! Kill me!" The circle of people was abruptly shattered as the fallen man bolted from it. The moment I laid eyes on him, a chill ran down my spine. His complexion was ashen, and he exhibited extreme agony, repeatedly pleading for death. Strangely, he bore no visible wounds, yet the most horrifying sight was his eyes, from which dangled a pair of white, worm-like appendages that swayed as he ran, only to vanish into his eyes moments later. Within mere seconds of the worm's disappearance, he collapsed again, his body convulsing before falling still. The previously mentioned man with the hooked nose exclaimed, "This is terrible. These ceremonial vessels are toxic." The scene descended into chaos. Feng Guishou, alarmed, immediately checked his hands and, to his shock, discovered that his thin gloves had turned an ominous black. Startled, he quickly removed the gloves and stuffed them into his backpack, trembling as he said, "That was close. I nearly met a similar fate today if it weren't for these gloves." I felt a wave of dread wash over me. If Rin Ling and her companions had not appeared just in time, Tofu and I would have carelessly touched those funerary items, unaware of the poison they harbored. Tofu angrily remarked, "This princess is utterly unscrupulous, employing all sorts of insidious tricks. First the corpse-raising bureau, then the flying immortal mural, and now a plethora of toxic treasures. What a waste of valuable artifacts." Feng Guishou replied, "It is not rare for treasures to be laced with poison. I was merely caught off guard. However, it seems they are not merely poisoned, but rather cursed." "Cursed?" Gu Wanmin beside us blinked in surprise. "Is such a thing real? I thought it only existed in films." Feng Guishou explained, "In Xiangxi, there are many Miao people, and one of the three evils of Xiangxi is indeed the Miao curse. The Princess Gijir, interred in the western Hunan region, was likely afforded the construction of her tomb by the participation of the Miao people, who are known to set traps and poison to harm others. Among Rin Ling's group, aside from her and an elderly woman, nearly everyone had come into contact with the tomb's artifacts. In an instant, the remaining 4 men succumbed to dire straits, their screams echoing in the air. And upon their demise, their eyes were filled with a ghastly whiteness, a sight most unsettling. The term gu, which translates to a creature bred for its venom, is indicative of the poison insects cultivated by individuals. The Miao are renowned for their expertise in breeding and deploying such creatures, with the infamous Xiangxi gu being widely recognized. Many have heard of this particular gu, popularized through folklore and fiction, often employed as a sensational motif. Legend has it that the Xiangxi gu is nurtured by the blood of unmarried Miao women, and upon marriage, it is bestowed upon the husband. Should the husband stray, the gu, sensing his disloyalty, will burrow beneath his perineum to inflict painful bites, rendering him a eunuch. The torment does not cease there. The creature will ascend, gradually devouring the internal organs, leaving the afflicted in excruciating agony. However, should the man remain faithful, the poison will lie dormant throughout his lifetime. A phenomenon both remarkable and terrifying. Recalling the 2 white creatures I had just seen, I pondered if they were indeed the gu. The thought of such a dreadful fate caused my eyes to ache, prompting me to rub them gently and inquire of Mr. Feng, "How can one evade these poisonous insects?" Feng Guishou replied, "It should be through contact with the mingqi containing the gu. Fortunately, I was the only one to touch it, and I was protected by the Vajra casing, so I believe we are safe." He then chuckled ominously, adding, "This is what one might call divine providence. Once those subordinates of hers perish, I shall have my revenge on those 2 little vixens." It seemed he still harbored resentment towards Rin Ling for branding him a lackey. In a brief moment, the once vibrant individuals lay lifeless on the ground, transformed into corpses. The sensation was markedly different from witnessing the sacrificial bodies previously. Those had long since been deceased, while these individuals had perished before our very eyes, an experience that could not fail to leave a psychological impact. Glimpsing at Tofu and Gu Wanmin by the flickering light below, I observed Tofu merely sighing. Being a man of sturdy disposition, he appeared largely unaffected. In contrast, Gu Wanmin's expression betrayed her compassion, her dark eyes reflecting pity. I sought to console her, saying, "Do not take it to heart. You have heard their words. They were men who thrived on bloodshed, indifferent to the lives they took. Their deaths are but just deserts. Do not let it weigh on your mind." Gu Wanmin nodded silently in response. At that moment, with all lives extinguished, one could only imagine the expression on Ren Ling's face. A most exquisite sight. Reflecting on her previous torment, I felt a surge of impulse to applaud. It was then that I heard Feng Guishou whisper, "The enemy is in the light while we dwell in the shadows. Now is the ideal moment to strike." Brother Chen, where's your gun? Although I possessed a ruthless nature, I had never taken a life, and hesitation crept in. Sensing my reluctance, Feng Guishou urged, "Just moments ago, you were encouraging Miss Gu. How can you falter now? It is either their demise or ours. They possess 2 firearms and are skilled marksmen. Should a confrontation arise, even with 4 of us, we would surely suffer losses." His words reminded me of Ren Ling's lethal methods against Lin Pengzi, and I recognized the truth in Feng Guishou's assertion. The woman possesses an enchanting exterior, yet her heart is as venomous as that of a serpent. One must never show her leniency, otherwise, upon confrontation, we shall only find ourselves at a disadvantage. Mercy shown to one's adversary is nothing but cruelty towards oneself. If I were to falter in my resolve and suffer at the hands of Ren Ling, it would be unfortunate enough. But would it not also ensnare Tofu and Gu Wanmin due to my momentary weakness? With this thought in mind, all my hesitations vanished. Taking a deep breath, darkness enveloped my heart, and a murderous intent arose within me, prompting me to reach for my firearm. Chapter 95. Manipulation. Ren Ling and her companion were suddenly thrust into chaos, their expressions a fascinating tapestry of emotion. As I grasped for the handgun at my waist, preparing to draw it, an unexpected chill enveloped my shoulder as a hand pressed down gently. Initially, I assumed it was Tofu, but a moment later I froze, realizing that he was right beside me. How could he have approached from behind? Neither Gu Wanmin nor Feng Guishou could have done so, as we all lay aligned on the same plane, easily visible to one another. Startled, I swiftly turned my head. The dim light revealed a crimson figure lurking in the shadows behind me. A pale hand rested upon my shoulder, its owner's head shrouded in a cascade of black hair, devoid of a face beneath. A gasp escaped my lips. The figure clad in red had caught up with me. Initially taken aback by shock and fear, I instinctively prepared to fire. This reaction was likely intrinsic to my nature. While some may freeze in peril or await rescue, I am naturally proactive, and after the initial fright, my thoughts turned to resistance and self-preservation. Yet, to my utter astonishment, I found myself suddenly paralyzed, as if ensnared by an unseen force. At that moment, the black hair of the figure began to sway without a breeze, parting to reveal a ghastly visage, a face devoid of features, sending shivers down my spine. What was its intention? Surely, it could not be merely to frighten me. Just then, Feng Guishou seemed to sense my distress, whispering urgently, "Why haven't you fired yet?" It appeared he was entirely oblivious to the presence looming behind me. I attempted to speak, yet no words would form. Tofu then leaned in to whisper, "Bizarre Chun, why are you staring behind you? Is there something there?" As he spoke, he turned to scan the area, evidently unable to see what I beheld, his expression one of confusion. My heart raced. Why was I the only one able to perceive this figure in red? Was this its deliberate design? What did it intend? Did it seek to harm me first, before turning on the others? The faceless entity maintained its gaze upon me, the hand resting on my shoulder exuding a chilling aura that permeated my skin. Suddenly, its countenance underwent a transformation. Beneath the pallid skin, it appeared as if writhing creatures were stirring, forming swollen protrusions that gradually shaped into discernible features. A wave of terror surged through me. What would it ultimately become? A moment later, its features solidified, and as I gazed upon that face, I was struck dumb. The contours were distinct, emotionless, and its gaze bore an unsettling coldness. This was it not my own reflection? It transformed into my likeness. What could it possibly desire? Regardless of the tempestuous waves surging within my heart, my body remained utterly immobilized. It seemed that my astonishment was evident to all, as Tofu was the first to sense the anomaly and exclaimed in urgency, "What is happening?" He slapped my cheek, and although I longed to respond, I found myself powerless. At that moment, the figure resembling me, clad in red, suddenly revealed a grotesque smile upon its pallid visage. Despite bearing an uncanny resemblance to my own features, it radiated an unmistakable malevolence. Subsequently, it grasped my hand that held the gun and slowly raised it. As it moved, my arm ascended involuntarily, ultimately aiming directly at Tofu. I felt as if I were under its control, utterly incapable of resisting, and shockingly began to pull the trigger. In an instant, the insidious plot was laid bare before me. It likely could not approach Tofu, and Feng Guishou due to their protective talismans. Thus it sought to exploit me as a vessel to harm them all. Tofu, witnessing the gun aimed at him, immediately paled and shouted, "Chun, what madness has overtaken you?" Meanwhile, Gu Wanmin cried out in alarm. His eyes are glazed over. Something is amiss. Xiao, get out of the way. Just in the nick of time. Gu Wanmin shoved Tofu aside, and the bullet struck the wall opposite with a deafening bang. This forceful push sent both Gu Wanmin and Tofu tumbling down the passageway, revealing our location beyond concealment. Yet, I felt a sense of relief that neither had sustained injury. Before I could fully exhale that breath of relief, the creature's eerie grin deepened, and I faintly heard a piercing voice resonate within my mind, proclaiming, "You are next." Before I could fathom the situation, my hand, still clutching the gun, was uncontrollably pressed against my own throat. It sought to end my life. At that juncture, only Feng Guishou remained beside me, his expression a mix of horror and uncertainty, seemingly hesitant to intervene given my peculiar state, instead opting to observe. My vision was limited, yet I could hear Renling's voice below, exclaiming, "You again, seeking death." This remark was likely directed at Tofu. A dark thought crossed my mind. In this dire moment, it seemed only Tofu could come to my aid. However, he had already fallen through the passage and was now exposed to Renling and her companion, rendering any hope of rescue futile. It appeared that I, Qin Xian, was destined to meet my demise today. As this thought flickered through my mind, my fingers, beyond my control, began to pull the trigger downward. This was an exceedingly swift action. Perhaps my willpower was at odds, causing my fingers to move sluggishly in resistance. Observing my finger move to pull the trigger, Feng Guishou's expression finally shifted, and he swiftly lunged to seize the gun from my grasp. As he gripped my weapon and forcefully redirected it, I felt a momentary release in my tension, and my finger inadvertently pressed down, resulting in yet another gunshot. The bullet's trajectory unknown. The red-clad figure, having failed twice, was consumed with rage, its face contorted. What was once an exact replica of my features now merged grotesquely into a horrifying visage. It turned and shoved me with force. At that moment, Feng Guishou held a dagger, and with that push, I found myself uncontrollably propelled toward his blade. Everything hung by a thread, leaving no opportunity for evasion. I lunged toward Feng Guishou, who momentarily displayed a flicker of astonishment before the dagger pierced my shoulder. A searing pain coursed through me as the blade entered flesh. And in his fright, this old rogue yanked the dagger out with a swift motion, intensifying my agony and causing blood to pour forth. My vision blurred, rendering even the figure in red indistinct. Feng Guishou, seasoned and astute, likely discerned that I was under some malevolent influence. Without hesitation, he seized the firearm from my grasp and swiftly restrained my arms. The figure in red, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, pressed its grotesque visage against mine. An aura of malevolence enveloping me as its icy hands clutched my throat. Simultaneously, its voice echoed within my mind. "Next is him." Which him? Alas, I was too suffocated to contemplate much. Observing my dire straits, Feng Guishou unexpectedly performed an action that took me by surprise. He drew a water buffalo horn from his waist and blew into it. Instantly, a deep, resonant horn filled the stone chamber. To my astonishment, I realized the horn had been hollowed out at its center. As the sound reverberated, the figure in red, as if caught in a gale, was swept into the darkness. And at last, I regained control of my body. Without pausing to ponder why the sound of the horn instilled fear in the malevolent spirit, I pressed my hand against my shoulder wound and coughed, urging, "We must flee this passage." Feng Guishou, having grasped the situation, nodded in tacit understanding. And we both leaped down. Below, Renling and an older woman were aiming their firearms at Tofu and the beautiful Gu, seemingly stunned by the sudden blast of the horn. Our unexpected appearance startled them. Renling swiftly redirected her weapon at Feng Guishou, exclaiming, "Feng Jiangyi, so you are here too." I brandished my own gun, raising it to target the older woman. She appeared to hold considerable standing within the Ren family, as Renling seemed to heed her every word. The atmosphere immediately grew tense, akin to a drawn sword. Before Feng Guishou could speak, Renling cast a cold smile my way, saying, "You think you can challenge me with just one gun? Do you believe I won't eliminate you and your little vixen beside you right now?" Gu Wenmin, standing close by, flashed an expression of anger at her words. My wound continued to bleed, and uncertainty loomed regarding the return of the figure in red. Prolonging this confrontation would yield no benefits. We needed a swift resolution. Chapter 96. Lu Su. After Renling spoke, I inquired, "Is there anything else to say? If not, it is my turn now." You. It seemed few dared to stand against her. She let out a cold laugh, stating, "I have long suspected the three of you were problematic, and it appears, if I'm not mistaken, that you are the heir of the Ghost King. I am eager to see what abilities you possess." I replied, "I do not claim any extraordinary abilities. You wield 2 guns, while we possess but 1. In a contest of firepower, we cannot compete, yet you have misstated one thing." Pausing for a moment, I declared, "You may kill me, or eliminate everyone on my side without hesitation. However, the gun I possess will inevitably claim one of your own as collateral." Renling's expression shifted, and after a brief moment, she coldly laughed. "You think to intimidate me?" I replied, "You may wish to test that. Why not start by taking down this vixen beside me? If you do so, then you can determine whether my words hold any truth." Renling fell silent, casting a glance at the older woman beside her. It seemed that the woman had never encountered someone so fearless. Under such circumstances, most would have long since capitulated. She likely did not anticipate my resolute and all-or-nothing approach. After a moment of contemplation, the older woman spoke and lowered her weapon, saying, "Truly, you are the descendant of the Ghost King." Renling had shifted her gun's aim from Feng Jiang to me, addressing the older woman. "Aunt, we cannot let them go." Tofu, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "You little wench, despite your decent appearance, your words resemble flatulence. Be wary, or you shall remain unmarried." I nearly choked on my own blood upon hearing this. Thinking to myself, Tofu, I have just stabilized the situation. Could you not be more astute and refrain from fanning the flames at this critical moment? Indeed, Renling, clearly accustomed to being spoiled, was taken aback by such audacity. No one dared to insult her in such a manner, and for a moment, she disregarded me entirely. A lethal glint appeared in her eyes as her gun pointed directly at Tofu, and I was unable to intervene in time. The older woman, possessing a keen understanding of the situation, immediately shouted, "No." Yet, Renling, who had always viewed lives as inconsequential, a common trait among the powerful, paid no heed to Tofu's life. With only a second or two to react, there was no stopping the impending shot. My heart dropped as I thought, if anything were to happen to Tofu, I would risk my own life to take these 2 women down with me. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Renling's gun was poised to fire. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked before our eyes. Renling gasped, followed by a deafening bang as the silver projectile embedded itself into the tomb wall, striking Renling's gun and causing her arm to tremble. Upon closer inspection, we realized that the silver object was a gleaming steel dagger, approximately 3 fingers wide and a foot long, deeply lodged into the brick, showcasing the thrower's remarkable aim and strength. Though I had not seen who had thrown it, the sight of the dagger led me to deduce that the one who had come to our aid was none other than the formidable El Su, a figure feared by many. In an instant, we all turned our gaze towards the direction from which the dagger had come. And there stood a figure at the entrance from which Renling and her entourage had arrived, a smile adorning his face, exuding an air of inscrutable depth. Tofu, upon seeing him, gasped and turned to me, saying, "Old Chun, this bodes ill. I thought myself quite handsome, yet this individual seems to surpass me. You must keep a close watch on the beautiful Gu. Do not let her be swayed by his charm." I retorted, "Nonsense. Is the beautiful Gu the sort of woman who is swayed solely by appearances?" Tofu paused, nodded, and then said, "That may not be the case. But his skills certainly surpass yours. Behold the poise of that individual, unfazed by the turmoil, exuding an air of calm and grandeur, rendering us both akin to mere street rats. Oh, how I long to deliver a few blows to him. I swear, it is certainly not envy that stirs within me." As I spoke, El Su strode directly to the steel blade, drawing forth his long sword, and for a moment, none dared to intervene. Only Feng Guishou exclaimed with delight, "Brother El, you have finally arrived." El Su possessed a countenance that appealed greatly to the fairer sex, presenting an image of maturity and composure. At this moment, Renling and her companion exchanged a glance, discreetly aligning their weapons towards El Su, clearly demonstrating their greater apprehension towards him than towards the 4 of us. El Su remarked, "It appears I have not arrived too late." He then cast a glance at me and Tofu, saying, "These 2 must be the reinforcements summoned by Brother Wei. I am honored. You may call me Brother El." His words conveyed an utter disregard for Rin Ling and her companion. Initially, I deemed him somewhat pretentious. Yet witnessing his unflinching demeanor beneath the threat of 2 guns compelled me to reassess my judgment. Thus, I replied, Brother L is too modest. Your skills are remarkable, and I am grateful for your timely assistance. Tofu, unabashed, declared, so you are El Su? Indeed, as rumored, a remarkable figure. I Doboji Eminal. However, those 2 women are currently aiming guns at you. Could you perhaps devise a means to disarm them before you indulge in your swagger? Your life is at stake. El Su, who had previously worn a smile, appeared momentarily taken aback by Tofu's bluntness, perhaps never having encountered such an unreliable conversationalist. He shook his head and inquired, What do you suggest we do? Tofu responded, Capture them, bind them, strip them, and then repeat 100 times. I thought to myself, 100 times? A perennial virgin. He likely wouldn't last even once. To prevent Tofu from veering further off course, I kicked him, signaling him to cease his nonsensical chatter. In truth, our situation had not improved with El Su's arrival. Yet, his demeanor seemed to influence everyone. Even Tofu and Gu Wanmin appeared to relax. This must be a form of personal charisma. I finally understood why Feng Guishou remarked that El Su was quite adept at navigating social situations. I maintained a clearer perspective, unaffected by El Su's presence, and interrupted Tofu, eager to discern El Su's next move. After Tofu's outburst, Rin Ling's lovely visage contorted in dismay, while El Su nodded slightly, addressing Tofu, a splendid idea. However, I fear you will not have your way. I trust you are not interested in 2 corpses. Not only Rin Ling and her aunt, but even I could not suppress my astonishment, pondering whether this man was genuinely formidable or merely boasting. Despite being threatened by 2 guns, he dared to utter such words? The older woman's expression shifted dramatically, furiously declaring, L, do not overestimate your own significance. As she spoke, she prepared to fire, evidently intent on taking the initiative. However, before she could complete her sentence, El Su had already leapt through the air. With a resounding bang, her shot went wide. In the next instant, El Su had landed behind the woman, a steel blade pressed against her throat. As he deftly seized the gun from her grasp and tossed it to Tofu, grinning, continue. Everything transpired almost instantaneously. Although the actions were simple, such reflexes are not something the average person possesses. My own skills are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to those of Lu Su. I am merely an ordinary individual, possessing only slightly above average physical prowess. However, Lu Su's remarkable abilities clearly indicate he has undergone specialized training. The moment he made his move, I was reminded of a special forces operative. In a fleeting instant, the woman had her gun snatched away, and the entire situation was swiftly reversed. Rin Marin, accustomed to wielding her influence due to her background, was clearly unprepared for this turn of events, her face betraying a look of panic. At that moment, Lu Su calmly remarked, What is this? Are you still intending to aim your weapon at your own aunt? Rin Ling retorted fiercely, Let her go. Tofu, with a smirk, aimed his gun at Rin Ling and taunted, Little girl, did you enjoy tying Grandpa Do to a tree back then? Today, let me show you what happens next. Surrender and drop your weapon. Now, with both our guns pointed at her and her aunt in Lu Su's grasp, even if she chose to shoot at Lu Su, she risked harming her own relative, clearly realizing the futility of her position. Rin Ling, quick-witted as she was, soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Lowering her weapon, she tucked a stray hair behind her ear and calmly declared, I concede. However, Lu Su, do you understand the consequences if you decide to kill us today? Lu Su smiled but remained silent, instead instructing, Please hand your gun to this lovely lady. He gestured toward Gu Wanmin, who appeared taken aback. Reluctantly, Rin Ling hesitated, until the older woman urged, Just give it to her. Finally, Rin Ling tossed the handgun to Gu Wanmin. Upon witnessing this, Tofu's expression turned conflicted, and he whispered to me, This Lu fellow certainly knows how to win hearts. I can't shake off a bad feeling. Your wife might be taken from you. I glanced at Gu Wanmin, who was still in shock while holding the gun, and replied, What else yours will not escape you? If it's not meant for you, what purpose does it serve? Stop trying to set me up. There's nothing between me and Xiao Gu. Indeed, Lu Su was a master of manipulation. So, are you considering switching allegiances? Tofu whispered back. How could I be so easily swayed by a mere firearm? Besides, I have grown accustomed to your kicks. If you don't kick me for a day, I feel unsettled. Can you be any more shameless? I quipped, as Tofu and I bantered. Our attention remained fixated on the actions of Ren Ling and Lu Su. With Lu Su present, it was evident that our involvement had diminished. Once Ren Ling relinquished her gun, the threat dissipated entirely. Lu Su spoke little further, signaling for Feng Guishou to toss him a rope, which he used to bind both the older woman and Ren Ling. Having business to attend to in the morning, I had posted the earlier chapter the night before, so there was no need for flattery. I received numerous messages from fellow readers yesterday, and I thoroughly enjoyed the interaction. Let us keep it up. Feel free to share your thoughts with me, and by the way, I would appreciate your support with recommendations. Once we reach 10,000 votes, I'll add 2 extra chapters that day. Chapter 97. Forging the Blade. This group initially approached with great ferocity, yet lacking experience in the field. They fell victim to the poison spell. With one of their own dead, they became like a toothless tiger, their arrogance swiftly dissipating. Ren Lingqi's anger was palpable as she glared at us. Aside from Lu Su, it seemed that the brunt of her ire was directed at me and Tofu. Since her gaze could not inflict harm, we chose to ignore her. The group promptly distanced themselves from the surrounding corpses and settled into a corner. Feng Guishou and his team, being seasoned professionals, were well equipped with ample supplies, including healing ointments. Gu Wenmin crouched beside me, tending to my wound. The injury was somewhat deep, but fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. However, my arm and shoulder were not able to bear weight for the time being. Tofu inquired about the earlier events, and as I recounted the circumstances, Feng Guishou remarked, "It seems my initial suspicion was indeed correct. Thankfully, I had brought along some protective talismans, otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to save you. I have always believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. Feng Guishou had indeed saved my life. And while he may not be entirely trustworthy, the transgressions of the past could be considered settled." Gu Wenmin expressed concern. "Given this, that entity is quite formidable. What if it comes after us again?" Lu Su smiled gently, speaking in a calm tone. "There is no need for worry with this blade in hand. I doubt it will dare to approach." He rested a steel knife across his knee, its ancient design characterized by simple yet powerful lines, glistening with a silver sheen under the dim light, clearly a fine piece of craftsmanship, though I could not discern its material. Tofu harbored some reservations about Lu Su. Despite his seemingly unrefined exterior, there was an astuteness to him. He quietly confided, "This Lu fellow appears cultured and gentle, but his excessive kindness feels somewhat disingenuous, as if he were wearing a mask, concealing his true self." With this sentiment in mind, Tofu remained skeptical of Lu Su's words, questioning, "Is this blade truly that remarkable?" "Indeed," Lu Su replied with a slight smile, "this knife has a significant heritage." He appeared quite approachable, willingly answering all inquiries posed by the group, and began to narrate the origins of the blade to Tofu. It turned out that Lu Su's ancestors were renowned swordsmiths, craftsmen of blades. Typically, such swordsmiths possessed combat skills, as customers often tried the blades to entice potential buyers. The L family's forge in northeast China was particularly famous during the early days of the War of Resistance. Due to a scarcity of weapons among the militia, Lu Su's forebears had supplied arms in large quantities. However, as the situation grew dire and the Japanese gradually occupied much of China, seizing numerous iron mines to impede weapon supplies, the L family found themselves unable to procure wrought iron, leading to the collapse of their business. In the face of national calamity, the family members dispersed to survive. The head of the family, L Chuan Sheng, retrieved a precious piece of white iron, intending to forge one last blade for self-defense during their southward journey. Unexpectedly, during the forging process, Japanese soldiers invaded their home. As Lu Su recounted this part of the tale, noticing our rapt attention, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Can you guess what happened next?" Tofu gestured. "Your family is skilled in combat, right?" "I know. He must have used that blade to slay the Japanese." Lu Su shook his head, sighing as he caressed the blade. "Not quite. This is not a television drama, and such outcomes are rarely so fortuitous." At that moment, the Japanese held firearms, rendering L Chuansheng utterly incapable of resistance. Observing him forging a sword, they, emboldened by their numbers, wielded their Japanese long swords and mercilessly took his life. As he lay dying, blood spilling from his mouth, he roared with rage, "One day, you shall meet an untimely end." With those words, his body collapsed, tragically falling into the crucible where he had been forging the sword, instantly consumed by the raging flames. Gu Wenmin gasped in astonishment, remarking, The ancient text records of the search for spirits recounts the tale of Guangtou and Xie, who forged a sword with their own bodies. It is said that the sword absorbs blood, possesses a soul, and can vanquish treachery and evil spirits. The story of Brother L's ancestor bears a striking resemblance to that of Guangtou and Xie. Su shook his head, smiling gently. Guangtou and Xie are legendary divine weapons of antiquity. They cannot be compared. After the death of the L family patriarch, the forge fell into disuse, and the sword remained incomplete, abandoned in the furnace. Subsequently, a descendant returned to their ancestral home, heartbroken upon hearing the tale from neighbors, and resolved to complete the sword, reigniting the forge. It is said that on the day the sword was completed, a cacophony of wails echoed for miles around. This sword remained in the possession of the L family, and later, their ancestors participated in anti-Japanese guerrilla warfare, claiming countless enemies. This sword is named the Ghost Crying Blade, symbolizing a vengeful weapon that instills fear in the hearts of the Japanese. It is said that within this blade resides the spirits of the valiant, stained with blood innumerable times, making it a fearsome weapon that terrifies even the dead. Regardless of the truth behind this legend, we could not help but marvel, momentarily convinced of the blade's formidable powers. Only Renling scoffed derisively from the side, saying, "What ghost-crying blade? Do not flatter yourselves, L. How is it you emerged from the secret passage? Have you been following us all along?" Her words struck me as curious, prompting me to inquire. We had speculated that you were possessed by the ghostly figure, compelled to leap into the lake, and followed us here. Yet, how is it that you emerged from that door? What of Wei Nanjing and the others? Upon hearing this, Su cast a glance at me, sighing heavily as if burdened with an unspeakable truth. Feng Guishou's expression changed, and he lowered his voice. Could it be that Wei and the others have Su's countenance grew grave as he nodded slowly, recounting the events? It turned out that we were situated on the periphery of the Princess Gidge heir's tomb, which was surrounded by extensive karst caves. The fissures we had descended through revealed merely a minuscule portion of this cavernous expanse. At that time, Wei Nanjing and his companions had not been possessed by any ghostly entity. Su, wielding the ghost-crying blade, discerned the nature of the apparition and devised a means of countering it, causing the phantoms to dissipate as if blown away by the wind. They all understood that the ghostly figure had undoubtedly emerged from the ancient tomb, and by pursuing it, they could surely locate the burial site. As they gave chase, they witnessed the specter retreat into the lake, compelling them to search beneath the waters. During their search, the water's turbulence obscured the fissures we had traversed, and they discovered anomalies at a spring, which led them downstream into a vast network of caves. The intricate structure of the cave, with its convoluted passages, led the trio to initially speculate whether the tomb of Princess Gidge was constructed in accordance with the natural terrain of the cavern. However, as they ventured deeper, they found no trace of human intervention. After floating on the water's surface for an extended period, they felt utterly exhausted and chilled to the bone. Concerned that they might have strayed from their intended path, they contemplated retracing their steps, only to become ensnared in the labyrinthine cave. In the end, these three individuals squandered a significant amount of time searching for an exit within the vast cavern. Before long, they noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The water levels in the cave began to recede. Rodrin proposed a solution, suggesting that the retreating water must be flowing towards an underground river, and if they followed the current, they would undoubtedly find an escape route. This idea was met with unanimous agreement, prompting the group to swim in the direction of the backflow. Indeed, after approximately half an hour, they encountered a formidable underground river, its waters surging mightily. On the opposite bank of the river loomed a dark stone wall, devoid of any passage. The powerful currents roiled within the inky depths, creating towering waves. Should they choose to follow the river downstream, who could predict where they might end up? Perhaps at a spring, or even deeper within the earth. As they deliberated, Lu Su's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of something swirling within the tumultuous waters. The object bobbed precariously in the currents, at times vanishing from view, only to be thrust skyward by the crashing waves. Having hurriedly pursued the specter prior, the group was ill-equipped, with only waterproof flashlights at their disposal. Under Lu Su's direction, they converged their beams of light upon the water. Upon closer inspection, they collectively gasped. What roiled beneath the surface was a most peculiar serpent. What could be so extraordinary about a snake that would leave three capable individuals aghast? Chapter 98, Reflection. This serpent, with its scales of deep green and black, was of considerable size, its head adorned with two prominent bulges that faintly resembled horns. The three, being well versed in such matters, instinctively thought of dragon serpents. Lu Su pondered. Throughout history, places associated with dragon serpents have been known for their exceptional feng shui. This serpent must have originated from upstream. Could it be that something of great significance lay above? The saying goes, every mountain conceals a treasure, and every spring a noble. It suggested that prime burial sites within the mountains were likely to contain the remains of royalty. Was it possible that the ghostly king's tomb they sought, known as the encounter with the dragon tomb, was situated upstream? Little did they know of the Bureau of Corpse Raising's efforts to suppress the dragon serpent, leading them to speculate that the dragon referenced in the ghostly king's legend might indeed be this very creature. It was this erroneous assumption that ultimately cost Wei Nanjing and Rodrin their lives. The dragon serpent, illuminated by their light, showed no reaction, merely glancing at them before continuing to drift along with the current, quickly disappearing from sight. At this juncture, the water levels had diminished, and the trio stood at the mouth of the underground river, contemplating their next move. After some deliberation, they concluded that the upstream location was likely their destination. Unable to locate an exit, they resolved that it would be more prudent to seek out the ancient tomb, retrieve whatever treasures it harbored, and make their escape from there. Though experienced and adept at strategizing, their meticulous plans faltered on this crucial point regarding the dragon serpent. After the trio reached a consensus, they cautiously navigated upstream along the protruding stone walls of the underground river. The footholds were scarce, and a moment's inattention could send them plummeting into the tumultuous waves below, leaving no hope for salvation, an undeniable peril. Time passed without their notice, and just as fatigue set in, leading them to question their judgment, a startling sight emerged on the stone wall opposite them, unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. Illuminated by the beam of their flashlight, they discerned numerous massive chains of dark iron, haphazardly suspended from the damp, shadowy wall. The purpose of these chains was unclear, yet their very existence suggested human activity. If someone had traversed this place, a means of escape must surely exist. This subterranean river lay hidden deep within the earth. Who else could have ventured here but those who constructed tombs? The trio was elated, retrieving their grappling claws and activating the launch mechanism. Once aimed, the claws shot towards the opposite wall, and after several attempts, they successfully ensnared one of the iron chains. They secured the other end of the rope to a sturdy rock, thus constructing a makeshift rope bridge across the raging river. All three possessed considerable skill, and as they grasped the rope, they alternated their hands, swaying precariously, yet they managed to cross safely to the other side. As they drew nearer, they immediately spotted an irregular opening. Shrouded in darkness and perpetually dampened by the river's mist, the entrance emitted a chilling draft, hinting at an expansive space beyond. Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, they exchanged glances, and with Wei Guangtou at the forefront, followed by Luo Diren and Lu Su bringing up the rear, they entered in single file. The passage was exceedingly long, devoid of traps or mechanisms that would reveal its purpose. They traversed for a full half-hour before reaching the end, where they encountered a sealed stone door. The sight of the door left them utterly astonished. Its colossal size suggested it was not intended for ordinary passage, but rather for giants. To add to the spectacle, the door was coated in a layer of crimson pigment, resembling cinnabar, with a faint yellow hue, possibly mixed with various other substances. Upon this vivid surface, an enigmatic design was depicted, a figure with disheveled hair, clad in red, contorted in an unusual manner, as if engaged in a dance. The figure appeared to throw its hands forward, seemingly shaking off water, or perhaps attempting to leap from the door, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld it. As I listened to Lu Su recount these details, a sense of foreboding began to form in my mind regarding the events that would soon unfold. I pondered, could the figure illustrated on the door represent the very creature cultivated by the mortuary? Had Lu Su and his companions descended along the spring to discover an even deeper realm? Might the space beyond the door be the prison of a dragon, forcibly subdued? Not only I, but also Tofu and Feng Guishou shared this unsettling realization, with Tofu candidly voicing his inquiry. Su, looking weary and sighing, remarked, "Your assumptions are not entirely misguided. Regrettably, we lack your experiences and cannot foresee such circumstances, which has led to this grave error." At that moment, though the trio sensed something peculiar, They were oblivious to the matters concerning the corpse-raising bureau and the dragon serpent, believing instead that they had found the entrance to an ancient tomb, which filled them with elation. As Elsu pondered how to open the massive stone door, Luo Diren suddenly pointed to the upper left corner of the door, exclaiming, "Look, there's a hole beside the stone door, seemingly chiseled out intentionally. It likely leads to the space behind the door." With that, he climbed up to investigate and discovered countless serpent scales within the hole. At the end of the hollow, there lay an expansive, inky darkness, evidently the world concealed behind the stone door. Luo Diren then called for the others to ascend the hole, warning, "This hole contains serpent scales. There are likely snakes behind the stone door. Everyone, remain vigilant." The trio, skilled and bold, harbored no fear of snakes and promptly crawled through the opening. Once they entered the space behind the stone door, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, they could not suppress their astonishment. The vast chamber was densely filled with iron chains, each as thick as an adult's thigh, intertwined in a manner reminiscent of a tightly woven spiderweb. Following the intricate patterns of the chains, they beheld a shocking sight at the center of the floor, a massive entity bound by iron shackles. Upon seeing this creature, Luo Diren nearly bit his tongue in disbelief, exclaiming, "A dragon! My heavens!" Wei Nanjing shook his head, asserting, "Impossible. It's completely still. It appears to be a stone statue." Indeed, the object ensnared by the iron chains matched the color of the cavern behind the door and remained motionless, resembling a colossal dragon-shaped stone sculpture, devoid of any traits suggesting it was a living being. Initially startled, the group soon accepted it as a statue. To ascertain the purpose of this place, they approached the stone figure, and Luo Diren even gave it a kick, finding it akin to striking rock, while touching it revealed it to be cold and unyielding. Wei Nanjing remarked, "This statue is lifelike and masterfully crafted, yet its purpose remains a mystery." At this juncture, they stood near the dragon's head, with Elsu positioned slightly farther back. Rather than the dragon-shaped sculpture, he was more intrigued by the chains. The difficulty of ancient iron production made the creation of such numerous chains a considerable endeavor, encompassing material acquisition, forging, transportation, and ultimately securing them, an endeavor fraught with time and labor. What, then, was the significance of such an undertaking? Was it merely for decoration, to restrain a stone statue? The more Elsu contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. Turning his gaze back to the slumbering stone dragon, it increasingly appeared lifelike, as if it were a living creature. Troubled, he cautioned his companions, "This place is peculiar. We should keep our distance from that entity." No sooner had he spoken than his apprehensions were validated. Echoing through the vast stone chamber were sudden wails, unmistakably emanating from above. Above them lay a net woven from iron chains, obscuring their view. And coupled with the dim light, they could discern nothing of what lurked above. As the ghostly cries resounded, the trio was taken aback. Elsu, gripping the ghost-crying blade, heightened his alertness, prepared for any unforeseen developments. The light emitted by the three individuals converged above, instantly broadening their field of vision. As they discerned the scene above, an unsettling chill crept down their spines. To their horror, they discovered countless silhouettes writhing overhead, deformed corpses, some face down, their white, lifeless eyes fixed intently upon the trio. Beneath these ghastly figures lay a barrier of black iron bars, preventing them from descending. At this realization, I understood the grim truth. Undoubtedly, Elsu and his companions found themselves beneath a burial pit, and the sudden unrest among the corpses was triggered by the presence of the three of us, disturbing the slumbering spirits. Such is the nature of fate. As we found ourselves ensnared in the burial pit, the horde of corpses stirred from their slumber, and in a desperate bid for survival, we inadvertently overturned the corpse-holding vessel above. This vessel had been designed to suppress the malevolent serpent lurking below, and with its disruption, the equilibrium of the burial chamber shattered. Although Tofu and I emerged relatively unscathed, Elsu's fate was far more dire. Chapter 99. The hollow brick. At that moment, all three gazes were transfixed upon the mass of corpses suspended above the iron railing, oblivious to the fact that the immense dragon, bound by chains and resembling a stone statue, was beginning to stir. By the time they registered the commotion, the surrounding chains snapped violently, accompanied by the cacophony of wailing spirits and the clattering of metal against stone. The colossal dragon suddenly opened its eyes, bright and yellow, akin to two enormous lanterns. None had encountered such a creature before, and they recoiled in terror. However, being too close to the serpent, retreat was futile. With the vessel that contained the dragon compromised, its ferocity surged forth, and it unleashed a thunderous roar. In truth, no one had ever genuinely heard a dragoness call. The sound bore a resemblance to the fictitious roars depicted in television dramas, yet it possessed an ineffable quality that defied description. How vast was its maw? As Su aptly stated, our forms were merely equivalent to a single tooth of the beast. When the dragon opened its mouth, an overwhelming force of suction enveloped the area. Those who had retreated merely a few steps were drawn toward the dragon's gaping maw, much like iron filings to a magnet. In a moment of desperation, Su plunged his steel blade into the ground with all his might. Remarkably, the formidable sword did not shatter. Using it as an anchor, he strained to maintain his position, thus avoiding being consumed. In the fierce winds, it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. In a haze, he witnessed both Luo-Duran and Wei Nanjing being helplessly drawn in. Even as Su yearned to save them, he found himself powerless to intervene. When the dragon ceased its roar, the whereabouts of Wei Nanjing and Luo-Duran were nowhere to be found. Su was consumed by remorse, acutely aware that their chances of survival were grim, likely having been devoured by the ravenous beast. During our escape, Tofu and I had indeed heard the strange dragon's roar emanating from beneath the pile of corpses. Initially attributing it to the awakening of the malevolent serpent, focused solely on our flight. In hindsight, as we fled for our lives, it was precisely at that moment that Wei Nanjing and Luo-Duran met their demise. While I knew little of Luo-Duran, it was a grave loss indeed that Wei Nanjing, a man of valor, perished so unjustly. Ultimately, it was Tofu and I who bore the burden of their fate. Listening to Su's narration of the various circumstances, Tofu and I exchanged a glance, both filled with an unutterable heaviness. Tofu pressed her lips together, silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su continued his tale, his words fleeting. The malevolent dragon was gradually awakening. The fate of Wei Nanjing and his companion was sealed. Perhaps they had already been crushed to oblivion. With no place left to hide, Su turned and fled, seeking to escape through the entrance from whence he came, aiming to return to the cavern across the underground river. The wicked dragon, having been confined for so long, was not particularly agile at that moment. Though its gaze was fierce, it could not pursue him. It was then that Su had a sudden realization. The enormous stone door was not meant for humans, but rather for the dragon. As he ascended toward the cave entrance, the malevolent creature had fully freed itself from its bindings. The iron chains, once embedded in the rock, had been removed, revealing a hidden passageway. This square-shaped passage was evidently constructed by human hands, leading upward into the unknown. Su mused that this narrow tunnel, being too small for the dragon's considerable bulk, might provide him sanctuary, leaving the ferocious beast powerless against him. Retracing his steps was fraught with uncertainty, as he could not predict whether the dragon would pursue him. After a swift mental calculation, he entered the hidden passage, which turned out to be a fortunate decision. Although the tunnel was not meticulously crafted, appearing cramped and hastily built, it offered a safe passage, likely a secret route established by the workers who constructed the tomb. In ancient times, tomb builders, in order to prevent the disclosure of the tomb's location to potential grave robbers, often constructed these secretive pathways. The textbook of burial states, "To bury is to conceal, so that it remains unseen by others," emphasizing the secrecy surrounding tombs. Some builders, fearing the revelation of the tomb's location post-completion, would tragically be entombed alive or starved as a form of grim companionship. Others, even more ruthless, would execute the overseers upon their return, exhibiting a brutality that was chilling. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Some astute and seasoned craftsmen would discreetly excavate their own escape routes during the construction of the tombs, preparing for a possible future escape. The passage Su now traversed might very well have been one such route. Based on the structure of the tomb chamber, it was likely that the secret passage extended from a concealed part of the chamber to the outside. Thus, Su concluded that following this hidden route would surely lead him to the tomb of the ghostly king and the dragon. However, the passage's end fortuitously led into the dragon's secret chamber, leaving one to wonder whether the crafty artisan who excavated this tunnel had managed to escape or had met an unfortunate fate at the jaws of the dragon. The intricacies of the journey are best left unelaborated until we encountered one another. In his pursuit of the ghostly figure, Su and his companions had hastily set out without proper provisions, resulting in 2 full days without sustenance. He appeared visibly exhausted, prompting us to quickly produce some food. As we partook, we deliberated on our next steps. The fate of Wei Nanjing and his companion was grimly established, and an unspoken understanding settled over us. As I had anticipated, grave robbing is a perilous endeavor, one that promises wealth yet is fraught with danger. In this line of work, countless individuals have met with disabilities, demise, or disappearance. Similarly, there exists a plethora of those who wield power, wealth, and influence. To partake in this endeavor, one must possess a heightened awareness, akin to having one's wits about them. Ultimately, though words may remain unspoken, the deaths of Wei Nanjing and Luo Darren are inextricably linked to both myself and Tofu, rendering it impossible to feel no remorse. However, with matters having progressed to this point, regret serves no purpose. The conversation shifted as the crowd deliberated in detail. After finishing his meal, Feng Guishou removed his outer clothing and fashioned a rudimentary pair of gloves from his hands, subsequently embarking on a search for traps in the vicinity. This burial chamber was evidently a treacherous pitfall, and it was apparent that our path had unwittingly diverged since we entered the realm of the ghost mirror. What perplexed me, however, was the presence of Ren Ling and her companion. Their ancestors had participated in the construction of Princess Gijure's tomb and possessed information about the chamber. How could they possibly err? Was it a matter of time eroding their inherited knowledge, or did this tomb harbor peculiarities that ensnared us all? Given the pervasive presence of poison, we hesitated to move aimlessly, choosing instead to remain seated and await news from Feng Guishou. With Wei Nanjing's death, we had lost our guide. In the realm of tomb raiding, the guide is often the most seasoned member, possessing not only experience, but also financial backing and support. Furthermore, the guide typically holds critical information about the tombs, which is closely guarded, serving as their trump card to lead the team. With their demise, the secrets they harbored are now lost to us. What purpose does the 8-carp struggle and the Jianglong stone serve? The era of Princess Gijur, the Demon Empress, and the Lord of the Giant Ears differ vastly. What connection could exist among them? Are there indeed clues regarding the ghostly realm hidden within this ancient tomb? What might the items entrusted to Zhao, the old man, contain? Having grown up without a father and never having referred to anyone as dad, I felt a certain estrangement towards Qin Ci, unable to conjure any feelings of kinship. The thought of addressing a relatively unfamiliar figure as father sent shivers down my spine. In silence, the group remained mute, with the 2 members of the Ren family restrained and compliant. Yet Ren Ling, likely seething with anger at Tofu and me for thwarting her plans time and again, cast her beautiful gaze back and forth between us. If one were to overlook her venomous intent, the scene of a furious beauty, her eyes sparkling like stars, was indeed a sight to behold. I chose to disregard the 2 of them, turning my attention to Feng Guishou's actions. Half an hour had elapsed, and he meticulously explored every corner of the chamber, exhibiting not an ounce of impatience. Compared to the previous trap expert, his patience was markedly superior, earning my respect. After an additional 20 minutes, Feng Guishou suddenly exclaimed, "I found it." He retrieved a series of exquisite tools from his backpack and remarked, "These are hollow bricks, within which there may be toxic needles or mechanisms akin to flowing fire. To confront such traps, brute force is inadvisable. Once the brick shatters, the mechanism will activate. It requires finesse to carefully extract the brick. Allow me to handle this. I ask you to wait patiently." Lacking experience, I stood beside Tofu, eager to learn from his method. I observed as Feng Guishou, with a chisel no longer than a finger and thinner than chopsticks, meticulously chiseled away at the fragile edges of the brick. His caution was palpable as he worked for over an hour before successfully removing the brick. Peering through the brick's aperture, I was greeted by an inky void, suggesting an unknown expanse beyond. At this moment, aside from the novices Tofu and Gu Wanmin, we were all rendered speechless. How could such a tomb consist of merely a single layer of hollow bricks? Based on my prior conjectures, there should at least be 2 layers of burial bricks. My grandfather's notes chronicled numerous tomb raiding experiences, yet he had never encountered a solitary layer of hollow bricks. Could it truly be, as Tofu had previously suggested, that there simply weren't enough bricks? Chapter 100. The Jade Bridge. Feng Guishou, ever cautious, promptly activated his headlamp, directing its beam through the brick hole. To our astonishment, the rear of the tomb chamber revealed no visible ground, suggesting an expansive cavern beyond. Behind the burial bricks, a bridge came into view, extending into the unfathomable darkness. Upon sighting this bridge, Tofu gasped, "Goodness, this bridge is not meant for the living. It is for the spirits, isn't it?" Through the brick aperture, the bridge appeared peculiar, exceedingly narrow at barely half a foot wide. Traversing it would be akin to walking a tightrope. Even more bizarre was its material. Illuminated by the light, it resembled jade, exceedingly thin to the point where the light could penetrate it. One could scarcely imagine a person walking upon it. Even a dog might risk breaking this fragile jade bridge. The jade bridge did not extend straight ahead, but arched dramatically, obstructing our view of its entirety. Suddenly, Renling whispered, "Could the jade bridge waterfall refer to this?" A spark ignited in my mind. Perhaps what lay beyond was the main tomb chamber. Ordinarily, one would expect to encounter a sarcophagus and the princess's golden coffin upon entering the main chamber, yet instead, we were confronted with a jade bridge. What could this signify? Upon hearing Renling's words, Tofu appeared elated, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived at our destination. Our efforts have not been in vain. Alas, let us not dwell on it." His expression shifted subtly as he shook his head, choosing silence instead. This individual, often loquacious, was now surprisingly subdued, likely reflecting on the matters concerning Wei Nanjing and his companion. It was rare for him to refrain from idle chatter. I could only feign ignorance. Lamenting over past events was futile. It is akin to children neglecting their elders during their lifetimes, only to lavishly arrange funerals after their passing, devoid of any true significance. What purpose do funerals serve? Merely to assuage one's own conscience. In truth, it is a selfish act, having failed to honor the living. One seeks to alleviate their guilt posthumously by orchestrating a grand farewell. I tend to contemplate matters deeply. Since events have transpired, I find little purpose in remorse. Once a person has departed this world, any regret seems insincere. At most, I might burn a couple of joss papers afterwards to soothe my spirit, though it remains uncertain if Wei Nanjing and his companion will receive them. Having ascertained the situation behind the tomb wall, Feng Guishou began to dismantle the remaining bricks with remarkable skill. Each movement of his fingers was executed with the precision of a finely tuned instrument, leaving me in awe. The rest of us stood by, unable to assist. After approximately 2 hours of meticulous work, Feng Guishou cleared a substantial opening large enough for a person to crawl through, and one by one, we entered, climbing to the other side. I was the last to go, and before departing, I glanced back at the several corpses on the ground, silently admonishing myself not to follow in their ill-fated footsteps. To my surprise, upon closer inspection, I realized something was amiss with the bodies. With a sudden chill running down my spine, I noted there were 6 corpses instead of 5. All of them were subordinates of Renling, and in that dim light, I could not discern which one was the extra. I blinked, doubting my own perception, but when I opened my eyes again, the corpse that had been slumped in the shadowy corner was inexplicably standing upright, a dark silhouette barely discernible. In that instant, I comprehended. This shadow must surely be the entity that had escaped from the ghost mirror's tomb. I understood that this was no human being, and I called out urgently, "Lu Su, come back." While I was not without skill, I had no capability to confront supernatural beings. If it were a wolf or a tiger, I might still muster the courage to fight, but against a specter, I would be utterly powerless. The only one in our group capable of handling such entities was Lu Su. As soon as I uttered my warning, Lu Su reacted with remarkable speed. Rolling back through the opening with his long knife drawn, turning to inquire, "Brother Chun, what is happening?" I gestured toward the dark figure standing in the corner. Upon seeing it, Lu Su gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Old Luo." "Old Luo?" I echoed in astonishment, suddenly alarmed. Could it be Luo Diren? Hadn't Lu Su mentioned that Luo Diren and Wei Nanjing were devoured by a malevolent creature? How could he possibly be here? Without hesitation, Lu Su rushed toward the shadow, while I remained rooted in place, witnessing the figure flicker and vanish in an instant. Lu Su's advance had been in vain, and the smile that had graced his face transformed into a serious demeanor as he pondered the situation. Gradually, he retreated to my side, lowering his voice to say, "We must leave this place." I asked, "Was that truly Luo Diren?" Lu Su nodded slightly, affirming, "The shape and outline were identical. But a person cannot simply disappear." I countered. Lu Su sighed, forcing a semblance of a smile, and remarked, "Perhaps it is the lingering spirit of a wronged soul." A shiver coursed through me at the thought. If indeed it were the restless soul of Luo Diren, had he come seeking vengeance? After Lu Su spoke, his expression returned to its usual calm, adorned once more with a gentle smile. He possesses the quintessential visage of a good man. His appearance is quite agreeable, complemented by his penchant for smiling, which imparts a warm and approachable aura. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I remain dissatisfied with El Su. I have always held the belief that every individual harbors flaws. For instance, many perceive me as somewhat haughty and difficult to engage with. The shortcomings of Tofu lie in his propensity to falter, often eliciting a desire to reprimand him. Feng Guishou is excessively ruthless, while Gu Mame's strong sense of justice can render her actions rigid and unyielding. Among our group, only El Su escapes my scrutiny, seemingly without fault. He treats me with courtesy, looks after Tofu, and maintains a gentle yet respectful distance from Gu Wanmin, presenting almost no reasons for disdain. However, how can one's temperament be so impeccable? The sole explanation could be that perhaps it is all an illusion, a fade. A person capable of such thorough self-masking is truly formidable. Of course, I harbor no grievances against El Su, and thus, I would not provoke him. Yet a measure of caution remains prudent. Despite my thoughts, others seem untroubled. Upon reaching the cave, my irritation was palpable, and Tofu immediately inquired, "Is everything all right?" Regrettably, this question was directed not at me, but at El Su, who had swiftly won Tofu over, the two now akin to brothers. As if they had known each other in a past life, destined to reconnect in this one. Besides Tofu, Gu Wanmin was also thoroughly charmed, compared to me. The ruthless tomb raider who had deceived her on multiple occasions, El Su, with his cultured demeanor and formidable skills, was naturally more favored. I felt a twinge of discomfort and inwardly chastised myself. What does it matter? The Gu family has no ties to me. At that moment, we stood at the rear of the tomb chamber, facing a platform adorned with black burial bricks, leading to the jade bridge ahead. We concentrated our lights on one spot and gazed up along the arch of the jade bridge, which was uniquely constructed, soaring over 10 meters high, its peculiar shape raising questions about its purpose. Beneath the bridge lay an unfathomable abyss, its depths unknown. El Su crouched to touch the bridge's surface, then remarked, "Indeed, it is jade." He furrowed his brow momentarily before smiling gently, addressing the two individuals bound nearby. "Miss Run, I have a query that I hope you might clarify." Ren Ling, with a glint of disapproval, regarded El Su for a moment before breaking into a playful laugh. "Are you seeking my guidance on how to cross this bridge? Release me, and I shall teach you personally." Upon hearing her delicate voice, Tofu involuntarily shuddered, exclaiming, "A beauty's ploy. Brother El will surely not be deceived." I retorted coldly, "How can you be so certain? You, a man yourself, should understand men better." Tofu cast a disdainful glance my way, saying, "Old Chun, your jealousy is evident. It's only natural for us lesser beings to succumb to a woman's charms. Do you see El Su as an ordinary man?" This remark irked me, and I thought, this traitorous coward, if I do not teach him a lesson, he truly intends to betray us. Before I could speak, El Su smiled and replied, "Of course, I can." With a swift motion of the knife in his hand, the rope binding Ren Ling was severed, though one could not ascertain whether it was deliberate. The blade, lacking proper control, left a long, jagged gash on her pristine arm. Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow and suddenly turned to me, whispering in a hushed tone, her breath brushing against my ear, causing a slight tingling sensation. "Chen Xian, you must distance yourself from these people," she urged. I was taken aback and replied, "Minmin, what insight do you possess?" At the sound of my call, a flicker of irritation crossed her face. She pinched my arm and scolded softly, "Stop being so frivolous." After a moment, she continued, "El Su may appear amiable, but I suspect he is far more ruthless than Feng Jiang. I have encountered many individuals, and trust me on this. Although your methods may be unconventional, I can see you have a good heart. I do not wish to see you and Xiaodou mingling with such a crowd." Her voice was low, and being against the wall, our conversation went unheard, leaving me momentarily stunned. I thought of my girlfriend, Xiao Jing, who had always supported my endeavors without interference. Even when I mingled with dubious characters from the underworld during my business ventures, risking incarceration with every careless move, she had never seemed to mind as long as I lavished her with gifts. Never before had a woman like Gu Wanmin cautioned me against associating with these so-called villains. Of course, Tofu would voice his opinions, but he was a man, and I dismissed his counsel. Chapter 101. The waterfall, I was well aware that Feng Gui's crew were hardly upstanding individuals. Were it not for the curse associated with the ghost's cave, Tofu and I would have been foraging for our own mushrooms and would never have collaborated with such unsavory characters. Observing Gu Wenmin's earnest plea and the concern in her eyes stirred something within me. Just as I was about to respond, Elsu interjected with a word of invitation. Ren Ling, tenderly touching her wound, displayed no overt anger, likely reserving her curses for Elsu's ancestors in her heart. She promptly made her way towards the Jade Bridge. It seemed Elsu intended to use Ren Ling as a test subject. To send such a beauty into peril with a smile was truly audacious. Tofu, sensing the underlying tension, realized Elsu was not as benevolent as he appeared. His expression momentarily faltered before he leaned closer to me. I shot him a glance and replied coolly, "Stay away. Go seek your brother El." Tofu retorted, "Can you be any more childish?" Gu Wenmin chuckled softly and said, "All right, you two mischief makers, you never cease your antics when together." She shook her head and gazed toward the Jade Bridge. What we initially assumed to be a mere decoration turned out to be surprisingly sturdy, as Ren Ling stepped onto it without any signs of fracture. Given her petite frame, weighing approximately 70 pounds, one would have expected the delicate bridge to falter under her weight. However, contrary to our expectations, she continued forward with grace and poise, gradually ascending. Upon reaching the apex, her figure vanished from our sight as she crossed to the other side, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, we still saw no sign of her return. Tofu then addressed the elderly woman, remarking, "It appears your little niece has abandoned you." She harbored a disdain for Elsu, but spared no scorn for others. Casting a glance at Tofu, she scoffed and retorted, "Who do you think you are to speak?" Tofu, flustered and crimson-faced, found himself at a loss for words. Unable to confront the woman, I couldn't help but shake my head and pat Tofu on the shoulder, saying, "Can you possibly be more embarrassing? My dear, in future, conceal your face when you venture out. Do not dare to claim acquaintance with me." As I spoke, I raised my hand and delivered a resounding slap to the woman. The sound echoed sharply. Both Tofu and the woman were momentarily stunned, until she finally articulated, "You dare strike me?" I leisurely replied, "In my youth, I was impoverished and once confessed my feelings to a girl at school. Do you know what she said?" She replied, "Oh, you like me? How delightful. If you can carry your tattered shoes in your mouth and bark like a puppy, I'll walk home with you after school. What are you staring at? If you are unconvinced, come at me." I then cast her a glance and walked away. Later, a classmate who frequently lent me erasers also confessed to her, and she delivered the same response, leaving him in tears. Do you know what I did? I made her crawl 10 laps while holding her shoes in her mouth on her way home from school. Woman, if you refuse to extend respect to others, I have no obligation to engage in the charade of caring for women. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. At her age, it was likely the first time she had received such a slap. After biting her teeth a few times, she slowly said, all right, Chen Xian, is it? You are quite ruthless." With that, she fell silent, but a rift had undoubtedly formed. I have never laid hands on a woman, yet exceptions exist. While insults directed at me may be tolerated, disparagement of my brothers is intolerable. Elsu, astonished, glanced between me and Tofu before patting Tofu's shoulder, saying, "You have a good brother." Tofu, taken aback for a moment, then tousled his hair and grinned. Of course, although I never lent him an eraser, I did lend him my underwear. I stifled a retort, suppressing the urge to give him a swift kick, and coldly replied, "Such matters need not be divulged." Only then did those present regain their composure. Ignoring the imprint of the slap on the woman's face, Feng Guishou remarked, "It seems that the girl surnamed Run likely abandoned her aunt to run off on her own. This bridge appears sturdy. For safety's sake, we should cross one by one." Gu Wenmin, with a somewhat complicated expression, added, "What if she lies in ambush behind us?" Elsu smiled gently and replied, "She possesses no firearm. Relying solely on her physical prowess, she would struggle to succeed. This girl is clever. She has likely fled already." No sooner had he spoken than a resonant hum filled the cavern, seemingly emanating from the direction of the bridge. Below the Jade Bridge lay an abyss, dark and unfathomable. Its depth unknown, it was undoubtedly a trap. Should one inadvertently fall from the Jade Bridge, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the hum appeared to originate both from the bridge and the abyss, leaving everyone perplexed. Fortunately, Gu Wenmin, sharp-eyed, immediately sensed something amiss, pointing at the Jade Bridge and exclaiming, Look, the bridge is moving. Following her gaze and observing closely, indeed, the jade bridge was trembling ever so slightly, the frequency so low that it was nearly imperceptible at first glance. I immediately comprehended the situation and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "It must be that girl Rin attempting to sever the bridge." The woman bound before us, upon hearing this, could not help but change her expression, declaring, "That is impossible." Su continued to smile, though his grin did not reach his eyes, appearing rather cold as he addressed the woman. "How could it be impossible? Is it not customary for your Rin family to produce such characters?" The woman, likely recalling something, shifted her demeanor, falling silent. Observing her reaction, it seemed she was concealing something, prompting me to say, "At this juncture, do you still wish to remain united with your little niece? She has clearly disregarded your life. What secrets does this bridge hold? Where does it lead? Speak candidly, or—" She cast a mocking glance my way, yet remained silent, subsequently shutting her eyes, adopting a demeanor of surrender. What is happening? Is this woman unafraid of death? Or does she intend to sacrifice herself? That Renling also came for the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone. What treasures could that object possibly possess to make this woman willing to sacrifice herself? Is there a connection between that stone and the curse of the ghostly abyss? A flurry of questions swirled in my mind as the jade bridge's hum intensified, as if it might shatter at any moment. None of us were fools, yet in this moment of urgency, no one could conceive a means to avert disaster. Just as we were in a state of panic, the sound abruptly ceased, and from the depths of the opposite side, a sudden scream echoed. That voice was unmistakably Ren Ling's. Due to the cave's echo, it immediately took on a peculiar timbre. Gu Wenmin exclaimed, "What has happened?" The sound reverberated and then vanished. And the woman, who had been with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said, "Could there have been an accident? Impossible." At this point, I had little patience for further discourse, so I pushed her forward and stated, "I do not wish to repeat my earlier inquiries. If you cannot assist us, we need not take you along." She glanced at the pitch-black abyss beneath her feet, her lips twitching, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes twisted even further. Then she spoke. "It is said that behind the jade bridge lies a waterfall, and the golden coffin is located just beyond it. However, that waterfall is perilous." "Perilous?" Su inquired. "In what manner is it perilous?" "It turns out that information regarding the tomb of Princess Gijur has been circulating for quite some time. Yet the tales passed down through the family inevitably contain inaccuracies due to the passage of time. As for the entirety of the tomb, the Ren family ultimately only knew of the jade bridge and the waterfall. This jade is not ordinary. Its scientific name is sound jade. This type of jade is relatively rare, appearing quite mixed in quality, considered a lowly jade in folk belief. Thus its price remains modest, and few choose to preserve it. Yet in the eyes of certain individuals, this jade is a treasure, for its mixed nature renders it less brittle than typical jades, with a weight-bearing capacity superior to most. Moreover, when struck, it produces a peculiar humming sound, often utilized by some Taoists in the creation of so-called talismans for exorcism and protection against evil, as it is said that the sound can cause souls to tremble. The so-called flying waterfall refers to an underground stream cascading down the mountainside, plunging directly towards the jade bridge. The velocity and force of this water are tremendous. To glimpse the golden coffin concealed behind the waterfall, one must emulate Sun Wukong and dive through the curtain of water. The torrent is fierce, and the jade bridge is narrow. A moment's imbalance could send one plummeting into the abyss below. It is said that this abyss is a cavern excavated by a dragon, now devoid of the creature itself, yet teeming with countless serpents that consume all creatures, be they bird, insect, human, or beast. To fall therein is to endure the torment of a myriad of serpents. At this point, Tofu suddenly interjected, "That cannot be right. If the jade bridge waterfall serves as the final barrier to the golden coffin, it must be exceedingly difficult to traverse. How, then, did the enchanting beauty, Ren Ling, manage to cross? If she did not pass through the waterfall, she must still be on the bridge. If that is the case, how could she have struck the bridge? If it breaks, she would surely fall too." The woman shook her head and replied, "I do not know. According to her, to traverse the waterfall, one must first increase their weight to withstand the force of the water. However, if weight is increased, the jade bridge would inevitably collapse under the strain. Thus, no viable solution has been devised. Their original plan was to carry additional equipment and devise a strategy upon assessing the situation. However, The tales passed down through generations are often embellished, and the true nature of the Jade Bridge waterfall may differ from her account. Tofu shook his head and remarked, "In my estimation, if it were truly that formidable, the lovely ruin would not be able to cross the waterfall alone. What, then, accounts for the earlier sound of striking? If she remained on the bridge, how could she have struck it?" At that moment, everyone was lost in thought. Suddenly, Elsu narrowed his eyes and said, "The voice of the jade can quell spirits. Could it be that she encountered something on the bridge?" I immediately thought of Luo de Run and then of the red-clad specter, a chill running down my spine. Had Rinling's scream signaled her demise? Collectively, our gazes shifted towards the Jade Bridge. The cavern was vast, and we could only discern what lay within the reach of the light, with much obscured by darkness. Chapter 102. The golden image of the earth store Bodhisattva with my niece's fate uncertain. The older woman could no longer maintain her composure. After a series of exchanges, it became evident that she had not deceived us. Given the current circumstances, to uncover how to cross the bridge and what transpired there, it appeared we must venture forth ourselves. Our party, including the Rin family, consisted of 7 individuals. Thus, the Jade Bridge could not sustain us all at once, necessitating a staggered approach. There might be unsavory entities lingering upon the bridge, so the first to investigate would require a certain degree of cunning. Though I was eager to explore, I found myself ill-equipped to contend with the specter. Upon reflection, only 2 individuals seemed apt for the task: Feng Guishou, whose water buffalo horn was a valuable asset, and Elsu, armed with his steel blade, which would likely deter most spectral foes. Both were quick-witted. Before I could speak, Feng Guishou raised his water buffalo horn and declared, "I shall ascend first to investigate. Should any unforeseen event arise, I will signal accordingly." As we spoke, we established several secret signals. Feng Guishou set down his equipment bag, lightening his load to carry only a buffalo horn and a cold weapon as he ascended the narrow Jade Bridge. His figure grew taller, gradually receding until he vanished from sight. The rest of us remained in place, instinctively straining our ears, awaiting Feng Guishou's signal. After a brief moment, a melodious horn sounded, lingering for but an instant before fading away. This elicited great joy among us, yet a sense of perplexity lingered. The brief, sonorous blast was the predetermined safety signal, implying that the Jade Bridge was devoid of danger, and perhaps even the waterfall was merely an illusion. However, it was curious if there was no peril. What then of Rinling? After blowing the signal, Feng Guishou turned back, leaving us with no trace of his presence. A twinge of hesitation gripped our hearts, and we did not immediately advance. Tofu murmured into the darkness, "Old Feng, is everything truly all right?" The sound of his voice echoed in the space, crystal clear. Logically, Feng Guishou should have heard him, yet he did not respond verbally. Instead, he once more sounded the safety signal, urging us to proceed. Gu Wunmin furrowed her brow slightly, stating, "It seems there is indeed nothing amiss. Perhaps we have been overly anxious." Elsu maintained a calm demeanor, gently suggesting, "Why don't I go ahead to see what has transpired? Regardless of whether it is safe or dangerous, I shall return." With that, he grasped his steel blade and stepped onto the Jade Bridge. The bridge, composed of solid jade, bore the weight of both Feng Guishou and Elsu without showing any signs of fracture, as they stood at opposite ends, evenly distributing their weight. Elsu felt reassured as he walked further onto the bridge. Moments later, he called out from the darkness at the other end, inviting us to cross one by one, assuring us that the Jade Bridge was entirely safe and that there was no waterfall. Strangely, however, he did not return to report back, as had been previously agreed upon. I pondered to myself, could there be something beyond the Jade Bridge that held them captive? Surely, it posed no danger. Yet it must be something compelling enough to keep them from leaving. Perhaps a golden coffin? A thought struck me, and I immediately declared, "I shall proceed first. Upon reaching the top, I will signal you. You must come over one by one, ensuring to maintain distance between yourselves." The 3 of them nodded in agreement, and I ascended the Jade Bridge, firearm in hand. The bridge was narrow, and as I stood upon it, looking to either side revealed only the pitch-black abyss. Those with fragile nerves could easily falter, losing their balance and plunging into the depths below. Though the abyss appeared bottomless, according to the Rin family, it was a den of dragons and serpents. Falling would either result in an instantaneous death or a torturous fate. Gnawed upon by the creatures below, truly a fate worse than death. My fortitude held firm, and before long, I reached the apex of the arching bridge. There, The other end sloped gently, revealing no sign of a waterfall. At the terminus of the Jade Bridge, two faint glimmers of light appeared, likely El Su and Feng Guishou, looking relatively secure, devoid of any imminent danger. I called out to Tofu and the others, signaling for them to ascend one at a time. Then, I proceeded towards El Su and Feng Guishou. As the distance diminished, a colossal crimson shadow emerged at the end of the Jade Bridge, initially causing me to mistake it for a red-clad specter, nearly making me stumble in fright. Upon closer inspection, however, it revealed itself to be a magnificent statue. Towering at an impressive height of 17 to 18 meters, the figures of Lu and Su stood before it, appearing as mere children in comparison. At that moment, the two were turned away from me, seemingly engrossed in observing something, their focus palpable. I struggled to discern the statue's form at first, but as the light converged, its features gradually became apparent. A sudden chill gripped my heart, and an ominous premonition surfaced within me. The immense statue faced the Jade Bridge, its back resting against the rocky mountain, emanating a faint red hue. Its material was enigmatic, appearing both like stone and gold, if my conjecture was correct. It was likely crafted from refined gold. The statue was seated cross-legged, one foot grounded while the other was coiled, atop a peculiar mythical beast. One hand formed a mudra, while the other held a vajra, unmistakably depicting the bodhisattva Kwei-2The. Beneath it sat the divine beast, Tiango, and due to the statue's towering stature, we could not discern the bodhisattva's facial expression, only the outline of a head adorned with a jeweled crown. Although I do not profess faith in Buddhism, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding Kwei-2The, particularly the renowned phrase, "I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty." It is said that Kwei-2The does not dwell in the Western paradise like other Buddhas, but rather resides in the underworld. Having made a grand vow to liberate sentient beings and transcend malevolent spirits, he is revered by the populace. His vow of not attaining Buddhahood until hell is empty relegates him to the status of a bodhisattva rather than a Buddha. In the Buddhist hierarchy, the Buddha represents the highest realm, with the bodhisattva following closely behind. In this world, people are often self-serving, toiling tirelessly, or exploiting others for personal gain. While Kwei-2The embodies selflessness, sacrificing his own ascension to assist the tormented spirits of hell, thus remaining in the underworld. Despite occupying the esteemed position of a bodhisattva, he is widely worshipped, and his tales have been immortalized in literature by various scholars. Although this bodhisattva possesses a vast heart, encountering him in this place startled me profoundly, and I surmised that Lu and Su were equally taken aback by the statue of Kwei-2The. The reason for their shock was evident. Kwei-2The's legendary mission to liberate malevolent spirits and quell the forces of hell has made him a formidable nemesis to evil entities. In many communities, where a site is deemed unclean, it is common to construct a small shrine, not dedicated to the earth god or Guanyin, but to Kwei-2The, who aids in the redemption of malevolent spirits. Why, then, would such a grand statue be found in an underground tomb, dozens of meters deep, rather than in a temple receiving veneration? Surely, it was not erected merely for the salvation of malevolent spirits. Did the emperor, in his quest for gold, commission this statue of Kwei-2The? The elaborate effort to place this bodhisattva, known for his benevolence towards the damned and his power over evil, in such a location, could it be that Princess Gij truly harbored such sinister connections? As I pondered this, the woman surnamed Ren had already stepped ahead. Tofu, perhaps fearing her escape, set a trap for us by allowing her to go first, followed closely by himself, with Gu Wanmin being the last. Thus she had not yet made her appearance. Upon our arrival, we were unanimously captivated by the colossal statue of Kwei-2The Bodhisattva, and our minds inevitably began to wander with wild conjectures. The most striking feature, aside from the statue itself, was the coffin placed upon its legs. This stone coffin, square in shape, rested on the legs of the Bodhisattva. Although it was relatively large, it was overshadowed by the grandeur of the statue, causing us to overlook it initially. To touch the coffin up close, one would need to climb up the legs of the Bodhisattva. At this moment, Lu Su and the others regained their senses, and Feng Guishou lamented, "This is a divine artifact, what a pity." While Tofu did not grasp the meaning behind Feng Guishou's words, I understood all too well. This statue of Kwei-2The Bodhisattva, crafted entirely from gold, is unique in the world, its form meticulously designed, and even after all these years, it continues to radiate brilliance. However, its immense size means that even an archaeological team would find it nearly impossible to remove, destined to remain buried in the earth. In our line of work, true artifacts are exceedingly rare. In this prosperous age, there is no shortage of audacious buyers willing to acquire even the most perilous treasures. Yet, those classified as divine artifacts are untouched by tomb raiders, for they are unsellable. One reason is the lack of buyers, and another is that some items hold a value that transcends monetary worth, making them unaffordable. This is what we refer to as priceless treasures. Tomb robbers may spend a lifetime searching for mushrooms, yet they may never encounter a true artifact. Even if they do, they must suppress their yearning and feign ignorance. At this moment, all eyes shifted from the statue of Kwei2The Bodhisattva to the stone coffin, contemplating how to descend into the abyss below and ascend to the statue's legs. Suddenly, Tofu, appearing restless, glanced back repeatedly. When I inquired about his distraction, Tofu remarked, "Why hasn't the beautiful Gu arrived yet?" His words prompted me to turn around as well. Logically, Gu Wanmin should have been arriving shortly. However, upon looking back, I found no trace of her. A sudden sense of alarm gripped me, and just as I was about to call out Gu Wanmin's name, a piercing scream resonated from the darkness atop the Jade Bridge, Renling. Immediately thereafter, a yellow glow fell from the bridge, plunging abruptly into the abyss. This scene unfolded too suddenly for anyone to react. By the time we regained our composure, Lu Su's usually gentle tone had shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Miss Gu." I felt a wave of numbness wash over my limbs, my heart plummeting alongside the vanishing yellow light into the boundless darkness. It was evident that the yellow glow originated from a headlamp. Gu Wanmin had fallen. Tofu's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he rushed to the edge of the Jade Bridge to peer down. Yet, nothing was visible. The yellow glow had already dissipated, leaving only the ominous abyss beneath us. Chapter 103. Impulse. All were safely across the Jade Bridge, and none anticipated the sudden misfortune that would befall Gu Wanmin, leaving the air thick with silence. Tofu, breathless with agitation, exclaimed, "How could this be? What did she just call out? Renling? That little vixen must be behind this." With that, he drew his pistol, intent on rushing back to the bridge to seek vengeance on Renling. It was this impulsive act that jolted my already numbed consciousness back to reality. I quickly grasped Tofu, forcing him to steady his mind, and said, "No, we didn't see Renling when we arrived. How could Wanmin have encountered her? There must be an explanation. We cannot act rashly." Tofu, though quick-tempered and somewhat timid, was undeniably loyal. Although our acquaintance with Gu Wanmin had been brief, we had shared perilous moments together. Witnessing her fall into the abyss, how could he remain calm? As I pulled him back, he insisted, "We cannot be reckless. Must we allow her to perish in vain? Whether she is dead or not remains uncertain." Tofu paused, looking at me quizzically. "What do you mean? Isn't this place a den of serpents and dragons? At such a height, how could she possibly survive the fall?" I forced myself to regain composure, my mind racing with thoughts. Gu Wanmin could not have simply fallen from the bridge without cause. She must have encountered some unforeseen event. In her moment of descent, she had called out Renling's name, yet we had seen no one else on the bridge. Could it be that she had perceived the spirit of Renling? Was it Renling's specter that had harmed her? Under ordinary circumstances, I would not entertain such supernatural notions, yet the experiences of the past fortnight, the river Wen's official tomb, the ghostly village of Yin Yang, the divine spring, and now this princess's tomb, had all hinted at peril and the uncanny. Nothing here was normal. I explained to Tofu, "Earlier, we mentioned there being a waterfall behind the Jade Bridge, yet do you see any waterfall now? The information we received varies greatly. This chasm may not be a mere den of serpents. Perhaps there lies a sliver of hope." Upon hearing this, Tofu slapped his forehead and murmured, "Indeed. That is how dramas portray it. The protagonist falls into the abyss, often cushioned by trees or water below. Though there are no trees here, it's possible there is underground water, which could save our beautiful Gu." I found myself momentarily speechless, chuckling ruefully. "Your remarkable imagination is truly wasted if you do not write novels. I merely suggested a thought, and you have spun an entire narrative." Feng Guishou, overhearing, exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you two really considering descending to rescue her?" Tofu retorted, "Why do you look as if you've seen a ghost? Our companioness' fate is unknown. Should we not descend to search for her?" Feng Guishou shook his head, regarding us with an expression of disbelief, then turned to me, saying, I do not wish to converse with this fool. Reason does not penetrate his mind. Tofu, incensed, shouted, "Hey, you old codger, are you insinuating I am less than human?" He rolled up his sleeves as if readying for a confrontation. Fei Guishou scoffed, fixing his gaze on me. "Brother Chun, he is unreliable. You are not an impulsive person, are you?" With her having fallen, she is surely shattered beyond recognition. This is no drama. It is a matter of life and death. Descending now to seek out individuals would be a futile endeavor. Should there indeed be lurking dangers below, it would be akin to walking into a trap. I am acutely aware that Feng Gui's words ring true. The abyss beneath us is so deep that even the light cast down fails to reveal its depths. One can only imagine the peril it conceals. Reality is not a novel. Miracles do not exist. Rationally speaking, Guwen means fate appears sealed. Even if Tofu and I were to venture down to search for her, disregarding the practicality of such an undertaking, what could we possibly achieve? The sight of mangled remains would only serve to deepen our sorrow. Yet for reasons inexplicable, Gu Wanmin's visage lingers in my mind, her dark, concerned eyes before the jade bridge, filled with worry. I find myself in a moment of indecision. I am not one to be swayed by emotions. Feelings to me are as insignificant as a passing breeze, easily dismissed. However, at this moment, my rationality is somewhat compromised. Tofu, on the other hand, is more susceptible to his emotions. His profound attachment is evident. Upon learning of Gu Wanmin's fall, his face is a canvas of anger and grief, his eyes reddened, and he rolls up his sleeves as if ready to dive in and rescue her. As it stands, Gu Wanmin's chances of survival are indeed exceedingly slim. I wavered briefly between reason and emotion before resolutely stating to Tofu, "Feng is right. We should not engage in such a fruitless endeavor." Tofu paused. His usually jovial expression now stiffened, and he regarded me with a questioning look, saying, "Old Chun, do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" I fell into a brief silence, placing a hand on Tofu's shoulder, and replied, "I do. But this is not the time for sentimentality. You must understand. She cannot possibly be alive." Tofu's demeanor turned icy. While he often appears carefree and can easily be provoked, his heart is generally expansive, and he rarely displays true anger. Yet, I could tell that this time, he was genuinely incensed. With deliberate emphasis, he stated, "I do not wish to discuss rationality. All I know is that in the corpse transport inn, she shared her food with us while she starved, when your leg was injured. She braved the rain to support you. In times of peril, she never abandoned us to flee alone. She is but a woman. Old Chun, I have always believed I understood you well. You are a rational person, yet now your rationality has veered into coldness." His words struck me like a heavy blow. How could I not be aware of the truths he spoke? Perhaps being excessively rational is not always virtuous. My mind raced through our shared experiences, and as I gazed into the abyss beneath, I envisioned the haunting scenario of Gu Wanmin, should she miraculously remain alive, trapped in the depths with no hope of rescue. A calculation formed in my heart. Perhaps death is merely death. Who among us has not acted impulsively at some point in life? With a sigh, I declared, when alive, one must be seen. When dead, one must be found. Let us proceed. With that, I tightened my gear and began to sort through the ropes, preparing to descend. Upon witnessing this, Feng Gui looked at Tofu and me with a silent, cold smirk, and stated nonchalantly, "Brother Chun, since you have made your decision, I cannot dissuade you. One must have loyalty and compassion. This is something I admire in both of you. However, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you." He gestured toward the stone coffin resting upon the legs of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The stone coffin, grand in its design, is adorned with intricate phoenix engravings, suggesting that the occupant within holds a position of considerable importance. If my conjecture is correct, this must indeed be the principal coffin of Princess Gidger. Our group has endured countless hardships, driven by the desire to uncover the treasures contained within. However, descending to search for Gu Wanmin at this moment would mean missing the opportunity to open the coffin. Yet, both Elsu and Feng Guishou were precisely the individuals sought by the old man Zhao, who had previously stated that all treasures within the tomb could be disregarded, save for the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone, which was indispensable. I surmised that whether I delivered it to him or Elsu did, it would make little difference, provided Zhao could obtain that stone. Nevertheless, this scenario could leave Tofu and me empty-handed, akin to digging up a hollow mushroom and returning with nothing. Upon reflection, while money is undeniably significant, One must not forsake their conscience for the sake of wealth. Although Gu Wenmin's background has always been shrouded in mystery, her conduct throughout our journey has not posed any threat to either Tofu or myself. As Tofu remarked, regardless of the perilous circumstances we faced, she has never abandoned us to flee alone. This alone warrants our consideration. Rationality, for the time being, can take a back seat. After Feng Guishou concluded his remarks, I nodded in agreement, allowing them the freedom to proceed, and began to organize the rope's clasps, estimating the length required. In this interval, Feng Guishou had already deployed the searching claw and commenced his ascent along the rope. Observing our preparations, Elsu remained silent for a moment before suggesting, if all goes as planned, the process of opening the coffin shouldn't take too long. Perhaps we should wait a moment. Once it is accomplished, we can all descend together. Strength lies in numbers, and I wish to contribute. Elsu's expression was somber, and his tone exuded sincerity, yet prejudice is a difficult thing to alter once formed. His seemingly flawless demeanor rendered him somewhat untrustworthy in my eyes. However, given that I bore no ill will towards him, there was no need to sever ties. I offered a light-hearted laugh and a casual expression of gratitude, allowing the matter to pass. If he genuinely wished to assist, he would undoubtedly do so when Tofu and I descended. Otherwise, his eloquent words would merely be superficial, of little consequence. At that moment, having meticulously arranged the rope, I produced an iron chisel and drove it into the rock face, using it as a makeshift anchor. Then cast the rope down into the abyss. Alone, that solitary rope appeared perilous in the enveloping darkness. The elderly woman, surnamed Run, likely perceived the futility of the situation. With her niece's fate uncertain, and refrained from causing further trouble, I signaled to Tofu, shouldering my gear, and prepared to descend, only for Feng Guishou, now beside the coffin, to exclaim, "Brother Chun, wait a moment." Tofu retorted, "What are we waiting for? To save someone is akin to extinguishing a fire. If we delay any longer, the child will be grown." Chapter 104. The golden coffin with twin corpses. Feng Guishou's gaze remained fixed on the stone coffin as he urged, "Do not move just yet. There seems to be something amiss with this coffin." As he spoke, he began to retreat, gradually positioning himself near the statue of the Bodhisattva, evidently sensing an unusual occurrence. His peculiar actions prompted me to halt, gripping the rope tightly without rushing to descend. Following this, Feng Guishou added, "Listen. Do you hear that sound emanating from within the stone coffin?" At this moment, the entire cavern was enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon hearing the voice of Feng Guishou, I instinctively perked up my ears to listen for any sounds in the surroundings. The stillness was profound. Aside from my own breathing, there was no other noise. What trickery is this Feng attempting? Surely there is no sound to be heard. Just as this thought flitted through my mind, I suddenly caught two faint thuds echoing in my ears. The sound was incredibly subtle, yet in the silence of the cave, it struck a jarring note. Upon closer examination, the noise unmistakably emanated from the stone sarcophagus. Tofu jumped slightly, almost leaping to his feet, exclaiming, "How can there be sound coming from the sarcophagus? Could it be that Princess Gidger has risen from the dead? We haven't even done anything yet." The sound, though faint, seemed as if something within the stone coffin was knocking, as if attempting to push the lid open. For a moment, we all held our breath, daring not to make a sound. El Su's smile remained, though it was less pronounced now. His gaze was fixed upon the stone sarcophagus, and without turning to us, he remarked to Tofu and me, "It appears you two brothers are not going anywhere for the moment. There is likely something formidable within that sarcophagus." Tofu, anxious, asked, "What should we do? Should we still open the coffin to retrieve the items?" Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou chuckled coldly and replied, "Of course we must retrieve the items. Otherwise, with such timid hearts, you shall not survive in this line of work." He then turned to Tofu and me, stating, "This sarcophagus is quite heavy. Relying solely on El and myself may prove insufficient. You two should lend a hand." As I was already compelled by old Zhao to retrieve the 8 carp to subdue the sea stone, I had no choice but to assist. I promptly suggested to Tofu, "Let us not rush. Instead, let us first examine the objects within the coffin." Tofu's eyes flickered as he lowered his voice, saying, "The matter of the curse is paramount. Dear beauty, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Let us see what becomes of her." I was eager to discover whether this Princess Gidger truly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. With that, I rolled up my sleeves and began to climb up the rope. Aside from the bound woman of the Rin family, the four of us quickly ascended to the legs of the Bodhisattva statue. Up close, the sarcophagus measured over 2 meters in length, square in shape, and adorned with exquisite gray-white patterns. The seal of the stone lid was remarkably tight, akin to a hair's breadth. To open such a sarcophagus, one must first use a chisel to create several small holes at the junction of the lid and the body, allowing a pry bar to lift the stone cover. If it were merely a wooden coffin, the task would be simpler. One could use a probing claw to hook the lid and effortlessly lift it. This task was undertaken by Feng Guishou, whose mechanical hands were remarkably deft. He skillfully created 4 holes, just the right size. Each of us grasped a pry bar, ready to exert our strength when another muffled sound emanated from within the sarcophagus. The noise grew more urgent, as if whatever lay inside could no longer contain itself. This sound momentarily halted our actions, instilling a sense of foreboding in each of us, until Elsu prompted us to push together. The sarcophagus was considerably heavy, even with the combined strength of the 4 of us. It took a great effort to pry it open. As the stone coffin was opened, we were momentarily dazzled by a radiant spectacle. Within lay a wooden sarcophagus adorned with intricate black and gilded beast motifs, shimmering with golden light. The gilded patterns, preserved in the sealed confines of the stone coffin, sparkled brilliantly, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Once exposed to the air, the resplendence of the gilding dimmed, losing its captivating allure. The act of placing a corpse within a coffin is known as, while the coffin itself is referred to as, or stone coffin. Within this stone chamber lay the very golden coffin of Princess Gijur, which we sought. Upon its surface, a myriad of birds and auspicious clouds were intricately carved, depicting celestial bridges and the jade pool, with auspicious beasts frolicking in lifelike detail, an artifact not meant for the ordinary. Strangely, once the stone coffin was opened, a profound silence enveloped the space, the wooden coffin resting quietly before us. At that moment, Feng Guishou began to light incense, the 3rd stick required for our excavation, intended for the spirit of the tomb owner. Tofu murmured, "Here we go again with the theatrics." Elsu, however, was unfazed. He smiled slightly and leaned in to whisper to Tofu, "It's not all mere superstition. Some traditions endure for a reason." Setting aside the superstitious perspective, lighting a stick of incense before opening a coffin serves 2 purposes. First, it provides psychological support, bolstering courage. Second, if the corpse's aura is too intense, it can be detrimental, as the incense can detect such energies. Should the aura be too heavy, the incense will fail to ignite. Tofu's expression shifted to one of realization, and he complimented, "Impressive, you truly are an expert." Elsu, with a modest smile revealing his white teeth, patted Tofu on the shoulder without further elaboration. Meanwhile, Feng Guishou had already ignited the 3rd stick of incense, placing it properly in the coffin's seam, where it burned steadily without incident. Yet, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling, recalling the previous incense that had burned unevenly, leaving me with an ominous sense. My instincts had saved me many times before, whether in business or during recent excavations. I leaned towards Tofu and whispered, "When we open the coffin, you should stay back." Tofu furrowed his brow and retorted, "I'm not some coward. Why should I hide?" I replied, "Whether you are or not is not my concern. What matters is that you have a knack for attracting trouble. If anything goes awry, I'll be burdened with rescuing you, so it's best if you don't complicate matters." Tofu, visibly disheartened, fell silent and obediently moved to the back. At this juncture, Feng Guishou signaled that all was ready for us to proceed with the opening of the coffin. We began to pry out the coffin nails, each black nail measuring a substantial 9 inches in length, requiring considerable effort to extract. In folk traditions, coffin nail sizes vary, yet the 9-inch nails carry significant meaning. As the highest of odd numbers, 9 is deemed the supreme numeral. Thus, emperors of the past were referred to as the revered 9-5. Such nails are not something to be taken lightly. In a short while, having removed all 18 coffin nails, we donned the pre-prepared corpse-handling gloves and gas masks, readying ourselves for what lay ahead. Due to the coffin being sealed for centuries, it undoubtedly harbors numerous lethal pathogens. Should one inadvertently inhale them, the fortunate may merely suffer a severe illness, while the unfortunate might meet their demise. It is said that in ancient times, those who foraged for mushrooms, lacking gas masks, would place a specially concocted piece of medicinal ginger beneath their tongues when opening coffins. In folklore, medicinal ginger has also been employed for healing purposes. One simply slices a piece, soaks it in various potions for 7 days, and then dries it. If someone at home were to experience a headache or fever, placing a piece of this pre-dried medicinal ginger under the tongue could provide relief. However, such practices have become rare. Only a few remote villages still adhere to them, and it is primarily the elderly who possess this knowledge. Young individuals like myself have merely heard of it without witnessing its application. The ginger prepared by mushroom foragers operated on a somewhat similar principle, although the secret recipe for the potion has long been lost. Moreover, in contemporary times, gas masks prove far more reliable than medicinal ginger. Once we donned our gas masks, we collectively set about pushing the coffin. This golden coffin had previously emitted strange sounds. Thus we remained exceptionally vigilant, fully alert. As the coffin was opened, a wave of sinister energy surged forth, and although the gas masks shielded us from any odor, one could easily imagine it was no less foul than the stench from a burial pit. This oppressive atmosphere lingered for a time, rendering everything within the coffin indistinct, until we discerned a humanoid figure lying inside. We hurriedly fanned the air with our hands, and shortly, the malevolent presence dissipated, clarifying the contents of the coffin. The moment our gazes fell upon the corpse within, a voice quivered, exclaiming, This Princess Giger, truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms." While it may not be entirely accurate to describe it as such, the body within the coffin was clad in a burial garment woven with gold and silver threads, draped in a brocade shroud, which had long since faded into a pile of gray fabric. However, beneath the blanket, it was evident that numerous accompanying burial items were present. Yet, these particulars paled in comparison to the truly shocking revelation. The princess had 2 heads. I remarked, "It is all your fault with your ominous words. Next time we forage for mushrooms, I shall find something to silence your mouth." In Chinese funerary customs, there exists a tradition of covering the deceased's face with a cloth, specifically a yellow fabric, to shield the face from the living, thereby preventing any fright, and to symbolize the concealment of one's misdeeds in life. Typically, a simple yellow cloth suffices for common folk, but for nobility or the affluent, masks are often employed to cover the deceased's face. The specifications of these masks vary according to one's status and financial means. The body within the coffin lay supine, everything concealed beneath the brocade shroud, leaving only the 2 heads, which were difficult to divert one's gaze from, evoking a chilling sensation. I could not help but ponder whether this Princess Giger was indeed a 2-headed being. In reality, modern science does provide instances of conjoined twins, wherein an error during embryonic development results in the fusion of 2 embryos, commonly referred to as conjoined twins or parasitic twins. Tofu evidently shared my thoughts, shivering as it remarked, "No wonder the Tatar princess was not favored after her marriage. How could the emperor bring himself to approach her, with 2 heads to contend with?" Each evoking trepidation. Chapter 105. The Transformation of the Living Dead. Though we had mentally prepared ourselves, fully aware that Princess Giger was not to be trifled with, none could have anticipated that she would possess 2 heads. Each of these heads was adorned with a golden mask, accentuating a chin reminiscent of a fox. The visage beneath the mask remained obscured, but the disheveled hair, a tangled mass of dark strands, hinted at something hidden within. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though moisture lingered within the inky locks. We exchanged glances, each of us sensing the strangeness of the dual-headed corpse. Feng Guishou remarked, "Having opened so many coffins, this is my first encounter with such a peculiar zongzi. Let us not linger, hasten to search for items, but remain vigilant." Following Feng Guishou's directive, we cleared away the rotting brocade covering the corpse. The once ornate cover had deteriorated into tatters, disintegrating into fragments upon contact, and after considerable effort, we finally revealed the body beneath. The first thing to emerge was a human hand, and upon seeing it, I was momentarily taken aback. The flesh appeared slightly bluish, unmistakably that of a corpse. Yet after all these years, it remained intact. Evidently, the occupant of the coffin was an uncorrupted wet corpse. Among the categories of cadavers, dried bones, mummified remains, and wet bodies, the latter is exceedingly rare. This pair of hands, despite their abnormal hue, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the living. Tofu quietly gasped, commenting, "Look at that hand. The skin seems remarkably well preserved. I wonder how the rest appears." I glanced at the mask on the female corpse's face, cautioning, "Little Tofu, didn't I tell you to stand back? Why have you advanced again? Do not complicate matters. Refrain from touching the corpse's mask. I know this lad all too well. When he ought to be bold, he becomes timid as a mouse, yet in moments of fear, he often acts erratically. Should he catch sight of the corpse's delicate skin and suddenly wish to indulge in some unfinished business, I would be at a loss. As I spoke, both Lu Su and I, positioned on either side, began to clear away the rotting brocade above the corpse, revealing the entirety of the body before us. The moment Feng Ghost's hand laid eyes on the corpse, his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Even through the glass of his gas mask, I could discern the contortion of his features. Not only Feng Ghost's hand, but even my own hands began to tremble. For the body before us was not clad in burial garments. Instead, it was unmistakably dressed in clothing belonging to Rin Ling. In an instant, we all arrived at a singular, chilling realization. Could this corpse indeed be Rin Ling? Yet, the coffin was sealed. How could she possibly be found within? Judging by the pallor of the skin, it was undeniably a corpse, yet its presence in this coffin was utterly unfathomable. Lu Su inhaled sharply, his voice steady yet deliberate, as he fixed his gaze upon the two heads of the corpse and commanded, "Remove her mask." At the forehead of the mask rests a small aperture. For the ancients believe that the forehead serves as the portal for the soul's entrance and exit. Thus, leaving such an opening is akin to providing a passageway for the spirit. The act of removing a mask from the face of a corpse is also steeped in ritual. The individual tasked with this must not face the corpse directly, but instead stand at the head of the coffin and proceed in an inverted manner to begin the removal. It is said that this practice is to prevent the living from aligning their mouths and noses with those of the deceased, thereby avoiding a clash of vital energies. Some assert that facing the dead is a mark of disrespect towards the departed. Such peculiar and intricate customs abound in China, passed down through generations. In my childhood, during the Dragon Boat Festival, as I enjoyed zongzi, my grandfather would always pierce the dumpling with a chopstick from the top and withdraw it halfway, leaving a small hole before we could partake. When I inquired about the reason for this, he could not articulate it, merely stating that his grandfather had taught him the same. At this moment, even without the need to remove the mask, I was nearly certain that the corpse within the coffin was indeed Rin Ling. Yet, how could it be that there appeared another head? Whose head could it possibly be? After El Su finished speaking, silence enveloped us. At the foot of the coffin stood Feng Guishou, while El Su and I flanked either side, with Tofu to my left. Upon El Su's utterance, he held his breath, cautiously extending his gloved hand towards the mask of the female corpse. Instinctively, I followed suit, reaching toward the mask of the other head. The situation was so bizarre that we both forgot the ritual of mask removal. The masks lay loosely upon the faces and were easily swept aside. Beneath them, two visages emerged. The face above belonged to Rin Ling, her eyes bulging and unclosed. Her complexion marred by bruises, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Once a captivating beauty, in death she lost all semblance of allure, instilling a chilling dread at the mere sight of her. The other head, slightly lower, bore a pale visage, eyes tightly shut, and a delicate oval face manifesting signs of distress. Tofu gasped, exclaiming, "Guda Mei Ren." Words failed to capture the tumult of emotions within me. How could Gu Wanmin, whom we had witnessed plummet into the abyss, reappear within this coffin? Were we ensnared in yet another trap? Was everything before us merely an illusion akin to the celestial murals? Before I could ponder further, Tofu reached out to touch Gu Wanmin's neck, joyfully declaring, "There's a pulse. We must save her." As the saying goes, concern breeds confusion, spurred by Tofu's words. I regained my composure and realized that it was not a case of a corpse possessing two heads, but rather Rin Ling's body was atop Gu Wanmin's. The coffin's confined space, coupled with the ornate covering, created the illusion of two heads at first glance. Understanding this, I set aside my thoughts, recognizing the urgency of rescue. Without regard for Rin Ling's lifeless form, I grasped her shoulder and pulled upward, bringing Rin Ling to a seated position within the coffin. Beneath the coffin, Gu Wanmin's upper body lay exposed, appearing greasy as though she had just been dredged from some murky waters, with Rin Ling perched atop her abdomen. Despite the considerable commotion, Gu Wanmin offered no response, clearly ensnared in a profound stupor. Should she linger within the confines of the coffin any longer, she might very well meet the same fate as Rin Ling and be summoned before the King of Hell. Upon reflection, I realized that the strange sounds emanating from the coffin earlier were likely the result of Gu Wanmin's actions. Tofu, seizing the moment, apologized to Rin Ling, while his subordinate, More brusque, seized Ren Ling by the armpits and unceremoniously dragged her from the coffin, carelessly tossing her onto the lap of the statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. After completing this, the four of us hastily extracted Gu Wanmin from the coffin. Upon inspection, the interior was barren save for a tattered cotton quilt. Tofu let out a hiss of disbelief, knocking on the coffin's base and asserting that there must be some hidden passage below. Otherwise, how could the stunning Gu Wanmin have ended up inside? After several knocks, the coffin emitted a dull thud, indicating that no cavernous void lay beneath, and the base remained intact. The manner in which Gu Wanmin and Ren Ling had entered the coffin was utterly baffling. Could it be that this coffin had the capacity to draw people in, particularly women? Though the situation was peculiar and perplexing, our foremost concern remained the rescue of Gu Wanmin. Finding no flat surface upon which to lay her, we gently lowered her down using a rope, placing her flat on the ground. In that moment, considerations of propriety were cast aside as we thoroughly examined her for injuries. Fortunately, aside from some abrasions we had inflicted during our previous efforts, she bore no significant wounds. It seemed her faintness stemmed from prior asphyxiation. Elsu reached beneath her nose to check for breath, removed her gas mask, and shook out her dark hair, stating, "Her breathing is growing weaker. We must administer artificial respiration at once." "Artificial respiration?" Tofu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Mouth to mouth? How awkward." I retorted, "For heaven's sake, it's not like she's drowning." Ignoring Tofu, I began chest compressions on Gu Wanmin, but my earlier injury from a dagger soon hindered me, pains surging at the wound, forcing me to pause and instruct Tofu, "Your turn, but keep your hands to yourself." Tofu's expression turned mischievous, and with a cheeky grin, he said, "One must never take advantage of a friend's wife. Rest assured, I won't touch what I shouldn't." Just as Tofu's wicked hands reached toward Gu Wanmin, the figure on the ground suddenly coughed, her dark, fragile eyes fluttering open as she slowly regained consciousness. Tofu was left speechless, blinking in disbelief, and murmured, "You did that on purpose, Gu Wanmin. I know you did." I was elated and quickly helped Gu Wanmin to sit up. In her current state of weakness, she barely opened her eyes, slowly surveying her surroundings until her gaze settled on me, seemingly relieved. Her typically clear voice had become hoarse as she whispered, "I," but before she could finish her sentence, she fainted once more. Elsu gently touched her pulse, sighed with relief, and a smile graced his face as he softly remarked, "She has merely fainted. It is of no concern. Let her sleep soundly." Chapter 106. The flying corpse. Gu Wanmin's slumber was a means of recuperating her strength, and we must refrain from disturbing her for the time being. At this moment, the others had also gone a considerable stretch without rest and were utterly exhausted from the ordeal. Feng Guishou glanced at the golden coffin of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva statue, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "It seems this coffin is a mere counterfeit. The true golden coffin remains elusive," he mused, as he swept his flashlight across the surrounding stone walls in search of any clues. Unfortunately, the area was engulfed in darkness, with only the jade bridge and the statue of the Bodhisattva illuminating the surroundings, revealing nothing else. Elsu suggested, "It appears we may have celebrated prematurely. If I am not mistaken, the coffin we just opened was likely a misleading false coffin, while the genuine golden coffin is likely concealed even more discreetly. I propose we take a moment to recuperate before devising our next course of action." The group, weary and worn, voiced no objections. Deep within the earth, though the outside world basked in summer warmth, the air here was frigid. As Gu Wanmin slept, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, curling up like an infant. Clearly feeling the chill, sensing the cold, the others rummaged through their gear for solid fuel, igniting a roaring flame, which gradually dispelled the biting chill as they huddled around its warmth. At that moment, however, the woman from the Ren family had reddened eyes, fixated intently on the legs of the Bodhisattva statue, likely gazing at Ren Ling's lifeless body. It is often said that those who are pitiable harbor something deserving of disdain. Her heartfelt sorrow and mournful expression evoked a flicker of compassion in those who beheld her. With a soft heart, Tofu approached her with some food, awkwardly shoving it into her mouth, saying, "Death is akin to a lamp extinguished. Your dear niece may not have been an exemplary person, and while it is indeed a pity for someone so beautiful to perish, you must find peace with it. I cannot abide a woman in sorrow. Though you are of advanced age, you are still a woman. There, do not weep. Have some jerky." As I sat by the fire, I found myself amused by Tofu's clumsy attempts to console her, thinking it absurd how he endeavored to pacify her. It was no surprise that the Ren family woman was agitated by Tofu's words. Compounded by his relentless feeding, she likely choked on the hurried morsels, her eyes bulging and her throat constricted in a state of distress. Unable to bear the sight, I picked up my water pouch and approached, tapping Tofu on the shoulder. Enough now, others may demand payment for food, but you seem intent on demanding her very life. Hurry and offer her some water, lest she choke to death. Why must you always complicate matters? Tofu, visibly disheartened, reluctantly fed her some water, and at last, she managed to swallow the food. To my surprise, she continued to stare blankly ahead, finally uttering words that puzzled me. It has come down. It has come down. What has come down? I inquired, bewildered. Upon hearing these words, both Tofu and I were momentarily taken aback. Following her gaze, we were instantly startled into action as we beheld a disheveled figure emerging from the legs of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva statue, its backside raised and head lowered as it crawled downwards. The face, marred with mottled shades of blue and purple, was none other than Ren Ling. Tofu exclaimed, "Goodness! Even in death, she refuses to let us rest." "Old Chun, what the hell?" I retorted. "What the hell are you talking about? A gun won't work on her. Quickly, fetch a steel rod." As Tofu and I rushed towards the fire, Lu Su and his companion had also noticed the commotion. Lu Su, wielding the ghost-crying blade, displayed no signs of panic. Having likely dealt with such entities before, he remained unperturbed, his smile slightly fading as he observed Ren Ling's corpse clawing its way to the ground, her pale eyes fixed upon us as she advanced. Lu Su's calm demeanor had a soothing effect on the rest of us, alleviating our initial terror. Tofu sighed in relief, his spirits lifted. Having a martial arts expert around changes everything. I say, "Old Chun, didn't you boast about your skills? Why have you never showcased them? You're not merely practicing Tai Chi, are you?" Haha. I chose to ignore Tofu's jibes, for he had indeed struck a chord. My martial art was indeed Tai Chi, the very same that countless elderly folks perform on the streets, a skill I learned from my grandfather. He cherished Tai Chi, claiming it helped detoxify his body from the heavy toxins accumulated from foraging mushrooms. In my youth, I would mimic his movements, but after his disappearance, I had not practiced it since. With steel rods in hand, Tofu and I felt a semblance of courage, yet gazing upon Ren Ling, once a charming beauty, now a grotesque specter, brought forth a melancholic reflection. No matter how radiant one may be in life, death renders us not. We paid little heed to Ren Ling, but this negligence would soon lead to dire consequences. We had placed too much trust in Lu Su. Initially, Ren Ling was merely crawling towards us, and we awaited the moment when Lu Su would demonstrate his prowess against her. To our astonishment, just as she reached the midpoint, her body suddenly leapt into the air like a toad. The deceased, though animated, retains a certain rigidity. Even if they can move or leap, they cannot spring forth to attack as Ren Ling did. Not only were we caught off guard, but Lu Su was as well, his expression changing in an instant. Yet it was already too late. The corpse, aware of its prey, lunged with ferocity, tackling Tofu, who toppled towards the precipice behind us. My heart raced as panic surged, and before conscious thought could surface, my body instinctively lunged towards Tofu, pinning him to the ground just in time. The impact left Tofu gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. As we lay on the ground, we heard Lu Su exclaim from behind, "This is bad. It's a flying corpse." Once Tofu regained his breath, he lay on the ground stammering, What is a flying corpse? Old Lu, you're failing us. You've betrayed our trust." As I lunged forward, the pain in my shoulder flared, causing my vision to darken, and I found myself unable to rise for a moment. With great effort, I turned my head to observe the flying corpse, which seemed to hover above the ground, occasionally touching down only to gain leverage, its entire form flapping about like a great bat in the air. Its fingernails had inexplicably elongated to 5 or 6 inches, dark and robust. Even the skilled El Su was left in a state of disarray, unable to respond to Tofu. My grandfather's work notes contained a passage. "A corpse is a human that has died and stiffened. If it does not stiffen, it is a living corpse or a flying corpse. Living corpses are exceedingly rare, almost mythical. Let us set that aside for now and focus on the flying corpse." The so-called flying corpse refers to a body that, after the process of decay, does not become rigid but instead possesses astonishing agility, adept at leaping and attacking. Only those corpses that have risen after several hundred years and have not been vanquished could possibly become flying corpses. Yet, How could Ren, who had just recently perished, transform into one? As she grappled with Su, their struggle was evenly matched. He wielded a steel knife, and she dared not approach him closely. However, relying on her swift agility, she suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him, making it nearly impossible to defend against her. Had it not been for Su's remarkable reflexes, he would have surely fallen victim to her deadly assault. While the two were locked in an intense confrontation, Ren suddenly turned her attention away from Su, darting instead towards the nearest Feng Guishou. With remarkable speed, Feng was caught off guard, rolling to the ground in a desperate attempt to evade her grasp, hastily throwing an equipment bag in her direction. The flying corpse, moving with uncanny swiftness, evaded the bag, which plummeted into the abyss instead. I, with keen sight, realized that the thrown bag contained our food supplies, and I silently lamented the folly of discarding sustenance when we had no idea how long we would be trapped here. Feng Guishou seemed to have realized his mistake, his expression shifting to one of regret and anger as he saw the flying corpse lunge towards him, choosing not to evade. Tofu, startled, struggled to rise, shouting, "Old Feng, though you may be insufferable, do not seek death. Get out of the way." Before he could finish, the flying corpse had already descended upon Feng, its claws aimed directly at his heart. Tofu and I felt a chill of terror, and by the time we contemplated intervening, it was already too late. Unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. Feng Guishou pushed against Renling's iron-like arms with both hands, leveraging upward, causing her upper body to pitch forward until their faces were nearly touching. Before I could process this grotesque tableau, Su had already seized his ghost cry blade and charged forth. The flying corpse immediately attempted to flee, but Feng Guishou cackled, clamping his legs tightly around Renling's slender waist. Although Feng's grip could not completely restrain her, it did hinder her speed. As she freed herself from his legs and prepared to leap once more, Su had already leapt into the air, and before he descended, his right hand flicked the steel knife with lethal precision, plunging it through Renling's neck from behind, emerging through the front. Upon witnessing this, Tofu's face paled, and he instinctively clutched his own throat, swallowing hard. With a decisive stroke, Su severed Renling's neck, causing a plume of black mist to erupt forth, dissipating swiftly into nothingness. The corpse remained propped in a kneeling position, impaled upon Su's steel blade. Tofu and I gradually rose from the ground, momentarily unable to utter a word. Renling's body was nearly obliterated. Despite the fatal wound at her neck, her head remained rigidly upright, her pallid eyes staring blankly ahead, as if silently narrating some tragic tale. This woman was ruthless, her fate seemingly justified, yet her current state evoked a sense of melancholy. However, one must ponder, where had she truly departed to? Perhaps the truth would only be revealed once Gu Wanmin awakened. Chapter 107. Memories. Having completed his grim task, Su withdrew the blade, and, retrieving a piece of black cloth from his pocket, wiped the knife clean, swiftly erasing the remnants of flesh, restoring the weapon's silvery sheen. His blade lacked a sheath. Instead, he utilized a leather strap on his leg, allowing for quick access when needed. Once the blade was secured, Su hoisted Renling's corpse and discarded it beneath the statue of the Earth's store Bodhisattva, before returning to his place by the fire. The woman, now thoroughly shaken, witnessed her niece transformed into a grotesque figure. The blow must have been substantial. Sensing Tofu's amiable disposition, she implored him to untie her bonds. Tofu replied, "With your cunning intentions, what do you intend to do once freed?" The woman's eyes, lined with delicate wrinkles, betrayed a hint of madness as she insisted that she needed to relieve herself. Tofu found himself in a quandary. He could hardly assist a woman in disrobing. After a moment's hesitation and considering the predicament, should she truly embarrass herself, he nodded at Tofu, who then untied her. She stretched her joints, requested some tissue, and retreated to a dark recess behind the rocks. We had previously explored this area and found no other exits, leaving us unconcerned about her potential schemes. At that moment, we gathered around the fire, fatigue overwhelming us, and our minds brimming with questions. I lay on the ground, meticulously reflecting on our journey, piecing together the events that had transpired. Initially, Tofu and I had embarked on our mission for two reasons. First, to investigate the connection between Princess Gij-Air's tomb and the associated curse. Second, to ally with Wei Nanjing and others to procure the 8 carp fighting the Flood Dragon Stone, while also seeking to acquire some artifacts for profit. Little did we anticipate that our path would cross with the Rin family, compounded by the emergence of a ghostly figure, which led to our separation from Wei Nanjing and his companions, culminating in the chaos involving the overturned corpse-raising cauldron and the malevolent dragon devouring Luo Darren and another. Legend has it that Princess Gij Air, who had studied witchcraft under a shaman and married into the Central Plains, met an untimely demise. Fearing her dark sorcery, the emperor of the time commissioned the construction of her tomb, only to inadvertently unearth the dragon vein beneath, to prevent the malevolent serpent from causing havoc. The Bureau of Corpse Preservation was established. Additionally, to thwart the nefarious spirit of Princess Gidger, a statue of Xitigarbha was meticulously crafted from gold essence. Consequently, it stands to reason that the princess's golden coffin should be located nearby. However, why is it that beneath the Xitigarbha statue lies only an empty coffin? This so-called empty coffin is a common anti-theft measure, designed to create a false burial chamber and main coffin within the tomb. In reality, the coffin is filled with toxic gas and traps, ensuring that any grave robber who dares to open it will lose their life to the deceptive coffin, while the genuine main coffin remains untouched. Setting aside how this empty coffin harmed Gu Wanmin and her companion, if it indeed is a mere facade, where then lies the true golden coffin of the princess? How might we acquire the legendary artifact said to have been used by the Great Yu to control the waters? This princess's tomb, constructed in accordance with the natural formations of the cave, is far grander than we previously anticipated. What extraordinary powers did she possess in life that invoked such trepidation in death? How does her malevolence relate to the so-called demon, the 10,000 demon concubine? As I journeyed along, I found no trace of clues regarding the ghostly realm, leading me to wonder if I had been deceived by the old man Zhao. Becoming merely a pawn in his game, I had once experienced a nightmare in which I opened the princess's golden coffin, only to find her face resembling that of Gu Wanmin. At the time, I dismissed it as mere paranoia, but now it has manifested into reality, with Gu Wanmin inexplicably lying within the golden coffin. Could it be that the curse's power is once again at play, threatening those close to me? These thoughts churned in my mind, disrupting my peace. Just as I was becoming increasingly agitated, I heard El Su say, "Brother Chun has been injured, so he need not take turns watching. We three shall alternate resting. It seems there is more turmoil ahead, and we cannot proceed without sufficient strength." My shoulder, already injured, had lost blood, and as I relaxed, my eyelids began to droop. I paid little attention to their conversation and glanced at Gu Wanmin, who was peacefully asleep nearby, allowing my worries to dissipate as I succumbed to slumber. My rest was undisturbed, and I was not interrupted by anyone. The warmth of the campfire beside me was just right, enveloping me in a state of profound relaxation and blissful sleep. When I finally awoke naturally, the others were gradually stirring as well. El Su, who had taken the last watch, appeared to be in good spirits. Aside from him, Feng Guishou and Tofu had also awakened, while Gu Wanmin and I had slept for a solid 10 hours, as if a significant portion of the night had passed. I moved my body and felt the weariness dissipate. My mind became remarkably clear, and I was in excellent spirits. Although Tofu had kept watch for part of the night and had not slept as long, his energy was quickly restored, leaving only Gu Wanmin still asleep. I offered her some water and gently pinched her philtrum, prompting her to slowly open her eyes, appearing much more alert. On the other side, the woman from the Rin family had also been untied. She was somewhat distant from us, but without any belongings. Escape was not a concern. As soon as Gu Wanmin awoke, everyone's gaze converged upon her, and Tofu directly inquired, "Miss Gu, are you feeling better? Please, explain how one could transform into a living being and end up in a sealed coffin." Gu Wanmin, seemingly still disoriented, spoke slowly, articulating each word with care, as if recollecting distant memories. Moments later, she hoarsely inquired, "What coffin?" Her demeanor suggested a complete unawareness of her own entrapment within such a vessel. While I might entertain the notion of other women being confused, Gu Wanmin was not one to be easily befuddled. How could she be oblivious to the events that transpired around her? I gazed into her eyes for a while. Her expression was both bewildered and sincere, devoid of deceit. Thus, I recounted the events that had unfolded, asking her about the incident on the Jade Bridge and why she had suddenly called out Renling's name. Upon the mention of Renling, it appeared as though a troubling memory had been unearthed, and her countenance shifted dramatically, her speech quickening. "I remember now. It was she who pulled me down." "Are you suggesting that Renling dragged you down?" I queried. Was she hiding beneath the jade bridge? Despite the absurdity of the notion, we both understood that there was no conceivable hiding place beneath the bridge. Gu Wenmin then recounted the events of that moment, which were, in fact, quite brief. Not only were we left in a state of confusion, but she herself seemed uncertain about the circumstances. At that time, she had been the last to cross the bridge, which was narrow and required careful navigation. One misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Gu Wenmin tread cautiously, the searchlight above illuminating her path. The bridge was so slender that the beam of light almost pierced through it. As she focused on the bridge, her steps quickened, and just as she neared the apex, she suddenly saw something beneath, the vague outline of what appeared to be a human hand. Startled, she stumbled slightly but quickly regained her balance, crouching down and gripping the bridge to avoid slipping. In that moment, her face was close to the bridge and under the direct light. The shadow of that hand became clearer, though what lay beneath it remained obscured. Alarmed, she wondered how a human hand could be beneath the bridge. Driven by curiosity and caution, she prepared to reach behind the bridge to retrieve whatever it was. However, just as her hand extended, it was seized by a cold grip from beneath the bridge. Before she could comprehend the situation, a face emerged from below, the unmistakable visage of Ren Ling. How could Ren Ling's face possibly be beneath the bridge? The abyss lay just below. Was she somehow standing in the void? Unable to suppress her shock, Gu Wenmin called out Ren Ling's name, and that icy hand suddenly exerted a powerful force, yanking her downwards. What followed was a sensation of falling. She sensed she had plunged into a body of water before losing consciousness. The duration of her faintness was brief, and upon awakening, she found herself confined within a claustrophobic space, permeated by a foul odor, with a heavy weight pressing down upon her. In her exploration, she discerned that it was Ren Ling who lay atop her, yet the nature of the enclosed space surrounding them eluded her comprehension at that moment. She merely struggled within, seeking an escape. As the air grew increasingly scarce, compounded by the noxious fumes, she succumbed to unconsciousness until we rescued her. This is the entirety of the process as she recounted it. Upon hearing her tale, we felt as though we were deciphering an ancient script. Firstly, it seemed implausible that Ren Ling could stand unsupported in the abyss. Secondly, how could Gu Wenmin have fallen into the depths and subsequently found herself in a coffin? All of this remained an enigma. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, a gurgling sound emanated from Tofu's stomach, drawing the attention of the others. Tofu chuckled awkwardly, patting his belly, and remarked, "My intestinal worms are hungry. They are clamoring for sustenance." It had been over 10 hours since our last meal, and at that time, we had barely taken a few bites of jerky before being interrupted by the sudden emergence of Ren Ling. Now, with Tofu's stomach growling, nearly everyone's belly seemed to echo his complaint, as if the hunger was contagious. El Su chuckled lightly, displaying a sense of resignation, and said to Tofu, "It appears we must first seek something to eat." After a brief pause, he cast his gaze toward the abyss not far off, his dark eyes flickering with a hint of intent, as if contemplating a plan. Chapter 108. The phoenix bites the water. The abyss remained in impenetrable darkness, save for the eerie jade bridge that spanned it, imparting a peculiar sensation. After a moment, El Su spoke, "There are no entrances or exits behind this jade bridge. If we wish to uncover the breakthrough to the golden coffin, we must descend into the abyss to explore the realms beneath, while also retrieving our gear." Tofu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we must retrieve our equipment. A man is as robust as the food he consumes. One cannot labor effectively on an empty stomach." I interjected, "You are solely focused on food. The circumstances beneath the abyss are treacherous, and it may not be an easy venture." Tofu shrugged, pointing at Gu Wenmin, and declared, "We can endure hunger, but the esteemed Gu has not eaten a morsel. If this continues, she will be reduced to a mere specter. We must go, regardless of the danger." I chuckled inwardly, recognizing that Tofu's concern for Gu was but a guise for his own hunger. We shared a tacit understanding, aware that Tofu was merely playing a role. I replied, "You have a point, but I have sustained an injury to my shoulder, making it difficult for me to descend. Perhaps you should go instead?" Tofu responded, "That won't do. I have a fear of heights." Feng Guishou hissed, "Didn't you insist on going down to rescue someone before? Why the fear of heights now? You must contribute in some capacity. Given Tofu's capabilities, descending would be akin to courting death." Just as I contemplated defending him against Feng Guishou's remarks, El Su interjected, "Brother Chun is injured, and little Tofu has a fear of heights. This task shall be mine. You all stay here, and should anything arise, I will signal you." The phrase I awaited was uttered, and the two of us feigned reluctance before watching Lu Su gradually descend into the abyss, guided by the rope. I jested, "Xiao Dou? Isn't Lu your idol? How can you allow your idol to tread such peril?" Tofu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Precisely because he dares to face danger. He has become my idol." Feng Guishou, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. Tofu approached him, patting his shoulder, and remarked, "Enough with the disdainful expression. Aren't you also being timid? Ultimately, human nature is inherently selfish. Previously, Tofu and I had disregarded danger to rescue Gu Wanmin. Now, however, there was no compelling reason to descend into the chasm. If such necessity did not exist, why take the risk and become a target? Feng Guishou himself was no different, wholeheartedly attempting to push this task onto Tofu. Neither of us was foolish enough to grant him his wish. As the saying goes, those capable bear the brunt of the labor. After much banter among the three of us, the task fell to Lu Su. He appeared more than willing, yet I have always been somewhat ruthless in my dealings and, when necessary, shameless. Lu Su's noble stance accentuated our own perceived ignobility. Tofu sighed. In this world, there are always individuals of noble character, destined to be heroes and earn the admiration of others. I inquired, and then Tofu shook his head and replied, "But good people do not live long. Calamities may linger for 1,000 years, and heroes ultimately become martyrs. I would rather be a bear than a martyr." Gu Wanmin, listening nearby, found our discourse both amusing and absurd. The four of us, along with the woman surnamed Run, waited at the edge of the platform for merely a few minutes when a signal emerged from below. The rope shook thrice, our prearranged sign of safety, indicating that the depths of the abyss posed no immediate danger. Moments later, Lu Su climbed back up the rope, drenched and with a bulging chest, as if concealing something. Once on solid ground, Lu Su shook off his clothes, revealing 3 freshly caught fish, their bellies split open and gills exposed. I immediately grasped the situation and asked, "Does that mean there is an underground water source below?" Lu Su nodded, shedding his shirt to reveal a toned physique. As he began wringing out the water from his clothing, Tofu glanced at him, then at his own lack of muscle, a melancholic expression crossing his face as he began to worry about his own 8th spring. Listening to Lu Su's account, it became clear that the abyss concealed a vast chamber filled with deep, still water. Due to the sheer size of the space, retrieving the previously lost gear was no longer feasible. Thus, he had resorted to catching a few fish for sustenance. While this may sound simple, fishing by hand in water is, in reality, quite challenging. I had attempted this in my childhood, succeeding only a couple of times. Lu Su's ability to catch these 3 fish undoubtedly required considerable effort. We expressed our gratitude and skewered the fish using a steel rod, grilling them over solid fuel. The flesh of the fish was tender, and if not cooked to perfection, would easily char. Tofu promptly handed all the fish to me, declaring that professional matters should be left to professionals, and in a bid to hone my grilling skills, he graciously provided me with an opportunity for practice. As I roasted the fish, I overheard El Su saying, "After we finish our meal, we must venture down below." I sensed that there was something lurking beneath the water, but the previous dim lighting had hindered my clarity of vision. With a breakthrough at hand, we could not afford to be idle. Tofu suggested, "Let's leave the beautiful Gu and old Chen here. Both of them are injured. We will go down." El Su replied, "Brother Chen should accompany us." Tofu, perhaps concerned for my well-being due to my injury, retorted angrily, "What do you mean? My brother has been wounded by old Feng's dagger. Can he really enter the water? I, Master Dou, can face 10 foes alone. Shall I not accompany you?" El Su smiled faintly, shrugged, and said softly, "There is a safe place below, so we need not remain here. If we scatter, it could lead to disaster. If my estimation is correct, the golden coffin is likely beneath us. But we must allow Brother Chen to take a look." It turned out that the bottom of the water was quite peculiar, resembling a man-made formation. Although El Su possessed remarkable skills, he was not well versed in the intricacies of tomb structures. Years ago, when Bai Laozi seized Yangfang's secret texts, he gained considerable notoriety, and I considered myself a disciple of Bai Laozi. Thus, El Su wished for me to descend and observe. After our discussion, the fish I had been grilling was nearly finished. Fortunately, though there were only 3 large fish, everyone was satisfied. We promptly gathered our belongings and descended one by one down the rope. To our surprise, the abyss was not as deep as we had imagined. measuring about 15 or 16 meters. However, thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility and giving the impression of unfathomable depths. Upon reaching the bottom, we found ourselves with no path forward and had to swim. After gliding a few meters to the right, we discovered a natural stone platform where we took refuge. Pulling our light sources together and adjusting the brightness to its maximum to observe our surroundings. Before us, the entire watery cavern extended east to west, broad at one end and tapering at the other, resembling a great serpent. The head of the serpent was where we currently stood, forming a triangular shape. After a brief observation, I discerned some underlying patterns, unable to suppress my astonishment. I explained to the group that the water serpent before us represented a configuration of a phoenix diving into the water. The phoenix, a creature of fire, is most averse to water, and the divine spring lay precisely at the point where the phoenix would turn its head, akin to a pearl or the place where the phoenix would drink. Under normal circumstances, this would be quite auspicious. Regrettably, the underground terrain was a limestone cavern, naturally forming numerous subterranean water tributaries, leaving the phoenix without a place to land. With abundant water, the serpent thrived. Its head was enormous, as if it had just swallowed something and was preparing to swallow again, undoubtedly clashing with the Feng Shui of the phoenix's turning neck. Should these two forces collide, the outcome would be the great serpent consuming the weary fire phoenix. Those interred here resembled fledgling phoenixes falling into the maw of a monstrous serpent. If anyone were to perish in this place, their restless spirit would surely linger. At first glance, this serpentine formation appeared to be a natural occurrence. Yet upon closer inspection of the surrounding stone walls, one could clearly discern traces of human craftsmanship, indicating that it had been deliberately constructed during the tomb's creation. In this precarious situation, it is evident that anyone who meets their demise here will inevitably be driven by the malevolent serpent, a phenomenon akin to the reanimation of the dead. It suddenly dawned on me that Rin Ling's transformation into a flying corpse was undoubtedly linked to the aquatic demon serpent. Upon hearing this, Lu Su inquired whether we could deduce the location of the golden coffin. Alas, I found myself powerless. My grandfather's work notes were inherently limited in scope. Moreover, the age-old tradition of not placing coffins in water made the very notion of a submerged coffin defy logic, leaving me unable to glean any insights from the water's current. Logically, given the presence of the water serpent demon, the golden coffin must be situated at a considerable distance from it. If that were indeed the case, we would have fallen victim to Princess Gidge Air's machinations. As I elaborated to the group, I adjusted the light source, directing it gradually toward the water's surface. In that moment, the water, illuminated by our lights, astonishingly refracted the reflection of the jade bridge above. It is worth noting that we were positioned some 15 to 16 meters beneath the jade bridge, with the light failing to reach the apex above. Thus, how could the reflection of the bridge manifest underwater? This phenomenon utterly transcended the bounds of physical understanding. In an instant, we, along with the woman surnamed Run, were left aghast. She candidly remarked, "Could it be that there exists an inverted jade bridge beneath the water?" Her words evoked memories of the ghostly mirror tomb that had ensnared us earlier, prompting a chilling sense of foreboding. The jade bridge visible in the water, shifting in and out of sight with the angle of our lights and distorting with the flow, defied optical principles and imbued the atmosphere with an eerie quality. I could not help but harbor doubts about the woman's conjecture. Was it possible that another jade bridge lay submerged? What purpose could these two bridges, one above and one below, serve? Collectively, we directed our gaze toward the depths below, momentarily rendered speechless. At that juncture, Gu Wanmin, with keen eyesight, suddenly exclaimed, "There is someone beneath the water." Chapter 109. The soul's remnant. We had been fixated on the murky depths, where the jade bridge intermittently surfaced and vanished. Yet there were no discernible figures. Feng Guishou scoffed, "Surely, you must be seeing things." Gu Wanmin, perhaps feeling a twinge of apprehension, rubbed her eyes and peered once more into the depths, murmuring, "How strange. Where have they gone? Could it truly be my imagination?" In truth, I held great confidence in Gu Wanmin's vision. For reasons unknown, her eyesight surpassed that of the rest of us. During our perilous descent into the abyss, she consistently detected any stirring in advance. Others may have dismissed her words, but recalling past events, I felt compelled to remain vigilant. I addressed the group. "This bridge in the water appears undeniably peculiar and must be intricately linked to the layout of this place. To uncover the path to the golden coffin, We must first unravel the enigma of this water serpent devouring the phoenix. We must venture into the water to investigate. However, Tofu swiftly interjected, turning to me. You still bear injuries on your shoulder. Are you seeking infection or something else? It is unwise for you to enter the water. Let this task fall to me and old Feng. Despite his usual laziness, when the moment of truth arrived, his brother understood the gravity of the situation and prevented me from diving into the water. After speaking, Tofu shot a glance at Feng Guishou, clearly signaling him to assist as well. Feng could hardly refuse, and so they set down their gear, each taking a dagger, inhaled deeply, and plunged into the icy underground water, swimming toward the depths below. Initially, the searchlight above us illuminated their silhouettes, but as they descended further, the light could not penetrate the dense water, and soon their figures vanished into an abyss of darkness, leaving no sign of movement. The surface of the water regained its tranquility as we, armed with flashlights, remained vigilant, focused on any disturbances below. I was aware of Tofu's ability to hold his breath for 3 minutes at most. A typical person could manage no more than that. Feng Guishou had training in this regard, and Lu Su mentioned that he could hold his breath for 5 minutes without issue. Based on our estimations, regardless of whether they discovered anything below, they would return within 3 to 5 minutes. I began to count in my mind, each 60 counts representing a minute. But after 4 complete cycles, there was still no sign of them resurfacing. Lu Su's calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his brows furrowing as he lowered his voice, stating that something had changed. I could not wait any longer. Diving into the water was unlike any other task. The absence of oxygen was fatal. Tofu had already been underwater for 4 minutes, and I had no idea if he had drowned. Unable to ponder the possible misfortunes they faced below, I instructed Gu and Min to remain vigilant while I prepared to enter the water with a dagger and a flexible steel pipe to retrieve them. Taking a deep breath, I was about to leap into the depths when suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from the water. To my astonishment, it resembled a gigantic octopus. As it surged toward the surface, I soon realized it was 2 individuals entangled together, one of whom appeared to have limbs sprawling in all directions, resembling the tentacles of an octopus. With a splutter, Feng Guishou broke the surface, his face flushed, one arm wrapped around Tofu's neck. Tofu clung to the rocks, gasping for air, nearly rolling his eyes back in distress, exclaiming between coughs, "I can't believe I just kissed an old man. I apologized to my future wife. Just let me die, don't stop me." I pulled Tofu from the water, saying, "Calm down. Explain yourself before you consider dying." Tofu, clearly struggling against the effects of drowning, spoke haltingly, prompting me to turn to Feng Guishou for an explanation. Feng, irritated by Tofu's complaints, contorted his face in frustration, spat, and said, "Do you think I wanted to mouth with you? Damn it." After wiping the water from his face, he recounted their experience underwater. Upon entering, they had aimed directly for the underwater jade bridge, only to find that, despite its apparent proximity, it was as elusive as a mirage, no matter how hard they swam. They could not reach it. Feng Guishou sensed something was amiss. The jade bridge was undoubtedly problematic, resembling a trap that lured them in with an air of treachery. Tofu is not foolish. He simply enjoys idle chatter in his leisure time. However, when the moment of truth arrives, his mind sharpens, discerning the peculiarities around him. He promptly tapped Feng Guishou on the shoulder, signaling a retreat. Feng Guishou turned his gaze towards the jade bridge below. Having traversed for quite some time, yet finding himself no closer to it, its distance both tantalizing and eerie. Nodding in understanding, he pivoted to follow Tofu back. Unexpectedly, as they began to swim upstream, they felt an unyielding grip ensnaring their legs. Looking down, terror surged through them. Tofu nearly choked on the water. The once distant jade bridge had inexplicably drawn near, as if they stood upon it. It was astonishing. This bridge could move on its own. At that moment, they realized that the source of the grip was a pair of hands, dark and menacing, emerging from the bridge itself, firmly clutching their feet. Even more unsettling was the indistinct visage imprinted beneath the bridge, resembling a ghostly face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Ren Ling. Both struggled violently. Feng Guishou fared better, but Tofu was in dire straits. His ability to hold his breath paled in comparison to Feng Guishou's. Now gasping for air, he felt the debilitating grasp of asphyxiation. Water surging into his stomach, his vision fading to white. In a moment of desperation, Feng Guishou resorted to mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Aware that the entity beneath the bridge was no human, he drew his dagger, knowing it would likely prove futile, and instead brandished his cowhorn, stabbing blindly until the grip loosened, allowing them to escape. As they surfaced, Feng Guishou spat out the water he had swallowed and, with a pallid complexion, remarked, "That bridge is a demon bridge. Entering the water may spell doom." He secured the cowhorn back to his waist. Tofu, having expelled the water, managed to regain his composure and said, "The face I saw on the bridge looked remarkably like Ren Ling. Do you think she has transformed into a water ghost?" Lu Su murmured, "A bridge that moves. Could it be?" After a brief hesitation, he whispered, "The soul-keeping bridge." Gu Wenmin, clearly familiar with this concept, expressed surprise. "You believe in such things?" "I have not heard of the soul-keeping bridge," Tofu interjected, confused. "What riddle are you two playing? What is this soul-keeping bridge?" Gu Wenmin elucidated. "It is a term from the Northeast, also known as the life-taking bridge. There is a belief that the living cross to preserve their lives while the dead cross to reclaim their souls. In the Northeast, dry bridges are common. These are spans over seasonal streams that remain parched for much of the year, only becoming functional during floods, thus serving as mere ornaments for the majority of the time, a reflection of the region's geography. Consequently, such bridges see scant human traffic, leaving room for other entities to traverse. Legend has it that the formation of the soul-keeping bridge is intricately linked to geomancy. Once, there existed a village in the barren expanse of the Northeast, surrounded by no mountains, save for a distant black stone peak. This peak split asunder, creating a narrow gorge that perpetually exuded mist. On gloomy days, this mist would darken ominously. The folklore has long spoken of the notion of the Ghost Gate, which refers to the passage that souls must traverse to reach the underworld after death. Any location frequented by spirits is invariably infused with a chilling aura. When constructing bridges or roads in proximity to such places, it is deemed inauspicious to erect high arches. High arches, a specific type of bridge, contrast with straight, vertical, low-arched, and curved bridges. It is said that spirits are unable to ascend high bridges. Thus, should a high arch obstruct their path, they become stranded, inevitably lingering upon the bridge. Over time, this bridge transforms into a haunted bridge. While one may traverse it by day without incident, traversing it at night invites an array of torments, phantoms haunting, spirits tugging at one's feet, and apparitions obscuring one's vision, all conspiring to drive a person to madness. In general, when communities undertake bridge building, they consult a Feng Shui master to evaluate the terrain and its auspiciousness. However, in that remote village, where transportation was inadequate, no such master was consulted. A high-arched bridge was constructed at the site of the Ghost Gate, leading to a period of unrest in the village. Numerous tragedies occurred on that bridge, claiming several lives. Only when the economy improved and the road was properly paved, culminating in the destruction of the bridge, did peace return. This is the origin of the soul-keeping bridge, a location inherently steeped in malice, with intense energy, further exacerbated by the erection of a lofty jade bridge that effectively became a bridge of souls. It is presumed that Ren Ling's demise was a consequence of this bridge, her spirit transformed into a vengeful ghost, becoming part of the bridge's foundation to ensnare others. Tofu, trembling with fear, remarked, "No wonder the beautiful Gu was pushed off the bridge by that wretched Ren Ling. Yet, do the vengeful spirits of the soul-keeping bridge specifically target women? We too have crossed the bridge, yet remained unharmed." Gu Wenmin responded, "This bridge is essentially a bridge of the dead, and women, imbued with greater energy, are more susceptible to its malevolence. However, it is said that 3 types of individuals are spared by the soul-keeping bridge: those who embody righteousness and have never committed wrongful acts, though such individuals are exceedingly rare in life; those who possess talismans for protection against evil; and thirdly, those who are on the brink of death." Tofu was rendered speechless, asking, "Those on the brink of death?" Gu Wanmin pressed her lips together and replied softly, "When you crossed the bridge, Mr. Feng had a cow's horn, you possessed a peachwood bead, and Mr. L wielded a treasured blade. Only she had Chen Xian, and I cannot fathom why." She gestured towards the woman surnamed Ren. Tofu exclaimed, "Could she and old Chen be those on the brink of death?" I smacked Tofu lightly, dismissing him with a serene tone. "Silence your ominous tongue. My immunity is due to my righteousness. The divine and the spectral alike revere me." Tofu paused, then scoffed, "Are you jesting?" Chapter 110. A desperate situation. I was acutely aware that my character could hardly be deemed virtuous. Yet the fact that the soul-keeping bridge did not claim my soul was indeed unsettling. After Gu Wanmin spoke, Elsu nodded slightly, remaining seated. One hand gripping his blade plunged into the earth, his dark gaze fixed upon the shadowy depths of the water below. It appears that the bridge itself does not harbor spirits, but rather that the ghosts within the bridge are at play. Miss Gu, you previously mentioned seeing a figure in the water. Was it Renling? A reflective expression crossed Gu Wanmin's face, and after a moment, she shook her head with certainty, stating, "No, that figure seemed slightly hunched and was of a shorter stature. It was not Renling." Tofu exclaimed. "Could there be other spirits below? My goodness, is this a ghostly lake?" I knew that old fellow Zhao had ulterior motives. These mushrooms are nearly impossible to excavate. While others dig mushrooms with strength, we are risking our lives for them. He had always been candid, and upon reaching this point, he turned to Lu Su, scrutinizing him for a moment before saying, "My dear brother Lu, we ought to reconsider. We are only here to seek assistance. You are no ordinary person. So why serve that old man Zhao?" Lu Su merely smiled and refrained from answering, instead steering the conversation elsewhere, suggesting that remaining idle was not a solution. And he was eager to investigate the depths of the water. I felt a lingering trepidation towards the soul-retaining bridge, involuntarily recalling the notion that the dying do not harm. I have always disliked being a passive target and would never entrust my safety to others. With a desire to explore the underwater situation, I disregarded the pain in my shoulder, took up a flexible steel rod, and resolved to enter the water alongside them. Seeing this, Feng Guishou remarked, "I shall join as well. While Lu Laodi displays his prowess, I seek vengeance by clearing the contents of the soul-retaining bridge." After our trio reached an agreement, we donned headlamps and plunged into the water together. The subterranean water was not like the turbulent underground river. It was still and profound, resembling a stagnant pond. Upon entering, a chilling sensation enveloped me, devoid of the warmth of summer, akin to plunging into icy water in winter. We huddled together, swimming towards the bottom, and soon the shadow of the soul-retaining bridge materialized in our sight. Ethereal yet tangible, neither too far nor too near, evoking a sense of intrigue. After swimming downstream for a while, we realized we could not reach the Jade Bridge's position. Feng Guishou gestured for us to turn back, indicating that once we did, the ghostly bridge would reveal itself. Prior to our descent, we had already devised a strategy. As soon as the bridge manifested and its contents emerged, Lu Su would take charge of clearing them out. At Feng Guishou's signal, we promptly reversed our course. While I still harbored doubts, upon turning, I was instantly seized by a cold, clammy hand around my ankle. Had I not been mentally prepared, I might have choked on the water, sharing the same fate as Tofu. As that entity gripped my foot, we all looked down, and indeed, beneath us lay the soul-retaining bridge, its translucent surface reflecting the outline of a human face, as if a person were concealed on the other side, with 3 hands extending from either side, tugging at our legs, drawing us down. The scene mirrored exactly what Gu Wanmin had described occurring on the Jade Bridge. Upon closer inspection, the indistinct face bore a resemblance to Renling. As it pulled us, we offered no resistance, following the force downwards, all the while prepared. Feng Guishou and I wielded our flexible steel rods, while Lu Su brandished the ghost-crying blade. Should the entity within the bridge dare to cause trouble, a single strike would ensure it could not even remain a ghost. The grip was powerful. As it yanked us down, we slid several meters, passing through the non-existent soul-retaining bridge, while Lu Su brandished his blade towards the entity lurking behind the bridge. As I surmised, the spectral entities are formless. With a single strike, they might vanish as depicted in films. To my astonishment, however, when Lu Su swung his blade, he struck a tangible being. This creature lurked behind the Jade Bridge, cloaked in darkness, and at first glance appeared to be a diminutive gnome, yet it possessed 4 arms on each side, resembling a human centipede. When Lu Su's knife sliced down, it severed one of those grotesque limbs, an act made effortless by the sharpness of the ghost cry blade, which instantly cleaved the bizarre appendage in 2. It dawned on me then that the figure Gu Wanmin had observed in the water was indeed this creature. The entity that had tugged at our legs beneath the Jade Bridge was likely not a malevolent spirit, but rather this aquatic monstrosity. Upon losing an arm, the creature emitted a cry of pain and instinctively released its grip on both me and Feng Jiang, and as its head snapped towards us, we were momentarily taken aback. Its form bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, with facial features that mirrored a standard visage, save for the absence of a nose, which was replaced by two small nostrils. Its eyes were disproportionately large, occupying half of its face, and the irises glistened ominously. I recognized this as a protective membrane akin to that found on a crocodile's eyes. Once its gaze was directed our way, the bulging, iridescent eyes startled us. And it was then that we noticed its mouth, an enormous cavity filled with razor-sharp teeth. Before we could regain our composure, the creature lunged at us. We had prepared to confront a ghost, yet we found ourselves face to face with such a ferocious living entity. In our shock, we scattered in all directions. The creature, having missed its target, showed no inclination to linger and swiftly retreated into the depths, causing the soul-keeping bridge beneath the water to gradually vanish. Reflecting on the contours of its face, a chilling hypothesis took root in my mind. Despite the creature's features being utterly alien, I could not shake the unsettling feeling that its visage bore a resemblance to that of Ren Ling's. Surely, I was not alone in this impression. Feng Guishou and Tofu had expressed similar sentiments previously. Was it possible that the souls of those who perished due to the soul-keeping bridge transformed into such grotesque beings? The mere thought repulsed me. Aware that we would have to plunge into the depths, I recognized that if this creature continued to trail us, it would only heighten our peril. We could not permit it to remain. It posed an endless threat. Steeling myself, I suppressed my fear and, with blood surging through my veins, I resolved to pursue it into the depths. Lu Su and the others likely shared my sentiment, as they too followed me downstream. However, it wasn't long before I felt weakness in my limbs, and the scant oxygen in my lungs nearly escaped in a gasp of alarm. The creature we pursued had ceased its movements, turning its bizarre form to face us directly beneath the water, its 7 inky arms flailing menacingly. Beneath it lay countless other creatures, each with 8 limbs, huddled together like a mass of shells resting on the riverbed. Yet, upon our arrival, those creatures abruptly opened their eyes, and under the illumination of our waterproof lamps, a myriad of large, iridescent eyes glared at us with a sinister intent. Even underwater, I could discern a sound akin to a donkey's bray. It is well known that sound travels relatively short distances underwater. Thus, the sound reminiscent of a donkey's bray, if unleashed in a dry environment, would create a cacophony. The moment this sound erupted, the creatures lurking beneath the surface surged toward us. Initially, our pursuit had brought us perilously close to these beings, and this sudden turn of events left us with little opportunity to react. We were swiftly encircled. In an instant, we found ourselves surrounded by these monstrous figures, their presence casting a shadow over the area. The creatures bore dark, scaled skin, glimmering with an eerie luminescence in the water. As they lunged at us, countless hands reached out, and should we fall prey to their grasp, a grim fate awaited us. Their physiques were strikingly similar, with the only distinction being the contours of their faces. Some were broad, others narrow, some shaped like an oval, while others resembled a round pancake, much akin to the variety of human faces. Though I could not ascertain whether these were apparitions transformed into monsters, I was acutely aware that being ensnared by them would lead to certain doom. Now, surrounded on all sides, escape seemed unattainable. We could only wield our steel pipes in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Lacking diving equipment, we were merely holding our breath beneath the surface, and the strain soon became unbearable. My lungs felt as if they were on the verge of bursting, an agony too profound to articulate. Consequently, our movements slowed, and in a fit of frenzy, El Su, typically a refined and gentle soul, was now driven by primal instinct. In a life-or-death situation, all semblance of elegance dissipated. With his ghastly blade in hand, he wrought havoc, severing limbs with abandon. If his admirers, Tofu and Gu Wanmin, were to witness this transformation, they would be utterly stunned. El Su displayed remarkable valor, carving a path through the chaos. I had anticipated he would lead the charge, but at that moment, he unexpectedly delivered a kick to the waist of both Feng Guishou and myself, clearly signaling us to flee while he held the line. With a glimmer of hope for survival, Feng Guishou wasted no time and darted toward freedom. I too yearned to escape, but upon turning to see El Su's eyes ablaze with determination, I realized that no matter his prowess, in the water he would be akin to a fish stranded on dry land. If I ran, how could he possibly break free? I, Chenxian, considered myself no paragon of virtue, having endured bullying in my youth and dishing it out in return later in life. However, I held a strong belief in repaying kindness. Su's actions compelled me to reassess my view of him. While one could feign kindness in times of safety, the true measure of a hero is revealed in peril, allowing others to escape while he braves danger himself. Was Su a master of deception or a genuine hero? Such thoughts flitted through my mind, yet Su was already nearing exhaustion. After Feng Guishou escaped, the narrow breach we had fought to create was immediately sealed by other creatures, plunging us into dire straits. Chapter 111. The Divine Tree of Kunlun. The water monsters surged forward, encircling Su and me, and at that moment, we were both at the end of our tether. Deprived of oxygen, our movements became sluggish, our lungs felt as if they might explode, and a dull ache enveloped my mind. In the midst of uncertainty, I pondered, it seems that this time we are truly destined to meet our end beneath the waters. Lamenting the loss of a valiant soul like Su. Should we perish, what remains is the slippery Feng Guishou and the treacherous old hag. With the dim-witted Tofu and Gu Wenmin's current frail condition, how could they possibly escape this ancient tomb? At this juncture, thoughts of golden coffins and sea-stabilizing stones have become a mere jest. My demise matters little, yet what fate awaits Gu Wenmin and the others? As these thoughts surged within me, I felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, a tumult of anger and sorrow, compelling me to fight back with all my might. Resolved to take a few adversaries down with me, Su, likely sharing my sentiments, and I found ourselves back to back in the water. Summoning our last ounce of strength, we forged a path through the depths. As light flickered, we discerned that the passage descended, revealing a dark underwater cavern whose purpose was obscured. However, a fleeting glance revealed signs of human craftsmanship at the entrance. A sudden realization struck me. Recalling Gu Wenmin's plunge into the water and her inexplicable entry into the stone coffin, could this cavern lead us to the outside world? In a desperate gamble, I tugged at Su, signaling him to dive into the water hole. Su, a man of remarkable courage, wielded his steel knife to sever the nearest threat, then swiftly plunged into the cavern. Ordinarily, Su appeared quite dapper, but now, with a fervent gaze and caught between life and death, his swimming stance was far from graceful. I too was in no better shape, my brain throbbing, muscles twitching, and I was flailing in a manner even less dignified than the dog paddle, racing toward the cavern in a frantic bid for survival. If this cavern turned out to be a dead end, Su and I would have no choice but to accept our fate. As we dove deeper, those creatures pursued us swiftly. Yet, upon reaching the cavern's mouth, they halted, their heads blocking the entrance, their iridescent eyes fixated upon us, but they did not venture in. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and an unsettling thought flickered through my mind. The way they gazed at us resembled how I once observed sparrows when I was attempting to catch them. I would prop a stick, place a wooden cage atop it, and fill it with grains or treats appealing to the sparrows, watching patiently as they gradually entered the cage. Could it be that this water hole was akin to that wooden trap? I was on the verge of collapse, and after a few more strokes, my brain, deprived of oxygen, ceased to function. Ultimately, I could hold my breath no longer, and as I gasped for air, I began to sink. In that moment of despair, as I thought I would transform into a water ghost, I felt a sudden grip on my shoulder, followed by a swift upward pull through the water hole. And to my astonishment, I resurfaced. I realized it was Su who had saved me, yet words eluded me as I surfaced, spluttering and gasping for breath. My eyes, having spent too long submerged, were bloodshot and I could barely open them, rendering my surroundings a blur. Only the sound of our labored breaths echoed in my ears. After we both caught our breath for a considerable while, I opened my eyes to survey our surroundings, only to discover that behind the water hole lay another cavern, albeit one with unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. Its walls were shaped into perfect squares, resembling a vast stone chamber filled with water. The water hole we had entered was not far from where I stood, embedded in the mountainside, and for reasons unknown, the monstrous creatures from the water had not pursued us. Both Su and I bore several cuts from those creatures' grasp, leaving us with gashes of blood. Fortunately, their most menacing feature was their sharp teeth. Their claws, while formidable, were not excessively sharp, resulting in only superficial wounds. Though ghastly to behold, the injuries were not life-threatening. Albeit painful, the more I pondered, the more my discomfort grew, so I turned my attention to the environment around us. Initially, I speculated whether there might be a route leading upwards behind the water hole, but it quickly became apparent that this notion was misguided. This place was a dead end. At that moment, Su remarked, "Surely, No one would construct such a place without reason. Shin brother, can you discern any clues? We were submerged in water, with no solid footing, surrounded by the chilling stone walls and devoid of any extraneous items. How could I possibly identify any clues? Thus, I shook my head. Lu Su furrowed his brow slightly and mused. If there is nothing above, then it must lie beneath the water. He directed his gaze into the depths below us, and naturally, the headlamp illuminated the water's surface. What he beheld was astonishing. At the very center of the pool lay a female corpse. Indeed, within this water-filled chamber, there stood a quadrilateral pyramid approximately 10 meters high at the bottom, and atop this pyramid, near the water's surface, rested a transparent coffin. Thanks to the clarity of the coffin, the figure within was fully visible. Remarkably, it was a woman clad in a burial garment of golden threads and silver linings. Her waist adorned with a jade belt and coral ornaments adorning her head. Due to the pyramid-like structure supporting the body, the coffin was not submerged deeply, and with the aid of our headlamps, we could clearly see the woman within. After centuries, the corpse appeared remarkably lifelike, with long lashes, crimson lips, and an oval face of breathtaking beauty. Most astonishingly, her skin bore none of the pallor typically associated with the deceased. Instead, it was a vibrant red, reminiscent of a sleeping living person. Even Lu Su jestingly remarked, "This is a real-life sleeping beauty." Having encountered countless corpses this month, I had never witnessed such a breathtakingly beautiful corpse. I found myself captivated, my gaze entrapped for a moment before I forced myself to look away, exclaiming, "The corpse is dressed in a splendid 8-layer burial garment of golden threads. Could this be the Gidge we seek?" Lu Su replied, "I wonder if it might be another false coffin." We had not anticipated that our descent into the water would lead us to a coffin, and the fact that the corpse within appeared so lifelike was truly unfathomable. Lu Su stared intently at the coffin, showing no inclination to act recklessly. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "Ah, I understand now. This is the golden coffin, without a doubt." Seeing Lu Su brimming with confidence, I inquired, "What leads you to believe so?" He responded, "Look at the manner in which she rests within the coffin. The coffin serves as the resting place for the deceased, and while the burial items may vary in quality, the coffin itself must be of exceptional standard, for it is where the departed will eternally slumber. Thus, fine materials for coffins are rare and precious." I inquired about the composition of this particular coffin. Upon a closer inspection, I noted its transparency, reflecting light in a manner akin to crystal, with angular crystalline formations within. I remarked, "It resembles a crystal coffin." El Su then posed a question. "Have you heard that crystal coffins possess anti-corrosive properties?" This query reminded me of the coffins of national leaders, some of which are indeed made of crystal. Yet their preservation relies not solely on the coffin itself, but rather on advanced embalming techniques. In truth, a coffin made solely of crystal offers no significant preservation benefits. In my recollection, only blackwood and millennium-old golden silk nanmu are noted for their preservative qualities. However, blackwood is dark in hue, while golden silk nanmu is yellow, bearing no resemblance to the transparent coffin before us. Thus, I jested, "Do not keep me guessing. If this is not a crystal coffin, could it be a diamond coffin?" El Su smiled faintly and shook his head, explaining, "While this coffin may appear to be made of crystal or diamond, it is, in fact, a type of wood. Have you ever heard of the Kunlun divine wood?" His mention sparked a recollection of an ancient legend. The Kunlun divine wood, first chronicled in the Shanhaijing, is said to be a tree that grows upside down within the ancient ice of Kunlun Mountain, with roots above and trunk below, growing merely an inch every century and absorbing the mountain's eternal chill. Its wood resembles ice crystals and is reputed to preserve the body for millennia, remaining unchanged from its state at death. Moreover, there exists a more fantastical belief regarding the Kunlun divine wood. Folklore speaks of the 3-day soul departure, wherein the soul does not immediately leave the body upon death, but lingers until the 3rd day, when it is escorted by the underworld's messengers. It is said that the Kunlun divine wood is transformed from the scepter of the Queen Mother of the West, imbued with divine power. A body interred within this wood is said to deter the little demons from claiming the soul. Merely burying it in an extremely clean environment for 5 centuries allows the coffin to be opened, granting resurrection. As El Su mentioned the Kunlun divine wood, I glanced at the female corpse within the coffin, feeling a chill run down my spine, pondering the possibility of resurrection. El Su firmly asserted that this coffin belonged to a princess, a notion not entirely implausible, considering that Kunlun divine wood is among the finest materials for coffins, and no one would waste such a resource on a mere replica. However, one must question how such a legendary material, documented only in the Shanhaijing, could truly exist in the world. Furthermore, this Tatar princess was an uncherished diplomatic bride, often regarded as a malevolent spirit. If such a divine object truly existed, would the emperor not reserve it for his own use rather than for a princess's burial? I raised this series of doubts, and El Su, unable to provide an answer, pondered for a moment before smiling. Our unintentional venture into this place, witnessing this corpse, is indeed a twist of fate. Overthinking is futile. We shall discover the truth by opening the coffin. El Su, appearing gentle, harbored a courageous heart. Despite our injuries and lack of resources, he proposed to open the coffin. I could only agree wholeheartedly with his audacity. I have never been one to procrastinate. The thought of returning to seek assistance and traversing the waterway once more would not only be a torment physically, but also a psychological burden. Moreover, I had no intention of dragging Tofu and Gu Wanmin into this predicament. At that moment, El Su's suggestion resonated profoundly with me. We exchanged a glance, and with a shared resolve, we inhaled deeply, grasping our steel blades and tools, and proceeded toward the towering Kunlun divine wooden coffin. Chapter 112. A century of smiles. The female corpse, previously submerged beneath the water, was obscured from our view due to our angle. Now, as we submerged, we floated above the coffin, allowing for a closer inspection that was almost disorienting. Generally, regardless of how beautiful a person may have been in life, their appearance in death is seldom appealing, for the muscles of the deceased become rigid, often instilling a sense of dread in the living. Yet, the beauty of this corpse was astonishingly lifelike. Her soft contours and alluring crimson lips evoked an impulsive desire to kiss and caress. I pinched my thigh sharply underwater, chastising myself for such erratic thoughts, reminding myself that I was no unreliable character like Tofu. With the sting of the pinch, clarity returned to my mind. And though her beauty remained captivating, the uncontrollable lustful thoughts dissipated. El Su and I did not rush to act. Instead, we were entranced by the expression on the corpse's face. There was no trace of the terror typically associated with the dead. Her lips were slightly upturned, her countenance both beautiful and serene. After centuries, that smile had remained frozen in time, evoking a tender longing to embrace her. I turned to observe El Su, who appeared equally entranced, causing a chill to run down my spine. If I were experiencing such peculiar sentiments, it was concerning that El Su, with his extraordinary composure, exhibited a similar expression of infatuation. This was troubling. It was clear that the corpse harbored some enigma. To avert any unforeseen complications, I quickly placed a hand on El Su's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. His demeanor shifted as he composed himself, signaling to me with gestures, caution in the opening of the coffin. Being underwater, there was no need for the customary rites of opening a coffin. We positioned ourselves at the left side of the coffin, preparing to pry open the divine wooden structure. The female corpse's serene smile remained unchanged as she lay undisturbed within. Having opened coffins before, such as when I had stripped the garments from a Qing dynasty corpse, I had felt no trepidation. Yet now, as I gazed upon the tranquil, smiling figure, a sense of discomfort arose within me at the thought of disturbing her peace. Tomb raiding is inherently a morally dubious endeavor, and it is natural to occasionally feel a pang of guilt. However, if one allows such feelings to govern their actions, they may as well abandon this line of work altogether. Just as this uncomfortable sensation began to surface, I extinguished it, reminding myself that death is akin to extinguishing a flame. The living must take precedence, regardless of the disturbance we might cause. El Su and I, both endowed with considerable strength, worked in unison, and with a concerted effort, we pried open the Kunlun divine wooden coffin. As the coffin was opened, water naturally surged into the casket, causing the garments of the female corpse to swell with the influx, while her hair floated upon the surface. The smile upon her face, distorted by the rippling waves, took on an almost grotesque aspect, and the serene ambience vanished in an instant. All our previous fanciful musings dissipated entirely. At that moment, El Su began to explore the corpse's body, placing several small burial items at her sides. Our primary quest was for the 8 carp fighting the floodstone, rendering the smaller artifacts of little interest to us. Although I was unfamiliar with the appearance of the floodstone, its name suggested it would not resemble a cup or a bottle, and El Su was likely aware of its form as well. While we were examining the corpse, I suddenly noticed a jade pendant hanging from her neck. Having adhered to the corpse for centuries, the jade appeared darkened, possibly absorbing the essence of the deceased. Faint inscriptions were visible upon its surface, yet the characters were indecipherable. A mere glance at the symbols led me to conclude they were not Chinese characters. Despite my limited formal education, I had encountered a variety of writings over the years and could recognize dozens of oracle bone and bronze inscriptions. However, the script on this jade was utterly foreign to me. While this alone was perplexing, given China's rich tapestry of civilizations and diverse cultures, it was not uncommon to encounter unfamiliar ancient scripts. Strangely, after just one glance, I felt a peculiar familiarity with the characters, as if I had seen them before, yet I could not recall where. Pondering this, I cautiously reached for the pendant around the corpse's neck, carefully detaching it and pocketing it for future study. The body of the female corpse was surprisingly supple, akin to that of a living person, and remained unperturbed by our exploration, neither rising nor decaying, exhibiting an astonishing docility. I mused that we had been prejudiced against Princess Guijie. Look how obedient this beautiful princess was, leaving me feeling somewhat embarrassed. After our examination, I decided to replace the coffin lid. At that moment, Elsu abruptly reached beneath the corpse, attempting to unfasten her trousers. I was taken aback, thinking how could this seemingly respectable young man harbor such inappropriate inclinations? Just as I prepared to intervene, Elsu, unable to contain his curiosity, began to ascend towards the surface. I too was nearly out of breath, so I followed him up, gasping for air. I then inquired, "Are you interested in that princess?" I recalled a news story from recent years about a poor man in rural Shandong, over 50 years old, who had never married. Coincidentally, a girl from his village had died, and due to the heat, she was buried the very next day. This man, having never encountered a woman, was timid and too afraid to tease the village girls, so he turned his attention to the corpse. Taking advantage of the body's freshness, he secretly exhumed it and brought it home, hiding it away in a rather unsavory manner. Little did he know that he would soon find himself addicted to this macabre pursuit, unwilling to part with the corpse even as it began to decompose, until the foul odor alerted the neighbors and exposed his actions. I had thought that Elsu had an affinity for corpses. After my inquiry, he chuckled heartily and remarked, "The princess is indeed beautiful, but no matter how exquisite a deceased person may be, they cannot compare to the living. I would prefer to seek out an unattractive individual than to lay a hand on her." I then asked, "What was your intention when you removed her trousers?" Elsu explained that he had thoroughly examined the coffin and found no trace of the so-called 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone. He suspected it might have been used as an anal plug. The term anal plug refers to an object inserted into the anus after death, typically crafted from jade. Beyond anal plugs, there are also items for the mouth and nose, all of which stem from cultural beliefs regarding the dignity of the deceased, aimed at preventing any undue embarrassment. As the body decomposes, the internal organs deteriorate first, causing gases to accumulate and potentially forcing the intestines out of the anus, which is unsightly for the deceased. Thus, the need for an anal plug arises. I inquired of Elsu, "How large is the stone?" He paused and replied, "It is said to be crescent-shaped, roughly the size of a fist." I asked, "Could it fit into the princess?" After a moment of contemplation, Elsu could not suppress a soft chuckle, saying, "It should not fit. Where would that object be?" I suggested, "Might it have been used as a mouth plug?" Elsu tilted his head. "I doubt it. If such a large object were in the mouth, it would surely distort her face." Unable to ascertain the truth, we speculated whether the object lay beneath the corpse or whether the princess, endowed with peculiar talents, had indeed mistaken the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone for an anal plug. Regardless, mere conjecture was futile. We resolved to unearth the entire princess from her coffin. We re-entered the water and approached the princess, whose countenance remained a serene smile, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, strikingly beautiful. Elsu and I positioned ourselves at her shoulders, preparing to lift her from the coffin. To our astonishment, as we hoisted her halfway, her previously rigid body tilted backward and her mouth opened, revealing a vivid red object within. The princess had something lodged in her mouth. How had she maintained her delicate features? Both Elsu and I were taken aback. Elsu quickly moved to the head of the coffin, supporting the upper half of the princess, and cautiously pried open her mouth to extract the object. It was crescent-shaped, crimson in hue, resembling an ordinary stone. To our delight, we discovered that the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone truly resided in the princess's mouth. However, our joy swiftly turned to horror as we observed the princess once more. I was taken aback, and Su hastily withdrew his hand, distancing himself from her. It became apparent that the princess was a congenital deformity. Her upper and lower jawbones were underdeveloped, and she lacked teeth. The 8 carp fighting the flood dragon stone, being crescent-shaped, had served as a makeshift dental base, creating the illusion of normalcy. Yet, upon removal of the stone, the true visage of the corpse was revealed. The absence of jawbones caused the flesh on either side of her face to sink inward, resembling 2 sagging pouches of skin. At first glance, the enchanting princess, forever adorned with a serene smile, instantaneously transformed into a grotesque visage, with only the upper half of her face recognizable. The lower half appeared as a mere mass of flesh devoid of any skeletal structure, easily disregarded, while her terrifying appearance was best left unmentioned. This was the true essence of Princess Gijur. Both Su and I were taken aback, instinctively retreating in unison. It was Su who first regained his composure, gesturing towards the funerary offerings within the coffin, indicating a desire to seize more before making our escape. After all, our foraging for mushrooms was motivated by monetary gain. It would be foolish to neglect such treasures. Naturally, I did not hesitate to select 3 additional items, and together with Su, we ascended to the water's surface. Although the princess's visage was repulsive, she exhibited the virtue of remaining still, allowing us to examine her without protest. My guard began to lower, and we soon found ourselves in casual conversation, concluding that since we had already acquired the 8 carp's dragon-subduing stone, our objective had been fulfilled, and it was time to exit. However, it appeared that this tomb lacked any alternative egress. Retracing our steps could potentially invite peril, and we were left wondering about the fate of the red-clad specter and the nefarious creatures of the corpse-rearing bureau. After deliberating for some time, we both agreed it was prudent to make our exit. Our return route lay through the water cave, beyond which lurked the 8-limbed water beasts. If we were to venture out, we braced ourselves for a fierce confrontation, uncertain of our chances of survival. As we gazed into the water cave, a heavy dread settled within us, yet we resolved to proceed. Sharing a determined glance, we concealed our acquired items close to our bodies and prepared to dash for the exit. However, just as we were about to plunge into the water cave, the entire cavern erupted in a violent upheaval, as though it had been provoked by some unseen force. Su and I were startled, instinctively looking down, only to be met with despair. I thought, "Oh, princess, you were so docile moments ago. What mischief is this?" Beneath us, the grotesque princess began to rise slowly towards the surface, propelled by the tumultuous currents. Chapter 113. Earthquake. This sudden turn of events startled both Su and me into retreat. Initially, we believed the princess had caused some disturbance. Yet upon the corpse resurfacing, it exhibited no signs of anomaly. Instead, it drifted with the current, her dark hair unfurling in the water, tangling chaotically around us, sending chills down our spines. The once breathtaking princess, now ensnared by her own hair, floated ominously in our vicinity, her disfigured face illuminated by the light, rendering her sagging skin even more horrifying. Contrary to our expectations of a macabre transformation, Su and I found ourselves momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, Su quietly remarked, "It's not a matter of the corpse. To be precise, it appears to be an issue with the water." The water in this cavern seemed to have been suddenly brought to a boil, churning violently, with rising levels indicating an imminent overflow. What had been stable moments ago had now undergone a sudden transformation. Could it be linked to the corpse? Su and I had initially resolved that once we secured the items, we would make a desperate dash for escape. However, the tangled hair of the female corpse obstructed our movements, forcing us to struggle free from the chaotic strands. In a moment of exasperation, I kicked the corpse aside, sending it soaring through the water like an arrow, creating a considerable distance between us. I immediately turned to Su and remarked, "It seems the underground water has begun to change. We should leave swiftly." Su responded, "Perhaps it is because we have taken the Jinhai stone." "The Jinhai stone? Do you truly believe it possesses such power?" I questioned. According to Gu Wenmin, this stone was supposedly a divine artifact used by the legendary Diyu to control the floods, once employed to stabilize the waters of the Yellow River. Now, after we had taken it, the water levels began to rise dramatically, which did evoke some fanciful speculations. However, If a mere stone held such profound capabilities, why had humanity labored for centuries to build levees against floods? The calamities of the Yellow River would have been quelled long ago. We did not dwell on the matter of the Jinhai stone for long. Taking a deep breath, we grasped our weapons and swam towards the entrance of the water tunnel. The source of the rising water was unknown, and the situation beneath the surface had grown exceedingly chaotic. The pressure of the currents caused my eyes to sting painfully, far worse than when we first entered the water. Nevertheless, we had no choice but to endure, forcing our eyes open to observe the tumultuous depths. Both Su and I bracing ourselves for any lurking aquatic monstrosities. Prepared for a fierce confrontation, we emerged from the tunnel only to find that the creatures lurking below seemed to have suddenly lost interest in us. They flailed about chaotically, like headless flies, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Although they posed no immediate threat, I felt a sense of unease. Their frantic behavior hinted at an impending catastrophe. Su appeared equally apprehensive, his expression grave. Yet, we pressed on through the tumultuous waters, and after a brief swim, we spotted two figures approaching us. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them as Tofu and 鬼2The. What brought them down here? Initially puzzled, I soon felt a wave of relief and gratitude wash over me, realizing they must have learned of our predicament from Feng Guishou and were risking their lives to save us. I quickly gestured for them to return, and despite our inability to speak underwater, we communicated briefly through hand signs before commencing our retreat. When we finally broke the surface, the platform we had previously occupied was already submerged by the rising waters. Fortunately, a rope remained tied to the cliff, but Feng Guishou and the woman surnamed Run had vanished without a trace. Tofu emerged, wiping the water from his face, and delivered a solid punch to my chest. Exclaiming, "Old Chun," I was prepared to dive in and retrieve the bodies. "How is it that you are still alive?" Although he jested, his face revealed a flicker of fear. 鬼2The's dark hair flowed behind her, and her pale complexion appeared even more fragile after being submerged in the cold water. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot from the dive, glistening with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon me, her breath coming in quick gasps. I gently patted 鬼2The on the shoulder, assuring her, "I am fine, do not worry." At that moment, the water surged violently, the surface tumultuous, causing our figures to sway precariously amidst the waves. Fortunately, the rope we had used to ascend still hung from the cliffside. Tofu glanced at the rope and remarked with a scowl, "That scoundrel Feng has fled. In our haste to save you, neither 鬼2The nor I paid attention to anyone else. That woman Ren has likely escaped as well. Blast it." Su smiled faintly, his voice calm. "As long as no one is harmed, let them be. This rising water seems suspicious. We should not linger here any longer and must ascend quickly." No sooner had he spoken than a cascade of debris rained down from above. With swift reflexes, I pushed 鬼2The against the rock face to shield her. Tofu was not so fortunate. He was caught off guard and suffered a gash on his forehead from a falling boulder. Su, startled, pushed Tofu against the wall as well, all of this transpiring in an instant. The chaos erupted as countless stones plummeted, sending waves crashing violently upon the water's surface. The sound deafening. Tofu, initially furious, exclaimed, "You've forgotten your brothers now that you have a wife. Damn it, I'm disfigured." I hurried to console Tofu, saying, "In times of peril, we must protect the vulnerable first. You are a man, I believe in you." Tofu, clutching his bleeding forehead, retorted, "That woman Ren must be trying to harm us," pushing stones down from above. At that moment, 鬼2The regained her composure, her body pressed against the icy rock. Shivering slightly, she suddenly spoke, "Wait a minute, she is just one woman. Even if old Feng were with her, it would be impossible for them to push down so many stones simultaneously. The mountain is shaking, do you feel it?" She lifted her gaze, her dark eyes scanning the surrounding rocks. Su and I exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively reaching out to touch the stones. Indeed, 鬼2The was not trembling. My perception of her shivers was merely due to her back pressed against the rock. The entire mountain was quaking. A word sprang to my mind: earthquake. Su inhaled deeply, his gentle smile fading as his gaze darted around, and he inquired, "Brother Chun, what is your perspective?" We had just taken the items from the coffin when the water began to rise. I suspect this is likely related to the Jinhai stone. The sheer number of coincidences leads me to believe that this Jinhai stone may indeed possess some extraordinary power. As I spoke, the tremors intensified, more rocks cascading down upon us. We found ourselves trapped in a hollow among the stones, unable to escape. emerging would likely result in severe injury or worse. Panic surged within me as I thought, what to do? If this continues, the entire cave could collapse. This place was already hollowed out. How could it withstand such an earthquake? Just as despair engulfed us, we suddenly heard two loud cries, followed by two figures plummeting from above, splashing into the water like flailing ducks, struggling for some time before regaining their composure. Who else could these two be but Feng Guishou and his companion? The two individuals appeared intent on retracing their path, likely having been dislodged from the Jade Bridge due to the tremors of the earthquake, leaving them startled and in disarray. Upon spotting our quartet, they hastily swam over to seek refuge from the calamity. An irate Tofu, fueled by indignation, immediately rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront them. However, Su, positioned beside Tofu, gently restrained his shoulder, offering a slight smile while subtly shaking his head, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. In a flurry, Feng Guishou and the woman surnamed Rin swam towards our shelter, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Feng Guishou, despite his thick skin, chuckled nervously and said, "I owe you my gratitude, Brother L, for your timely rescue. As long as you two are unharmed, I can breathe a sigh of relief." Upon hearing this, Tofu first laughed heartily, then his expression swiftly soured as he retorted, "Did I just hear a dog barking?" Su, perhaps unable to contain himself, chuckled at Tofu's remark before adopting a serious demeanor, stating, "Brother Feng, you are being too modest. How on earth did you both end up falling from above?" Su's demeanor was quite the act. I suspected he harbored intentions of eliminating Feng Guishou, yet he maintained an outwardly amiable facade, portraying himself as a paragon of virtue. Seizing the opportunity to deflect attention, Feng Guishou disregarded Tofu and began to explain the situation to Su, which indeed aligned with my suspicions. The two had witnessed Gu Wanmin and Tofu's determination to plunge into the water to rescue someone, prompting Feng Guishou to partner with the woman surnamed Ren in plotting their escape. However, fortune turned against them when an earthquake struck while they were precariously traversing the narrow soul-holding bridge, causing them to tumble down. I had little patience for his monologue and interjected, "Such details are insignificant. We have what we came for. We must devise a means of escape. Human sentiments are fickle. While one may share in prosperity, they often retreat in adversity." Feng Guishou's actions were indeed despicable. Yet I found no merit in engaging in pleasantries at such a critical juncture. Time was of the essence. Upon hearing my words, Feng Guishou exclaimed, "You have acquired the Jinhai stone? That's splendid. However, we are trapped here, and there is no way out." I surveyed the chaotic landscape of falling debris. Should we attempt to leave this crevice, we would be crushed the moment we emerged, and even if the rope dangled nearby, it would be of no assistance. Just as the group furrowed their brows in anxious anticipation for the earthquake to cease, miraculously, it did. The previously trembling mountains suddenly stilled. A few boulders crashing down before the entire cavern returned to tranquility. Even the water's surface grew calm. Tofu paused, then remarked, "The calm before the storm is always deceptive." I pondered, why did the cessation of the earthquake evoke a sense of unease within me? Gu Wanmin's slender brows knitted slightly as she murmured, "I feel the same." I too shared this sentiment, yet recognizing the rarity of our opportunity, I could not afford to linger in indecision. After scanning the faces around me, I declared, "We must seize this moment. Opportunities like this do not present themselves twice." With that, I pointed to the rope affixed to the mountainside, urging everyone to ascend without delay. In a moment of self-interest, I hastily positioned myself ahead of the others, allowing Tofu and Gu Wanmin to ascend first. Once they had begun their ascent, Su followed suit. As Feng Guishou and the woman surnamed Ren reached for the rope, I swiftly seized it, asserting, "Queue up." Soon, our group found ourselves hanging on the rope like a string of candied hawthorns, exerting all our strength to ascend. Just as we were nearing the summit, the heavens played a cruel jest on us. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the stillness of the space. A deep and ominous noise that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, deafening and disconcerting. Su inhaled sharply, his voice tinged with alarm, exclaiming, "It's the dragon's roar. That creature has emerged." Accompanied by this cacophony, the entire mountain trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal force. The tremors intensified, rendering the rope in my hands unmanageable, while my feet, planted on the rocky surface, shook uncontrollably. In that moment of chaos, Tofu cried out in panic, "The rope!" As the mountain quaked violently, The rope swayed perilously, seemingly on the verge of snapping. In a desperate bid for safety, we swiftly released one hand to search for footholds on the uneven terrain. Fortunately, Tofu's timely warning allowed us to find solid ground just as the rope was about to give way. Like geckos, we clung tightly to the rock face. Frozen in place, the dragon-like sound had resonated only once, leaving an eerie silence, yet the mountain continued to tremble with increasing ferocity. At that moment, I felt a shadow loom overhead, as if something immense had obstructed our view. We instinctively looked up, only to be met with a terrifying sight. The statue of鬼2The Bodhisattva, towering over 10 meters high, was toppling downwards. Yet, due to its large base, it became lodged above us, creating a colossal Buddha figure inverted over our heads, blocking most of our exit. Feng Guishou's hand cursed vehemently, realizing that we would now have to navigate a longer route to escape, as the statue obstructed our direct descent. With no rope to aid us and the mountain shaking violently, even the slightest movement posed the risk of plummeting down again, let alone maneuvering sideways on the rocky surface. The sight of the fallen鬼2The statue had rendered our faces pallid with fear. Tofu, perched at the top, was visible to me. I could see his little backside. He remarked, "This鬼2The Bodhisattva is conspiring against us, toppling at the most inopportune moment." Given its immense size, the statue now loomed closely above us, its chin and neck forming a small platform. As the tremors escalated, I struggled to maintain my grip, and I could only imagine the plight of Tofu and Gu Wanmin. With this in mind, I suggested to the group, "Let us take refuge on the statue." With that, I crawled towards the chin of the Bodhisattva, leaping up to land securely on the makeshift platform. Upon witnessing this, the others immediately followed suit, leaping towards the statue of the Bodhisattva. In a mere 10 seconds, we found ourselves positioned behind the chin of the statue. Peering over the edge, we beheld the depths of the chasm, where the water churned as if it were boiling, rising in tumultuous waves, each crest higher than the last. It was evident that it would not be long before the water overflowed from the abyss. Gu Wanmin's expression was one of alarm as she exclaimed, "Could that sound we heard truly have been a dragon? Good heavens, how could it have come here?" Lu Su's gaze was fixated on the waters below when he suddenly warned, "Be cautious, they are coming." They? At his words, we all instinctively turned our attention downward, only to see countless underwater creatures, resembling diminutive beings with 8 arms, scrambling up the stone wall as if fleeing for their lives. Their numerous limbs afforded them stability and swiftness as they ascended. I realized at once that something formidable lurked beneath the water, driving these creatures into a panic. Could that ominous sound have belonged to the malevolent dragon? After devouring Wei Nanjing and his companion, had it traversed the underground river to arrive here? Why, of all places, had it chosen this spot? What could possibly draw it here? Was it somehow connected to the sea-subduing stone? As we speculated, we readied our weapons, anticipating a confrontation with whatever emerged from below. Yet, at that moment, a colossal, pitch-black head surged forth from the roiling waters. The head was enormous, measuring at least 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with 2 massive eyes glowing like yellow lanterns. 2 dark horns protruded from either side of its crown. Surely, this was no mere legend, but a true dragon. It was our first encounter with such a creature, and the sheer shock was beyond description, akin to witnessing a spectacle in a 3-dimensional film. We watched as the dragon's head unleashed a powerful jet of water upon the stones, striking the creatures that had been clambering on them, causing them to emit shrill cries akin to that of a braying donkey, one by one tumbling into the water. Once in the water, before they could regain their balance, the dragon's mouth opened wide, sweeping across the surface and engulfing the floating 8-armed monsters without a moment's hesitation. We, perched atop the Bodhisattva statue, were filled with trepidation. Tofu, trembling uncontrollably, sank to the ground and stammered, "Isn't its appetite rather excessive?" Gu Wanmin's formerly rosy lips had drained of color, quivering as her gaze remained fixed on the dragon lurking below. She began to retreat, though panic gripped her for only a moment before she steadied her breathing and whispered, "We must hide. We cannot allow it to discover us. Should it be a Zongzi or some other creature, we might stand a chance. But what is that? That is a dragon. We are scarcely enough to serve as its snack. In its presence, even standing would be a struggle." Upon hearing Gu Wanmin's words, we dared not linger at the edge any longer. We quickly retreated, collapsing onto the ground, fearful of being detected by the dragon. Positioned at the edge, I could catch glimpses of the unfolding scene below. The dragon, perhaps still hungry, submerged its head once more, and faint shadows darted about beneath the surface, ultimately being consumed by the great beast. Previously, we were nearly claimed by the monstrous creature lurking beneath the water, rendering us as defenseless as the young of wild beasts. This insatiable being devoured everything in its path, including fish and shrimp, seemingly preparing for a feast after centuries of slumber. The abyssal waters continued to rise. Although the vile serpent did not surface, its immense form cast a shadow on the riverbed that was impossible to ignore. Moments later, the creature likely consumed everything beneath the surface and emerged. Its enormous yellow eyes, almost tangible, surveyed the eerie cavern as if assessing its surroundings, seemingly pondering the transformation of its home. This dragon had originally inhabited these depths, likely disturbed from its slumber by the entombment efforts of those who constructed the mausoleum. Confined for centuries until our inadvertent breach of the corpse-rearing mechanism freed it. It must be seething with resentment. In its current state of gluttonous frenzy, should it detect our presence, our fate would be sealed. We held our breaths, paralyzed with fear, praying that the dragon would satiate itself and return from whence it came. Yet, the stillness lingered. We crouched atop the golden statue, exchanging anxious glances, uncertain whether the creature had departed. Summoning my courage, I cautiously peered down. To my dismay, I beheld the dragon's vast form languidly gliding through the water, showing no inclination to leave. Suddenly, whether from an itch or some other impulse, it began to ram against the surrounding rocks with tremendous force. The impact was akin to an earthquake, causing the very mountains to tremble as fragments rained down upon it. Yet it remained unfazed, as if merely scratching an itch, leaving us in a state of sheer panic. With each collision, the surrounding terrain quaked visibly, and we, paralyzed with trepidation, could not devise an escape plan, our faces glistening with perspiration. An old adage rings true: calamity seldom comes alone. Amid our anxious state, we heard a creaking sound, followed by the colossal statue of the Bodhisattva beginning to tilt. The rock that had anchored the statue fractured, and it plunged downwards, dragging us along, our bodies plummeting onto the chin of the golden bodhisattva. Guanmin looked up to see the statue of Kwei2The tilting precariously. Should the dragon continue its assault, it would surely cause the statue to collapse into the water, leaving us without refuge. What were we to do? The urgency of our predicament left no time for contemplation. If the dragon were to strike a few more times, the statue would surely topple. My heart chilled, yet my racing mind gradually calmed. I glanced at the pallid face of Tofu and then at Guanmin, took a deep breath, and formed a plan. I said to Tofu, "I will divert its attention. You all must seize this opportunity to climb the statue and escape." Tofu gasped, "What about you?" I replied, "It's no wonder the soul bridge spared me earlier. It must have foreseen this predicament." Tofu's eyes instantly turned red, his face contorted with anger as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Am I merely a coward in your heart? A brother willing to sacrifice himself while you escape? Chen Xian, you scoundrel. You present yourself as a paragon of virtue, committing every imaginable wrongdoing, and now you play the hero? Absolutely not." Chapter 115. Sacrifice. I paid no heed to Tofu's outburst and addressed him. "Little Tofu, cease your protests. My mind is resolute. I entrust the beautiful Gu to you. Take her and ensure her survival." I gestured to the two of them and then raised the steel pole, signaling to Lu Su and the others to flee as well. Gu Wenmin suddenly grasped my arm, her expression devoid of the earlier fear, articulating each word with conviction. "We leave together." Seeing my determination, Tofu grew anxious and seized my other arm, insisting, "Old Chun, you mustn't act recklessly. I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself for my life. If we must die, let us perish together. If we are to live, let us live together." I gazed into Tofu's reddened eyes and couldn't help but pat his shoulder, replying, "My actions are never impulsive. I merely seek the swiftest and most effective solution within the limited time we have. We have no other path." Tofu fell silent, his lips trembling. At that moment, Lu Su smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chun is indeed correct. This is the quickest and most effective course of action." Tofu, infuriated, kicked out at him, exclaiming, "Lu, don't you dare stoke the flames at this moment." Lu Su, quick and nimble, caught Tofu's foot and pulled him forward, causing Tofu to tumble backward in disarray. Howling in distress, Lu Su then withdrew his hand, grinning, and remarked, "However, you cannot undertake this alone. We shall go together. One on the left and one on the right, creating a diversion." A spark of hope ignited within me. If Lu Su were to join us, our chances of survival would significantly improve. I remained uncertain whether Lu Su was a true hero or merely a facade of goodness, but in this life-and-death situation, overthinking was futile. I promptly grabbed Tofu by the collar, lifting him up, and urged, "Let us move. You've been a thorn in my side for over a decade. I certainly do not wish to drag you down to hell with me. Keep your distance." Gu Wenmin gasped. "No, there must be another way." Just as her words fell, the vile serpent crashed against us again, causing the massive statue to sink further. I chuckled. What other way could there be? Gu Wenmin was momentarily speechless, her dark eyes filled with a heavy emotion that was profoundly suffocating. I turned away, no longer looking at her or Tofu, and without waiting for further words, exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Su. We leapt forth, one to the left and one to the right, sliding down the mountainsides. Even the smallest of creatures strive to survive. How much more so for us humans? I do not consider myself a hero and would never sacrifice my life for others. Yet at this moment, I could not disregard Gu Wenmin, nor could I allow Tofu to perish here. He was a brother who had never abandoned me in my darkest hours and a friend who had never plotted against me in my most prosperous times. The fates of Feng Guishou and that woman were of no concern to me, but Tofu and Gu Wenmin must not come to harm. As our figures emerged, we instantly captured the attention of the monstrous serpent. It glanced back and forth, seemingly contemplating which of us to devour first. Uncertain whether it was Lu Su's extraordinary handsomeness that attracted the dragon, it suddenly unleashed a jet of water towards him. Struck by the force of the torrent, Lu Su tumbled downwards, yet his reflexes were swift. In that very moment of descent, he exerted his arm, driving his steel blade into a crevice of the mountain rock, thus suspending himself in midair, supported solely by the grip of his weapon. The ferocious dragon, realizing it had failed to bring down its prey, seemed infuriated. No longer spraying water, it raised its head and opened its massive jaws, lunging at Lu Su. I watched in terror, and in a moment of desperation, recalled Gu Wenmin's black box gun. Without hesitation, I fired a shot at the beast, expecting at least to create a wound. To my astonishment, however, its hide was as tough as steel. The bullet merely grazed its surface, leaving no mark. Yet, the sound of the gun drew the creature's attention, and it swiftly turned its head, its yellow lantern-like eyes locking onto me. Those eyes, glowing ominously, radiated a chilling, sanguinary aura. In an instant, as it focused on me, its massive head lunged forward, and I could see its fangs glistening menacingly. In a critical moment, I released my grip and plunged into the water. The dragon, unable to halt its momentum, bit down onto the rocky surface, shattering stones and drawing blood from its maw. As I submerged, I suddenly discerned its vulnerability within its mouth. The dragon's exterior was impervious to blades and bullets, yet its interior offered no protection. Legends spoke of the dragon's reverse scales, a few rare ones under its jaw being the most fragile part of its formidable body, never revealed easily. A glimmer of hope ignited within me. Perhaps we were not entirely doomed. Knowledge of our enemy could lead us to victory. We must strike at its weakness. However, to execute this plan, I would need the aid of a more skilled ally. A name flashed through my mind, Lu Su. These thoughts raced through my head in an instant as I submerged, aware that the creature would be seething with rage. I wasted no time. Once underwater, I swam towards the rocky outcrop, seeking a recess to hide. Meanwhile, Lu Su did not disappoint. Seizing a moment to breathe, he suddenly leapt into the air, wielding his treasured blade. This leap surpassed even the champions of diving and long jump, tracing an arc through the sky, landing atop the dragon's head. In comparison to the colossal creature, he appeared as insignificant as a fly. The dragon, intent on devouring me, was startled to find an unexpected weight above it. Its glaring eyes blinked, and it violently shook its head. This movement caused it to collide with the stone wall, prompting me to glance anxiously at Gu Wenmin and the others above. To my dismay, I felt a surge of anger, despite the peril Lu Su and I faced. Hoping they would seize the opportunity to escape, I saw that Tofu and Gu Wenmin had scattered, each sliding down the wall in opposite directions, one to the south and the other to the north. The dragon, confused, was now faced with multiple potential meals, food on the wall ahead, to the rear, on the left and the right. Where would it strike first? I was so furious that I nearly spat blood, my heart a tumult of anger intertwined with an indescribable feeling. My eyes burned with emotion as I shouted at the two, Don't come down here to seek your doom. Upon hearing my voice, Tofu turned his head and called back. No way. If you die, what will happen to the child in my womb? In that moment, I felt a mixture of laughter and tears, replying, You're a man. Let go of this unrealistic dream of having children. Tofu laughed heartily, asserting, Precisely because I am a man, I cannot abandon my brothers to flee. If we are to die, let us die together. From the other side, Gu echoed, Little Do is right. Let us perish together. I wish to assist you, not to become a burden. Do not speak of sacrifice with such conviction. Her voice was laced with anger, clearly resolute. The vile dragon shook its head violently, causing both to halt their climbing, clinging tightly to the rock face, too afraid to let go. Meanwhile, Elsu was not thrown off. This brother was remarkably bold, clinging tightly to the dragon's horn, which was as stout as a stone pillar. Thus, he remained anchored. At this point, any talk of sacrifice seemed futile, and I shouted, All right, if we are to die, let us die with purpose. I called out Elsu's name, revealing the dragon's weakness. The four of us conspired, resolved to battle this aquatic menace, perhaps with a sliver of hope. At this moment, the dragon's roar was deafening, the water churning chaotically, drowning out my voice. I wondered if Elsu had even heard me. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon was preoccupied with shaking its head, I grasped the steel rod, its sharp end aimed upward. Taking a deep breath, I submerged, preparing to stab the dragon's sensitive scales. However, my plan faltered, for the dragon's body created tumultuous currents beneath the surface, making it impossible to control my movements. To reach the dragon, I would have to surface and swim forward, but that would place me in a perilous position, akin to a wolf entering a sheep's den. In the midst of this contemplation, the situation shifted dramatically. Gu suddenly shouted, Draw it over here. I was about to question her sanity when Tofu interjected, Miss Gu, do you think it has a particular interest in women? Gu, her limbs pressed against the rocky surface, was unable to free her hands, only tilting her face upward to signal, Look above. Tofu and I glanced up, and my eyes brightened with understanding. I could not help but silently commend her cleverness. It turned out that with each of the dragon's violent impacts, the colossal statue of the golden bodhisattva above had begun to sway precariously. It required just a little more force to send it crashing down. We could lure the dragon beneath the statue, waiting for it to strike in fury, and the immensely heavy bodhisattva would plummet from above. Even with its ironclad skin, I feared it would be crushed by the falling statue. This idea is truly brilliant. I immediately turned and swam towards Gu. I intended to fire a shot to lure the malevolent dragon towards us, but to my dismay, the gun seemed to have malfunctioned underwater, producing no response. Fearing an accidental discharge, I discarded the weapon and, while swimming, loudly taunted to attract the dragon's attention. Hey, look here. It was likely that Elsu had overheard our plan, as he let go completely and was flung into the water, propelled by the dragon's violent thrashing. Upon seeing us floating on the surface, the dragon swiftly approached, its speed far surpassing that of any human. It plunged its head into the water, and when it resurfaced, it was already looming before us. Elsu, likely stunned from being thrown, gazed vacantly at the enormous head that was perilously close. My heart skipped a beat. In that critical moment, I kicked the dragon's jaw and, leveraging the force, pulled Elsu back swiftly, just in time to evade into a small recess. Furious, the dragon rammed its head against the rocks, attempting to dislodge us. The impact shook the ground, causing stones to crack and crumble. We could see its massive body looming, its dark scales reflecting the light and casting a pallor over our faces. Had it not been for the recess and the protruding rocks that sheltered us, we would surely have been crushed to a pulp. In the chaos, I found myself completely blocked by the dragon's body, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a piercing dragon's roar echoed, and the entire dragon's head slid down the rocky wall, crashing into the water. As the head moved away, we beheld a colossal statue of a golden bodhisattva, which had landed upon the dragon's back, forcing it downwards into the depths. Elsu's expression brightened, still wearing a smile as he whispered, It seems it can no longer rage unchecked. Quickly, we must escape. We immediately swam out of the recess, only to be startled by a figure emerging from the water. It was a woman named Ren. She was coughing and spluttering, having been caught off guard. It appeared that Feng Guishou, being more astute and physically capable, had managed to escape faster. Just as she was about to climb the statue, it was knocked down. Inciting her fury, Though she was of mature age, her charm remained, but at that moment, her beautiful face twisted in rage as she shouted, "That little wretch! I must!" Before she could finish her sentence, a horrific scream escaped her lips, her eyes widening in terror, and the water beneath her was suddenly stained crimson. Su and I were utterly unprepared for such a turn of events, and we gasped in shock, looking down to find the surface of the water awash in blood. Two severed legs floating above, still clad in the shoes of the woman Ren. Her scream reverberated through the cavern, her eyes bulging as she fell backward into the blood-soaked water, lifeless. Amidst the crimson depths, a pair of enormous yellow eyes remained open, now turned towards Su and me. In that moment, I could hear the rapid beating of my own heart. In times of peril, one may sometimes unleash extraordinary potential. Yet equally, one may falter, becoming more sluggish than ever before. I was profoundly unsettled by the woman surnamed Run. My hands stiffened, and for a moment, I almost forgot how to swim, my body sinking downwards. Fortunately, Lu Su timely grasped my shoulder, urging me, "Climb up quickly. Her back must be injured. She cannot lift her head too high. Once you reach higher ground, you will be safe." The woman surnamed Run had her legs bitten off beneath the water, yet she did not perish immediately. As she fell, she let out a heart-wrenching cry, but amidst the chaos, I could not discern her words. The moment she submerged, a massive, tongue-like appendage wrapped around her, and soon, more blood erupted from the depths, surfacing violently. I could almost envision the horrors unfolding beneath the water. It was only upon Lu Su's reminder that I awoke from my stupor, swiftly turning to climb along the mountainside. Alas, devoid of a rope. Even the most skilled climber would struggle to ascend without aid. Just as I had scaled a few steps, I heard Tofu's anguished scream, "Old Chun, watch your feet." Glancing down, I was met with a vast, crimson maw descending towards my lower body. The sensation was ineffable. At that moment, I felt utterly powerless to save myself. If I released my grip, I would plunge directly into its jaws. If I held on, I risked being severed in two. As overwhelming terror engulfed me, I felt strangely numb. In simple terms, I was completely dazed. I could hear Tofu's voice, strained and desperate, and Gu Wenmin's terrified screams, while the turbulent waves surged around me. Yet, I found myself incapable of action. The woman surnamed Run had perished, and now it was my turn. Perhaps this was the reason the Soul Bridge had spared me thus far. Did fate truly exist in this world? This question lingered in my mind as I faced my impending doom. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my waist. Beside me, Lu Su's lower half shot upwards, using the cliff to propel himself, kicking me in the waist. This powerful kick prevented me from falling into the dragon's maw, instead sending me flying sideways. In this manner, Lu Su saved me, but his own body was now airborne, destined to descend according to the laws of physics. As I was propelled away, I noticed with horror that the dragon had turned its attention to Lu Su, snapping its jaws around him midair. I witnessed nothing further. The next moment, I plunged into the water, choking violently. My mind replayed the image of the dragon closing its jaws around Lu Su as he fell. A rush of blood surged to my head, and my vision turned crimson. I could think of nothing else but to swim towards the beast, driven by a singular purpose. Even if it cost me my life, I would pierce its reverse scale. It had just consumed Lu Su and was likely savoring the moment. Oblivious to my approach, grasping the steel pipe, I submerged, my gaze searching for the dragon's underbelly, only to find, to my astonishment, 3 human heads nestled beneath its jaw. These 3 heads were connected to the dragon's long neck, their eyes closed in slumber. As if sensing my impending ambush, all 3 heads suddenly snapped open their eyes. I was suddenly choked by a mouthful of water, the cause being the 3 severed heads before me. One was Wei Nanjing, another belonged to a woman surnamed Run, and the third, though unfamiliar, was likely Luo Darren. How could they have ended up like this? Were those devoured by the malevolent serpent destined to become such abominations? Were they considered dead or alive? Soon, I would discover the answer, as Wei Nanjing's head abruptly opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and a long neck emerged from the serpent's maw, lunging towards me with a visage stripped of humanity, replaced by pure malevolence and terror. In a moment of desperation, I swung my steel rod to deflect the head, but before I could react, the head of the woman surnamed Rin lunged at me, viciously sinking its teeth into my arm. The pain caused me to loosen my grip, and the steel rod slipped from my hand, only to be seized by Wei Nanjing's head. I struggled fiercely, but the grip of the head was unyielding, and despite the blood pouring from my arm, I could not break free. Fortunately, my arms were sturdy. Had it been the fragile limbs of Gu Wanmin, they would surely have been severed in a single bite. In my panic, disregarding the bizarre scene unfolding before me, I seized the head that had bitten my arm with my free hand, gripping its throat tightly and yanking downwards. The throat, resembling an esophagus, was violently extracted by my force. I had encountered many revolting situations, yet this was the most nauseating experience I had ever endured. Nonetheless, this action proved effective, as the head relinquished its hold and fell limply into the water. The commotion startled the malevolent serpent, which suddenly plunged its head down, mouth agape. I initially thought it intended to devour me, but to my astonishment, it emitted a resounding roar, spewing forth a torrent of mixed blood, accompanied by something else. The environment beneath the water descended into chaos due to this eruption. My eyes burned with pain, obscuring my vision. In a panic, I swam upward to the surface for air, only to find the waters stained crimson, yet the serpent did not pursue me, leaving me momentarily bewildered. At that moment, another figure emerged from the depths. It was El Su. He gasped for breath, glanced at me, and remarked, "Well done." I observed his neck. It appeared entirely normal, without any elongation, and his shoulders were right beneath it. I inquired, "Tell me what happened. I clearly saw you being swallowed." El Su chuckled softly and explained, "Indeed, I was swallowed, and it reeked terribly inside that dragon's mouth." I pressed on, "Then how are you still here?" El Su continued, revealing that after being bitten by the malevolent dragon, he reacted swiftly. Before the creature could chew, he took a deep breath, rolled within its mouth, and slid down to the position of its esophagus, thus avoiding being crushed. What followed was a nightmare for the serpent. El Su, in an effort to stabilize himself, plunged his steel knife into its tongue, wreaking havoc within. It could be said that cutting through the serpent's flesh with a steel knife was akin to slicing through tofu. The serpent's esophagus and trachea were destroyed, and in agony, it expelled him. The three human heads, situated at the jawline, are enigmatically linked to the dragon's sensitive scales. The reason why those consumed by it ultimately manifest in such a peculiar state upon its scales remains baffling, a conundrum even Lu Su cannot elucidate. When I shattered one of these heads, it was akin to plucking a scale from the dragon's underbelly, causing the malevolent creature to suffer grievous wounds from both internal and external assaults. It is likely that it is now in dire straits. It is no wonder it did not pursue us. Looking down once more, I noticed that the blood on the water's surface had diluted, revealing only a vague, colossal shadow lurking in the depths, showing no inclination to surface. Could it truly be incapacitated? Have we vanquished a dragon? To be precise, it was Lu Su who accomplished this feat in that moment. I understood why they spoke of Lu Su with a sense of dread. As he propelled me away and willingly fell into the dragon's maw, I felt a surge of impulse to perish alongside him. He is indeed a terror-inducing individual. I had previously mocked Tofu for being easily subdued by Lu Su, relegated to the role of his shadow, yet I now found myself devoid of any dissenting thoughts towards him. What could one say about a person who nearly faced a gruesome fate in the act of rescuing another? Even if he were a hypocrite, to possess such remarkable fortitude is extraordinary in itself. I inhaled deeply, gazing at Lu Su's countenance, rendered speechless. At that moment, Tofu and Gu Wanmin had also entered the water. They had not partaken in the recent fierce battle. Yet merely witnessing it must have been enough to instill fear in their hearts. Tofu glanced at Lu Su, then at me, his lips twitching slightly before he exhaled heavily, murmuring in a hoarse voice, "Alive as long as we're alive, that is what matters." Gu Wanmin remained silent, her lips pressed tightly, fixated on the injury on my hand. Her clear eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she softly suggested, "We should find a place to bandage your wound." It seemed she was somewhat upset, leaving me bewildered as I exchanged a glance with Tofu and whispered, "What have I done to provoke her?" Tofu shook his head, scratching his head, and replied, "I don't know. The mind of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." As I relaxed, the pain from the bite became unbearable. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that teeth were embedded in the flesh, likely remnants from that head. The group unanimously decided to seek a place to rest, but when we raised our eyes, our hearts sank into despair. The entrance above the abyss had collapsed at some point, obscuring any semblance of the bridge that once spanned it, now entirely obstructed by colossal boulders, with small stones intermittently cascading down. Lu Su directed the light upward, meticulously scanning the rocky expanse, and with a hiss, he declared, "This is dire. It is completely blocked." Tofu remarked, "Perhaps that vile creature will strike once more and cause the stone pile to cave in." Gu Wenmin, her gaze fixed upon the unmoving shadow in the water, asserted, "It appears to be dead." Tofu muttered, "Surely not. It is a dragon. Could it truly be so easily dispatched by the two of you? If so, are we now trapped?" As we lingered in the water, a sense of calm washed over us, revealing the chilling cold that enveloped our bodies, causing us to shiver uncontrollably. After a fierce struggle, my strength had been entirely expended. I gestured for everyone to find a place to rest, with plans to deliberate later. The site bore the scars of the previous assault by the malevolent serpent. The cliff faces were severely damaged, adorned with jagged lightning-like fissures, and many stones had collapsed, creating an array of natural niches of varying shapes and sizes. We persevered through the treacherous ascent and discovered a relatively spacious area to recuperate. In the chaos of battle, most of our equipment had been lost, save for Feng Guishou's equipment pack, which he had managed to carry while fleeing. Inside were some solid fuel and emergency medical supplies. Feng Guishou, unfazed by any embarrassment, chuckled and promptly retrieved the medicine, indicating for me and Su to tend to our wounds. The teeth embedded in flesh needed to be extracted one by one with tweezers, and without anesthetics, the experience was excruciating. Fortunately, Gu Wenmin was resolute and swift, alleviating much of my suffering. After a considerable ordeal, I was drenched in sweat from the pain, and beads of perspiration formed on Gu Wenmin's forehead as well. Just as I intended to express my gratitude, she pursed her lips and, with an indifferent expression, retreated to a corner to rest, seemingly in meditation. It was evident, even to the dullest observer, that she was upset, yet I could not fathom the reason behind her ire. Women can be perplexing, often harboring grievances without articulating them, leaving one to guess. Should one guess correctly, they deny it, and if one fails, they become irate. It was indeed a headache. My physical exhaustion and mental fatigue led me to disregard Gu Wenmin and lean against a rock, closing my eyes to rest. I could hear Su and Tofu engaged in conversation, deliberating on how to escape. Above us, the abyss had been blocked by fallen boulders, rendering any ascent impossible. After much discussion, they resolved to explore the underwater route. The malevolent serpent had originally dwelled in the external cave. Its ability to reach our location suggested the existence of a substantial underground waterway, which we might exploit. However, after the battle and the climb, the three of them were also fatigued, so they decided to rest before Su and Tofu ventured into the water for reconnaissance. I, feeling drowsy and having taken anti-inflammatory medication, soon fell into a deep slumber. I was awakened by hunger, finding Su polishing his steel knife, with solid fuel burning beside him. His expression was focused, with a hint of a smile, exuding calmness and entirely unfazed by our predicament. His mental fortitude was commendable. He glanced at me and then back at the dwindling flame, remarking, "This is the last of our fuel." We were deep underground, dozens of meters below, with cold, damp underground water surrounding us, akin to winter's chill. Should the fuel run out, we would be left to endure the cold. He continued, "My brother Tofu and I will dive down to ascertain the route the serpent took. We can plan accordingly afterward." With injuries on my shoulder and arm, I resigned myself to their undertaking. Su roused the still slumbering Tofu, and the two armed themselves before descending the cliff into the water, gradually making their way into the depths. Gu Wenmin was still asleep, seemingly greatly affected by the ordeal. I moved some fuel closer to her, the flickering flames casting light and shadow on her exquisite features. Suddenly, Gu Wenmin opened her eyes, her dark gaze fixed intently on me. Observing this, Feng Guishou cleared his throat and took a seat a bit further away. Under her penetrating stare, I felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet I heard Gu Wenmin softly inquire, "Is this kind of thing enjoyable?" "Enjoyable?" I paused momentarily before responding, "I'm not playing." She rose from the ground, her figure appearing somewhat fragile. Shivering slightly, she spoke in a hushed voice. "Do you have any idea how worried I've been? What if you truly risked yourself to save us?" She sighed, her expression complex, as if there were words she wished to convey but ultimately chose silence, instead becoming lost in thought, gazing at the fire before her. Perhaps she was contemplating something significant. At that moment, I finally understood the source of Gu Wenmin's anger, eliciting a mix of emotions within me, both touched and amused, alongside an inexplicable sensation arising within my heart. Did she harbor feelings for me? However, when I turned to look at her, I noticed her evident fascination with the campfire, completely disregarding my presence. The three of us lingered at our resting place for a few minutes until the edge-sitting Feng Guishou suddenly exclaimed, "They're coming up." I watched as Su and Tofu emerged from the water's surface, clad only in their shorts, shivering from the cold. Once on solid ground, they hastily dried themselves and donned their clothes. Tofu wore an unusually serious expression as he glanced at us and sighed. That creature was utterly still. It must be dead. Yet we searched repeatedly, and there was no sign of any waterway beneath. Feng Guishou's demeanor shifted to one of urgent anxiety, his gaze darting around before he remarked, "That dragon cannot have appeared out of thin air. You must have overlooked something." Tofu retorted angrily, "You have no say in this. If you doubt me, do you also doubt Leoj?" Our collective attention turned to Su, a meticulous and cautious individual. If there were indeed a waterway suitable for the dragon's passage, even if Tofu had missed it, Su would not have. As he dressed, Su shook his head, his usual smile replaced by seriousness and confusion. He stated, "There truly isn't one. It seems we have encountered a significant problem." As if in agreement with his words, the flames of the solid fuel dwindled to the size of a small ember before extinguishing entirely. Instantly, darkness enveloped us, accompanied by an oppressive chill that made me shiver involuntarily. I instinctively turned on the headlamp I had set aside. Tofu stared blankly at the spent fuel on the ground, and after a moment, his stomach audibly grumbled, snapping him back to reality. He surveyed the surroundings, then firmly patted his stomach, muttering, "Settle down, no more noise." Observing his irritated expression, I found it both amusing and somewhat exasperating, prompting me to say, "All right, I'll dive down to catch a couple of fish to stave off hunger." Among the few of us in the cave, aside from Su and myself, it seemed no one else could catch fish barehanded in the water. Thus, if I wished to satisfy my hunger, I had no choice but to exert myself. Upon rising, Tofu immediately grasped my hand, gesturing for me to take a seat, while he chuckled bitterly, saying, "Do not venture out. If there were truly fish, Brother L would have brought some along just now. In that water, aside from the dragon, there is nothing left." Su nodded slightly, murmuring, "Not even a shrimp has been sighted. All the fish and shrimp have long been consumed by the wicked dragon." Our group exchanged glances within the cave, feeling both hunger and cold, yet more terrifying was our inability to devise a means to escape this desperation. After a moment, Feng Guishou could no longer contain himself. He anxiously paced in circles within the cave and finally declared, "I shall dive once more to investigate." By this point, he had lost faith in Su and desired to ascertain the truth himself. We did not deter him. After Feng Guishou plunged into the water, he swam back and forth over a dozen times before finally emerging, utterly exhausted, his gaze fixed on the rocky ceiling of the cave as he proclaimed, "It's over. There is truly no way out." That dragon appeared out of thin air, just as it would have emerged from a coffin. He directed this statement towards Gu Wanmin, his expression contorted and fierce. At that moment, more than 10 hours had elapsed since our last meal, and not only was Tofu's stomach growling, but the rest of us were also experiencing similar pangs of hunger. Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow and said, "If this continues, we shall only be trapped to death. We cannot remain idle." Tofu replied, "Miss Gu, you are usually quite clever. Can you devise a plan?" Gu Wanmin tilted her head and responded, "We need to accomplish 2 tasks. Observing that she seemed to have a plan, I felt a surge of curiosity and inquired about these 2 tasks. Gu Wanmin stated, "First, we have only confirmed the underwater exit. We have not ascertained the exit above us. The collapsed rocks overhead are inherently unstable. Perhaps we can find a way to uncover a path. Thus, our first task must be to investigate above." Su nodded in agreement and said, "That makes sense. And what is the second task?" Gu Wanmin replied, "To complete the first task, we require ample physical strength. Therefore, our immediate priority is to find something to eat. Frankly, I am already feeling weak from hunger." Upon hearing this, Feng Guishou remarked, "Indeed, I too lack energy. If we continue to delay, soon we shall struggle even to take a few steps, let alone climb to seek a way out. However, Miss Gu, your point is clear. But the question remains, where shall we find food?" Gu Wanmin pursed her lips, suddenly pointing towards the water below, saying, "Isn't there a large creature lying in there?" Tofu gasped, exclaiming, "Eat its flesh? Good heavens, I would rather starve. That thing recently devoured 3 living beings." Wouldn't that mean we would be consuming human flesh? I was taken aback by Gu Wenmin's suggestion, and the thought of the 3 severed heads beneath the dragon's jaw made my stomach churn. How could we possibly consider eating its meat? Chapter 118. Dissection. After Tofu finished speaking, he gave Gu Wenmin a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive. I have never encountered such a macabre notion. I, for one, will not partake." Gu Wenmin's expression was not much better, and she replied, "This was merely a suggestion." Su's smile also faltered, becoming somewhat strained as he said, "It is not yet at that point. We can still contemplate other alternatives." I remarked, "We must adhere to the suggestion of survival." Tofu, taken aback, questioned why. "Is this to imply that the wife must follow the husband?" I offered a bitter smile, gesturing toward the abyss below, stating, "Behold, the water has already risen." With the demise of the malevolent serpent, the water's fury had subsided, which had previously escaped our notice. Yet now I discerned that the water level was silently and swiftly ascending. I estimated it would completely submerge this space within 2 hours. We must escape within that time frame. If we truly need to carve our own path, we must possess ample strength. Gu Wenmin, with her feminine attentiveness, had been the first to notice the rising groundwater, prompting her seemingly absurd suggestion. The group stared at the dark, deep waters below, momentarily rendered speechless. Although the proposal was made, we were not yet so famished as to turn ravenous. The thought of consuming the serpent's flesh weighed heavily on our minds. Su, having endured considerable fatigue, mustered his strength to rise and declared, "While I still have energy, I shall ascend to scout ahead." His agility surpassed ours, emboldened by his skills. He began to climb toward the opening above. We stood at the cave's mouth, craning our necks to closely monitor Su's movements. In reality, the distance was not insurmountable. Approximately 7 or 8 meters would lead to the summit. Su gripped the rocky surface with one hand while wielding a steel blade in the other, probing the crevices for an escape route. As he moved, numerous small stones began to tumble down, yet no substantial opening emerged. Due to the dim lighting, our observations were limited. After about 10 minutes, Su commenced his descent, drenched in perspiration, his stomach grumbling audibly. A self-deprecating smile played on his lips as he remarked, "It seems this route is also futile." In that moment, we found ourselves ensnared in a deadlock, with no way to ascend to the heavens or burrow into the earth. Everyone felt cold and famished, and our minds grew duller as we incessantly pondered potential escape methods, yet none materialized. As time wore on, our hunger intensified, and the chill compelled us to huddle together for warmth. My thoughts wandered through various possibilities, such as the bizarre appearance of Gu Wenmin in the coffin and how the serpent had come to be. Yet none of these musings could extricate us from our predicament. As time elapsed, the underground water deepened. Within 2 meters, it would inundate our current position, leaving us without a refuge. What should we do? How could we escape? I sensed that the crux of the matter was intricately linked to the malevolent serpent. In this world, many occurrences defy scientific explanation. If Gu Wenmin and Ren Ling's emergence in the sealed coffin was due to the malevolent influence of the soul bridge, could the serpent's presence here also be attributed to the same? As a creature of myth, how could the serpent be controlled by the soul bridge? Perhaps, unraveling the enigma of its origins would illuminate a path to our escape. We found ourselves trapped within the confines of a cave, our anxiety palpable. Tofu, observing the water level rising ominously, paced restlessly, clutching his abdomen and lamenting, "What a loss, what a loss. Even in death, I cannot bear the thought of being a glutton." He then turned to old Chun, exclaiming, "You mentioned this place is a cursed ground where the living leave their fate and the dead linger. Alas, if we are to perish here, does it mean we cannot escape even in death?" The concept of Feng Shui suggests that belief shapes reality. I am uncertain whether this cursed water realm truly possesses such dark power, but if it does, Tofu's words ring true. Dying here might confine our spirits eternally. The chilling thought of our souls trapped in these waters, forever accompanied by the spirits of the 2 deceased Ren family members, sent shivers down my spine, intensifying my desperation to find a means of escape. I shared my hypothesis with the group, asserting that our hope for survival hinged on understanding the emergence of that malevolent dragon. Tofu remarked, "Legends say that dragons are serpents on the verge of transformation, possessing some form of magical prowess, perhaps the ability to instantaneously traverse from one location to another." I swiftly struck him, retorting, "What nonsense! If it truly possessed such sorcery, Could it have been vanquished so easily by the likes of us? I posited instead that it was a rare species, one humanity had yet to fully comprehend. Tofu then mused, so, have we just slain a protected creature? Those biologists will surely despise us. I felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on my breath. And my desire to strike him dissipated. With a heavy sigh, I implored, Tofu, please focus. The situation is dire. I beg you to collect your thoughts and refrain from rambling. Tofu chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his nose, as if he were about to say something, when suddenly, he exclaimed, Aha! I've thought of something. Silence. I commanded. No matter what comes to mind, from this moment forth, not a word more. Tofu, flustered, began to fidget and insisted, No. Wait. I realized there's still one location we haven't checked. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, I asked, What location? Tofu explained, When Brother Lu and I descended. We searched every nook and cranny but found no entrance. However, I noticed something peculiar. When I submerged, the dragon had become still. Yet its head was positioned as if it were trying to burrow downwards. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now that my mind races, I wonder, could it be that the dragon's head was attempting to escape underground? Might the drainage passage we seek be obstructed by the dragon's massive carcass? His insight sparked a realization in me. The likelihood of the underground passage being blocked by the dragon's formidable body seemed substantial. Tofu's revelation left us all speechless, and he wore a triumphant expression, as if he had just accomplished a great feat, eagerly anticipating our praise. I suppressed the urge to strike him and hoarsely said, In the future, when faced with such situations, please inform us sooner if your intelligence is indeed in question. Never mind. I shall contemplate whether I should take you to consult a neurologist upon our return. Feng Guishou's face brightened, and he exclaimed, Time is of the essence. Let us hasten down to verify. Brother Chen was correct. The dragon must possess no sorcery, for it would not have been easily slain. It cannot have appeared out of thin air. The underground waterway must lie beneath its very form. At this moment, it was our only glimmer of hope. Without delay, we gathered our belongings and plunged into the water, holding our breath as we swam determinately beneath the surface. Previously, we had only glimpsed the dragon's head and neck above the water. Much of its massive body remained obscured. However, as we drew closer, the dragon's mountainous form evoked a sense of reverence. Its eyes were closed, and indeed, its head exhibited a movement as if attempting to burrow downward. We swam to the juncture where its head met its body, attempting to nudge it aside to inspect for any openings beneath, yet its colossal size rendered it immovable. After struggling at the bottom for an extended period, it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, yielding no results. As our lungs neared their limit, we surfaced to regroup. Though Feng Guishou was cunning, he possessed no shortage of dubious ideas. Seeing a glimmer of hope for escape, he became quite enthusiastic and proposed a dissection. Since we could not budge the dragon's corpse, we could instead slice its flesh apart. I opposed, saying, The dragon's hide cannot be penetrated by bullets. How can we dissect it? Feng Guishou pointed to the ghost-crying knife in Lu Su's hand, stating, Bullets may fail, but that knife will not. I recall when we were on the mountain, Brother Lu plunged the entire blade into the rock with a single stroke. A dead dragon should be no challenge. His reminder sparked a memory in me, and I thought there might be a way. Lu Su's knife indeed possessed superior penetrating power. Perhaps we need not become victims ourselves. Lu Su readily accepted, smiling slightly before diving back into the water, and we followed to assist. The ghost-crying knife proved to be a divine weapon. Though the dragon's hide and bones were tough, they could not withstand the relentless strikes of the knife. Soon, the water was filled with fragments of dragon flesh mingled with its blood, casting a murky hue below. To enhance our efficiency, we took turns. And with the hope of escape, the pangs of hunger became momentarily bearable, even invigorating us somewhat. This must be the potential of humanity, as long as hope remains. A stronger fighting spirit can be ignited. As we took turns in our arduous task, a gaping hole soon appeared in the dragon's body, revealing a dark underground water tunnel beneath. Tofu, at the bottom, gestured joyfully like a peace sign, and we dared not waste more time. Nor could we afford to exchange words. We surfaced, took a deep breath, and then proceeded toward the underground waterway. At this point, the water was nearly overflowing in the space, and we had no idea how long this passage would stretch, nor how long we would need to swim to escape. Yet, with no other options available, if we were to drown within, we could only resign ourselves to fate. The subterranean waterway is remarkably spacious. devoid of any signs of human carving, suggesting it was originally a natural channel, merely concealed during the construction of the Serpent Bureau. Subsequently, when the corpse-raising bureau was devastated, the dragon, perhaps sensing human presence, swam here and broke through the blocked passage. Underwater, our communication was minimal, each individual merely propelled forward, for we had at most 3 minutes to escape. Should we fail to do so or succumb to drowning within that time frame, death would be inevitable, as the depths offered no means for resuscitation. As time elapsed, the underground passage still appeared interminable, and I felt a growing discomfort in my lungs. Tofu and Gu Wanmin exhibited similar distress, while only Feng Guishou, adept in water, maintained his pace. The rest of us were involuntarily slowing down, and the light ahead remained shrouded in darkness. A heavy foreboding settled in my heart. Chapter 119. Escape. The collective speed of our movements diminished, our brains clouded by oxygen deprivation, leaving only mechanical motions. Most have experienced the torment of holding one's breath. I mused that should I reach the point of utter collapse, I might consider taking my own life rather than perish in the depths. Just then, Feng Guishou suddenly vanished from sight, jolting me into alertness, my chaotic thoughts converging on his last position. Clearly, I was not alone in noticing the anomaly. The remaining 3 halted, exchanging bewildered glances. Tofu gestured, inquiring about the situation, but none could provide an answer. At that moment, LV Su, perhaps seeking clarity, bravely swam ahead, only to have his form abruptly disappear as if swept away by a tempest. The bizarre circumstances rendered Tofu, Gu Wanmin, and me hesitant, yet within mere seconds, we unanimously resumed our advance. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Lingering underwater for even a second would only deplete more of our precious oxygen, drawing us closer to death. In that instant, our bloodshot eyes locked in a final, poignant gaze, akin to a farewell. The sensation was ominous. Yet in the face of nature, humanity appears insignificant. We had no other means to extricate ourselves from our predicament. Underwater, we could not speak. Our farewells were confined to our eyes and bodies. Soon, we reached the spot where LV Su and the others had vanished, and in an instant, a tremendous pulling force emanated from below. Looking down, despair washed over me as I realized that a whirlpool lay beneath us. The disappearance of LV Su and his companion was undoubtedly due to being engulfed by this underground vortex. In other words, we were being drawn into the depths of an abyss, perhaps never to see the light of day again. These thoughts flitted through my mind in an instant, for in the next moment, the 3 of us were scattered by an overwhelming force. Amidst the dizzying turmoil, the air in my lungs was nearly depleted, and my eyes could not open. The frigid water surged into my nostrils and throat, inducing a painful urge to vomit. Yet before I could do so, even more water rushed in. I could no longer see Gu Wanmin and Tofu, but I knew their condition was likely akin to mine. Under ordinary circumstances, my character would never allow me to succumb passively. However, submerged in water, not even a superhuman could alter the fate that awaited us. In the agony of drowning, I lost consciousness, believing that moment to be my end, never imagining I would awaken again. When I regained consciousness, all I felt was a painful pressure in my lungs. As I opened my mouth, a torrent of water erupted from me. Blurrily, I opened my eyes to find Tofu performing chest compressions on me. He, too, appeared disheveled. Upon noticing I was awake, he abruptly plopped down on the ground and exclaimed, "Finally awake. I thought you were off to meet Yama." With that, he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. I was taken aback and reassured him, "A real man does not weep. I am not dead yet. So why are you crying like a child?" Tofu, still covering his face, eventually spoke in a hoarse voice. "If it weren't for you giving me a shove in the water, I'd probably be in the afterlife right now. Seeing you unconscious on the ground made me feel like giving up." I coughed a couple of times and laughed. "Are you planning to hold a funeral for me?" Suddenly, I froze, sensing something amiss, and asked, "I pushed you in the water?" "That's impossible. I could barely save myself," and my eyes were closed. "How could I have had the strength to help you?" Once I posed the question, Tofu lowered his hands, looking bewildered, and replied, "If it wasn't you, then who could it have been?" It was then that I noticed our surroundings. Not far from us lay an expansive lake, and besides Tofu and me, there was no one else. In that moment, I was unsure of my whereabouts, my mind shrouded in confusion about how we had drifted to this place. However, just moments later, as I turned to see the desolate village on the mountainside, realization struck me. We were still by the lake. The rising water had transformed the crescent moon-shaped lake into a vast expanse, rendering it unrecognizable. It was daytime, and the sun was glaringly bright. Tofu and I sat and lay amidst the forest, where the only sounds were the calls of birds and the rustling of animals, devoid of human voices. Where had Gu Wenmin gone? Where was Elsu? What of the one surnamed Feng? Had they met an unfortunate fate, perishing below the surface? The more I pondered, the more my limbs felt numb, prompting me to quickly sit up. My stomach, inundated for an extended period, churned with nausea, causing me to lean aside and expel another surge of water. Upon expelling the water from my system, I felt a semblance of relief wash over me, my cognitive faculties gradually returning to normalcy. I then addressed Tofu, asserting, "It was not I who pushed you beneath the water." Tofu appeared taken aback, scratching his head in bewilderment, and retorted, "In such dire circumstances, when everyone is fighting for their own survival, who else but you would dare risk their life to save me? Old Shun, has the water muddled your mind?" I was acutely aware of my inability to save anyone during that harrowing moment. Thus, it was evident that someone else had propelled Tofu. This individual, capable of performing a rescue amidst such chaos, must possess exceptional diving skills. My initial thought turned to Feng Ghost Hand, yet it felt incongruous. Feng was swept away by the current first, while Tofu, Gu Wenmin, and I descended only later, creating a temporal gap that rendered it impossible for him to have rescued us. Conversely, Elsu had been dragged under the water in close proximity to us, making him a viable candidate for the rescuer. Yet now, Elsu was nowhere to be found, nor was Gu Wenmin or Feng. Where could they be? Were they alive or deceased? A flurry of questions swirled in my mind, prompting me to inquire about the subsequent events from Tofu. According to him, while submerged, he too was engulfed in the throes of drowning and complete darkness, leaving him unable to discern whether the vortex led to the vast lake. He only recalled, in his moment of agony, a pair of hands grasping his shoulders and propelling him upward. By that point, Tofu was nearly at his limit, aware that someone was attempting to save him, yet unable to withstand the torment of drowning, ultimately losing consciousness. When he came to, both he and I lay by the water's edge. My abdomen was distended, unresponsive to any calls, while Tofu, neglecting all else, assumed it was I who had rescued him. In a state of panic upon seeing me unconscious, he slapped himself twice and hurried to administer first aid. Tofu remarked, "Had you not awakened when you did?" I was prepared to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a brief pause, he queried, "Do you genuinely believe that another individual saved us in the water?" I nodded in affirmation. But Tofu shook his head, declaring, "Your reasoning is rather implausible. Allow me to elucidate. First, if that person possessed the capability to rescue us, it implies they were not drowning themselves and were thus alert. If they were alert, they would not currently be absent." I inquired, "What is your perspective then?" Tofu stroked his chin, gazing at me meaningfully, and stated, "There can only be one truth." Observing his demeanor, I sensed he harbored some ulterior motive and asked, "What is it?" Maintaining his contemplative pose, he leisurely replied, "I have yet to formulate an answer. I merely wish to quote Conan's line, which I have always found utterly captivating, yet never had the opportunity to express." I shot him a glance, wishing I could chastise myself for harboring any expectations of his intellect, thinking, "Chen Xian, you deserve this. It serves you right to be exasperated one day." At that moment, having just regained consciousness, my head throbbed painfully, leaving me no time for idle banter with Tofu. I rose to my feet, scanning the lake's surface with keen eyes. It is said that one must see the living and the dead. Even if those three truly perished in the lake, their bodies should surely surface. Perhaps their remains are ensnared somewhere? I have pondered extensively, yet a thought lingers in my mind. If even Tofu has managed to survive calamity, how could the likes of Feng Ghost Hand and Lu Su not? They must still be alive. Yet where could these two be at this moment? As for Gu Wenmin, the lone woman, has she managed to survive? Tofu and I resolved to wait in place. We wrung out the water from our clothes and kindled a small fire. Tofu took the initiative to forage for wild mushrooms in the woods to stave off hunger. Initially, I felt a sense of relief, but upon inspecting his findings, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. I feared my face had lost all capacity for expression and could only say flatly, "The more vibrant the mushroom, the greater its toxicity," a piece of knowledge even a first grader would possess. "Little Tofu, please refrain from collecting those purple, blue, and red mushrooms. I wish to live for a few more years." In the end, we discarded 2/3 of the mushrooms he had gathered, retaining only 1/3 of them, and I had to drag my weary body to the lakeside to wash them. Tofu was not reliable in this regard, having grown up in the city. He had never foraged for mushrooms. The wild mushrooms in the mountains are not something everyone knows how to clean. Without knowledge of the intricacies involved, they could prove quite repulsive. Mushrooms are fungi that begin to rot from the inside out once fully mature, often harboring maggots that feast within, leaving no external signs of infestation. An inexperienced person would be unable to discern this. Many who consume wild mushrooms mistakenly believe that finding a non-toxic variety means they are safe. In truth, most cannot tell from appearance alone whether maggots reside within. There are generally two methods to differentiate. One can split the mushroom in half to check for worms in the center, or observe the color within. If it appears dark or has slight bulges, it indicates the presence of maggots. I had lost all hope in Tofu's intellect, and thus insisted he wash the mushrooms. I would rather starve. Chapter 120. Eating in darkness after considerable effort. Once we had filled our stomachs, 2 or 3 hours had passed. The lake remained calm and undisturbed, and our clothes had dried. As the sun began its descent in the west, the surroundings were devoid of any human presence. I thought to myself that waiting indefinitely was not a viable solution. If something had indeed happened, were Tofu and I to linger here until the end of time? Reflecting on this, despite the discomfort in my heart, I nudged Tofu, indicating he should not lie there like a corpse. I said, "It is unlikely that anyone will emerge. Let us return to Feng Guishou village." Tofu paused, hesitating. "Are we not waiting for the beautiful Gu?" I replied, "If she is alive, there is no need for us to wait. If she has perished, what good is waiting? Come, let us go." I sighed, leading Tofu back. To be honest, I felt quite disheartened at that moment. Yet life must continue. I could not allow this to defeat me. The longer we waited, with our lack of equipment and the impending darkness of nightfall, danger loomed larger in the deep mountains. It was better to return to Feng Guishou village sooner rather than later. As we retraced our steps, we soon discovered traces left by others, suggesting their passage was recent. Could it be the person who rescued both Tofu and me? Did he leave us to venture forth alone after reaching the shore? Who might this individual be? I could scarcely consider anyone other than Lu Su at that moment. Apart from him, the others were either selfishly indifferent or powerless to assist. Thus, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would have come to our aid. But did he also rescue Gu Wenmin? Had this Lu taken to the shore only to abscond? Given Lu Su's character, he would unlikely seek to monopolize the Jinhai stone and claim credit from old Zhao. So why would he choose to depart alone? After a brief contemplation, I exclaimed, "This is bad. Could it be that this rascal intends to engage in a double cross?" Tofu inquired, "What do you mean by double cross?" I explained, "We were all in this together, and the Jinhai stone matters little regarding who possesses it. Hence, I did not contest it when Lu Su decided to take it. Regardless of who holds it, what matters is that it ultimately reaches old Zhao. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lu Su would have no reason to abandon us. The only plausible explanation is that he plans to secretly keep the Jinhai stone for himself." Tofu, astonished, could hardly close his mouth, replying, "Surely not. Lu doesn't seem like that kind of person." Frustrated, I retorted, "One may know a person's face, but not their heart. No matter how much trust you place in someone, always remain vigilant. Do not be so easily swayed. What shall we do now?" he asked. I shook my head, realizing that we could only proceed one step at a time. First, we needed to return to Feng Guishou village, and then I still had to visit old Zhao. Regardless, I must retrieve the items left by Chen Ci. On one hand, those items pertain to the curse of the ghostly warehouse, and on the other, they represent my father's final legacy, something entrusted to me shortly before his passing. I could not allow it to fall into another's hands. Though my relationship with Chen Ci lacked paternal affection, I could not permit him to rest in peace without resolution. With my thoughts organized, I resolved to disregard Lu Su's affairs for the moment, leading Tofu back as we trudged on, exhausted from our travels. We journeyed by day and rested by night. And by the following afternoon, we finally emerged from the gorge and returned to Feng Guishou village. Our ordeal had left us in a state akin to beggars, stripped of our belongings and identification. Fortunately, the innkeeper recognized us. We had previously paid a deposit. I concocted a tale for Tofu, claiming we had lost our way in the mountains and encountered wild beasts, which explained our disheveled appearance. That evening, we lodged at the inn, enjoyed a warm bath, and the innkeeper, a member of the Tujia ethnic group, displayed the characteristic sincerity of his people. He even provided me with some traditional tuja medicine, which proved quite effective. After changing into fresh clothes, we dined while inquiring about Lu Su and the others. If they were alive, they would surely seek refuge here as well. Our inquiries yielded fruitful results. The innkeeper informed us that Lu Su had reached the village before noon, purchased some provisions, and then vanished without a trace. The remaining individuals include a woman who once journeyed alongside us, who briefly visited the counter to consume some food and made a phone call before departing. Presently, the only one left is a tall and slender figure, currently asleep upstairs. Tofu and I exchanged glances, our minds a tumultuous whirl. The woman who accompanied us, could it be Gu Wenmin? Is she still alive? This indeed is splendid news. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Since Gu Wenmin had arrived here before us, it implied she had managed to extricate herself from danger ahead of Tofu and me. Given our mutual concern for her, how could she abandon us in such a critical moment and return alone? According to the proprietor, she left after making a phone call. Could that call be significant? As for the tall individual mentioned by the boss, it could only be Feng Guishou. After confirming his room number, Tofu and I hastily knocked on his door. Feng Guishou was asleep, his hair in disarray, and upon opening the door, he appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "You two, you're still alive?" Tofu, upon hearing this, reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, retorting with indignation, You wretched scoundrel, are still alive? How could I, do ye perish?" Since the incident at the burial pit, these two had been at odds. Feng Guishou scoffed, replying, "You, soft and spineless, don't push your luck. Speak plainly or get lost. Feng is too busy for your nonsense." Tofu, who always fancied himself exceptionally handsome and charming, his allure captivating all, felt his face flush with rage at being called soft, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Feng Guishou sneered, cracking his knuckles, signaling his readiness to engage. I felt a dull ache at my temples, pushing Feng Guishou aside while pulling Tofu into the room, casually closing the door behind us. No time for idle chatter. Let us discuss matters at hand. Brother Feng, how did you manage to escape from that place? My interruption steered the conversation back on track. After exchanging disdainful glares, they both withdrew their aggression, and Feng Guishou replied, "Of course, I swam out on my own. But you two, surviving such a long waterway, truly a miracle." Tofu and I exchanged a glance, and Tofu continued, "Did you encounter anyone else after your escape? Perhaps Lu Su or Gu Wenmin?" "I did not meet anyone. Are there any other questions? If not, I wish to sleep. This venture has proven a losing business, yielding nothing." Tofu pursed his lips, saying, "Don't pretend to be impoverished. The appearance fee was over 800,000. I mentioned Lu Su's fate with the 8 carp battling the flood dragon. Are you not the slightest bit concerned? If old Zhao entrusted you with a task that failed, won't you end up with nothing?" Feng Guishou crossed his arms, leaning back in the wooden chair with an air of indifference. "The appearance fee is not your concern. As for Lu Su, I have no interest, if you both survived. How could he be dead? Impossible. Old Zhao desires the town sea stone. Who in our team delivers it is of little consequence." Tofu responded, "What if Lu Su absconds with the treasure?" Feng Guishou's indifferent demeanor suddenly stiffened, his brow furrowing. "What did you say?" As they engaged in conversation, I sat quietly beside them, observing Feng Guishou's expression, which suggested he was not being deceitful. He was the first to escape from the water, presumably believing that the rest of us had perished, and thus he fled for his life, completely unaware of subsequent events. Upon hearing of L.V. Su's clandestine escape with the treasure, his reaction was, predictably, one of astonishment. Night had fallen, and outside, the world was enveloped in darkness. This small village, nestled deep within the mountains, resonated with the natural chorus of the night, the wind, birdsong, the roar of beasts, and the chirping of insects subtly mingled in the air. The three of us sat in a modest single room of an inn, facing each other and the weathered walls, momentarily silenced. Eventually, Feng Guishou broke the silence with a hissing sound, exclaiming, "That's impossible. You are overthinking this. What use would L.V. Su have for that stone?" Tofu responded, "I too have been curious about the allure of that broken stone, prompting Zhao Laotu to expend such considerable resources in its pursuit. Moreover, if even L.V. Su desires it for nefarious purposes, could it truly be something of great value?" Feng Guishou fell silent, ultimately shaking his head as he remarked, "All I know are the legends surrounding the 8 carp confronting the flood dragon stone and its purported ability to calm the waters. But what use is such idle talk? LV Su, despite his genteel appearance and amiable demeanor, is astute and cunning. He would never engage in trivial pursuits. He muttered to himself, seemingly lost in speculation about the stone's hidden significance. Tofu and I exchanged glances, realizing that we would not glean any further insights from him. We shook our heads in unison, disregarding Feng Guishou and retreating to our respective rooms. Reflecting on this experience, it had only been 6 or 7 days. Yet it felt akin to enduring a life-and-death struggle. Now, as I relaxed, the inn's bed, though hard, was a substantial improvement over the damp and uneven cave. I lay down, the temperature just right, not too hot, not too cold, so comfortable that I couldn't suppress a groan. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I fell into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, I contemplated sleeping in tomorrow and then leaving this wretched Feng Guishou village, vowing never to return to such a dismal place. And thus, I succumbed to sleep. The slumber was particularly restful, but in the middle of the night. As I turned over, my hand inadvertently brushed against something warm. Still enmeshed in sleep, I groped around to discern what it was, only to be horrified as I realized it was a human head. I was jolted awake, springing up from the bed only to find that the lamp by my head had been turned on, casting a dim light that revealed Tofu sitting on the bed, his expression blank. A wave of headache washed over me, and I couldn't help but rub my forehead, saying, "Tofu, you'd better have a reasonable explanation for this. What on earth was this fellow doing, barging into my room in the middle of the night?" Glancing at the clock on the wall, I noted it was precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 121. Police Tofu, with his neck drawn in, wore a peculiar expression, as if harboring a troubling secret, appearing quite furtive. A thought crossed my mind, and I asked, "You didn't happen to break something in someone else's room, did you?" I must confess, we find ourselves utterly destitute, and I have no means to compensate. Tofu hastily waved his hands, swallowing hard, and said, "It's not that I fear sleeping alone. This place, it truly harbors something sinister. Last night, as I awoke to relieve myself, I encountered a woman in the restroom, her hair flowing long. Oh, Chun, I implore you, take me in. Shall we not flee under the cover of darkness?" Had this been before, I would have dismissed Tofu's tales of the supernatural without a second thought. However, the experiences of this past month have illuminated the truth that the legends of spirits and phantoms have persisted for millennia, not without reason. Tofu had likely encountered something unclean. After emerging from the tomb of Princess Jagger, Tofu returned the string of peach wood beads to me. It is said that those who delve into the earth, in search of treasures, gradually accumulate a heavy aura of negativity. The atmosphere here is already thick with it, and having just exited the depths, it is likely that the lingering energy has attracted some unwholesome presence towards Tofu. With this thought in mind, I instructed Tofu to lay down beside me. I reasoned that as 2 grown men, armed with a string of protective beads, even if something malevolent were to approach, it would likely hesitate to draw near. Yet, I underestimated my own fortune. When luck wanes, misfortunes abound. I dreamt a curious dream. In the midst of slumber, I felt a pair of delicate hands gliding over my body, a sensation both pleasant and unnerving, followed by a waft of enchanting fragrance. In the dream state, my guard was down, and upon opening my eyes, I was astonished to find my former girlfriend, Xiao Jing, nestled in my embrace, still as captivating as ever. She murmured, "Where have you been? It's been so long since you visited. Have you found someone new?" Sometimes, in dreams, one possesses the awareness that they are dreaming, and I was in that state of realization, calm as I observed the woman before me without uttering a word. Xiao Jing smiled and leaned in to kiss me. Even in the dream, a flicker of anger surged within me, thinking, "Why can't you find some peace? You can't live without a man." With that thought, I kicked her away, reasoning that since I was in a dream, I need not show tenderness or protect my female counterpart. My foot connected, and Xiao Jing tumbled to the ground, crying out. When she looked up, I was taken aback. She had transformed into Gu Wanmin. In that fleeting moment, I was ensnared by the dream, my earlier awareness dissipating entirely upon seeing Gu Wanmin. Realizing what I had done, I called her name and rushed to help her up. I assisted her to sit on the bed, where she cradled her abdomen, appearing pained. Panic surged within me as I examined her injuries. The ensuing moments were all too evident. We drew closer, breaths quickening, collapsing onto the bed, lost in a whirlwind of passion, as if we were deities in bliss. In simple terms, I had indulged in a vivid dream of desire. Scientists assert that experiencing erotic dreams is indicative of excessive stress. It seems my mind is indeed overwhelmed. I spent the entire night enmeshed in such dreams. Upon awakening, I found my underwear completely soaked and my legs trembled as I walked. When I glanced in the mirror during my morning routine, I was taken aback. Tofu, who was brushing his teeth, caught sight of my face and swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste in shock, exclaiming, "Old Chun, what has happened to your once charming visage? The face that turns heads and causes flat tires in the workshop?" The reflection revealed a face tinged with a pallor reminiscent of a bedridden patient, akin to a character from a television drama, drained of vitality by a malevolent spirit. As I contemplated the events of the previous night, realization dawned upon me, and I inwardly cursed my misfortune. When luck wanes, calamity follows. If my suspicions are correct, the absurd dream I had was likely the result of some sinister influence. I had assumed that the presence of those prayer beads, coupled with the masculine energy shared between Tofu and myself, would safeguard us from harm. However, it appeared that the malevolent force still dared to approach me, perhaps tied to the curse associated with that haunted place. It continued to exert its influence over my life, and I feared to contemplate what might transpire next if this continued unchecked. I paid no heed to Tofu. Despite our close camaraderie, I could not divulge, "Oh, I had a dream last night involving an intimate encounter with Guangtou, leaving me utterly drained today." If I were to confess, I could envision it becoming a lifelong source of ridicule for me. I promptly ushered Tofu out of the bathroom, took a quick shower, and resolved to leave this cursed place with him. I had grown weary of the unknown dangers that lingered. As we prepared to depart, Tofu suggested, "Shall we invite the fellow with the surname Feng to join us?" I inquired, "Why would we do that?" Tofu regarded me with disdain, gently touching my forehead, and remarked, "Old Chun, you usually possess such intelligence. Why the sudden lapse? We are short on funds and need to hitch a ride with Feng." His words struck a chord, and I recognized that the previous night's ordeal had indeed affected my focus. With Tofu's reminder, we decided to seek out Feng, only to discover he had already vacated the premises, leaving Tofu incensed as he vocally condemned Feng's ancestors. At this juncture, our only option was to exit the village and devise a plan thereafter. If all else failed, we might reach out to acquaintances for assistance. However, as we descended the stairs, we noticed 3 individuals entering the inn. They immediately caught our attention due to their striking presence, clad in police uniforms. Tofu leaned in and whispered, "When in need, seek the help of the police. Our bank cards are lost. Even if we wish to transfer some funds, it would be impossible. Perhaps we should ask the officers to escort us home." Remaining composed, I gestured to Tofu that we should retreat, but it was too late. The 3 officers had already spotted us. One of them pointed at us and coldly commanded, "Stop right there, you two. Come down and accompany us for a moment." Tofu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he remarked, "How impressive. True to their role, they recognize our need for assistance and are summoning us." I could only manage a bitter smile, pondering to myself that it was improbable for the police to appear out of nowhere in this remote mountain village, let alone rush into this very inn. The moment I laid eyes on them, I realized they were likely the same group that had been trailing Wei Nanjing. I was taken aback by their persistence. They had not dispersed even until now. That fool, Tofu, still believed they were benevolent police officers, when in truth, they were merely a band of peculiar uncles eager to treat us to a stay in prison. At this point, escape was no longer an option. I could only gauge the situation and, despite the gravity of the circumstances, I knew I could not confess to anything. To flee would only betray a guilty conscience. Thus, I chose not to shatter Tofu's illusions, allowing him to indulge in his fanciful notion of police officers coming to our rescue. I sluggishly made my way downstairs and greeted, "Comrades, is there something amiss?" Tofu, peering over my shoulder, chimed in, "Officer, we've lost our wallet. Could you kindly assist us in retrieving it?" I turned to him, momentarily at a loss for words, before affectionately patting his head and replying, "Fear not, brother. I shall take you to the finest hospital. Ignorance is a condition that requires treatment." The police, however, appeared none too friendly. Their expressions were impassive as they scrutinized both Tofu and me, inquiring, "Might we have your names?" To protect Tofu from his own folly, I hastily answered, "I am Lu Guiqiang." Tofu, not entirely dim-witted, quickly fabricated, "I am Ma Wukong." The officer continued, "Please present your identification." I retorted, "We are here for tourism and lost our documents and wallet while fleeing from a wild animal." The trio of officers exchanged glances, and just then, one of their phones rang. He stepped outside to take the call, returning shortly to wave his hand dismissively, declaring, "It's them, Chen Xian, Douboji. Take them away." Tofu finally grasped the dire situation and glared defiantly, exclaiming, "On what grounds do you apprehend us? Even as officers? You must have evidence, right? What crime have we committed?" One officer coldly fixed his gaze on us, stating, "What crime? You know that better than anyone. I am merely fulfilling a duty and shall not make things overly difficult for you. We won't even cuff you. If you cooperate, all will be well. Resist, and we shall respond in kind." I glanced past the doorway and noticed that the arrival of the police had drawn a crowd of villagers. With the authorities focused on us, any thought of escape seemed futile. The public security network was no mere decoration. Even if we attempted to flee, it would be in vain, resulting in a manhunt. How could they know our names? Who had sent them? A vague suspicion began to form in my mind, though I was reluctant to entertain it. Shortly after, Tofu and I were escorted to an open area outside the village, a parking lot where 2 police cars were stationed. Beside one of them stood a familiar figure, clad in a crisp uniform, who abruptly turned to face us. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized her, Gu Wanmin. Tofu, rendered speechless, glanced at the aloof and statuesque Gu Wanmin by the police car, then sighed in resignation, saying to me, "Old Chun, it seems our earlier conjectures were correct. Do not be disheartened. Women are like garments. We can always choose another." I paid no heed to Tofu, feeling little within, perhaps having sensed her true identity back in the canyon. Yet, I had not anticipated that after such a harrowing ordeal, she would refuse even a semblance of leniency. Her sense of justice and dedication truly astounded me. Subsequently, I averted my gaze from Gu Wanmin and took my seat in the police vehicle. Chapter 122. Incarceration. The vehicle traversed the muddy paths leading away from the village, gradually departing from the confines of Feng Guishou village. The atmosphere inside the car was decidedly quiet, with only the officer driving, Tofu, and myself remaining. An air of somberness enveloped us. Moments later, it was Tofu who could no longer contain himself. He turned to Gu Wanmin and said, "Sister, you're being rather unreasonable. Considering old Chun risked his life to save us, you shouldn't have turned against us so swiftly." Upon hearing Tofu's veiled remark, the officer in front shot him a fierce glare through the rearview mirror. The reality was unmistakable. Gu Wanmin must be one of the officers who had pursued Wei Nanjing's group, likely seeking to catch us red-handed. She had probably deduced that Tofu and I were up to no good and had infiltrated our ranks under the pretext of hitching a ride. Anticipating this outcome, I felt little anger, only a quiet regret for having shown compassion at that moment. The memories of last night's dream occasionally flickered through my mind, leaving me feeling somewhat awkward. The sight of Gu Wanmin inevitably conjured images of her out of uniform, which was decidedly inappropriate, compelling me to force my gaze away. After a while, Gu Wanmin spoke softly, "Old Chun, are you still angry?" I remained silent, but Tofu interjected, "You're taking us both to prison. How could we not be upset?" Gu Wanmin replied, "Who compelled you to abandon your professions to become tomb raiders? I am a police officer, and combating criminal forces is my duty." Her words rang true. Regardless of our prior camaraderie, engaging in illicit activities was inherently unlawful, making her actions as an officer entirely justifiable. Gu Wanmin then adopted a more serious demeanor, adding, "Moreover, I am not the only one responsible for this operation. I genuinely wanted to assist you." She sighed, falling silent thereafter. For the remainder of our journey, likely due to Gu Wanmin's presence, the police officers treated us with a measure of courtesy. After about 3 days of intermittent travel, we arrived in the capital. I had previously visited Beijing a few times for business, but my visits had always been fleeting, leaving me with little impression of the city. I had yet to pay my respects to the portrait of the elder statesman. Little did I expect that this time, I would be ushered directly into a detention center. Tofu and I were placed in a solitary cell. The food was decent, and apart from our lack of freedom, conditions were tolerable. They even arranged for a doctor to tend to my injuries and provide medication. I adopted a mindset of acceptance, collapsing onto the bed and drifting into a deep slumber. Tofu, in a state of agitation, yanked me from the bed and shook my shoulders, exclaiming, "The fire's at our heels. How can you still sleep? Aren't you supposed to be the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? Hurry, devise a plan to escape. I haven't married yet, and I certainly don't wish to spend the rest of my life in prison." I found myself unable to endure the incessant clamor of Tofu, so I finally spoke up, saying, "Do not fret. Even if the sky were to collapse, it would not crush you. If they wish to see us imprisoned, It is far from a simple endeavor. Tofu, sensing the gravity of my tone, fixed his gaze upon me and, lowering his voice, remarked, "I see. It appears you have already devised a strategy." I replied, "Do you comprehend why I transformed from a mere silk into a wealthy and handsome figure, while you have devolved from a privileged heir into obscurity? The answer lies in wisdom." Tofu, clearly irked, retorted, "Damn it, you may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. Spare me the bravado. What is truly going on?" Noticing Tofu's genuine agitation, I sought to prevent any rash actions on his part. So I gathered my thoughts and recounted the events at hand. The entire situation seemed to revolve around Gu Wanmin, an undercover officer who had apprehended Tofu and me at the scene of our alleged crime. However, as events unfolded, an increasing number of discrepancies emerged. Firstly, concerning our interrogation procedure. According to proper protocol, before Tofu and I could be incarcerated, a formal interrogation would need to take place, followed by a determination of charges. And only then could we be temporarily detained until sufficient evidence warranted a sentence. Yet, upon our arrival in Beijing, we exited the vehicle and were taken to a location that blatantly deviated from standard procedures. Moreover, Tofu and I remained clad in our own garments. Under normal circumstances, prisoners are subjected to head shaving, disinfection, and the donning of prison attire. None of these procedures had been enacted, and even the items I had retrieved from the coffin of Princess Gidge remained on my person. We had not even undergone a basic search. Upon hearing this, Tofu's eyes brightened with understanding as he exclaimed, "So, you're saying this arrest was inherently flawed? Their true intention is not to imprison us. They must have other plans." "Huh. Regardless, as long as we avoid incarceration, everything is negotiable." Though Tofu appeared jubilant, I felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. Thus, I coolly responded, "We are essentially being held unlawfully. Yet, the individuals detaining us are police officers. Who, then, commands them? This person must possess significant influence. The intent behind our arrest was not merely to convict us through this operation. The rationale for our current confinement likely extends beyond that." Tofu, despite his aversion to deep contemplation, possessed a nimble intellect when he chose to engage it. After a moment of reflection, he lowered his voice once more and said, "Now that you mention it, there is another anomaly. By capturing us, they could easily trace the matter back to old Master Zhao, which would inevitably lead to the underground dealings in Shenzhen and involve LV Su and others. This is a major case. They should not be so lax with us. Are they perhaps considering using us as bait to lure old Master Zhao?" I replied, "Is there a contract binding us to old Master Zhao? Without any proof, we cannot serve as bait. Do you think old Master Zhao is a fool? Knowing we are in trouble, would he simply wait idly? I predict that he will seek to protect himself by utilizing certain connections to extricate Tofu and me. Even if he chooses not to intervene, those orchestrating our detention cannot feasibly keep us confined indefinitely. As long as he has a purpose, there will inevitably come a day when his true nature is revealed. Therefore, there is no need for any action now. Simply eat well, sleep well, and nurture oneself back to health." Upon hearing this, Tofu gave a thumbs up, showering me with compliments. We engaged in a few casual exchanges before succumbing to slumber. Shortly after awakening, a meal was brought to us. Unlike ancient times, prisoners no longer receive meals in their cells. Instead, they collect their food from a communal dining hall, with the guards providing no such service. Upon opening the meal, to my delight, I discovered fish and meat, both hearty and vegetarian dishes, accompanied by a bowl of chicken soup that wafted an enticing aroma. It dawned on me that this was likely a special arrangement made by Gu Wanmin for Tofu and me. Without further ado, we eagerly dug in. Although our freedom was curtailed, the safety of our surroundings allowed us to relish our meal without the fear of imminent threats. After finishing, we engaged in lighthearted banter, thoroughly enjoying ourselves. Finding the atmosphere a bit dull, Tofu decided to entertain me with a joke. He recounted a tale of a foreigner who was particularly eager to learn English but could never distinguish between iron and steel. One day, upon returning home, he found that his iron gate was stuck. He shouted in Mandarin toward the window, "Wife, quickly open the steel gate." His wife, also somewhat inept, replied in Mandarin, "The steel gate is jammed. Come in and fix it." Hilarity ensued. "Isn't that funny?" Tofu laughed. I responded, "Turn around and look behind you." Tofu, whose sense of humor was rather simplistic, burst into tears from laughter at the absurdity of the joke. Upon turning around, he was startled to see Gu Wanmin standing there. Her face flushed, and her dark eyes seemingly ablaze. I arrived the moment you began telling that joke, she said, her tone sharp. Tofu chuckled nervously, inching backward while glancing at the firearm holstered at Gu Wanmin's waist. Had I known you were here, I wouldn't have told that one. Would you like me to tell another? Gu Wanmin crossed her arms, fuming. I was worried about your emotional stability in here, but it seems I was overly concerned. Xiaodou, I thought you were led astray by Qin Xian, but it appears you'll be enjoying prison food tonight. With that, she stormed away, leaving Tofu lamenting. And as expected, when dinner arrived that evening, his bowl contained only cabbage and radishes. Life in prison required no further contemplation, as no one paid us any mind. Tofu and I spent 2 days there, and the fatigue accumulated from prior events dissipated, with our injuries nearly healed. We passed the time sharing risky jokes. Initially, we could sit through the exchanges, but as Tofu exhausted his repertoire of jokes, we began to yearn for freedom, calling out, "Hello, hello." The guard on duty, having developed a casual rapport with us over the past few days, sauntered over and remarked, "What's this? Ready to start telling jokes again? I can't indulge today. The higher-ups are inspecting." Tofu inquired, "Officer, when will the two of us be allowed to leave?" The guard, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "Oh, I thought you two were enjoying yourselves so much that you were quite comfortable here. This is how imprisonment should feel, after all, every day after work." I returned home to a humble meal of 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by lao gan ma, fermented tofu, and spicy kimchi, washed down with a cup of plain water. Observing your lavish feasts of fish and meat, I often find myself yearning for confinement. The prison guard, hailing from Shandong, exhibits a particularly unreliable demeanor, often rambling on about unrelated matters. As soon as I sense he has veered off topic, I hastily interject, saying, "Officer, life is arduous, and you are a respected exemplar. Once we are released, we shall treat you to a grand meal. However, I must ask you for a favor. Could you please reach out to Gu Wanmin on our behalf?" The guard chuckled in response, stating, "Officer Gu has been handling cases of cultural relic theft. She leads the Special Operations Unit. It's evident that you two are quite familiar with her. With her connections, you shouldn't have to endure your sentence for long. However, her phone is notoriously difficult to reach. As you know, China Mobile has raised its prices again, while our police salaries remain unchanged, making life quite challenging." I remarked, 10 Peking ducks. Upon hearing this, the guard pointed at me with a serious expression, declaring, "Await my news. I will attend to it promptly." Chapter 1. News. The guard hurried away, leaving Tofu and me languishing in our cell for over half an hour. Eventually, a message arrived. Gu Wanmin was unavailable, but had conveyed a message, "Leave everything to me." Tofu and I exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher the meaning behind her words. Tofu speculated, does she mean she will find a way to get us out? If she intends to rescue us, why did she apprehend us in the first place? When we were first taken in, Gu Wanmin had been the officer overseeing the cultural relic theft cases, while Tofu and I were mere tomb raiders. Thus our arrest was justified. However, Gu Wanmin was not acting alone. It seems she later found herself powerless to assist Tofu and me, given the multitude of officers stationed around us. I surmised she was currently occupied, striving to leverage her connections to extricate us. With this thought, any lingering resentment towards Gu Wanmin dissipated, and Tofu and I patiently awaited developments. On the 3rd day, when mealtime arrived, we still saw no sign of food being delivered. Leaning against the iron bars, we gazed longingly into the distance, until we spotted Gu Wanmin approaching in her police uniform, flanked by 2 guards who opened the door at her signal. Once the door swung open, she offered no opportunity for conversation. With a serious expression, she gestured for us to follow her, stating, "You may leave now. Come with me." Clearly, this was not a moment for idle chatter. Grateful for the chance to escape, Tofu and I followed her without further ado. Soon, we emerged from the cell into an open space filled with numerous vehicles. Gu Wanmin ushered us to a car, turned around, and tossed a wallet to me, saying, "Your identification and cards have been taken care of during this time. The situation is somewhat complicated. I have temporarily managed to extricate you through my connections. However," Tofu interjected anxiously, "however what? Please do not let them take me back. I feel suffocated." Gu Wanmin seemed to grapple with unspoken burdens, casting a glance at me through the rearview mirror, shaking her head slightly as she said, "It's complicated. I have no control over the ultimate outcome. Although I am the one overseeing this operation, I am not the sole individual monitoring this case. I have done my utmost to suppress the situation. You may attend to your own matters, I will inform you when the time comes. Given the current circumstances, it seems that Gu Wanmin has indeed invested considerable effort. During our time recuperating in confinement, both Tofu and I have regained our color. While Gu Wanmin's beautiful visage bears the marks of fatigue, my heart softened, and I refrained from mentioning the project, instead inquiring, "How did you manage to escape from that water hole? Was it also Lu Su who saved you?" Lu Su? Gu Wanmin shook her head, her delicate brows arching slightly. "In fact, we practiced diving during special training. After we submerged, Lu Su quickly disappeared. I saw you and Xiao Dou fainting, so I dragged you both to the shore. Upon reaching the surface, I found no one else." Tofu exclaimed, "So it was you who rescued me from the depths? My goodness, Gu, you really kept that well hidden." Noticing that Tofu and I had calmed down, Gu Wanmin's previously taut expression relaxed, and she chuckled, jesting, "One must always keep a card up their sleeve in every situation." As she spoke, she paused in front of a hotel, retrieving a room key from her pocket. She informed us that she had already reserved accommodations for both Tofu and me, allowing us to rest before deciding whether to return to Shenzhen or stay in Beijing. As the situation remained unresolved, and it would be prudent to deliberate nearby should any issues arise. With her own business to attend to, Gu Wanmin departed in her car. Tofu gazed at her retreating vehicle, marveling, "What a splendid woman. She manages everything so impeccably." "Lao Chun, what do you think of Gu Wanmin? Is there a spark between you two?" I did not respond. Seeing my silence, Tofu grew anxious, saying, "Hey, you aren't still thinking about that woman surnamed Xiao, are you? She is enamored not with you, but with your wealth. You mustn't be entranced by her beauty. Besides, Gu Wanmin is no less than her." I disregarded Tofu's remarks and continued toward the hotel, yet my mind inadvertently drifted back to Xiao Jing. After all, I had spent 3 years with her, filled with moments of joy, and it was not so easy to let go. However, at the moment Gu Wanmin handed me the wallet, I felt as if my tranquil heart had been doused with warm water. Xiao Jing had grown accustomed to my kindness, my attentiveness, and my willingness to care for her even after exhausting social obligations. Yet, she rarely reciprocated. Once, she had cooked for me but complained about the discomfort from the smoke, only to request money the next day for beauty treatments. No woman had ever exhausted herself for my sake, as Gu Wanmin had. Lost in thought, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Tofu, startled, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" "No, I have only just realized how foolish I had been," I replied. Tofu, somewhat puzzled, muttered something about me being a weirdo before collapsing onto the couch to watch television. Unlike him, I couldn't afford to be so carefree. Seizing the opportunity while Tofu was engrossed in the show, I called Old Zhao. The call was answered by an employee of Dengfeng Building, who promptly transferred me to Old Zhao. Before I could speak, he said, "I am aware of your situation. Have you retrieved the items?" I muttered curses under my breath at that old man. In the confinement of the cell with Tofu, he dared not speak of his concerns. Yet now he had the audacity to bring up the matter. I replied nonchalantly, "Hasn't Feng Jiangyi informed you who took the items?" The old man Zhao's voice was hoarse, tinged with irritation as he responded, "If it weren't for the incident in Nanjing, we wouldn't have been so easily deceived. Humph, they claim it was devoured by the Jialong. I suspect that both Nanjing and Xiao Luo were eliminated by El Su." His words implied that he believed Wei Nanjing and Luo Duran had indeed fallen victim to El Su. I had never harbored a fondness for El Su, always perceiving him as excessively meticulous, shrouded in an inscrutable aura. However, after the Jialong incident, while my initial opinion of him remained unchanged, I no longer regarded him with enmity. Regardless of his motives, it was an undeniable fact that he had saved my life. Thus, I remarked, "It's unfortunate that Wei Nanjing met his demise too soon. Seeking my assistance now is futile. The items are in El Su's possession. Given your extensive connections, retrieving them should not pose a challenge for you, should it? El Su is an associate you arranged. I acquired those items from the tomb of the Ghost King and the Dragon. If your appointed individuals have betrayed you and refused to return the items, that is no concern of mine. I have fulfilled my obligations. The items left by Chen Ci should now be given to me." Zhao's frustration was palpable as he let out a heavy huff, darkly stating, "You are correct. According to our agreement, I do owe you the items. However, I must first acquire the Jinhai stone before I can hand them over to you." "Why is that?" I inquired. Zhao explained, "That was our original agreement. Without the Jinhai stone, what use would the items be to you, even if I were to give them?" Before I could respond further, Zhao continued, "It seems you two have benefactors aiding you. I shall not expend further effort on you. Await my news." With that, he abruptly ended the call, and despite my composure, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Turning to Tofu, I shared the details, to which he queried with skepticism. "Does your father's bequest truly relate to the Jinhai stone and the 8 carp battling the Jiaolong? I can't shake the feeling that this Zhao is deceiving us. What do you intend to do? The tiger may not roar, but he treats us as feeble cats. Since he is so eager to obtain the Jinhai stone, I shall not grant him his wish." Tofu exclaimed, "Are you planning to seek out El Su? How do you intend to find him? We never exchanged phone numbers." I replied, "Those who delve into the underworld and excavate treasures frequently change their contact information. Even if we had a number, it would be ineffective now. El Su is well known in our circles. We can inquire about him. How do we go about that?" Tofu pressed. "Once the treasures are unearthed, they must be sold. In this industry, the most widespread information circulates in the local antique markets. Whether one seeks to acquire goods, sell them, or organize excavations, these venues are inextricably linked. Coincidentally, Beijing's Panjiayuan is the most bustling antique hub in the nation. In terms of scale, it pales in comparison to Shenzhen's antique market. However, one cannot overlook the historical essence of Panjiayuan, which exudes a sense of antiquity that appears somewhat outmoded. It lacks the grandeur of places like Lulikang. Yet a clandestine trade thrives within its confines, bustling with a constant flow of people, each a stranger to the other. Inquiring for information, there is perhaps the most reliable approach. By now, it was afternoon, and with Panjiayuan closing at 6, my companion Tofu and I decided to visit the following day. Lacking any other attire, we opted for a hot pot dinner and purchased 2 sets of clothing nearby, refreshing ourselves before delving into some online research and then retiring for the night. The next morning, Tofu and I rose early and took a taxi to Panjiayuan. Historically, Panjiayuan served as a marketplace for second-hand goods, where one could occasionally stumble upon genuine antiques due to the nature of its trade. Over time, it evolved into a hub primarily focused on antique transactions. Naturally, the vast majority of antiques are counterfeit. The items displayed prominently are often not of significant value. The true treasures are typically reserved for clandestine dealings below the surface. Previously, Panjiayuan hosted a ghost market or night market. In the stillness before dawn, the area lay desolate, devoid of neon lights, surveillance cameras, and comprehensive security measures. As night fell, Panjiayuan descended into darkness. Vendors at the ghost market would lay out cloth curtains on the ground, displaying their wares for trade. The term ghost market arises from the nocturnal nature of these transactions, where the goods are often of dubious origin, unsuitable for daylight exposure. Transactions occurred under the cover of night, with each party unable to discern the other's face, relying solely on a coded language. For instance, a vendor might lay a cloth before them, adorned with a myriad of counterfeit items, while nearby burned a white candle accompanied by a bowl of insipid vegetable broth. To the uninitiated, this might appear to be the setup of a destitute individual unable to afford a proper stall, yet those in the know could perceive the subtle cues. The white candle symbolized illumination, signifying a connection to the underworld, indicating that this vendor specialized in the sale of funerary items derived from the depths of the earth. The bowl of green vegetable broth, its hue reminiscent of bronze, signified substantial dealings. Even if one possessed genuine bronze items of high value, they would be welcomed here. During negotiations, buyers and sellers eschewed direct pricing, instead employing a series of coded phrases and gestures. Chapter 2. Transactions. Those engaged in trade would begin with verbal codes. For example, a seller might say, "newly unearthed mountain roots," with mountain roots referring to jade artifacts. Upon hearing this, an interested buyer would inquire further, asking, "What is the weight of the mountain roots?" This weight referred not to actual mass, but rather to the item's antiquity. After exchanging coded messages and details about the goods, if both parties wished to pursue the transaction, they would proceed to assess the value. In the past, transactions were marked by wide sleeves, allowing individuals to conceal their hands while gesturing discreetly to indicate their bids. Once a price was established, they would then move to a legitimate shop for further discussions. Should anyone wish to organize a discerning eye for uncovering hidden treasures, that too was permissible. Those antique shops, which have stood the test of time, typically possess their own suppliers. If one wishes to delve into this realm, it suffices to identify such establishments. Once trust is established, they will facilitate connections, and upon successful transactions, the shop will retain all the acquired items. The intricacies of this trade are numerous, and I have only scratched the surface of understanding. Presently, Panjiayuan has undergone modern renovations. The ghost market has vanished, and among the goods, it is said that 99 out of 100 items are counterfeit. These fakes are specifically designed to deceive foreign patrons. In recent years, foreigners have developed a particular admiration for Chinese antiques and frequent Panjiayuan in search of treasure. Although circumstances evolve and the landscape shifts, these clandestine dealings continue to thrive in Panjiayuan. There is a saying that encapsulates this. For those unversed in antiques, one should visit Lulikang, where the prevalence of fakes is lower and the likelihood of being duped is minimal, albeit with a limited selection of quality items. True connoisseurs, adept at observation, listening, scenting, and articulating, flock to Panjiayuan. Though it may appear somewhat shabby, the underground currents are teeming with genuine treasures. As I alighted with my companion, Tofu, we meandered inward. Regardless of the time, this place is perpetually bustling, far more vibrant than the opulent antique markets of Shenzhen. Within, we jostled amidst the throngs, perspiring profusely, flanked by stalls displaying a myriad of wares: yellow goods, white goods, mountain roots, double rounds, mixed balls, soft and hard pieces, and a plethora of items, both named and unnamed. Tofu and I were dazzled by the array before us, all imitations of antiquity, while the air was filled with the boisterous exchanges of vendors proclaiming their wares, such as a pair of pearl earrings worn by Empress Cixi and a gilded dragon bucket once used by Emperor Tongji. After a circuitous exploration, we encountered only inferior merchandise. I mused that those peddling their wares were likely selling low-quality items, and true experts might still be found within the shop interiors. As I planned to hasten our pace, I suddenly overheard a vendor nearby attempting to bamboozle a foreigner. This vendor, sporting a noodle-like hairstyle and clad in a cultural shirt, wore a visage marked by large blemishes that could frighten any unsuspecting young lady. He held a bowl, a piece of chinko, which was yellow and adorned with a colorful dragon, as he spun his tale to the foreigner, claiming it to be Kangxi yellow glazed porcelain, insisting it was invaluable. "Since you are a kindred spirit," he proclaimed, "antiques thrive on fate. For 2,000 yuan, it can be yours, and we shall become friends." Tofu, lacking expertise in antiques, questioned, "Can such a broken bowl truly be worth 2,000? I replied, "The finest yellow glazed porcelain from the Qing dynasty, with the highest craftsmanship, originates from the Yongjing period. Kangxi yellow glaze is fine and lustrous, resembling chicken fat, hence its alternative name, chicken oil yellow. The body is thick and translucent. Observe the bowl. The glaze is rough and greenish, with a suspicious sheen. Without even handling it, one can discern its inferiority. It is a mass-produced item, and even 20 yuan would be excessive." Despite the bustling atmosphere, my voice was subdued. To my surprise, the foreigner understood my words perfectly and, upon hearing my assessment, immediately denounced the vendor as a fraud, exclaiming, "Let us get away from this scammer." The vendor suddenly became incensed, placing his hands on his hips and scrutinizing me with an expression of indignation. "It is evident that you possess some skill," he remarked, "but if you lack understanding, refrain from making foolish statements. The glaze appears green. It is egg yolk green glaze. And this shine? It is not a mere sheen. It is the luster of oil, cultivated over years of handling. Are you here to disrupt my business?" The term oil luster refers to the natural oils from human touch. An antique that has been frequently handled absorbs these oils over time, resulting in a glossy surface. Generally, artifacts exhibiting such luster cannot be counterfeit. However, the true value of antiques lies in one's discerning eye. If that bowl were indeed a genuine piece from the Kangxi era, it could not possibly be priced at a mere 2,000. It would command at least 200,000. I had no desire to engage in a futile debate with this individual. As I prepared to leave with the tofu, the vendor abruptly stepped in front of me, declaring, "You shall not leave until you clarify your intentions." I am typically more inclined to acquiesce than to confront, but his words ignited my ire. With a cold chuckle, I contemplated demonstrating my authority. However, he suddenly lowered his voice and uttered, "The mountain root holds the phoenix, 6 sixes, let us speak further." Tofu, already brimming with bravado, retorted, "What nonsense about 6 sixes? Spare me the theatrics. If you dare not engage, step aside." I found Tofu's arrogance amusing. He was a quintessential bully, emboldened by the presence of others. Had I not been there, I could assure you that he would have been begging for mercy in a similar situation. Tofu was oblivious, but I understood that the vendor was using coded language. The mountain root holds the phoenix indicated that he was aware I possessed genuine jade artifacts, unearthed from a female tomb. As for the 6 it seemed to represent a price he was quoting, though I was not fully versed in the lingo and could not discern its exact meaning. My curiosity piqued. I wondered how he knew I had something of value. Did I betray any signs? This thought compelled me to say to him, "The earth must be turned, and the goods must be renewed. Let us proceed." Upon hearing the code, his eyes brightened, and he promptly signaled to another vendor, requesting assistance in watching his stall as he led us forward. As we moved ahead, the street vendors became noticeably sparse, flanked by small antique shops on either side. He guided us into one such establishment, marked Shiju Lai Shi. The term Shi naturally referred to jade. The shop was modest, with a row of glass display cases and a screen behind them. Upon entering, he swiftly closed the door and, noticing Tofu's fascination with the assorted jade pieces, remarked, "Gentlemen, these are mere imitations, unworthy of your discerning eyes. Let us converse within." His demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He now assumed the role of a gracious host. Tofu muttered, "What were you two discussing just now?" I gestured to him, signaling to observe the situation quietly. Beyond the screen lay a small chamber, and once we were seated, I inquired, "How did you discern that I possessed something of value?" The man chuckled and remarked, "In this line of work, what one truly requires is discernment. One must not only possess keen sight, but also a refined sense of smell. When it comes to olfactory prowess, I humbly assert that I am second to none in Panjiayuan. From the moment you two passed by my stall, I detected an unmistakable scent of decay emanating from you, suggesting you have recently emerged from a grave, and I surmise you are in possession of something quite valuable." Tofu, intrigued, exclaimed, "You can discern that we carry funerary items merely by scent? Surely you jest. If you can accurately determine how many days it has been since I last washed my feet, I shall believe your claims." The man, evidently unaccustomed to Tofu's sharp wit, offered a wry smile and said, "You do have a knack for humor. To be forthright, it's not merely about scent, it's also about observation. The odor of decomposition on you is unmistakably potent. Others may not perceive it, but it is evident to me. As I caught a whiff, I began to scrutinize you." He gestured toward my pocket, stating, "The bulge there is not from cigarettes or a lighter. The three-ring pattern suggests it must be a jade rui. Am I correct?" I recalled tales from my grandfather about the astute appraisers in the tomb raiding trade. One could simply hold an ancient artifact to their nose and ascertain its age. There was a humorous anecdote about a grave robber who unearthed a dragon-headed plug. Upon inspecting it, an appraiser immediately declared, "This is ill-fated." The tomb owner must have suffered from severe constipation at the time of death, for the stench is overwhelming. Such skilled appraisers are rare, and I was taken aback by this seemingly unremarkable man's talents. He introduced himself as Shur, originally named Shur Leiluo, but known in the industry as Stone Bump. It was said that the bumps on his face were a result of a mishap involving misidentified goods. A rogue excavator had exhumed a giant crimson toad from a Republican-era grave, which startled him so much that he struck it down with a short-handled hoe. The blood of the toad stained the artifacts within the coffin. Local lore claimed that a fully red toad was a toad king, highly toxic and odorless. Anything it touched would bear its poison. The grave robber, having heard these tales, wrapped the items in cloth and brought them to Stone Bump, feigning ignorance and obtaining a low price. Believing he had stumbled upon a great bargain, Stone Bump bought the items, but shortly thereafter, bumps appeared on his face that no remedy could alleviate. Since the time of his great-grandfather, Stone Bump's family had been involved in the antiquities trade, establishing a presence in Panjiayuan for 2 generations. He was well acquainted with every facet of the trade, from excavation to sale, and held a certain renown in the antique circles of Beijing. I mused that if he were indeed so esteemed, why had I never heard of him? Clearly, he was a braggart. Tofu and I took a seat, listening as his tales grew increasingly dubious, prompting me to interject, "Are you actually interested in purchasing our items?" I harbored my own intentions. With the authorities watching us, our goods were becoming too hot to handle, and it would be prudent to sell them soon. Additionally, as a local figure in Panjiayuan, Stone Bump might possess insights into current market trends and perhaps even information regarding El Su. Chapter 3. The Divine Tree's square earrings. Upon seeing me and Tofu intending to sell items, he finally returned to the main topic. During that incident with Princess Gige's coffin, I had touched 4 items in total. One was a jade pendant hanging around the princess's neck, which I found somewhat familiar and intended to study further. The other 3 items included a jade ring, a treasure bat, and an unknown material plaque, the peculiar shape of which intrigued me, so I took it as well. Stone Gourd instructed me to place the items on the table before he began to examine them slowly. There exists a customary protocol in the antiques trade. Transactions must not occur by hand. When buying or inspecting items, one must not receive or hand them directly. They should be placed on the table for the buyer to examine. Otherwise, if something is dropped or mishandled, who would bear the responsibility? Antiques can often be worth tens of thousands, even millions. A single misstep could lead to financial ruin. Tofu and I sat on stools, sipping tea while waiting for Stone Gourd to make an offer. After a prolonged examination, he picked up the first item and remarked, "This jade ring is designed for women and is quite rare. Rings symbolize authority, typically found in male graves, while female graves yield far fewer. However, this ring has turned yellow, evidently deeply stained by corpse oil. When jade absorbs such oils, it is termed dead jade. Most people avoid purchasing such items. They are unappealing and considered inauspicious. I can offer a maximum of 20,000. 20,000? Tofu exclaimed. So our lives are worth so little? After all that effort, we only stumble upon items worth 20,000? Old Chun, your judgment is lacking. I scrutinized Stone Gourd and quickly discerned that he was attempting to swindle us. The notion of corpse oil and dead jade was merely a ploy to drive the price down. I intended to inquire about El Su, but refrained from responding, signaling him to continue. Believing he had successfully deceived me, Stone Gourd's demeanor brightened as he proceeded to evaluate the second item, dismissing it as worthless. Auspicious objects adorned with gold are valued, but this one lacks jade, rendering it inferior and rather tacky. Moreover, the gold has darkened over time, and the rubies embedded within are also stained with corpse oil. No good, no good. He sighed dramatically, then, with a determined expression, stated, "Given that such a large market like Panjiayuan has allowed you to encounter me upon entry, it must be fate. Hence, I will buy this item at the highest price of 50,000. It cannot exceed that. What do you think?" I chuckled inwardly, thinking, what a ridiculous offer. 50,000. Unless I were out of my mind. However, I maintained a composed facade, feigning disappointment and gesturing for him to continue. Stone Gourd, displaying a certain acumen, changed his demeanor upon examining the third item. His expression shifted dramatically. He shook his head, sighed, and then clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "This is a remarkable find." The object measured approximately 3 inches long and 2 inches wide, with a dark hue, featuring square ring ears on either side. It felt solid and heavy, with a texture unlike gold or iron, leaving me uncertain of its material. Given Stone Gourd's evident intent to undervalue items, it was unusual for him to praise something so openly in front of the seller. Yet, his inability to contain his excitement led me to ponder whether this truly was a treasure. Tofu had long been deceived by Stone Boulder. Having heard that the item they had procured was worth merely 50,000, he felt utterly disheartened, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, and began contemplating how to engage in a second contest. Upon witnessing the admiration radiating from Stone Boulder, his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he exclaimed, "Pray tell, is this treasure truly valuable? How much can it fetch?" Stone Boulder glanced at us both and queried, "Do you know what this is?" Tofu and I shook our heads in unison. Adopting an air of profound mystery, he lowered his voice and continued, "This item is unfamiliar to me as well, but judging by its design and the engravings upon it, it is clearly a sacred artifact of the Tatar people. For the time being, let us bestow upon it the name black wooden square earring divine plaque. The Tatar tribe venerates shamanism, which holds that all things possess a spirit, and that the souls of humans and the world are interconnected. Consequently, every shaman has a personal deity. Observe the peculiar creature depicted on this plaque. It represents a personal deity. Such plaques are exclusive to shamanic priests, and as they adhere to cremation rites, the plaque is also incinerated upon death. Thus, this object is exceedingly rare. How did you come by it?" The Princess Gijur, renowned for her extraordinary gifts, was said to converse with spirits and had learned sorcery from shamans. It would not be surprising for her to possess a personal deity plaque. However, she did not die among the Tatars, and as her remains were not cremated according to Tatar shamanic customs, this plaque has been preserved. Furthermore, Stone Boulder remarked, "Rarity begets value, and since this plaque serves as a conduit for shamanic spirits, having such an object in one's home feels rather peculiar. The item's worth must be evaluated from 2 perspectives. First, its archaeological significance, which is priceless. Yet from a market standpoint, He pointed to a jade ring and a ruby, adding, "These two items surpass its value." Seeing that I remained unmoved by his claims, Stone Boulder appeared uncertain and launched into a flurry of extravagant praise, ultimately disparaging my 3 items as worthless. Fearing that Tofu and I might react with anger, he raised his price. However, I was not inclined to yield to his wishes. While feigning contemplation, I inquired about the recent whereabouts of El Su. Stone Boulder paused, taken aback by my question, and said, "Are you referring to the ghost-crying blade El Su? He is notoriously elusive, and I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Are you two perhaps seeking to locate him?" Impatiently, Tofu interjected, "Just tell us what you know. Why all the unnecessary questions? How can we find out more about him?" With a desire to swindle me out of my goods, Stone Boulder sought to ingratiate himself, unfazed by Tofu's brusque demeanor, and replied, "While I cannot provide information about El Su, I do have insight on how to contact him. Upon exiting, turn left. The most opulent establishment, Yuan Tang, specializes in dealing with illicit goods. El Su is a master in his craft, and his offerings are never subpar. Even I, with my modest shop, would feel unworthy to invite him in. Most of his items are handled by Yuan Tang. If you wish to glean information about El Su, that would be the place to visit." "Yuan Tang," Tofu repeated, gripping my arm and urging, "There is no time to waste. Let us hurry." As we prepared to leave, the stone dealer hurriedly obstructed our path, exclaiming, "Ah, gentlemen, matters must be addressed one at a time. It is imperative that we first conclude our current business. I can offer you a friendly price of 150,000 for these 3 items. What do you think?" I cast a sidelong glance at the stone dealer and leisurely tucked the items into my pocket, responding, 300,000, not a penny less. While the jade ring and the auspicious scepter may not be of the highest quality, a rough estimate of around 100,000 could suffice. However, the black wooden ear pendant is truly a remarkable artifact. Were it not for Princess Gidger's unique circumstances, it would be nearly impossible to find another like it. To call it priceless would not be an exaggeration. If I were not under scrutiny from the authorities, I would certainly wait for a couple of months to let it cool down before slowly selling it. In our line of work, there are certain protocols. Freshly unearthed items are too hot to handle, and the more valuable the item, the tighter the watch from the authorities. Some bronze artifacts are only sold after a year or 2 of being unearthed. This process is colloquially known as cooling, meaning to let the excitement subside before disposing of the goods. Upon hearing my offer, the stone dealer was taken aback, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "I kindly considered you friends, yet you 2 brothers are being rather unappreciative. I can guarantee that once you step outside, no one will offer a higher price than I will. How about 200,000? That is my final offer." I paid him no mind, thinking to myself that I was not quite destitute yet. In my view, something painstakingly obtained should not be sold for a pittance, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, as soon as we stepped outside, the tone of the stone dealer shifted. He emerged from the doorway and swiftly blocked our path, demanding, "What? Do you intend to rob me outright?" His loud proclamation immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. The dealer quickly gestured for silence, stomping his foot in frustration, and declared, "Fine. I concede. I shall raise the offer to 500,000. That's double." Tofu was perplexed, asking, "Didn't you just call these 3 items worthless? Why is the price continually rising?" The stone dealer chuckled awkwardly, saying, "You 2 are astute individuals. As a businessman, it is customary to buy low and sell high. Since you refuse to be duped, I must conduct honest business. 500,000, by my word of honor. I assure you I am not deceiving you. Here is my business card. You may compare it with others. Whether or not to proceed with the transaction can be decided later." He thrust his card into our hands and stepped aside. I found this strange. He seemed sincere this time. Could it be that our venture yielded such a meager reward? This hardly seemed commensurate with our efforts. Though I thought this, I refrained from voicing it aloud and beckoned to Tofu to follow the path indicated by the stone dealer towards the Yuantang. However, upon arrival, we discovered the doors firmly shut. Inquiring with nearby merchants revealed that the establishment had been temporarily closed for 2 days, with no explanation available. Tofu stroked his chin, speculating. Lu Su is in possession of the town sea stone. He must be looking to sell it. He has just emerged from the competition, and now this Yuantang has closed. Could there be a connection between the 2 events? The clues abruptly ceased at this juncture, yet I remained undeterred, suggesting, "Let us visit a few more shops. That braggart certainly possesses a knack for spinning tales, but whether the information he conveys holds any truth is still uncertain. By exploring additional establishments, we might uncover further insights. Thus, we resolve to seek out larger stores. In this era, wealth begets commerce. The more capital one possesses, the grander the establishment. However, the realm of antiques and funerary objects operates within a clandestine market. No matter how opulent the shop appears, without genuine connections behind the scenes, it remains superficial. My companion, Tofu, and I were not well acquainted with the dynamics of Panjiayuan. After several attempts, we employed the same approach, initiating discussions about selling items. Yet, the moment we presented our goods, the valuations diverged drastically from my expectations, with the highest offer merely reaching 200,000 and many terms failing to align. Consequently, we hesitated to inquire about El Su, and after encountering repeated disappointments amidst the bustling crowds of Panjiayuan, our spirits were understandably low. In Chapter 4, titled The Mysterious Buyer, Tofu, scratching his head, remarked, "It appears that the fellow's surname sure did not deceive us. His offer truly was the highest. Perhaps we should sell to him." At this moment, I had regained my composure and sensed something amiss, replying, "Are you foolish? Humans perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. In business, who would willingly incur losses? If this item genuinely holds a value of 200,000, why would he be inclined to offer 500,000? Tofu blinked in confusion, questioning, "Indeed, why is that?" Amused by his naivety, I retorted, "You need to sharpen your mind. It has grown rusty. We have visited numerous shops, yet only this brand's provenance remains unclear, leading them to suppress the price significantly. However, that braggart elucidated the origin of the divine piece without hesitation. Upon this realization, Tofu smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "That fellow is suspicious. How could he discern the item's origin when so many experts could not?" Indeed, this was the crux of the matter. I promptly clapped Tofu on the shoulder, declaring, "Let us proceed to Shijilai Society." Our endeavors had carried us into the twilight hours, and upon arriving at Shijilai Society, we found the braggart lounging in a wicker chair at the entrance, sighing as he rubbed his belly. Upon spotting Tofu and me, he sprang up, a grin upon his face, and quipped teasingly, "Ah, you two are back. Did you manage to sell the item?" His inquiry was clearly disingenuous. Tofu, ever quick to ignite, seized the braggart by the collar, asserting, "You impudent lad, do not take pride in your trickery. If we do not expose your ruse, you might genuinely believe others are fools. Speak plainly. What do you intend to do with the item you wish to acquire?" I had originally planned to interrogate him gradually, but Tofu's impulsiveness compelled him to reveal everything in one breath. The braggart, with a facade of insincere amusement, scrutinized us, stating, "Since I am willing to purchase, rest assured there are buyers ready to engage. In the antique trade, identities are irrelevant. I cannot disclose this information to you. You may simply indicate whether you wish to sell." He exuded an air of confidence. Indeed, having scoured all of Panjiayuan, only he offered the highest price, doubling the normal rate. Under ordinary circumstances, if we did not sell to him, to whom else would we turn? This lad had us both in his grasp, and with a dismissive wave, he shrugged off Tofu's hand and reclined back in the wicker chair, remarking, "If you have not reached a decision, I shall wait." The man remained unmoved, not yielding to either persuasion or coercion, gazing at me with an expression of utter helplessness. The sight of the smugness radiating from the stone-faced fellow ignited a spark of ire within me. I pondered to myself, here I am, Chen Xian, with a lifetime of reputation. Am I truly to demean myself for this mere 500,000? I am not impoverished to the point of struggling for a meal. So why must he act as though he is my superior? With a decisive gesture, I instructed the Tofu to relocate, suggesting we sell the ring and the jade scepter, keeping the divine talisman as a memento. After all, we were not in dire need of this modest sum. Word had it that there was a renowned barbecue restaurant in Panjiayuan, famous for its tantalizing delicacies. I proposed we hasten our departure, order a grill, and indulge in some fine liquor, enjoying a hearty meal together. At the mention of food, the stone-faced man's stomach audibly protested, and noticing our intent to leave, he grew anxious, exclaiming, "Alas, I've lived a considerable part of my life. Yet this is the first time I encounter someone so impervious to both sweet and sour. You refuse to earn money even when it is laid before you. I concede. Allow me to make amends. You may keep the ring and the scepter, but the divine talisman, I must admit, is something I wish to acquire. To be frank, there is a significant client awaiting my return. Seeing that he was finally speaking candidly, I inquired, "Who is this significant client?" The stone-faced man glanced around cautiously and replied, "This place is bustling with people and chatter, making it inconvenient to discuss. As the night has drawn in and mealtime approaches, shall we proceed to that barbecue restaurant you mentioned and converse while we dine?" He chuckled, patting his belly, and continued, "Earning a living is no easy task. I typically have dinner at 8, subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, as the saying goes." I hastily interrupted him, gesturing for him to lead the way. His lament of frugality was misdirected, for in the world of antiquities, one must possess a fortune of at least a few $100,000 to be regarded as a peer. Before long, the three of us arrived at the barbecue restaurant, which boasted impressive decor and a bustling crowd. The stone-faced man waved his hand grandly, securing a premium private room, quiet and secluded. We settled in, ordered our dishes, and the attentive staff brought the grill, dipping sauces, and tableware before retreating. The flavors of this establishment were commendable, and after a long day of exertion, my companion and I had intended to converse while dining, but soon found ourselves unable to stop eating. With the air conditioning blowing gently and the wine flowing freely, the atmosphere was nothing short of delightful. In Chinese culture, it is customary to share a meal before discussing business, regardless of familiarity or enmity. Once seated at the table and with a few drinks down, relationships quickly warm. I, too, found myself intoxicated, mustering my resolve to ask the stone-faced man, "Shall we discuss serious matters now?" His inebriation was evident, and with a slurred tongue, he enthusiastically patted the tofu's shoulder, declaring, "Little dough, my brother, you are like a long-lost sibling. Brother Chun, you wish to inquire about the buyer? Well, that's a lengthy tale." As the meal progressed, we had swiftly forged a bond akin to brotherhood, and the stone-faced man ceased his nonsensical rambling. Wiping his mouth and letting out a hearty belch, he took a sip of tea, looked at both me and the tofu with a serious demeanor, his facial blemishes glowing with intensity. Clearing his throat, he began, "This matter is indeed quite significant. To be candid, the ring and jade scepter in your possession are rather obscure items and hardly of great value. The true treasure lies within the black wooden earring divine talisman. I dare say, I am the only one in the entirety of Panjiayuan who recognizes this item. The tale of its origins must be traced back 2 years. The father of Shigeta established roots in Panjiayuan, and despite the modesty of his shop, there exists a profound depth behind the faade. Shirlai Ju does not engage in commonplace dealings. Rather, it operates within a unique network of long-standing clientele. Most of the time, Shigeta showcases counterfeit goods at his stall, appearing no different from ordinary vendors, yet this is merely a faade to draw attention. The term "look at the" refers to a hidden signal. When he sets up his stall, he displays a triangular piece of white cloth, which, at first glance, may seem like a rag, but in reality, serves as a signal. The triangular white cloth symbolizes the mourning cloth used for the deceased, signifying the collection of items belonging to the departed. Those who discern the meaning are typically insiders, and upon seeing Shigeta's signal, they instinctively make a connection with him. One day, 2 years ago, a peculiar patron approached Shigeta. What made this patron so extraordinary? He was masked. While such an occurrence might be unremarkable in a television drama, in contemporary society, it was decidedly odd. Anyone encountering a masked individual in the street would surely be astonished, with a return gaze rate of 100%. This person entered Shigeta's shop and produced a piece of A4 paper, on which he sketched a design in pencil, a depiction of an animal. It resembled a fox, but with multiple tails and claws, and its eyes bore a 3-ring pattern, creating the illusion of possessing 3 pupils. Such an unusual design was unfamiliar to Shigeta, prompting him to inquire about its significance. The individual did not disclose his name, but merely asked whether Shigeta had encountered anything adorned with this motif. Upon realizing that this was not a commercial inquiry, Shigeta's demeanor grew cold, and he replied that he had not seen it before. The patron lingered for a moment, leaving behind the drawing, stating that he would purchase any item bearing this design, offering 3 times the value as payment. In other words, if Shigeta's divine wooden ear ornament was priced at 500,000, the patron would pay 1,500,000 upon successful acquisition. Naturally, Shigeta had been accustomed to negotiating lower prices, likely intending to buy low and sell high to this collector. Such serendipitous fortune seemed improbable, and initially, Shigeta harbored doubts. However, when the patron revealed a corner of his mask, allowing Shigeta to glimpse his face, He felt as though the god of wealth had graced him. What manner of visage could elicit such astonishment from Shigeta? To recount this incident necessitates mentioning the three formidable warlords of the ancient Beijing treasure-hunting realm. Why are they referred to as warlords? It is said that these three families originated from military backgrounds. During the late Qing dynasty and early republic, when warlords were seizing power, those with influence and wealth rose to establish their own armies. The warlords engaged in a ruthless cycle of conflict, with the larger fish preying upon the smaller ones. Among them, three factions held sway in the capital, later expanding their reach to other regions. In this world, the most extravagant expenditure is not indulgence in food and entertainment, but the sustenance of armies. No matter how vast one's wealth, it cannot sustain the daily drain of an army. What was the solution? To excavate tombs, of course. In that tumultuous era, although these three families were strangers to one another, they serendipitously chose to emulate the strategies of Cao Cao and Xiangyu, resorting to grave robbing to finance their military endeavors. At that time, the northern region was rife with warlords. However, the clandestine methods adopted by these three families allowed them to endure until the end, ultimately establishing three dominant warlord factions. Eventually, they aligned with the Beiyang warlords. And when the Beiyang faction crumbled and Yuan Shikai fell from grace, these families too began to decline. Nevertheless, their expertise in tomb raiding persisted. And today they reign as the underground triad of the northern territories. These families are the Duan, Gua, and Zhuan. The Duan family has since relocated its base overseas, engaging in the repatriation of cultural relics. Presently, the most substantial dealings beneath the capital are attributed to the Gua and Zhuan families. The Gua family, for the time being, is not the focus, as the current head has proven to be ineffectual, having fathered 5 daughters without producing a successor. These 5 young ladies, delicate and pampered, show little interest in dealing with the deceased, preferring to flit about Paris and New York, mingling with various affluent suitors, thereby neglecting their ancestral trade and witnessing a gradual decline. Chapter 5. The Awenki. Let us now turn our attention to the Zhuan family, a surname rather uncommon. In ancient Chinese lore, the 5 emperors include the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Ku, Tang Yao, Yu Shun, and Zhuan Su. The Zhuan family has consistently asserted that their lineage descends directly from Zhuan Su. For now, we shall set this aside and discuss the current patriarch of the Zhuan family, known in the underworld as the Jade-Faced Yinluo. This moniker carries a certain flair reminiscent of martial arts novels. However, it is perhaps the only fitting descriptor for him, as the tales surrounding the Jade-Faced Yinluo evoke a certain wistfulness. In recent years, the Zhuan family has experienced steady growth, particularly in light of the Duan family's immigration and the Gua family's generational decline. The Jade-Faced Yinluo possesses an extraordinary talent for excavation. His expertise in tomb raiding, termed Wang Wenwen Xie, involves discerning the winds and waters, detecting soil and identifying burial sites, gathering intelligence, and meticulously analyzing the terrain. It is said that when the Jade-Faced Yinluo embarks on a dig, he carries nothing but an iron probe. This probe serves as the fundamental tool for grave robbing. When inserted into the ground, it conveys distinct vibrations and sensations if it encounters wood, stone, or tiles beneath. Experts utilize these subtle tactile cues to ascertain the hidden tombs below, a profound skill that requires years of dedication to master. His appellation Jade-Faced reflects his remarkable appearance. A captivating anecdote recounts an occasion when he was out with friends at a bar. A companion jested that, given his looks, he could beckon with a finger and attract at least 5 women. In jest, he obliged, and to his astonishment, the entire bar, including men, gravitated towards him. This incident became widely circulated as a humorous tale. The title Yinluo, or King of Hell, does not denote any violent disposition, but rather refers to his strikingly handsome face, which was later marred. When he initially removed his mask, an onlooker caught a glimpse of his left profile and felt a pang of envy, pondering that had he not possessed blemishes, he would undoubtedly surpass him in beauty. Subsequently, the individual turned his head, and Shigao caught sight of the stranger's right cheek. Initially, he was taken aback, but soon a sense of schadenfreude and balance filled his heart. The man's right face was marred with scars from burns, densely covered with dark, grotesque lumps, pitted and uneven, as if it had been corroded by some vile substance. A mere glance sent shivers down Shigao's spine. His previous discontent was instantly restored. Yet before he could revel in his newfound glee, He felt an unsettling peculiarity in the stranger's appearance. Could it be? He immediately deduced the man's identity. The person known as the Jade-Faced Yama was originally named Zhuan Rui, with Rui symbolizing auspiciousness. Alas, his fate was in stark contrast to his name. As his life was anything but propitious, Zhuan Rui was a formidable figure in old Beijing's underground, possessing wealth ample enough to incinerate his own establishment. Naturally, the tasks he assigned were not subject to any form of default. As the adage goes, money can make even the devil dance. Thus, it was illogical to refuse such a lucrative opportunity. Shi Gao surmised that Zhuan Rui's keen interest in acquiring items must stem from some significant source. For in the realm of antiques, the flow of information is paramount. To operate in isolation would only lead to ruin. He promptly began to gather information through subtle inquiries. Yet Zhuan Rui remained tight-lipped, his eccentric nature preventing any revelations. In the aftermath, to secure a profit from Zhuan Rui, Shi Gao exerted considerable effort, probing his network of acquaintances regarding the patterns depicted on the drawings, and indeed, he unearthed some intriguing information. The deeper he delved, the more exhilarated he became, for he realized he had encountered a substantial patron. This matter, upon thorough investigation, inevitably brought to mind Zhuan Rui's last expedition into the depths. As the leader of the Zhuan family, he primarily provided intelligence, financial resources, equipment, and connections, while delegating the actual exploration to his subordinates, except when faced with extraordinary finds. However, on one occasion, Zhuan Rui led a team to a place called Guangtou Mountain in Sichuan. The region is known for its hanging coffin burial customs, where the deceased are not interred in the earth, but instead placed within cliffside cavities. Guangtou Mountain has long been a site of such burial practices, with countless hollows dotting the towering cliffs, thus earning its name. Prior to their journey, everything was shrouded in secrecy, with no one privy to their destination or the specific site they sought. However, upon their return from that place, half of Zhuan Rui's face was irrevocably damaged. Based on the nature of his injuries, Shi Gao speculated, I dare wager that he must have encountered a mechanism involving fire-sulfur, resulting in his corrosive burns. TSK. You should have seen it. When he turned his face, I was so frightened that I endured several nights of nightmares. I tapped my fingers on the table, signaling him to stay on topic, and remarked nonchalantly, I have no interest in that man's face. Let us return to the matter at hand. Why did he choose to acquire this item? With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Shi Gao continued, stating that ever since the expedition to Guangtou Mountain, Zhuan Rui had begun to inquire about the patterns. Although tomb raiding is a vast domain, the levels of involvement vary greatly, leading to countless smaller circles. Naturally, Zhuan Rui would not have inquired about Shi Gao's whereabouts. It is likely that his network had exhausted its resources, failing to yield any information, which ultimately drove him to seek out someone like Shi Gao. However, fate intervened, as Shi Gao had a friend who specialized in antiquities in Inner Mongolia, and the two frequently met. After much contemplation about the implications of the intricate design, Shi Gao remained perplexed. One day, when his friend visited Beijing for business, they arranged to dine together. As they enjoyed their meal and drinks, Shi Gao, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhuan Rui's wealth, akin to a sumptuous morsel tantalizingly close yet unattainable, could not help but sigh repeatedly. His friend, noticing his distress, inquired about his troubles, prompting Shi Gao to share the situation, to which his friend eagerly offered assistance. This friend hailed from the Awenki people, a term denoting both those who domesticate reindeer and those who inhabit the mountains. They adhere to shamanistic beliefs, venerating the forces of nature. Prior to the establishment of the New China, the Awenki lived in a primitive society with little social stratification, relying on collective hunting supplemented by foraging and fishing. It was only after the 1950s, with governmental support, that Awenki individuals began to emerge from the forest to engage in agriculture and industry. The very name reflects their spirit of freedom, residing in the vast expanse of the Greater Xing'an Range, which stretches for thousands of miles. The region is adorned with dense primeval forests, home to resilient conifers such as larch, red pine, birch, oak, and poplar, as well as local specialties in medicinal herbs like mushrooms and hazelnuts. The woods are inhabited by majestic creatures such as tigers, bears, deer, roe deer, wild boars, martens, foxes, and various exotic birds. Rivers teem with salmon and sturgeon. For generations, the Awenki have relied on a rifle, a horse, and a hunting dog. traversing the expansive forests in pursuit of game throughout the seasons. Upon hearing me recount the origins of the Awenki, Tofu expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "Reindeer? Don't the Awenki over there ride reindeer-drawn sleds in winter? How splendid! They can also hunt. This embodies the free life I have always dreamed of." I replied, "If the opportunity arises, you could certainly visit that region. Riding reindeer sleds is indeed possible, as the Awenki are known for their hospitality. However, as for hunting, it's best to refrain. It's not you hunting, but rather the animals hunting you, so it would be prudent not to burden the Awenki with your presence." Guangtou was a man who valued money over relationships. To him, wealth conferred superiority. With enough money, he would willingly associate with anyone, even the Japanese, but without it? Discussions of ethnicity, be it Manchu, Han, Hui, Mongolian, or Awenki, would hold no significance. Deep down, Guangtou harbored disdain for his friend, perceiving him as backward due to the region's poor transportation, outdated mindset, and the Awenki's penchant for hunting and reverence for freedom, which translated to a lesser concern for wealth, resulting in modest means. Thus, when his friend offered to assist, Guangtou dismissed the notion, placing the drawings on the table and indulging in his own melancholic drinking. However, to his surprise, upon glancing at the design, his friend remarked, "This pattern seems somewhat familiar." Guangtou was taken aback, pondering how, despite having consulted numerous experts who treated the design as incomprehensible, this young man claimed to recognize it. Was he perhaps attempting to deceive him? Upon encountering his friend, who seemed skeptical, he remarked, "You appear somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite place you. Allow me to ponder this. I believe I have seen you back in my hometown. Once I have more information, I shall reach out." After parting ways, Guangtou kept this matter in mind, frequently calling his friend. The latter, being a straightforward and earnest individual, took note of Guangtou's urgency and inquired extensively in their hometown. Indeed, he managed to uncover the desired item. Before long, he presented Guangtou with a bundle wrapped in red cloth. Upon unveiling it, Guangtou discovered a stripped wooden stick, the kind commonly found in the wintry mountains. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "How dare you deceive me with such a worthless stick?" His friend, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "I risked my life to procure this for you. How can you respond so dismissively?" "Risked your life?" Guangtou, noticing the seriousness in his tone, scrutinized the stick more closely. To his surprise, he observed that it bore traces of oil, indicating it was not a mere piece of wood picked up in the mountains. The sheen of the oil suggested it was at least a century old. Who might frequently caress such a stick? As he examined it further, he discovered intricate micro-carvings adorning the wood, seemingly etched with a needle-like instrument, depicting a variety of abstract patterns, some resembling birds in flight, others like fish swimming, human faces, and an array of indistinct designs. Suddenly, Guangtou spotted a minuscule image among the patterns that strikingly resembled the blueprint in his possession. "This is it," he exclaimed with immense excitement. "What purpose does this stick serve? How much would you sell it to me? And, pray tell, what creature does it represent?" Chapter 6. Shamanism. His friend, however, was not entirely virtuous. Most antique dealers are rather cunning, lacking in conscience. He recounted that his father was a shaman. As the Orican people revere shamanism, and this wooden stick was a staff used by his father in daily rituals to honor deities. Naturally, during actual sacrificial ceremonies, this staff would be adorned with numerous additional items. Desiring a share of the spoils, and influenced by the encroachment of modern civilization, he had strayed from the simplicity of his ancestors, showing far less fervor for religious beliefs than his forebears. Thus, he secretly took this revered item from his father. In the shamanic belief system, those who are not clergy but dare to offend sacred objects face severe repercussions. Yet, this individual was not a devout follower. Having grown up in such an environment, he held a degree of reverence, but could not resist the allure of wealth. He remarked, however, "I cannot tell you the name of this creature. All that is depicted here are supernatural entities, mostly fictitious. There is no need to delve into their origins. Surely, your buyer only requires something similar, does he not? You ought to make contact swiftly." Upon striking his forehead, Guangtou suddenly realized that earning money was of paramount importance. He promptly contacted Xuanrui, whose information he had retained, pondering the notion that such a coveted item, for which Xuanrui had gone to great lengths to procure, must hold significant value. It would be remiss of him not to seize this golden opportunity. Thus he tentatively quoted a price of 1 million. Yet, immediately regretting his offer, he recalled their previous agreement, which stipulated that Zhuan should pay him 3 million. A mere stick, it seemed, could hardly justify such a sum. Fearing Zhuan might retract his acceptance, he contemplated lowering his price to 500,000. However, on the other end of the line, Zhuan readily accepted the initial offer, dispatching someone that very afternoon to collect the goods and settle the payment. He even invited Shigeda's acquaintance to his residence, likely to inquire about further information. Unfortunately, that friend was also limited in knowledge, resulting in Zhuan gleaning no valuable insights, but merely advising Shigeda to remain vigilant. This incident occurred 2 years ago. Such fortuitous circumstances could not be expected to recur. Who could have anticipated the serendipitous encounter involving myself and Tofu? The pattern on the divine wooden earring was identical to the design Zhuan had provided. This revelation formed the crux of the matter. Shigeda had intended to ensnare me and Tofu for a greater profit, yet we proved to be impervious to his schemes. As he recounted this, he slurred, "Let us speak candidly. At this point, I cannot deceive you any longer. The worth of an item depends on whether someone cherishes it. Presently, a significant patron desires it. And beyond this village, there are no other shops. Initially, I believed this item to have been extracted from Gidger's coffin, potentially holding clues regarding the enigmatic realm of the spirits. However, it appeared that Shigeda was merely a middleman, and the only individual of true significance seemed to be Zhuan. What had transpired at Guangtou Mountain? Why, upon his return, was he so eager to seek out items bearing this emblem? I sensed that whether it pertained to the demon queen or Princess Gidger, the legends surrounding their malevolent powers might be intricately tied to ancient shamanistic practices. Might the curse of the spirit realm also be connected to the sorcery of the shamanic deities? With this thought, I felt invigorated, dismissing concerns about El Su and Zhuanxiu, and urgently inquired, "Is your friend's father a shaman? Could you assist me in contacting him?" If this malevolent curse indeed originated from shamanism, was there a possibility that a modern shaman could unravel the curse of the demon queen? Tofu seemed to grasp this notion as well, exclaiming, "Why did we not consider this before? This is splendid." With this resolved, how will that old man Zhao find leverage to assert his authority over us in the future? Shigeda, inebriated, had not caught Tofu's remarks and merely slurred. His father, alas, was unfortunate. He passed away 2 winters ago. As for him, he too faced misfortune, having broken his leg while riding, and now he no longer deals in antiques, relying solely on his wife for support. Upon hearing this, Tofu clicked his tongue, speculating. Could it be that he faced retribution for stealing the divine staff? Upon hearing this, Shigeda burst into hearty laughter and remarked, "Brother, you truly are amusing. What retribution are you speaking of? That is simply his own misfortune. In this modern age, everyone drives. Yet he insists on riding a horse. How could he not invite discomfort upon himself?" I couldn't help but shake my head, feeling no fondness for Shigeda. I mused to myself that although the man in question may not have been virtuous, he nonetheless treated Shigeda as a friend. Yet here was Shigeda, devoid of any sense of guilt, completely blinded by wealth. Such individuals are not ones I wish to associate closely with. After settling the bill, we parted ways, agreeing that the goods would be exchanged upon payment. I surmised that the individual named Zhuan would likely seek me and Tofu for inquiries as well. His relentless pursuit of this matter indicated a possible connection to shamanism, and perhaps I could glean some clues from him. If all else failed, a trip to Inner Mongolia would be in order. With these thoughts in mind, Tofu and I returned to our hotel, refreshed ourselves, and retired to bed. Having satisfied our appetites, we slept soundly until dawn. Early the next morning, I received a call from Shigeda, informing me that arrangements with Zhuan had been made. However, he was not in Beijing, and the specifics of the transaction would have to wait 3 days. In the ensuing days, while we awaited Zhuanxiu, Tofu and I attempted to track down Lu Su, but to no avail. It was Tofu who reminded me, in matters of locating individuals, the police excel. If we are accused of a crime, Lu Su is our accomplice as well. Why haven't they apprehended him? We need to consult the lovely Gu for assistance. Tofu's words jolted me from my reverie, and I smacked my forehead, realizing that in times of difficulty, one ought to seek help from the police. Although there were no uncles, a police sister would suffice. That evening, I reached out to Gu Wanmin, requesting her aid in locating Lu Su. To my surprise, she informed me that upon returning to Beijing, she had already initiated a search through the system. However, she found it peculiar that there were no signs of Lu Su utilizing his identification or bank cards, making it impossible to trace him. Nothing at all. I pondered. wondering if perhaps Lu Su had taken refuge in some remote wilderness. The image of Lu Su formed in my mind, and I felt my speculation was somewhat unfounded. Gu Wenmin explained, "A wily hare has 3 burrows. He may have friends scattered across the land, and it is entirely possible he is staying with someone. It is also quite normal for him to have acquired false identification." Tofu, noticing my serious demeanor, reassured me, "No worries. If we truly cannot find Lu Su, we shall devise another plan. I still do not believe that old man Zhao can outsmart us. If all else fails, we could always borrow the items your father left behind." I responded, "Do you even know what those items are? How could we steal them?" Just as we were conversing, a call from Shigeta came through, providing us with Zhuan Rui's address and instructing us to come over, stating that he had returned. Although I had yet to meet Zhuan Rui, his reputation alone was formidable. Determined not to lose face, Tofu and I purchased new outfits, scrutinizing each other until we were satisfied with our appearances, before heading to Zhuan Rui's residence. His abode was situated near Yuchuan Mountain, adjacent to fragrant hills, an area renowned for its breathtaking scenery. Arguably the region in Beijing with the best air quality amidst the smog. As we drove further, the cacophony of traffic diminished, the towering skyscrapers fell behind us, and we found ourselves enveloped in verdant foliage, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the sweet fragrance of blossoms, a veritable paradise amidst the concrete jungle. Tofu leaned against the car window, gritting his teeth as he declared, "One day, I too shall reside here." I inquired, "When will that be?" He replied, "In my next life." He continued, "Those who live here must be unscrupulous merchants and corrupt officials. Humph, I would never stoop to associate with them." "You are merely sour grapes for not being able to partake," I retorted. Tofu bristled, exclaiming, "You look down upon me." "You are correct," I acknowledged. As we spoke, the vehicle halted in front of an immaculate white villa, where individuals awaited us at the entrance, presumably bodyguards, who without inquiry ushered Tofu and me into the grand hall. There, seated upon the sofa, was a figure whose face was obscured by a lowered head, but given the confidence of their posture, it was evident they were the master of the house. I took a seat on the adjacent sofa, as I had no need for their hospitality. Tofu, oblivious to etiquette, plopped down and exclaimed, "Wow, I've seen this set of teacups on television. They cost over 50,000 for the set. Wealthy one, let us be friends." "All right." The person across responded with indifference, suddenly lifting their head. Since I was seated to the left, I could only discern their silhouette. Although they were male, I had to concede that their visage must have been blessed by divine grace, a stark contrast to Tofu's, which seemed to have been pinched by fate, placing them in entirely different leagues. Tofu, seated to the right, was so startled he leapt up, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word, perhaps overwhelmed by the terror of the man's right cheek. After a moment, he regained composure, likely recognizing his reaction as somewhat impolite, and managed to mutter, "It's fine. A real man doesn't care about looks." I nearly choked in disbelief, thinking this only worsened the situation. To prevent Tofu from uttering any more astonishing remarks that could lead to our expulsion, I promptly cleared my throat, produced the 3 items I had brought, and initiated some polite conversation, signaling for the other party to inspect the goods. Zhuang Rui exhibited a neutral demeanor, neither warm nor cold. But when his gaze fell upon the Shenmu Feng earrings, his eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately took the items into his hands, bringing them to his nose for a few sniffs before stating, "New goods from the mid-Ming period. How did you acquire these?" I was taken aback, realizing that my grandfather's work notes contained numerous accounts of extraordinary individuals and peculiar methods. I had assumed many were exaggerated. Yet here was a person who could accurately date antiques merely by scent, truly remarkable. It appeared I had much to learn if I wished to thrive in this field. I refrained from answering immediately. Typically, transactions involving Ming pieces are shrouded in questionable origins, and both parties rarely delve into the details. Zhuang Rui's inquiry about the source was evidently out of line. Judging by his earlier demeanor, he seemed to hold this item in high regard, suggesting he was knowledgeable about it. I felt a sense of relief, pondering that perhaps I had indeed struck a chord with this lead. Chapter 7. Wang Cushion noticing my silence. Zhuang Rui continued to scrutinize the items in his possession. After a moment, he remarked, "I will triple the price offered by Shirley for these. I shall take them, but I hope you can enlighten me on their provenance." Tripling that amount results in 1,500,000. And when you factor in the labor fees owed to Shigeta, it amounts to a considerable sum. The individual's expression remained unchanged, suggesting a well-stocked treasury. Upon hearing the figure of 1,500,000, Tofu broke into a foolish grin, drawing the attention of both myself and Zhuanrui. Although I was momentarily taken aback by Zhuanrui's seemingly casual mention of this price, I maintained a facade of composure. Noticing Tofu's exuberance, I shot him a sharp glare, thinking to myself, "Oh Tofu, you've once basked in the privileges of wealth. When will you ever mature?" Aware of his faux pas, Tofu lowered his head, feigning ignorance as he pretended to study the floor of Zhuanrui's home. Zhuanrui exhibited no emotion, his gaze fixed on me, awaiting my response. Retrieving my attention from Tofu, I remarked, "Your offered price is quite fair. However, there are unwritten rules in our trade. Treasures are seldom scrutinized for their origins, and thus, I have no obligation to disclose such information to you." Zhuanrui raised an eyebrow and turned to face me, revealing his entire visage. It was an unforgettable countenance, one side handsome, the other disfigured, creating a striking contrast that was difficult to avert one's gaze from. The right side of his face bore the marks of some corrosive substance, pockmarked and marred, with a damaged eye that appeared unsettlingly unnatural, while the left side remained unblemished. I finally comprehended Tofu's earlier reaction. After a prolonged moment of staring, I forced myself to look away, realizing that such scrutiny was rather impolite. Zhuanrui tapped the table and stated, "A fair exchange. I will provide benefits in return for a price." Tofu, clearly dissatisfied with Zhuanrui's arrogant demeanor, retorted angrily, "Is having money such a big deal?" Zhuanrui crossed his arms, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." Tofu was left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. I stifled a laugh, patting his shoulder to signal him to refrain from further embarrassment, and turned to Zhuanrui, saying, "In truth, we did not come here solely for monetary gain. We wish to engage in a transaction with you." Zhuanrui, with his peculiar disposition, displayed little change in expression upon hearing this. It was difficult to ascertain if he was intrigued as he coolly uttered a single word, "Speak." I pondered that perhaps his disfigurement had twisted his psyche, rendering him disdainful of all, and chose not to engage in a dispute. I then conveyed our intentions, adding, "This matter is intimately linked to my very existence. Do you truly believe I would sell this for a mere million? My purpose here is to exchange information with you. You have diligently sought clues regarding this pattern for a reason, and fortuitously, we share a similar pursuit. Perhaps we could collaborate." Leaning against the sofa, Zhuanrui tilted his head, his expression reminiscent of a marionette, and after a brief pause, he asked, "What do you wish to inquire?" More specifically, I sought to understand the significance of this pattern and whether the curse of the ghostly realm is connected to the powers of a shaman. Since Zhuanrui was in pursuit of this pattern, he must possess some knowledge regarding it. I continued, stating that, in exchange, I would divulge the origins of this matter. Zhuanrui's gaze fixated upon me and the Tofu, presumably assessing our credibility. After a moment, he nodded and said, "I can share this with you, but the tale is rather lengthy and not something an ordinary person could easily bear. I hope you can endure it from beginning to end." I mused to myself that Zhuanrui underestimated me. Having encountered creatures as formidable as dragons, what could possibly be beyond my capacity to withstand? Thus I nodded, signaling the commencement of our exchange. Zhuanrui recounted that his interest in the origins of this pattern was significantly influenced by an event that transpired 2 years ago at Guangtou Mountain. As the saying goes, 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. 2 years prior, news emerged from the vicinity of Guangtou Mountain, claiming that a colossal turtle had surfaced in the river. Given its size, one could only speculate how many years it had lived, and eyewitnesses even asserted that inscriptions resembling characters adorned its shell. Regrettably, the turtle vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Subsequently, someone shared this incident online, but compared to salacious photographs of high-ranking officials or celebrity scandals, such news was quickly drowned in the vast sea of online information. However, Zhuanrui took it to heart, for in ancient times, it was believed that turtles were messengers of the river gods, capable of communicating with them. During periods of drought or flood, rituals to honor the river gods were performed, varying in form across different regions. One such ritual involved turtle scripts, wherein prayers were inscribed on the turtle's back and released into the water, hoping the turtle would convey the messages to the river deity. As time progressed, the practice of turtle burial emerged. This entailed using numerous turtle shells as flooring, as turtles were revered as messengers of the river and symbols of longevity. It was said that those who employed turtle burials would ensure long life for their descendants. In the past, it was believed that favorable ancestral Feng Shui and well-constructed tombs could influence the fortunes of future generations. Thus, if a once impoverished youth achieved great success, whispers would circulate, suggesting that the smoke rising from their ancestral grave indicated good fortune, or that their forebears had been laid to rest in an auspicious manner. Everyone yearned for longevity, and consequently, turtle burials became fashionable in certain areas during the Yuan dynasty. However, turtle burials were not accessible to all, as one first needed to catch turtles of a suitable size. Otherwise, they could not be utilized for tomb construction. Thus, those who could afford turtle burials were invariably high-ranking officials or even nobility. An additional step in the turtle burial process involved placing a live turtle, inscribed with longevity characters, inside a bronze cauldron before sealing the tomb. The turtle, nourished by the essence of other turtles within the tomb, would remain alive for centuries, and the longer it lived, the more prosperous the descendants of the deceased would become. Zhuan Rui, upon perusing the photograph of the turtle that had fortuitously surfaced, was struck with astonishment. He discerned that a longevity inscription adorned the turtle's back. A chill ran down his spine, and perspiration beaded on his forehead. Could it truly be a tomb turtle? How had it escaped? You might find it perplexing. After all, a tomb turtle is merely a tomb turtle. Perhaps geological movements had dislodged a hidden turtle burial beneath Guangtou Mountain, allowing the turtle, imprisoned for a millennium, to ascend into the world once more. As the old turtle emerges to roam the heavens and the earth, relishing a life of freedom, why does you, Zhuan Rui, rush and sweat in such a manner? Zhuan Rui continued speaking, startling both me and Tofu considerably. He recounted that the Zhuan lineage is thin in numbers, tracing its ancestry back to Zhuanqiu, one of the 5 emperors. The Zhuan clan primarily spread from south to north, originating from ancient Shu and Longdi, eventually reaching the northern regions. Zhuan Rui's branch can trace its ancestry to the vicinity of Guangtou Mountain in Sichuan, where it is said that an ancestor was buried in a turtle grave. During the Yuan dynasty, when the Mongols held administrative power, the Han people were in a lowly position, with few attaining official titles. Yet, that ancestor held a position of authority, reputed for his contributions to flood control, and thus was interred in Guangtou Mountain after death. The exact location remains unknown, but it is clear that due to his merits, the burial utilized the then-emerging turtle grave style. Though not lavish and lacking in accompanying burial goods, considerable effort was nonetheless expended. Setting aside the effectiveness of the claims regarding descendants, it is noted that the Zhuan family tends to enjoy longevity, often living into their 80s without illness or disaster. The Zhuan clan is already few in number. Zhuan Rui had a brother who mysteriously vanished 3 years prior, presumed dead by the odds of experience. Zhuan Rui pondered whether something had gone awry with their ancestral grave. Turtle graves are averse to water, for turtles, upon encountering water, come to life and are said to report to the river god, resulting in immediate retribution for the descendants of the deceased. Upon observing that a turtle had appeared at Guangtou Mountain, coupled with recent years of adversity and misfortune, Zhuan Rui resolved to investigate further, seeking the hidden turtle grave. Should the burial chamber be indeed compromised, and no living turtle be found, the only recourse would be to scatter the bones of the deceased into the river, allowing the river god to enact vengeance. This would amount to betraying one's ancestors. However, the living must take precedence over the dead. Thus, Zhuan Rui organized a small group, comprising only 2 subordinates, for the expedition to Guangtou Mountain, as the turtle grave was not extensive and remained concealed, necessitating no more than a handful of individuals. Upon arrival, the region of Guangtou Mountain was surrounded by sheer cliffs soaring into the clouds, with breathtaking vistas of craggy precipices and numerous caverns that evoked awe. Aside from his reputation for accomplishments, Zhuan Rui was particularly skilled in excavation. Armed with a specially crafted iron probe, he could uncover the underground tombs with ease. The probe, tapering at the front and widening towards the handle, resembled a Western rapier. However, unlike the flexible blade of the rapier, his iron probe was a lethal instrument, capable of piercing through flesh with little effort. Utilizing his adept skills, Zhuan Rui swiftly located the underground burial chamber, bringing forth soil that contained fragments of turtle shell. Upon this discovery, his heart sank. It appeared the tomb had indeed been compromised. "My dear ancestor," he lamented, "for the prosperity of your descendants, I must express my apologies. You must seek forgiveness from the river god on your own. The nature of superstition remains an enigma, its veracity eluding definitive explanation. In my rural hometown, there was an occasion when I awoke in the dead of night to relieve myself. Suddenly, I caught sight of a pale silhouette flitting across the wall, which frightened me to the point of nearly losing control. It was only later that I realized it was merely a reflection from a mirror. At that moment, I concluded that spirits and ghosts do not exist. Many individuals who claim to have encountered bizarre phenomena are often akin to my experience, merely startled by a mirror's reflection. In a certain sense, I am not a believer in the supernatural. However, the peculiarities associated with treasure hunting and mushroom foraging are so numerous that disbelief becomes a challenge. In consideration of his future fortunes, I promptly began to excavate a concealed tunnel, intending to unearth my ancestors' remains and offer them as ash to the river god in atonement. With 2 skilled accomplices, we swiftly reached the main tomb. The 3 of us did not rush down. Instead, we consumed some provisions while awaiting the air circulation within the tomb chamber. After a couple of hours, we gathered our tools and illuminated the space with flashlights as we descended into the grave. The scale of this turtle burial tomb was modest, and the security measures were correspondingly simple. Thus, we directly penetrated from the top of the main chamber, and upon entering, we beheld the coffin of the tomb's occupant. The coffin was in a state of disrepair, and before it stood a large cauldron, presumably intended for the aging turtle. I chose to disregard the coffin and instead lifted the lid of the cauldron, only to find it empty. Clearly, the ancient turtle had long since fled. With a sigh, I signaled my 2 subordinates to open the coffin. Chapter 8, Black Flame. It was somewhat careless of me. Given the modest size of the turtle burial tomb and the emptiness of the main chamber, which was easily surveyed, I let my guard down. Abandoning the strict protocols I had always adhered to, I neglected to offer incense, donning merely a pair of corpse-handling gloves before lifting the coffin lid. Inside lay a set of desiccated bones, covered by tattered, dark bedding, and flanked by some unremarkable burial goods. This must be my ancestor, I thought, regretting my oversight, and gestured to my subordinates to retrieve our bags, preparing to collect the remains. Naturally, I intended to oversee this process myself. After all, this was my forebear, and I could not allow outsiders to mishandle it. I approached to cradle the skull, its yellowed surface appearing ancient and eerie under the light. As I prepared to place it into the bag, something flickered within the hollow eye sockets, resembling either a small insect or perhaps the fleeting blink of an eye. Startled, I was not one to shy away from fear and pondered if there was something peculiar about the skull. Drawing closer to inspect the eye sockets, I noticed they resembled 2 dark voids, exuding an immense gravitational pull. As I fixated on them, I found my gaze inexplicably anchored, unable to shift away. What was happening? I thought uneasily, struggling to avert my eyes. Just then, I froze, for within those dark cavities, I glimpsed something. At this juncture, the previously indifferent expression on my face darkened, shrouding me in an ominous gloom. Tofu could not help but inquire, what can one see through the eye sockets? Could it be the cadaverous remains? These remains, also known as corpse beetles, harbor numerous maggots during the decomposition process. Once the flesh of the body has decayed completely, these maggots perish as well. Conversely, another species colloquially referred to as corpse beetles will thrive. The origins of these creatures remain unclear. They predominantly congregate around desiccated bones, adept at concealing themselves within the crevices of the bones or the gaps in the tiles. These insects are entirely black, resembling aquatic beetles, with most being flightless, though some possess lethal venom. It is said that a foreign expedition team once ventured inside a pyramid for research, only to return and succumb to mysterious deaths, allegedly due to bites from the corpse beetles. However, the venomous variety is relatively rare. Encountering them among the skeletal remains is quite normal, provided their numbers are few, posing no significant threat to humans. Upon hearing Tofu's words, Zhuan Rui slightly shook his head. As I faced him, I could not help but notice the peculiar expression on his face, unlike anything I had seen before. The disfigured half of his visage resembled that of a malevolent spirit, with his eyes seemingly bulging in terror. In stark contrast, the unscathed side bore tightly pressed lips, and his slightly squinted eyes sparkled with a peculiar intensity. After a prolonged silence, he uttered a few words. I witnessed annihilation. Tofu, bewildered, scratched his head and remarked, "Are you speaking in riddles? Even with my high intelligence, I find it hard to comprehend. Old Chen, do you understand?" I too shook my head. Witnessing annihilation within that skull? What could that possibly mean? Before I could voice my confusion, Zhuan continued, merely stating annihilation, yet he refrained from clarifying what he had perceived within the skull, simply gesturing for us to remain calm and listen further. As Zhuan shifted his gaze, he instinctively tossed the skull into the coffin. Reflecting on the unsettling imagery he had encountered, growing increasingly alarmed, and promptly instructed his two subordinates to begin the return journey. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Are we not going to take action?" Zhuan replied sternly, "We cannot proceed any further. If we do, it will be my end." As he prepared to lead his men away from the turtle burial site, he suddenly froze, for the previously created theft tunnel had mysteriously vanished. His two subordinates were equally astonished, with one speculating, "Could there be something unclean within? Have we encountered a ghostly illusion?" The term ghostly illusion refers to the spirits within the tomb obscuring one's vision, leading to the perception of numerous fallacies. So much so that one might not even see a tunnel directly above them. Another subordinate swiftly decided to light a candle. The two produced a white candle and ignited it, but in mere moments, the flame transformed into a black hue. Under normal circumstances, even in the presence of unclean entities, the flame of a ghostly breath should exhibit a bluish tint, when had it ever turned black. In this world, it is likely that no one had ever witnessed a black flame. It flickered ominously, barely capable of emitting light, as the candle was consumed rapidly by its dark fire. As Zhuan gazed at the black flame before him, a legend came to mind. From the perspective of modern science, as temperatures rise, the color of flames transitions from red and orange to yellow and white. Upon reaching temperatures exceeding 5,000 degrees, they transform into cyan or blue. And at temperatures above 7,000 degrees, they appear purple. Further increases lead to the invisible spectrum of ultraviolet light, reaching upwards of 10,000 degrees. However, in folklore, flames are not categorized by temperature. Occasionally, one might observe bluish flames, devoid of heat, flickering among graves. Such flames do not actually attain the extreme heat of 5,000 degrees. Hence, traditional classifications diverged significantly from contemporary understanding. In ancient times, flames were categorized into 5 distinct colors: yellow, white, red, cyan, and black. Yellow represents the fire used for cooking and boiling water, akin to candles and bonfires, often referred to as yang fire. White fire, rarely seen under primitive conditions, was believed by ancient peoples to be the hottest and uncontrollable, commonly associated with the lightning that strikes trees, thus dubbed divine fire. Red signifies the fire of the earth. Some describe flames as a bright bonfire, yet bonfires are actually orange-yellow. The true red flame mirrors the color of magma beneath the earth, earning it the designation of hellfire, the inferno that consumes malevolent spirits. Cyan is known as ghost fire. For instance, when a ghost exhales, the yin energy overtakes the yang fire, causing the flame to shift to cyan. Black fire, too, does not belong to the realm of ordinary flames. It is regarded as witch fire, the term which refers to those who communicate with the divine and wield supernatural powers. Since the dawn of humanity, witches have existed, and as history evolved, witchcraft gradually transformed into various disciplines such as Taoism, law, divination, and astrology. In a narrow sense, witchcraft pertains to the malevolent spells cast using unknown powers. When such a force descends, if yang fire is present, it becomes aware of the witchcraft's arrival. In the ensuing struggle, it manifests as black flames. Zhuan observed the scene before him and pondered why there were no theft prevention mechanisms in this ghostly burial site. Could it be that some malevolent sorcery was at play? The flickering black flames posed a daunting challenge. If it were merely a ghostly breath, he would know how to respond, but black flames were entirely unfamiliar to him. His two subordinates were equally petrified, rendered speechless as they exchanged fearful glances, their features appearing somewhat terrifying in the shadowy glow. In contemplation, Zhuan recalled a tale. It was said that the nobleman Yi Wu of the Jin state, persecuted due to a struggle for the throne, while seeking refuge from his pursuers, encountered a bonfire that suddenly turned black. With a mournful cry, Yi Wu lamented, "How far from the capital must I stray?" Essentially cursing Jin Xiangong, he expressed his outrage. "You old wretch, even a tiger does not devour its young. You have driven me from the capital to flee for my life, yet still, you do not relent, resorting to sorcery to torment me." Yi Wu had a penchant for studying divination and the Book of Changes, and in defiance, He performed a bold act. He let a drop of his blood fall into the black flames, then removed his clothing and folded it into the shape of dried tofu, placing it at his feet, while cursing the malevolent forces to the east. As he cursed, he noticed his garments swelling as if inflated, and within, a dark entity was discernibly forming, the manifestation of the sorcery that granted eternal life. Yiwu had long been prepared. He immediately instructed the young attendants to sprinkle several drops of urine upon that entity, causing the garment to gradually deflate, with the flames transforming into a malevolent fire. The method employed by Yiwu can be summarized in 3 steps. First, the use of blood, which is said to confuse the adversary, leading the malevolent spirit to mistake its target. Second, facing east and cursing the evil, for the east is the domain of the Azure Dragon, a place where malevolent spirits cannot intrude. During the cursing, the entity would be misled, mistaking the garment for its victim. Third, the dispelling of sorcery, as unformed malevolent magic is easily countered, with the greatest fear being the urine of a young boy. Zhuang Rui pondered. With the emergence of the black flames, it appeared that this would not end well. He realized he had underestimated his ancestors. This was no ordinary ghostly deception. It seemed that the entire tomb was ensnared by a curse, and their inability to escape was likely due to being trapped within it. After the Qin and Han dynasties, witchcraft gradually faded, replaced by orthodox Taoist practices. The charms and exorcisms commonly seen among the populace belonged to Taoism. The true remnants of primitive witchcraft lie within the shamans. Upon hearing this, my heart stirred, and I thought, could Zhuang Rui's later facial disfigurement be attributed to that sorcery? Tofu, upon hearing this, inquired, I understand now. Your ancestor was quite cunning. Instead of setting hidden crossbows or traps in the tomb, they resorted to these sinister means, making it quite impossible to guard against. The pattern you have been tracing is undoubtedly linked to shamanism. I'm mused that your ancestor and the contemporary sorcerer must have shared a hidden story. The truth is singular. As I noticed Tofu was about to be possessed by Conan, I quickly rapped the table to discourage his wild speculation, signaling Zhuang Rui to continue. He recounted, at that time, I followed Yiwu's method. Indeed, something emerged from within the garment, a dark, gelatinous mass, lacking the urine of a young boy. We had brought a high-pressure flamethrower, and I intended to incinerate that entity. To my surprise, Zhuang Rui's expression turned cold and somber. At that moment, I noticed a figure resembling a bodyguard standing not far from the living room, likely within earshot of our conversation. As Zhuang Rui spoke, the previously statue-like bodyguard's facial muscles twitched, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. I suddenly realized that this bodyguard was likely one of those who accompanied Zhuang Rui to the Wanku Mountain. But what of the other individual? Chapter 9. The people of the earth. Zhuang Rui's account of the immortal tortoise and the eerie black lantern was undeniably peculiar. Yet, how did it connect to the pattern in his possession? Was it truly, as Tofu suggested, that his ancestor had some connection with shamanism? What had he encountered within the tomb that left him disfigured and obsessively in search of clues to this pattern? As Zhuang Rui continued his narrative, I began to grasp the unfolding events, and a sense of unease washed over me. At that moment, Zhuang Rui's 2 subordinates aimed their high-pressure flamethrowers at the bulging garment on the ground, firing upon it. Instantly, the entity transformed into a fireball, yet in the next second, that fireball unexpectedly leaped onto one of the men. The garments adorning the individual erupted into flames, causing him to writhe in agony upon the ground. In his grasp was a high-pressure flamethrower, which, in his moment of collapse, inadvertently spewed its fiery contents onto Zhuang Rui's face. Had Zhuang Rui not been quick to evade, he likely would have lost not only his dignity, but also his left cheek. The potency of the high-pressure flamethrower was such that, with a single blast, Zhuang Rui felt as if he were descending into the depths of hell, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness from the excruciating pain. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly extinguished the flames that had engulfed him, yet the right side of his face was utterly ravaged. Overwhelmed by intense suffering, he succumbed to unconsciousness in a matter of moments. When he regained awareness, only one subordinate remained by his side, now standing a short distance away as his protector, named Zhonggong. The other subordinate had been reduced to charred remains. Zhuang Rui recalled that just before he lost consciousness, this very subordinate had successfully extinguished the flames consuming him. How had he now become a mere cinder? Although disfigurement was indeed a shocking blow for someone like him, it was not a matter of great consequence. He did not rely on his looks for his livelihood, nor would such a misfortune hinder his professional prospects. Thus, after a brief period of torment and fury, Zhuan Rui quickly regained his composure and inquired of Zhong Gong regarding the subsequent events. It turned out that after the flames had assaulted another individual, they swiftly turned towards the unconscious Zhuan Rui. A man of considerable stature like him, lying prone on the ground, would have been unable to react in time to save himself. In a moment of desperation, Zhong Gong leapt upon Zhuan Rui, shielding his chest and head in a bid to protect him. To his surprise, the searing pain was absent. Upon turning to investigate, he discovered that another subordinate had seized the iron rod that Zhuan Rui had dropped and had thrust it through the very creature that threatened them. Impaling it with a forceful jab, the round, black entity was skewered upon the rod, reminiscent of a delicacy from northeast China known as roasted. Northeastern cuisine is renowned for its culinary prowess, with the region's mountainous terrain abundant in natural delicacies, from braised bear paws to rich deer antler soup. With no dish deemed too exotic, roasted is a popular local snack, albeit its ingredients may cause one to hesitate. It refers to eggs that are forcibly removed from the incubation process, revealing half-developed chick embryos within. The unique flavor is not for the faint of heart, and most would balk at the thought of tasting it. However, due to a surplus in the market, many street vendors resort to using imitation eggs, mixing dead chicks into rotten eggs, freezing them overnight to mimic the delicacy. I once ventured to a folk street in Shenzhen to sample them, but my companion was horrified at the thought of consuming such a dish and refused. I, however, indulged in 3 skewers, only to find myself in the emergency room that evening due to food poisoning, from which I have since sworn off such culinary adventures. As the subordinate proudly skewered the black entity to save Zhong Gong and Zhuan Rui, his expression shifted abruptly. The impaled black ball appeared entirely unfazed by its plight, rising towards the iron rod with determination, colliding head-on with the man. This confrontation unleashed chaos, with the man engulfed in flames, rolling about in anguish and screaming in terror, while the black sphere remained impervious to its fate. Witnessing his comrade consumed by flames, Zhong Gong, tears welling in his eyes, bellowed in rage, "I curse your ancestors." Drawing a pistol from his waist, he first dispatched his charred companion with a single shot, and with the second, he aimed at the ominous black sphere. The bullet struck, yet the sphere remained unresponsive. It was only when the flames subsided that he discovered the sole remnant of his comrade's body on the ground. After hearing the account, Zhuang Rui felt a surge of anger, but more profoundly, he was haunted by the vision he had glimpsed within those gaping voids, visions that instilled fear even in one as fearless as he. What exactly had he witnessed? Not only the inquisitive Tofu, but I too found myself speculating. What constitutes annihilation? Regrettably, during our inquiries, Zhuang Rui offered no answers. Each time the question arose, his gaze turned inscrutable, a blend of depth and dread. Perhaps it was the sight he beheld in that abyss that precipitated the events that followed. Zhuang Rui had many subordinates, yet Zhong Gong and the deceased were among those who had long served him, nurtured by his own hand. It is said that even in the relationship between a man and his dog, there exists a measure of affection. Thus, despite Zhuang Rui's cold-blooded demeanor, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow in such dire moments. After a brief silence, Zhuang Rui steeled himself anew. His face, heavily scarred from burns, bore witness to his agony, yet he endured it with remarkable fortitude. He administered an anti-inflammatory injection and ground antibiotics into powder, applying it to his wounds, wrapping his head in gauze, leaving only one eye exposed, before rising with an iron pick in hand. Merely contemplating his plight fills me with admiration, pondering whether I would possess the strength to rise were I in his position. Burns are not to be compared to cuts or gunshot wounds. Those who have endured such injuries understand that burns rank among the most excruciating of all traumas. When doctors attend to severe burn victims, they often administer anesthetics immediately, for the pain can lead to shock and death. Confronting suffering requires not just courage, but an extraordinary willpower. Above him, the ceiling remained intact, and directly across from the main burial chamber was a sealed stone door. According to the structure of the tomb, passing through this door would lead into the main hall of the tomb, with accompanying burial chambers flanking either side. Further ahead lay the entrance to the tomb, typically blocked by a natural stone seal. Presently, 2 paths lay before them. One could either retreat through the main burial chamber and backtrack through the thief's tunnel, or pass through the stone door to reach the tomb's entrance. Burial customs emphasize survival through death. A burial site must be a place where vital energy circulates, known in Feng Shui as qi, whether living or deceased. One must reside in a space imbued with this energy. Without it, there is death, leading to unrest for both the living and the dead. Thus, in Central Plains tombs, an air intake is often provided to connect with the earth's energy and the life force above. This is referred to as the Shengjing or life well. Experienced grave robbers, when faced with impenetrable ancient tombs, will often drill downward, employing a circuitous method to breach the life well, as it is typically the most vulnerable point in the tomb structure. Which path should one choose? To locate the life well would necessitate passing through the stone door before them. Yet, within this tortuous tomb, while devoid of traps, it exuded an unsettling aura. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk of error. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Rui resolved to excavate the previously established tunnel. This task was entrusted to Zhonggong, who wielded the Luoyang shovel with remarkable vigor, swiftly penetrating the tomb's ceiling. The two men rejoiced at their progress, preparing to unearth the soil, when suddenly, as Zhonggong thrust the shovel downward, a copious amount of liquid splattered forth from the earth, followed by the discovery of a dark object. The liquid was a deep crimson, exuding a pungent, visceral odor. In shock, Zhonggong retrieved the fallen item, despite having braved numerous challenges. The sight of this object sent a shiver down his spine, for it was unmistakably a severed piece of scalp, crudely sliced away by the Luoyang shovel. Someone was buried within the earth. Who could it be? Previously, Zhuang Rui and his companions had tunneled down from this very location, encountering nothing but stones along the way. Now, not only had their tunnel vanished, but they had also unearthed a body. How could this be? In the shadowy confines of the tomb, the atmosphere grew thick with humidity, seemingly shrouded by the remnants of ancient tortoiseshell artifacts. The dimly lit chamber, which appeared to stretch endlessly, was enveloped in a somber mist, rendering the light's penetration feeble. Upon raising his gaze, Zhuang Rui discerned a round object within the soil, oozing blood and revealing a skull with a ghastly blend of red and white. Steeling himself, Zhuang Rui gestured to Zhonggong, and together they commenced the excavation of the buried figure. Moments later, they unearthed the body of a man, covered in dirt, lying in an inverted position. As his neck struck the ground, a chilling crack echoed, distorting his form in an eerie manner. Zhuang Rui shone his flashlight upon the face, now obscured by mud, rendering his features unrecognizable. Zhonggong, donning gloves suitable for handling corpses, wiped away the filth from the man's visage, and soon the identity was revealed. Zhonggong gasped, utterly speechless, for the figure before them was none other than Ma Laosi, the very subordinate who had recently perished in flames. Tofu drew in a sharp breath, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, "Are you recounting a ghost story? Wasn't Ma Laosi incinerated beyond recognition? How could he possibly be interred here, and with his scalp removed?" As I absorbed this surreal revelation, an icy chill crept down my spine, as though Ma Laosi himself stood just behind me, evoking an indescribable sensation. Zhuang Rui's expression remained inscrutable, his features, a blend of striking and unremarkable, reflecting two starkly contrasting emotions, one of indifference and profundity, the other suffused with malevolence. Through the prominent eye on his right side, I seemed to glimpse the two men in the dim tomb, panic-stricken at the sight of Ma Laosi's corpse. The extraordinary nature of this occurrence was indeed beyond my expectations. I finally comprehended the significance of Zhuang Rui's initial statement. This truly surpassed the threshold of ordinary human endurance. Why had this transpired? How had the deceased Ma Laosi re-emerged from the earth? Moreover, Zhuang Rui noted a detail that sent shivers through me. Apart from the scalp that had been severed by their shovel, the body bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Not a single trace of burns. Chapter 10. The Cannibal Beast. The bizarre circumstances of that moment were evident in the reactions of Zhuang Rui and Zhonggong. A person who has clearly perished in flames should not appear in the earth. The two individuals, both astonished and perplexed, exchanged glances. Yet none could articulate the reasoning behind this anomaly. Ultimately, it was Zhuang Rui who first knelt to examine the corpse. He believed that a person who had been incinerated could not possibly return to their original form. Thus, the body before him likely harbored peculiarities. As he reached out to touch it, the sensation was indistinguishable from that of a living being. Even the blood upon the ground resembled human blood. evoking a feeling akin to having just committed an act of murder. Zhonggong wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired softly, "What shall we do, master?" Zhuan Rui contemplated the sinister appearance of the corpse. Such malevolent entities ought not to be allowed to remain. He promptly resolved to burn the body. However, the tomb chamber was sealed, and the oxygen that had circulated within was significantly depleted. Should they ignite a fire, it was likely that before the escape tunnel was breached, both he and Zhonggong would find themselves suffocated within the tomb. With this thought, the notion of cremation was abandoned. They decided to relocate the corpse next to the charred remains and resumed their excavation of the tunnel. This task required considerable skill, as a conventional tunnel is dug downward, whereas their reverse digging necessitated an upward approach, demanding precise technique. If the excavation was unstable, structural issues could arise, posing the risk of collapse and potential entombment. Zhonggong proceeded with utmost caution. This endeavor did not require both of them to work simultaneously, but rather they alternated their efforts. While Zhonggong excavated the tunnel, Zhuan Rui observed, preoccupied with thoughts of the buried corpse while also monitoring the progress of the new tunnel, wary of unearthing any further oddities. Yet, as the saying goes, what one fears often materializes. Zhuan Rui, engrossed in his observations, was startled by a sudden clang, followed by a cascade of earth tumbling down the tunnel entrance, all landing upon Zhonggong. The sound suggested they had struck something metallic. But how could iron possibly be found amidst the soil? This was indeed perplexing. Zhonggong quickly retreated, spitting out the clods of earth from his mouth, exclaiming, "It seems we have unearthed something resembling stone or metal." Both men sensed the gravity of the situation, their spirits growing increasingly heavy. Nevertheless, Zhuan Rui, possessing both courage and meticulousness, steadied his demeanor and began to devise a strategy as he scrutinized the continuously collapsing tunnel entrance. In truth, those engaged in tomb raiding typically possess a certain audacity. Among the colleagues I encountered over the past month, aside from that coward Tofu, none exhibited timidity. In popular folklore, tomb robbers are categorized into two types, the first being those who operate haphazardly, lacking any semblance of order or rules, indiscriminately digging in hopes of fortune. Such individuals are most despised, as they excavate any grave they encounter, displaying a short-sightedness devoid of any awareness for the preservation of cultural relics. The second category includes individuals like Zhuan Rui and Elder Zhao, who adhere to industry conventions. They generally avoid plundering the impoverished graves of ordinary folk, considering them devoid of value and morally reprehensible. Their primary targets are the wealthy of ancient times, affluent merchants, officials, and noble families. Moreover, they abide by the principle of not retaining what they unearth. What does it mean to refrain from retention? When one stumbles upon a grand tomb, filled with an abundance of treasures, it is impossible to extract every item. Thus, one must judiciously select the most valuable artifacts. However, within this profession, there exists a code of conduct. While one may take what is deemed worthy, one must not desecrate the less appealing funerary objects. This principle is anchored in two primary reasons. Firstly, antiques are irreplaceable. Each piece lost diminishes the collective heritage. True professionals in the realm of tomb raiding possess an inherent consciousness towards the preservation of such relics. Even if they do not intend to keep an item, they would refrain from deliberate destruction. In contrast, petty thieves might recklessly trample through the tomb, shattering inconspicuous earthen jars beneath their feet. Such behavior is highly criticized within the community. Secondly, there exists a psychological reverence for the spirits of the departed, having already pilfered the treasures of the tomb's owner. One ought not to further ravage their resting place, leaving at least a few possessions intact. Zhuan Rui, being a seasoned practitioner, differed notably from those unscrupulous petty thieves. His courage and intellect surpassed others, and in that precarious moment, he remained composed. Once the earth ceased to collapse within the excavation, Zhuan Rui illuminated the depths with his flashlight, only to discover an ominous dark object at the tunnel's end, initially resembling a stone slab. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that this slab bore an intricate relief, depicting the very figure that now confronted him, a creature strikingly akin to a fox. Its face, already sharp, appeared even more so, accentuating its bulging eyes, while behind it sprouted numerous tails and claws, creating a chaotic spectacle that overwhelmed the senses. Zhuan Rui mused that the drawing he held in his possession was crafted from memory, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Yet, Upon gazing at the relief once more, he felt as though his heart had been ensnared by the fox-like apparition, his pulse echoing in his ears, and his blood surging uncontrollably. Why did he react in such a manner? It was then he articulated his fear of the image, a truth he had long hesitated to reveal. What he beheld in the hollow eyes of the skull was an omen of destruction. In that moment, Zhuan Rui had witnessed a bizarre scene within the skull's dark orbits. He envisioned himself stepping into a realm of darkness, where he encountered a black stone door adorned with the very creature he now beheld. This monster, initially a mere relief, suddenly leapt forth from the door, devouring him piece by piece. Indeed, he had fixated on the skull's shadowy eye sockets, unable to divert his gaze, uncertain whether it was a mere hallucination or a manifestation of some dark sorcery. Yet, he never anticipated that while reopening the burial chamber and unearthing the soil, he would come face to face with an actual slab depicting the monstrous figure, breathless and with blood racing through his veins. A chilling thought struck him. Could it be that what he saw in the skull's eye was a glimpse of his own future? Yet, how could a relief on a stone slab possess the power to consume a soul? As he pondered, his companion Zhonggong remained unaffected and inquired about their next course of action. Even for the battle-hardened Zhuan Rui, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead as he gazed at the stone slab above. Ultimately, he uttered 2 words, "To the well of life." "What?" Zhonggong exclaimed in surprise. "Are we not continuing the fight?" Zhuan Rui shook his head. He was no fool. He always acted with careful consideration. Aware of the peculiarities at hand, particularly those that could endanger his life, he would never recklessly embrace danger. He promptly resolved to adopt a secondary strategy, to escape through the well of life. This decision necessitated traversing several burial chambers. Fortunately, the trio had sufficiently equipped themselves before descending, and the tortoise grave did not contain any traps or hidden crossbows, allowing their journey to proceed smoothly. They entered the main burial passage with little effort. The passage was adorned with tortoise shells, a symbol of water. Thus, even in its arid state, the air within felt damp and cold, as if permeated with moisture. The light struggled to penetrate the darkness of the passage, rendering everything ahead obscured and unclear. Only the echo of their footsteps resonated within, while the body of the third individual lay abandoned in the chamber behind them. At such a juncture, no one had the heart to retrieve the corpse. Before long, the two reached the end of the passage, where a natural stone was lodged against the stone door from within. What is a natural stone? It refers to a stone slab employed to seal the tomb entrance during its closure. There exist various types of natural stones, including stone spheres, strips, and slabs. Its mechanism is rather simple yet ingeniously effective. A pit is first excavated behind the tomb door at a suitable depth. A stone strip is then positioned upright, inclined against the still unclosed door. Due to the force of gravity, the strip gradually slides down until it secures the door shut from within. When tomb raiders arrive, they find pushing the door futile, as the natural stone has effectively barred entry. Of course, where there are regulations, there are countermeasures. Tomb raiding is a trade that tests both skill and intellect. This natural stone was soon deciphered by astute tomb robbers, and the method was straightforward, clearly documented in my grandfather's notes. One simply needed a steel bar, often a common iron rod used in tomb raiding. By bending the end of the bar into a hook and inserting it through the gap of the stone door, a twist would ensnare the natural stone. By pushing forcefully from outside, the natural stone could be dislodged. This technique found widespread application, rendering natural stone defenses nearly obsolete, akin to a mere door latch. Since the two were inside the passage, they deemed it unnecessary to employ such cumbersome methods as bending hooks. Instead, they exerted their strength to move the natural stone aside, preparing to open the door. Generally speaking, the outer side of the tomb door is relatively vulnerable, as those who completed the construction would have retreated through this exit. Therefore, even if there were mechanisms like quicksand or accumulated stones outside, the area around the tomb door was typically reinforced only with backfilled soil, rendering it comparatively safe. Zhuan Rui's intention was to break through the tomb entrance, but as the two of them shifted the stone, their gaze was instantly drawn to the ominous black door, which was eerily embossed with the image of a peculiar fox. This time, there was no opportunity for Zhuan Rui to react. In the next moment, a shadow leapt from the tomb door, lunging directly at him. In an instant, his vision blurred, as if he had succumbed to some enchantment, leaving him unconscious. At the last moment, his mind was inundated with terrifying visions of being devoured piece by piece, a horror that was all too palpable. Tofu, upon hearing this, swallowed hard and speculated. Could the creature that jumped from the stone door be this thing? He pointed at the monster depicted in the blueprint and inquired, "Did it do anything to you in the end?" Today's update concludes here. And I'd like to share an amusing incident that left Xiao Dao in a state of bewilderment, aptly titled, "I've Experienced Heartbreak." I wonder if any of you have ever flirted in such a manner? Well, I have never used such high-end devices like an Apple. But I tried it for the first time yesterday. Subsequently, a friend asked if I was foolish, to which I replied, "Do you think I am foolish?" The answer was an emphatic yes, and the room erupted in laughter, leaving me feeling quite entertained. I then jokingly proposed, "Shall we marry?" The answer was a firm no. Thus, I found myself splendidly heartbroken, feeling as if love would never blossom again. Might I seek solace from you all with some supportive votes? Chapter 11. Duo seeing Tofu pose a rather foolish question, I remarked, "If that creature truly were to pose a threat, could we three still be seated here discussing matters?" I surmised that some unforeseen event must have transpired. Zhuan Rui nodded in agreement, stating, "I am unsure if anything unusual occurred, but I did emerge alive." Tofu, fixated on the divine wooden earring charm on the table, remarked, "I previously thought this object quite exquisite, yet now, hearing your account, it sends a chill down my spine. Look at the fox's eyes, they appear so lifelike. The more I gaze, the more unsettling it becomes." As he spoke, Tofu flipped the earring charm over, hiding the patterned side beneath. Zhuan Rui, reflecting on Tofu's words, cryptically affirmed, "Indeed, it is alive." He continued his tale. After Zhuan Rui lost consciousness, he was unaware of how much time had elapsed before he awoke to find himself and Zhonggong sprawled before the tomb entrance, their flashlight lying nearby, casting a dim golden glow with no apparent irregularities. Unsure of what had transpired, he hastily roused Zhonggong, who claimed to have seen no fox lunging at him. He had merely witnessed Zhuan Rui collapse suddenly. In a moment of panic, he had crouched to check on him, only to feel his body weaken and succumb to unconsciousness. Both were bewildered by the situation, exchanging silent glances in the tomb passage. The dread they felt was tangible. Clearly, although there were no hidden traps within the tomb, an insidious force was safeguarding it, and they had unwittingly disturbed this malevolent power. Zhuang Rui suddenly recalled the harrowing image of being devoured, a wave of weakness sweeping through his feet. The memory was strikingly vivid, etched in his mind like a scene from a film, surfacing unexpectedly. Though he possessed considerable courage, the recollection would invariably send beads of sweat cascading down his brow. At this juncture, he could hardly entertain any tales of fortune. His sole focus was on hastily vacating the area. The two men immediately set about excavating a tunnel for escape. Fortunately, this endeavor proceeded without incident, and they successfully broke through to the outside, only to find that night had already fallen. Despite their wealth of experience, the memories of their prior ordeal and the sight of the surrounding cliffs adorned with hanging coffins sent chills coursing through them. They hastily ignited a fire to bolster their courage and made their way back to the nearest town, but Zhuang Rui's face, having suffered extensive burns due to their prolonged delay, was beyond salvaging. We shall omit the subsequent details of his treatment. Upon returning to Beijing, Zhuang Rui was plagued by nightmares, each night replaying the horrific scene of being consumed piece by piece, resulting in significant mental and emotional strain. To alleviate this pressure, he resolved to seek solace in the company of a woman, despite his disfigurement making it improbable for him to attract a throng of admirers. His wealth still afforded him the company of numerous beautiful women willing to succumb to his desires. That evening, he found a sultry, long-legged woman with flowing black hair, eager to engage in passionate encounters to soothe his frayed nerves, praying that he would be spared from nightmares. The woman was quite adept in her seduction, filling a luxurious bathtub with water and enticing Zhuang Rui to partake in a romantic bath. As they disrobed and embraced in the tub, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my! What an unusual tattoo you have on your shoulder." Zhuang Rui had never adorned his body with tattoos, which were typically the domain of young people seeking to appear edgy. Though he was now disfigured, he had once possessed both wealth and looks, broad shoulders, long legs, and a chiseled six-pack, rendering tattoos unnecessary. Upon her exclamation, he paused and inquired, "What tattoo?" The woman, her silky hands caressing his shoulder and back, replied, "This right here, it's stunning." Zhuang Rui raised an eyebrow and stood to examine himself in the mirror, only to discover a tattoo-like mark on his left shoulder. Wasn't this the very creature that haunted his dreams each night? He hesitated for a moment, seemingly recalling something significant. I waited in silence, hoping he would continue, and finally prompted, "What happened next?" Tofu burst into laughter, chiming in, "Naturally, he must have been terrified. How heartbroken that woman must have been." Zhuang Rui lifted his gaze to Tofu, his eyes reflecting an unsettling strangeness, possibly due to his disfigurement. Tofu, caught in Zhuang Rui's gaze, lost his mirth, choking on his own saliva and succumbing to a fit of coughs. Only then did Zhuang Rui divert his attention back to the narrative. Upon discovering the sudden appearance of the design on his back, he was instantly drenched in sweat and began fervently searching for the origins of this peculiar mark. The haunting nightmare persists every night, and as time passes, each dream becomes increasingly vivid, to the extent that the pain can be genuinely felt. Zhuang Rui cannot help but entertain a dreadful hypothesis. Could it be that this is not merely an illusion, but rather that something is indeed gnawing at him as he drifts into slumber? In the subsequent gathering of clues, Zhuang Rui begins to uncover certain truths. First and foremost, the pattern that has manifested on his back is profoundly connected to shamanism. Shamanism, an ancient faith, is not a religion birthed by human hands. It venerates the spirit within all things. In the annals of Chinese history, it is often not referred to directly as shamanism, but rather by the term witch. In modern times, the primitive shaman has been supplanted by Taoism, Buddhism, Tantrism, and Islam, with only a few ethnic groups, such as the Orokin, preserving the worship of shamans, while many rituals and legendary supernatural arts have been lost to time. It is noteworthy that the theory of the round sky and square earth was conceived by a female shaman. Historical records indicate that within the Gaoxin clan, there existed an elderly woman who resided in the palace and suffered from an ear ailment. She obtained a substance resembling a cocoon, placed it within a gourd, and after a short while, it transformed into a dog. This woman is identified as a shaman, who later became the ancestor of the Chang people. Due to the reverence for all things, shamans lack a specific totem. Different ethnicities and regions, when traced back to antiquity, even among distinct tribes, possess varying totems. The creature depicted in the current pattern, resembling a fox, is one of the many long-lost totems from ancient shamanism. Merely acquiring this information has required Zhuang Rui considerable effort. But what malevolent power does this creature possess? Why does it ensnare individuals in nightmares? Is there a connection between the deceased subordinate who suddenly emerged from the earth and this creature? Zhuang Rui has been contemplating these inquiries, and he first sought out a renowned shaman of the present day. Naturally, he could not directly confess that he had been ensnared by the ancient sorcery of shamanism due to tomb raiding. Instead, he fabricated an excuse to inquire about the connection between this creature that conjures nightmares and the person from the soil. According to the elder shaman, the entity depicted in the pattern, phonetically transcribed into Chinese as 鬼2The, is a spirit dwelling in the earth, said to specifically devour the souls of the wicked. What is even more peculiar is that the souls consumed by it undergo purification through 鬼2The, after being transformed by the divine entity. These souls merely need to be planted in the earth to re-emerge, becoming entirely new beings. Indeed, they emerge from the soil. This aligns with the shamanic belief that human life originates from all things, and it is this very earth that nourishes all. Tofu and I were left speechless. And Tofu stammered, "If people can sprout from the soil, then the reason you unearth the dead must be." He shivered at the thought and added, "Just as they were newly sprouted, they had their scalps removed and necks broken. What a tragic fate." In broad daylight, "I can't shake this eerie feeling," I remarked. "I might believe in the existence of Zongzi, but the notion that people can sprout from the earth is beyond my credulity." "Do you truly believe that?" I directed this question at Zhuang Rui. Zhuang Rui, of course, harbored doubts. Yet a confluence of circumstances placed him in a predicament where, though his heart remained unconvinced, he found himself cornered by a series of coincidences. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on his uncertainty for long and inquired of the old shaman how one should handle entanglements with 鬼2The. The old shaman replied that 鬼2The had long since vanished from this world, and should one truly encounter it, one must seek the power capable of subduing 鬼2The. At this juncture, it is imperative to discuss the origins of shamanic sorcery, which invariably requires some form or medium for its manifestation. The most renowned practices of shamans include the dance of the gods and a suite of orally transmitted myths akin to incantations, which are not merely tales but the very language of the divine. The old shaman asserted that it is essential to utilize this divine language to master Qi. Yet these incantation-like divine utterances have long since faded from the annals of history. How then can one hope to recover them? Upon hearing this, I finally grasped the situation and remarked, "Thus, you have begun to collect artifacts related to Qi, seeking to trace its origins and discover the means to counter it?" Zhuan Rui's expression remained impassive as he nodded and replied, "Precisely. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Where did you acquire this information?" At this point, I was nearly certain that the curse of the ghostly face was intricately linked to shamanism, likely representing a variant of shamanic sorcery. Although the encounters faced by Zhuan Rui and myself were undoubtedly different, our investigative paths aligned. Otherwise, in a country as vast as China, it would be improbable for two strangers to find themselves seated together. Overall, we were not adversaries. Indeed, there might come a time when mutual assistance and information exchange would be necessary. As this notion crossed my mind, a clever idea emerged. I mused that the wily Zhao had ulterior motives and might attempt to weasel out of responsibility. Given this, it would be prudent to lay bare the origins of the matter. Since Zhuan Rui was already aware of the ghostly face, he would undoubtedly connect the dots. Consequently, he would seek to investigate the 8 carp fighting the dragon stone and the ghostly face, thus allowing me to reap the benefits as a mere fisherman. With this thought in mind, I chose to no longer conceal the truth, omitting only the more sensitive details, and laid everything out. Upon hearing my account, Zhuan Rui's expression indeed transformed dramatically. Initially, when I mentioned Zhao Eryi and the Ren family, he appeared indifferent, seemingly dismissing their significance. However, upon the mention of El Su, I noticed a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth. This subtle detail sent a shiver through me, for it indicated that El Su was no ordinary figure. Even someone of Zhuan Rui's stature was stirred by his name. To confront El Su with merely the strength of myself and Tofu would be exceedingly arduous. Zhuan Rui listened attentively to my narrative, his gaze revealing an unwavering determination. As our conversation drew to a close, afternoon had already slipped away. Although Zhuan Rui possessed a somewhat cold demeanor, it seemed that through our interactions, he recognized the potential for future collaboration, and thus his attitude softened considerably. The three of us solidified our plan. Zhuan Rui would take the lead in seeking El Su and procuring the Dragonstone, while Tofu and I would await further news. Chapter 12. Old friends. It was inconceivable that Zhuan Rui would invite us for a meal. After finalizing our plans and exchanging contact information, Tofu and I hailed a taxi to return to our hotel. Our journey led us across a pedestrian bridge, flanked by numerous small vendors selling fruits and snacks from their carts. The bustling streets of Beijing were teeming with people, and the bridge was crowded with the so-called Beijing drifters. As we descended from the taxi and traversed the bridge, the vendors attracted many young girls, boys, and children, making the thoroughfare even more congested. I turned to Tofu and reminisced. I once practiced setting up a stall on a bridge. I recall it being my first venture into business, and due to my lack of experience, I incurred losses of over 2,000 yuan, a sum I had painstakingly saved over a year of laboring on a construction site. After that loss, I could scarcely afford instant noodles. As I continued my tale, I suddenly noticed that no one was paying attention to me. Turning around, I was taken aback to find Tofu had vanished. How on earth can one get lost in such a crowd? I exclaimed, hastily scanning the throngs of people. Eventually, I spotted Tofu at a stall, engaging in conversation with a young girl. Amused, I remarked, "This little one appears to be around 11 or 12. You should let her be." Tofu replied, "What do you know? Statistically, successful individuals are on average 7 years older than their spouses. Hence, those I nurture now are likely someone else's wives, while my own is still in school." The stall was selling sugar figurines, with jars filled with a syrup reminiscent of beeswax, glimmering like amber under the sun, captivating many children. I grasped Tofu's collar, preparing to leave, but he insisted, Wait. I've already paid. I ordered a dragon and a tiger. We'll each have one. A dragon and tiger duo, conquering the mushroom world." Just then, the skilled vendor completed the dragon figurine and turned to craft the tiger. I interjected, "No tiger, I want a cat instead." Tofu, displeased, stressed the importance of a tiger. I countered, "While I am indeed a dragon, you bear no resemblance to a tiger. We are not a dragon and tiger duo, but rather a dragon and cat combination." As we bantered, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I saw it was Gu Wonmin. I sensed she had been quite troubled lately, and a warmth enveloped me as I answered the call. Her voice was tinged with excitement, a hint of joy evident as she urged, "Chen Xian, you and Xiao Dou must come over at once. The matter has been resolved." "To the police station?" I inquired. Gu Wenmin provided me with an address, which surprisingly led to the Central Archaeological Institute. Puzzled, I wondered why she had ventured there. Just then, Doufu's cat figurine was ready, and feeling famished. We each purchased a sesame cake, munching on them as we took a taxi to the Examination Institute. The place was impressively constructed, but rather desolate. As we entered, the only person in sight was a security guard engrossed in his phone. Tofu and I navigated through the corridor, following the room numbers until we arrived at an office. After knocking, Gu Wenmin answered the door. Upon entering, my eyes were immediately drawn to the modest office filled with shelves brimming with documents and various materials. Behind the desk sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair and spectacles. Tofu leaned closer and whispered, "Could this be the esteemed Gu's father? She's brought you to meet her future father-in-law." Gu Wenmin, her ears keen, caught the whisper of the wind and shot a glance at Tofu, admonishing him not to speak foolishly. She promptly proceeded to introduce us. "This elderly gentleman, surnamed Lin, is an archaeology professor, perhaps due to his years of extensive travel. He exudes vitality and radiance, showing none of the weariness typical of old age." Although I was perplexed as to why Gu Wenmin suddenly felt the need to introduce me to a professor, her reliability in such matters reassured me, and I engaged in polite conversation with Professor Lin. The old professor possessed a certain charm, neither difficult to approach nor burdened by the airs of academia. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he remarked, "I have heard about your endeavors from Xiao Gu. Who would have thought you were a descendant of Teacher Chen?" "Teacher Chen?" I pondered. Could it be that this old man knew my grandfather? Sensing my confusion, Professor Lin chuckled. "When I first began my career, it was under the guidance of Teacher Chen Siyuan. I traveled to many places with him and learned a great deal. Unfortunately, after Teacher Chen resigned, he left no trace or means of contact. And here we are, many years later. I have aged as well." As he spoke, a wistful expression graced his features. It was then I realized that this elderly gentleman was an acquaintance of my grandfather, likely a student he had mentored during his time in the archaeological team. I harbored little affection for my parents, having not spoken to or seen them in 28 years, and the surrounding whispers were seldom kind, thus rendering any familial bond tenuous. However, my grandfather had raised me single-handedly, and we had relied on one another for over a decade. Witnessing Professor Lin's nostalgic demeanor stirred memories of my grandfather's time, filling my heart with a weighty silence. In recent years, I seldom reflected on the past. Life necessitates forward motion. Yet, since entering the realm of grave robbing a month ago, I discovered that this circle, while seemingly small, is intricately connected, with relationships weaving in and out. Encountering an old friend of my grandfather's reignited the long-buried sentiments within me. Tofu, sensing the shift in atmosphere, attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh. Diverting the topic, "Gu, let us discuss the matter at hand. What relevance does Professor Lin have to our affairs?" His interruption snapped Professor Lin back to the present, and before Gu Wenmin could respond, he stated, "I am aware of your situation. I have a plan for an archaeological expedition at sea and require the expertise of skilled grave robbers. Xiao Gu recommended you, and given your lineage as a descendant of Teacher Chen, this opportunity is rightfully yours." He refrained from directly labeling us as grave robbers, opting instead for the more respectful term skilled craftsmen, which I appreciated. My goodwill towards the professor grew, yet admiration alone would not fill my stomach, so I remained silent, awaiting his further elaboration. Tofu interjected, "We are struggling to safeguard ourselves. How could we accompany you on an archaeological venture?" Gu Wenmin chuckled lightly, saying, "This is a chance for redemption. Historically, archaeological teams have often collaborated with skilled craftsmen, and I have heard about your grandfather's endeavors from Professor Lin. He is a prime example. Professor Lin is embarking on an archaeological expedition at sea, requiring the assistance of some skills possessed by tomb raiders. This presents a splendid opportunity. I shall report this matter to the higher authorities to clear your names. If fortunes align, you may even find yourselves employed at the Archaeological Institute in the future." I pondered to myself. My grandfather departed from the Archaeological Institute due to matters surrounding curses. Presently, there are no leads regarding the ghostly tombs. So what purpose would my presence at the Institute serve? Nevertheless, if this chance allows me to absolve our past, it would indeed be advantageous. And given Professor Lin's acquaintance with my grandfather, I could surely glean valuable insights from him. However, what sort of archaeological endeavor necessitates the involvement of tomb raiders? Are these experts incapable of managing it themselves? Contemplating this, I opted for a more tactful inquiry to express my doubts. Upon hearing my question, Professor Lin chuckled and said, "There is no need for such formality. You may call me Uncle Lin, since you are Qin's grandson. Henceforth, let us not stand on ceremony." After a brief pause, he continued, "Before the establishment of the new China, there were no archaeological teams. Pray tell, what do you think an archaeological team does?" The tomb raider interjected, "They excavate graves, albeit with licenses, while we do not possess such permits." Upon hearing this, Professor Lin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Young man, you speak quite candidly. Yet, your observation is astute. Grave excavation indeed constitutes part of our work, though we may do so openly, something that, in the past, would have been deemed official plunder." I was unprepared for Professor Lin's sudden mention of official plunder. In truth, in modern times, the necessity for such practices has waned, as archaeological teams now undertake all requisite tasks. Strictly speaking, the traditional notion of official plunder has gradually faded into history since the founding of the new China. As if sensing our thoughts, Professor Lin remarked, "Indeed, while instances of official plunder have diminished, they have not entirely vanished. Most archaeological activities today receive approval from archaeological institutes. Official plunder often involves endeavors that require excavation yet cannot be made public." I inquired, "And thus?" Professor Lin replied, "Thus, what we are excavating this time is precisely such an item. I shall provide further details when the time is ripe. This expedition necessitates venturing out to sea and carries a degree of peril. Xiao Gu will accompany us, along with several officials dispatched from above who employ modern tomb raiding techniques." However, at this juncture, Professor Lin shook his head and added, "I do not hold much faith in their capabilities. The so-called modern tomb raiding methods have evolved alongside technological advancements. The origins of these techniques can be traced back to Sun Dianying's excavation of the Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. In the past, regardless of the method employed, one would typically begin by creating a breach. Upon encountering tombs fortified with formidable defenses, the less skilled could only lament their inability to penetrate. During the Qing dynasty, as national strength was restored, tomb construction became even more elaborate, incorporating millennia of anti-theft measures. When Sun Dianying excavated Cixi's tomb, the floor tiles were as hard as steel, rendering traditional methods futile. However, by that time, explosives were available. Rather than excavating, Sun Dianying resorted directly to dynamite, blasting his way into the tomb. This marks the inception of modern tomb raiding techniques. With the evolution of archaeological endeavors, advanced tools such as metal detectors, underground explosives, remote detonators, bulletproof vests, fire-resistant suits, and magnetic field meters have emerged. Professor Lin reminisced, stating that these instruments are lifeless. Years of experience have taught me that reliance on machinery can never match the wisdom of seasoned individuals. He recounted a tale concerning my grandfather. In my grandfather's work notes, there was never a mention of his experiences with the archaeological team. Both Tofu and I were intrigued and listened attentively as Professor Lin continued, his demeanor imbued with nostalgia and reverence. Chapter 13. Memories. One day in 1964, outside the city of Kaifeng, a report surfaced regarding the discovery of an ancient tomb. My grandfather was among the leaders of the team. When the archaeological staff arrived at the scene, heavy rains and mountain floods had rendered the area a quagmire, and the group, braving the downpour, was guided by local villagers to the site. It turned out to be an ancient tomb. Cracked open by a landslide caused by the flood, rainwater had washed away numerous artifacts. However, at that time, Kaifeng was a major city, and the locals possessed a certain awareness of cultural relics. By the time the archaeological team arrived, the artifacts had already been scavenged by opportunistic hands, leaving the team with nothing to collect. The archaeological team was not large then, lacking the scale it possesses today. The group primarily consisted of students, with my grandfather, Chun Siyuan, leading a cadre of senior officials. At that time, my grandfather was not yet old, merely in his 30s, at the prime of his life. Professor Lin recalled that he had graduated from university, where students were more precious than gold. My grandfather had brought along 4 university students, 2 of whom have since passed away due to illness or accidents. He and another student still work at the Archaeology Institute, with that student now residing in Tibet. At that time, Professor Lin harbored a deep-seated disdain for my grandfather, viewing him as an uneducated tomb raider who had merely accepted a position of legitimacy. It seemed utterly absurd that he now bore the title of professor and led university students. While the students addressed my grandfather as teacher on the surface, they secretly held him in contempt. Until that fateful day, amidst torrential rain, as all the archaeological team members felt disheartened, my grandfather, Chen Siyuan, donned a white tank top and ascended the heights of Wang Mountain, standing atop the ridge, surveying the valleys below. He proclaimed to the assembly, "There lies a grand tomb from the Ming dynasty beneath, at least of royal caliber. We shall return in 3 days." The confidence etched on his face and his unwavering presence in the storm remained indelibly etched in Professor Lin's memory. At that moment, Lin was profoundly shaken. Yet he still questioned my grandfather's assertion. How could one discern the presence of a tomb or determine its era from such a vantage point? It seemed preposterous. Even though the students felt a twinge of disbelief, they were, after all, merely students. The expedition was led by my grandfather, and they naturally adhered to his guidance. That evening, as they stayed overnight in Kaifeng, they did not hold back in disparaging my grandfather, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness his folly 3 days hence. The following day, the rain ceased and sunlight flooded the area. The subsequent 2 days were marked by relentless sunshine. Upon their return to Wang Mountain 3 days later, the sun had evaporated the moisture, transforming the once ferocious mudslides into solid earth. Grandfather Chen Siyuan was not a man of many words. He approached tasks with a quiet determination, taking each step with care. He was not overly strict with his students, teaching earnestly those who were eager to learn while dismissing those who showed little interest. He rarely put on airs as a teacher. As the crowd followed grandfather on his journey, he employed merely 3 tools: his keen eyes, an iron probe, and his nose, from which he deduced the entire structure and age of the ancient tomb. As they excavated further, they discovered that his predictions were remarkably accurate, causing an uproar among the onlookers. The elder generation, who had long collaborated with grandfather, patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, old Chun. You have achieved great merit once again." It seemed they were already aware of grandfather's remarkable skills. Meanwhile, the other students exchanged glances, feeling a deep admiration for him. Professor Lin remarked, "Knowledge is derived from the people and passed on to the people. True experts reside among us." The reason grandfather could identify the tomb at a glance was due to his mastery of Feng Shui principles, discerning that different burial practices corresponded to different individuals. And by considering the era, he could intuitively grasp the situation. This discipline emphasizes the importance of combining various elements. Omitting even one would render it ineffective. During one archaeological dig, an unexpected incident occurred at a prince's tomb. As they raised the coffin, a dark entity suddenly sprang forth from beneath the coffin's base, resembling something akin to a wildcat. Professor Lin, standing nearby, could not evade in time. It seemed that the creature would leap onto his face. However, just as it jumped, it fell from the air, revealing a dagger lodged in its neck. Grandfather, a disciple of the flying dagger master by Laozi, was adept at throwing knives, and this revelation left the attendees thoroughly impressed. Moreover, Professor Lin had also encountered Chen Xi, my father, whom I had never met as he passed away at a young age. During that time, grandfather was working in Beijing, with the entire family residing there. Professor Lin was just 20, while Chen Xi was a mere 15, tall and dignified like an adult. Grandfather often took Chen Xi along with the archaeological team. Chen Xi's character was exceedingly proud, almost dismissive of others, with a precocious intellect and a cold demeanor. Over time, his peers grew to dislike him. But out of respect for grandfather, they remained courteous. Despite his arrogance, Chen Xi was bold, meticulous, and physically agile. Most importantly, he had inherited grandfather's true teachings, the art of observing the winds and waters, as well as the skill of throwing knives, both of which were impressive. At that time, Professor Lin, still young and envious, thought to himself that this 15-year-old was already so formidable that his future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his own. Yet he could not help but feel admiration. Until grandfather unexpectedly resigned, the family vanished from public view. Life is unpredictable. The once mediocre students have now become esteemed professors, while my father, revered as a prodigy, passed away prematurely. After hearing these reminiscences, I felt a sense of melancholy. The fleeting nature of fame and disgrace cannot withstand life's uncertainties. I then pondered that had I known I would later enter the mushroom foraging profession, it would have been wise for grandfather to impart some skills to me, rather than leaving me with this notebook filled with theoretical knowledge. Yet at that time, who could have foreseen the present? Upon hearing this, Tofu's expression turned grave. After a moment, he sighed and remarked, "Old Master Chun and Uncle Chun are indeed remarkable figures. Lao Chun, I finally comprehend why you have always succeeded in your endeavors. Your family possesses admirable genes." Tofu spoke the truth. Since childhood, I have harbored an indomitable spirit, meticulously planning every endeavor, which has led to my frequent successes. Yet, that was in the past. Presently, my genetic advantages seem to have waned, as misfortune now shadows my every action. As one ages, nostalgia tends to blossom. Tofu and I exchanged wistful sentiments for a while before readjusting our mindsets. In contrast, Professor Lin remained ensnared in his reminiscences, lamenting, "What a pity for Chen Ci. If we do not rouse him soon, he may linger in his memories indefinitely." I cast a knowing glance at Gu Wanmin, who, understanding my cue, shifted the topic, saying, "This is precisely why Professor Lin sought you out. Firstly, the location we are to visit may not be secure relying solely on modern excavation techniques. Secondly, Professor Lin has a connection with your family and, upon hearing of the situation, voluntarily offered his assistance. With Professor Lin's backing, the matters at hand will naturally be resolved. Moreover, this operation is sanctioned by the authorities. Upon its success, not only will there be no repercussions, but there may also be commendations. I recognize this as an exceptional opportunity. Professor Lin must have acted out of goodwill. Gu Wenmin, in pursuit of this matter, must have exerted considerable effort to reach out to Professor Lin. After a few days apart, her once vibrant visage appeared to have thinned noticeably. To decline would render us exceedingly ungrateful. However, my hesitation stemmed from the uncertainties surrounding the ghostly realm. I was unsure how long we would be away, and what if unforeseen circumstances arose during our absence. Having forged a bond with Tofu over more than a decade, his perceptiveness allowed him to sense my apprehensions. He reassured me. "We have already entrusted this matter to Zhuan Rui. Besides, with the authority involved, manpower will be ample, and the weaponry will undoubtedly be reliable. We should not encounter any mishaps. Opportunities like this are rare." His words solidified my resolve. I thought to myself that problems must be addressed one at a time. We were unaware of when news from Zhuan Rui would arrive, so it would be prudent to follow the current arrangements and honor Gu Wenmin's intentions. I then said, "If that is the case, I shall rely on your esteemed guidance, Professor Lin. When shall we set forth?" Professor Lin adopted a stern demeanor and replied, "I have already told you, call me Uncle Lin. Do you harbor disdain for me?" Instantly, I felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily corrected myself, addressing him as Uncle Lin. Satisfied, he smiled and insisted that Tofu and I join him for dinner at his home. His warmth was irresistible, and we could not decline. After leaving the Examination Institute, we drove to Professor Lin's residence, where his spouse prepared a lavish meal. However, I found little appetite. Over the years, I had journeyed alone through storms and sunshine, with only Tofu as a true friend, devoid of any particularly intimate relationships. Even those I knew were often opportunistic. Who would have thought that upon arriving in Beijing, an old acquaintance of my grandfather would emerge, extending such kindness towards me? Suddenly, the long-suppressed feelings of longing surged within me, and a thought flickered in my mind. I must discover the truth. Where exactly did my grandfather meet his end during his last expedition? To speak candidly, if my grandfather were still alive today, he would be in his 70s. However, he vanished over a decade ago, and the likelihood of his survival is almost non-existent. The mere thought of his remains possibly lying somewhere, gnawed upon by rodents, fills me with a profound sense of disquiet. Suddenly, a notion strikes me. Should this matter be resolved, I shall endeavor to trace my grandfather's whereabouts at that time, and I must ensure that his bones are properly laid to rest. In our culture, we hold the belief that one should return to the earth peacefully. My father met his demise outside the tomb of the giant Ear King, and according to old Zhao, he was merely discarded in a cave, unburied. I possess little impression of Chen Ci, whether recounted by old Zhao or Professor Lin. My father is depicted as a remarkable individual, such an aloof and proud man. I wonder what sentiments he harbored towards his own son. In the past, village gossip suggested that Chen Ci was a ruffian, who after harassing my mother, fathered me. Yet, I now sense something amiss. Prior to his death, as per old Zhao's account, there was nothing ruffian-like about Chen Ci. Moreover, having seen his photograph, it is hard to believe that any young lady would dare to tease him. If that is the case, how did I come into existence? Who is my mother? As I ponder these questions, a wave of frustration washes over me, and I mutter a curse under my breath, reflecting, why dwell on this now? I have lived without parents, and I shall continue to do so. Whether he was a rogue or a hero, the dead are beyond our reach. Let them go to hell.